There's a style that becomes the style you use. But what does it say about you if the style you use is to announce the atrocities that you commit and, as close as possible, replicate them on the walls of your waiting room in the embassies while people wait to talk to the Assyrian ruler? I mean, Sennacherib destroyed Babylon and wrote about it. Here's what the scribes record the words of Sennacherib being. Again, this is a court style also, but what a style. Sennacherib said of his leveling of one of the great cities, maybe the greatest city of all time if you started a top 100 list, Babylon, and he leveled Babylon in the 600s BCE, by the way. Quote, "Like the oncoming of a storm, I broke loose and overwhelmed it like a hurricane. With their corpses, I filled the city squares. The city and its houses, from its foundations to its top, I destroyed. I devastated. I burned with fire. The wall and outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as there were, I razed and dumped them into the Aratu Canal. Through the midst of that city, I dug canals. I flooded its site with water, and the very foundations thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood, that in days to come on the site of that city and its temples and its gods might not be remembered, I completely blotted it out with floods of water and made it like a meadow." End quote. All those later kings were probably trying to emulate the badass of them all, Ashurnasirpal II, from a couple centuries before that time. Nonetheless, you got to appreciate the Assyrians for owning it and using it. Their foreign policy was based on scaring the hell out of people. They didn't want you to rebel, and the best way to do that was to punish anyone who did rebel horribly. Now, that was more the style of the times in the Iron Age, though. One could see that not playing particularly well in the 20th century, but then let's ask why. If you were to make a list of all the genocides and attempted genocides, atrocities, war crimes, and all these things that fall broadly under that heading and involve enough people to sort of make a list of the 20th and 21st centuries, how many of the, let's just call them accused perpetrators of these acts, admit to it, own it? And if they do, how many of them do so in an unqualified way? Because sometimes the evidence is so overwhelming that even deniers can't figure out how to wiggle out of the facts, so they start rationalizing, and they'll say, well, the numbers are inflated, or there's mitigating circumstances, or what have you. And here's what makes life so complicated. Sometimes they're right. If you look at the history of the 20th century, you will note that we start off relatively quickly with some of the more famous genocides or attempted genocides or alleged attempted genocides in history, and we keep going from there. We have spent more than 100 years now as a global society trying to codify rules and laws and courts of adjudication and systems and organizations to help create rules about atrocities and war and genocides and killings and crimes against humanity, right? You could create a timeline. You could start before the Hague Conventions and things like that. But you go all the way through, the League of Nations creation. You can get to the United Nations creation. You can get to the Nuremberg and Tokyo trials. There's all these sorts of things, and now we have this extensive body and many of these global organizations created in large part in reaction to horrible atrocities and genocides and things that must never happen again. And yet, let me ask you what you think would happen if it happened again. We've spent an enormous amount of time and human effort on a fantastic cause, right? Let's never have a final solution, for example, happen again. But what if it happened tomorrow? And of course, if this is going to be some sort of analogy that works, we have to imagine it happens in a powerful state. If it happens in Albania, there'll be no problem. The bombing will start, soon afterwards, and there'll be an invasion. If this crime against humanity involves an important ethnic group that's in many countries, so that many countries have an interest in this, Jewish folks are an example of that, then it's going to be a different kind of situation. If we're talking about a people that almost nobody really knows about in some faraway place, and they're being persecuted by a powerful state, the ramifications of confronting, would not be like Albania. You'd be committing to some major stuff. Do you think we do anything different today if Holocaust number 2 starts tomorrow? If it's China or Russia, apologies to both those nations, but I mean, they're the obvious powerful choices if I'm not going to choose my own state. If they start killing 1 million or 2 million of some unpopular minority there that most of us in the rest of the world don't know a lot about, don't have a whole lot of dog in that fight, how well are all these wonderful organizations that we have created over more than 100 years, how well is this mechanism going to click into place and function to stop something like that? The people at the time get quite a bit of blame for not doing more to stop the Holocaust or atrocities that happened all throughout the Second World War on many major fronts. But I think we sometimes forget how hard it is to do that. We have many more mechanisms and tools at our disposal created in many cases specifically for this purpose that I still think, and remember, I'm not cautiously optimistic personality-wise. I'm cautiously pessimistic. I'm not all hardcore cynical and pessimistic, but I'm mildly both. And I think if the state is powerful enough, we could have, the Uyghur version of the final solution happen over the next year, and the world kind of sit around and look at each other most of the time going, let's some sanctions maybe? I mean, what should we do? I bring that up because we're coming to a part in the story where it's, let's call it a milestone or a potential milestone on that timeline that begins maybe you could say in the 20th century and keeps going to now, concerning these kinds of events. And I mean, look at your newspaper today. We still haven't figured out how to deal with this. We just had some problems in the Middle East where everybody was going, how do we influence this humanitarian crisis? We had it when the former Yugoslavia broke up. You had a genocide in Rwanda going on, and everybody looking at each other thinking to themselves, what do we need to do here? Meanwhile, the killings are every day, and everybody's sort of deliberating, and everybody's got to consider, their own personal country's strategic interests and, realpolitik questions. It's all understandable, but it boils down to the same thing. If this is 1943 and this is how we're behaving, more Jewish people and gypsies and homosexuals and Polish people and priests are dying every day. And yet, what's a responsible speed and what's a responsible level of force we can expect nation states to employ in situations like this? So as we ask ourselves that question and realize that the people in the pre-Second World War era had less in the way of tools and less in the way of structure and probably less in the way of leverage. I mean, we're talking nuclear weapons now, which changed the game completely. And they're confronted with a similar sort of situation. And by the way, this is one we still deal with today, and it is still controversial. And that's why I brought up the point about denial or minimization or rationalization when it comes to questions of atrocities. When last we spoke, we were talking about the Battle of Shanghai, a little-known battle, by the way, in the West, but as participants liked to point out, by the time it's done, and it went on like 3 months, something like that, you have as many dead on the Chinese side as either side, kind of, a little less, I think, but at the Battle of Verdun in the First World War, a historically nasty battle that went on longer. The strategy at the Battle of Shanghai was influenced by global public opinion, or a desire to influence global public opinion. Chiang Kai-shek and the Chinese wanted to prove that the Chinese could put up a fight against the Japanese, and they wanted to send a message to the world that we're here, we can resist. If you want to help us, it's a worthwhile investment, and it's awful, and you should help us. There were photographs making it to the global media, stories, accounts from Westerners. Shanghai had quite a lot of Westerners in it. And so the Chinese threw in all their best units, stuff that they had stockpiled for a long time. In other words, they were going to shoot off all of their fireworks at once to make the biggest bang they could make and see if they could attract global attention while they did so. The upside of this is they did. The downside of this is when it's gone, it's gone. And when the Japanese, after several months of fighting, launch an amphibious invasion and open up another front on the city of Shanghai, that's the story in terms of resistance. And the Chinese resistance collapses. They've suffered a bazillion casualties. They're out of stuff, and they stream back, sort of routing and trying to get their act together towards the capital at Nanking, now Nanjing. the Japanese are close on their heels. And as they chase them, an atrocity begins to occur. Now, let me back up here because I was fascinated, and yet I got pulled down the rabbit hole reading about the various points of view on what history calls, some people call it the rape of Nanking, other people call it the Nanking incident, the Nanking atrocity. And the reason there are all these different names is because it's very controversial. In fact, it's about as controversial as all those other genocides, war crimes, and atrocities that you will see on your list if you made a timeline, as I said, from the start of the 20th century. Go to the people accused of the crime and ask them to admit it, or ask them to talk about it. You'll find a percentage always that will, but most people reflexively get defensive. Let's understand this is a human thing. And let's understand just how widespread it is. Every now and then, but regularly, you will see a news story involving the Japanese education system. And the story is always the same. The Japanese textbooks, specifically the history textbooks, are whitewashing, is the way someone will be. Whitewashing, downplaying, covering up Japanese atrocities during its aggressive period in the Second World War and pre-Second World War era. Oftentimes, these complaints will come from people who suffered at the hands of Japanese aggression. China, the Philippines, the entire area around Malaysia. I mean, there's a bunch of places that were in the Japanese orbit for a time, and those are often the people that get angry when Japanese atrocities are downplayed. The people that are sometimes the most angry are the Americans who fought in that war, veterans from Australia, Canada, Great Britain. All these people want the Japanese to confront what they did. But here's the way I want to portray it in human terms. We have similar textbook issues here in the United States, and many other countries do too, and they often revolve around history class for middle schoolers, and junior high schoolers, and high schoolers. The arguments are over how your own country's bad periods are portrayed. And in the United States, we often have these controversies because the nasty things that happened in the past are downplayed or sometimes excised altogether, and the more patriotic good things are played up. Now, the Japanese will often come back with a similar sort of response. I don't mean to get political, but both of the right-wing extra patriot sides of both countries actually have similar views about what they want portrayed in their textbooks. They want their people portrayed positively, creating a sense of citizenship, pride in your heritage, all that kind of stuff, an appreciation for the things that make your people special. And yet I do find it sort of ironic that if you went to the people in my country that feel that way and asked them about Japanese textbooks, they would definitely want the Japanese, in most cases, to have to confront, these sorts of things, right? The real patriots in the United States are pretty aware of Japanese conduct in the Second World War against our troops and others, and they want that shown. But if you then tried to put the shoe on the other foot and say, okay, in our own history books, when we're talking about the Vietnam War, how much full color photography and witness account should we devote to something like the My Lai massacre? Those of you who don't know about the My Lai massacre, shame. 1968, Vietnam War, American soldiers went into a hamlet or village, and when they came out, 300 to 550 villagers, men, women, and children were dead. Rapes occurred. I mean, it was very, very nasty, very disillusioning. I can speak from experience in the 10 years afterwards, as Americans confronted the fact that we were actually just like everyone else. We were not this special Lone Ranger, come in, save the world in a couple of world wars, rebuild it afterwards with the Marshall Plan, defend it during the Cold War. I mean, we were all those things too. But if you had said to American people in the 30s or 40s that Americans would do a My Lai type thing, I think they would find it hard to believe. I think what Men in Combat, although I've only read it, so take this with a grain of salt, but I think what they would say is that in certain situations, things can become very unpredictable. And when there's a lack of strong leadership in those situations, they can become deadly. I'd like to draw a distinction between two kinds of atrocities here. You saw both kinds in the Second World War, by the way, and trying to link the two of them not only twisted some of the post-war war crimes trials into knots, but affects us even today. The difference between a top-down atrocity of the sort, for example, that Hitler and the Nazis were doing with the final solution, the kind an Assyrian king would do for a Babylonian final solution, a top-down order, and if you're the guy on the ground, you're killing people and executing people and committing an atrocity because you ordered to. Or the kind that happens of the sort, for example, that the ancient Roman/Latin historian Tacitus says happened during a Roman civil war at a city called Cremona. This was a scandal, so he wrote about it, and he's almost a contemporary. And the story basically goes, it's a story about troops when they get their bloodlust up. And it reminds us that, people can be venal too, in large groups that can come out even in a more pronounced way. And what made Cremona so terrible is it's a sacking of a city, which is what the destruction of Babylon was, and what the destruction of the city of Nanjing is going to be. That would be Nanking back in the Second World War. It's a sacking of a city. And Tacitus says that these soldiers wanted to sack the city, that they were worried that the city would surrender, and if it surrendered to their commander, the Roman general, well, then he got the spoils. So the army, Tacitus says, and he was a veteran, by the way, really wanted the city to not surrender so they could loot it. The city did surrender. It was a Roman city, by the way, and the citizens in it were Roman. The Roman army outside the city still wanted to loot the city, so they did for several days. The account is one of the really wicked accounts in the ancient world. And it's funny, though, because if you took out the particulars, it would probably work as a reasonable description of 10,000 sackings of cities in human history. Tacitus wrote about the destruction of Cremona, a Roman city, by Roman soldiers after surrendering. He says, quote, 40,000 armed men forced their way into the city. Neither rank nor years saved the victims from an indiscriminate orgy in which rape alternated with murder and murder with rape. Graybeards and frail old women who had no value as loot were dragged off to raise a laugh, but any full-grown girl or good-looking lad who crossed their path was pulled this way and that in a violent tug-of-war between the would-be captors. A single looter trailing a hoard of money or temple offerings of massive gold was often cut to pieces by others who were stronger. In their hands they held firebrands, which once they got their spoil away, they wantonly flung into empty houses and rifled temples. There was a diversity of wild desires, differing conceptions of what was lawful and nothing barred. Cremona lasted them 4 days. End quote. We would be mistaken thinking that this is something particularly Roman or particularly ancient. There's something that goes on in certain situations, and you can reliably see it again and again. In December 1937, you see it in Nanking. Nanking, though, is so much harder to deal with than something like a Cremona or the Iron Age destruction of Babylon, because it's still a white hot, it's incandescent in terms of how passionate and upset and how visceral the arguments over it can get. People get death threats regularly. One of the books I bought for this subject, and by the way, we post all of the research materials in the show notes on the website for the shows. Encourage you to buy these books, by the way, especially if you like this stuff. Some of the Nanking stuff is positively Kennedy assassination-esque in terms of the minutiae and detail and how big points can often revolve around small little things. Think Magic Bullet. A lot of people love that stuff, and reading it, one of them, great book, The Nanking Atrocity, 1937-38, Complicating the Picture, has different scholars writing each chapter from a wide range of people, and one of the things that the Japanese editor of the book said in the introduction is that several of the contributors had their lives threatened, some of them face-to-face for their writings, research, teachings, and lectures on this stuff. don't have a whole lot of people threatening to bash your head in because of your views on Cremona, do you? I'll give you an example of a problem that a history fan faces trying to talk about this. If you wanted to make a graph of the range of opinions on what the death toll is in Nanking in December and onward for months, on one side of the spectrum, you have the Japanese people who fall into the class that are known as the deniers, who consider everything that we're going to talk about here to be an illusion caused by a combination of contemporary wartime propaganda and a lot of Marxist stuff, especially by leftist Japanese Marxist teachers who are polluting the minds of their own children. I mean, it's a super patriot point of view with a tinge of conspiracy that would probably resonate in a bunch of different countries with that same group of people, there, probably all countries actually. We said in the earlier conversation that, like the Jewish folks that this phrase was originally applied to, the Japanese are really intense. They're like everybody else, only more so, or just like anybody else, only more so. And I think you see it in the passions here too, when people get so upset about, besmirching the reputation of the Imperial Japanese Army and the country. They get angry, as patriots will do, especially if they don't think it's deserved. And the people on one side of the spectrum here will claim that maybe 45 people died in this Nanking thing, and those may have been justified one way or another. Now, on the far opposite end of the scale and the spectrum, you have Chinese historians and the Chinese official government line. They've actually carved their number into a rock. I saw a picture of it. It's a little like, proverbially carving it into stone. I guess that is what they're doing. And the attempt is to create, it's pretty clear, a number that has the same sort of intellectual resonance with the global population that the 6 million number has for the Holocaust. I mean, everybody knows 6 million. Okay, where'd you come up with that number? Could have been 6,000,001. I mean, nobody knows, right? 5 million, 7 million. But you come up with a nice round number, and eventually people go, oh, yeah, the Holocaust, about 6 million people died there. The Chinese are trying to do this with the Nanking atrocity, and the number that they've settled on is 300,000 dead. 300,000 dead. And there are Chinese historians, and let's acknowledge here, maybe not operating with complete freedom in terms of being able to follow the historical evidence wherever it takes them, but there are Chinese historians that will bump that number up considerably. The 350,000 range is not unheard of at all. If you want to go to Crazy Town and find the very end of the spectrum, what's the largest number you've ever seen? What's the insane large? 500,000. I saw 500,000 once. Not credible, but that's what I saw. 45 is not credible either on the other end. But now, on that scale are a bunch of different gradients of people's and their views on this subject. That's why it's really difficult to talk about, because it's not just an it didn't happen, yes it did thing. It's, well, sure it did, but it only happened here. Or yes it did, but it only happened to these people. Just the lawyerly breakdown over the geographical boundaries where someone who dies in this, quadrant counts as a Nanking atrocity casualty, and someone who dies outside that quadrant doesn't. It gets silly like that. The Chinese historians point out, and supposedly this is why China didn't make a huge deal specifically over the Nanking situation in the first few decades after the war, was because this was more par for the course than not. And part of the way you get some of these really large number counts is the Chinese historians sometimes include the soldiers from the Battle of Shanghai who died, in part because the Japanese troops who took their surrender, or who captured them, or who found them wounded on the battlefield, executed them there. This is another part of the gradient in the discussion, right? Who do you count? If you're talking about soldiers, do they count in the atrocity? Well, what if you killed them after they surrendered? As I said, a bunch of different people have different opinions along the spectrum. Now, if you're looking for a mid-range to try to get sort of a little ballast on this question, a lot of the mainstream historians will range from like 100,000 dead to 250,000 dead, and that is a huge number, no matter which it is. The other question that always comes up in a case like this, and this is connected to the Nazi situation in Europe, but is, who's responsible? Where does the responsibility lie? Because you will often hear these situations, and sometimes it's valid compared to the sacking of Cremona, where you have troops, a loss of institutional control, maybe on the part of the leaders, or a callous disregard for the plight of people, that your lower level troops were despoiling, whatever it might be. You'll hear that. Some people will make the case that all of this is premeditated. It might as well have been Nazi stuff. And once again, we get divided into separating soldiers from civilians, but there's an interesting little bridge between the two. And that's soldiers who dress up as civilians. Now, before we get into this story, you're entitled to know how I come to my thinking and, if anything, my own bias. To me, my normal approach is to put myself in other people's viewpoints to try to see their perspective, but trying to see the perspective of the side that thinks there's 45 or 100 or 200 deaths here and they're explainable feels like trying to be a defender of a Holocaust denier. It's a really difficult position for me to put myself in. I think you should point it out. I have a very hard time putting myself, even if you were in debating class and they said, you have to take this perspective and defend it. I am usually open-minded enough to keep a lot of doubt open, though, depending on the other circumstances involved. For example, if this was a very unusual incident in the Second Sino-Japanese War or the Second World War, I think I'd be inclined to say, listen, wartime propaganda, those people might have a point. The problem is that the Japanese Army and Navy to a degree, but the Army certainly is a repeat offender in this war, both the Sino-Japanese one and the Second World War. By the way, by 1937, a lot of people think the Second World War has started, so it depends. A lot of people, when I was a kid, always started it with the invasion of Poland. But since then, a lot of opinion has shifted and said, really, 1937, the Japanese are in World War II. The other powers just aren't in yet themselves. The Chinese and the Japanese are starting the Second World War. And in this case, the Japanese will behave toward the Chinese atrociously. And you have to really write off a ton of evidence, including your own soldiers' and commanders' diaries, if you want to explain it away. You also have to deal with the remembrances of combat veterans from pretty much every power that fought the Japanese in the Second World War, where atrocious behavior and a certain brutal level of conduct was always remarked upon. And that's after you factor out racism and hatred of the enemy who killed your buddies and all that other stuff. There's a ton of evidence. And the questions over why and what's going on here have been ongoing. And they sort of, in a smaller way, parallel the ones going on after the Second World War with the Nazis, where you had things like the Milgram experiment and all these other things where people were trying to figure out, listen, how do you get people to turn off their moral compass? Could we all be Nazis? And it was trying to figure out motivations and how you do that. In the Second World War and afterwards, and let's remember, the Japanese public knew very little of this stuff. Although some of the stuff that they did know and sort of celebrate is, once again, a little weird by Western standards. For example, there's a famous incident in Nanking where two soldiers were having, supposedly, this is in the Japanese news media, a contest, a Chinese head chopping contest. And the tally was being kept score regularly in the newspaper. This guy's up to 75 now. Oh, but 3 heads today by the other guy, and he takes the lead. And it was always used as evidence of, you're looking for a sign that this brutality happened. Well, my goodness, they were celebrating in Japan's newspapers. Turns out most mainstream, but you know what I mean, historians that I've been reading suggest that never happened, and that it was a figment of the press's desire to whip up an interesting story that got people reading, which it did. It does, of course, beg the question about an audience who thought that was worth celebrating. But there have been speculations forever, and the early ones during the war were always, racist and cultural, where this is just how the Japanese are. Since then, there have been a lot of interesting ones, including ones from Japan. And just to give you an idea of one of them, they'll talk about the brutality in the Japanese army, where apparently being punched in the face hard with a closed fist by your superior was not uncommon. And there's plenty of reports about people having to commit executions or the killing of POWs as part of a sort of blooding you. It's a very old-fashioned idea. Once again, a lot of the things the Japanese are going to be in trouble for in the Second World War are things that people didn't even bat an eyelash 500 years ago about. In fact, 500 years ago, they wouldn't have known it ever happened outside of a very close geographical area. That's another thing that's different about Nanking. There's telegraphs there. There's embassies. There's Westerners. There's U.S. and British boats, ships in the Yangtze River. The real world outside this area is going to hear about what's happening inside Nanking, and they're going to hear about it while it's going on. It's a thoroughly modern situation that we have seen over and over again since, where there will be some terrible atrocity, crisis, humanitarian disaster, genocide, war crime going on somewhere in the world and unfolding in real time. And all the great powers are kind of under the gun at that point when everybody says, my goodness, something has to be done or more people will die. But the world global geopolitical powers rarely react at speed on these kind of things. But it's been a little bit of an unsolvable problem. You see it in Nanking for sure, because what's going to happen there will unfold over a period of weeks. The world will be put into a moral quandary over what to do. So picking up the story, after the Battle of Shanghai, the Chinese forces retreat toward the capital, Nanking. I think it's like 140, 150 miles west of Shanghai. And during the retreat, the Japanese lead elements are trying to surround the Chinese. So this is a flight with the Japanese in hot pursuit. There are also civilians along the path. There are aircraft strafing and bombing the roads. You get this sense of chaos and bedlam and claustrophobia and panic. And, I've seen you've seen war footage since that time that you really get a sense, and the camera gives you a very good sense, of a combination of things that must have been working on these people too. The fluidity of the situation, right? Everything is moving quickly and you're in the middle of it. And also a complete lack of knowledge about what's going on outside your field of vision or whatever the person next to you can say. The combination of those two things is panic-inducing. So imagine a sort of a bedlam as this line of humanity pursued by the Japanese runs toward Nanking. The Japanese arrive close on their heels and mostly surround the city. And on December 9th, they're outside this walled city of Nanking. It looks like a sort of a European medieval city, demanding its surrender. There is a Chinese general in command of a hastily thrown together, but relatively, it's China, large number of soldiers. Some of them green, some of them old and reservist, some of them from the battle that just was over in Shanghai, and they're, not fed. They don't have their weapons. They're maybe defeatist. I mean, it's a bit of a motley crew, but they're going to defend the city. So for 4 days, they hold out before that general orders a retreat. He leaves, the government leaves, and you have now a city with hundreds of thousands of people, including refugees, that's being bombed, and no governmental services or anyone in charge. The Japanese have yet to take over, and it's one of the great stories, by the way, of this city's plight, and that's that there were a group of Westerners in the city. Most of the Westerners ran away as soon as the Japanese army came, but a bunch of different people, businessmen and others, humanitarians, doctors, stayed, and they weren't there to take care of all these people, but when that fell into their lap, they stepped up to do it. There's a little ironic twist to the story, too, and they recently made a movie out of basically almost playing on that twist. And it's that the guy that was sort of elected by this ad hoc group to be the leader was a Nazi, an ardent Nazi, as the sources describe him, a businessman, Rabbi. And part of the reason he gets the gig is because the Japanese government and the Nazi German government have been moving closer together. And maybe he has a little bit more pull with the Japanese that are just about to take over the city than maybe a British or American, or like there was a Danish guy. Maybe they don't have as much pull. So this guy gets the gig, and the movie, I saw the tagline, of the preview, and I think it said something like, he saved 250,000 lives, and you see scenes of him with huddled Chinese refugees, and he hides them from aircraft under a giant swastika flag. So there's sort of that playing with the idea that here you have the evil Nazis and yet there's a good person mixed in. It's a juxtaposition that you can hang a whole movie theme on. I don't know about 250,000 lives in terms of the number. I do know that this is 20 or 30 people. There's women in the group, doctors, ministers, businessmen, and they save a ton of people. And it's in large part because of the documents that they sent or the information that they kept track of, that we have a lot of these accounts. And when I wanted to spend 3 hours on it, I was going to go through all of the letters. Let me encourage you to get another book if you're interested in this. And it's one of the few I've ever read that should be dry as a bone, but it's actually in its own way terrifying because it's chronological primary source documents. So the cables and the telegrams and the letters and the pleas from these people, John Rabbi and all these people who make up the Nanking International Safety Zone, folks, as it's called. And you can read every day. These letters get more beseeching, more terrified, more outraged as the situation descends into monstrous chaos. On December 13th, the Japanese enter Nanking. There's a letter from John Rabbi saying, thank you so much for not shelling our little international safety zone that we've created, which, by the way, is nothing more than a part of the city blocked off. And on the sides of the streets where the border is, they put international flags. I think it was December 1st that the Nanking mayor, before fleeing the city, tells all the civilians to run into the safety zone because they'll be safe there, which allows the Japanese to then say that anybody who's not in the safety zone is ipso facto a bad guy. And what begins to happen right away is the Japanese start searching for Chinese soldiers because there's, as we said, a lot of them there. Another part of the atrocity here is if you are a defender, basically, of the Japanese army in this case, do you count the killing of Chinese soldiers as a war crime, right? I mean, officially, there's no question, but that allows some people to diverge here and say, well, we admit that these people who died were soldiers, but I deny the civilian side of this. In this case, what happens is there's a river, it's the Yangtze, that runs behind Nanking. And if you look at it, in order for Chinese troops to get out of Nanking and get away from the oncoming Japanese, they would have to cross the river, sort of go over to the more Chinese side and keep going. Normally not a problem, but of course, they were trying to create a defensive zone to thwart the Japanese, so they've been blowing up the bridges and everything that would allow the Chinese to get away too, and now they have to. So there are these harrowing stories of Chinese troops just at the riverbank waiting, thousands and thousands of people waiting for one little boat that could carry 3 people, like a canoe, across the river, and the Japanese are on the way. And if there's one group of people that knows that the Japanese are not taking Chinese prisoners, it's Chinese soldiers. So this sense of panic is palpable. And let me turn to some of the sources now. And I have a wide mix of them. And my apologies, as I said, I'd like to do 3 hours and I'd like to just read the documents to you because there are several that are like police blotter reports where they're trying to tell the Japanese commander at this hour, this woman was raped over here and the Japanese soldier spilled her sugar. I mean, it's literally like police reports, but it's all I could think of when I was reading it is how unusual it was to have something like this. And if you could have had a similar document, it would apply equally well to the sack of Carthage by the Romans, in ancient times. I mean, this is a modern day account of something you just don't get a whole lot of, but that's happened a lot of times in history. It seems woefully out of place in time, though. Here's the way Fujiwara Akira, contributor to the Nanking atrocity complicating the picture, said that the attack on Nanking was out of control from the start, with all sorts of units that were glory hungry and wanting to be the first inside the city. And there's a sense of out of control troops, such as the Battle of Cremona, with that psychology going on. So here we get another gradient. in the responsibility spectrum that we've been talking about. Do you blame Japan for what's about to happen here? No, it was a bunch of out-of-control troops, and in some ways it was. Akira writes about the Japanese units finding out on December 13th that the Chinese were retreating and leaving and trying to get away. He writes, quote, Japanese units learned of this retreat on the morning of the 13th. Skirmishes broke out in many areas as small groups of Chinese troops outside the city, now lacking a chain of command, desperately tried to slip past advancing Japanese forces. Then the surrendering began. Most of the Chinese troops still inside Nanking rushed to escape helter-skelter through the Pachang Gate, which led to the Shaquan Wharf area. From Shaquan, they hoped to cross the Yangtze by boat, by raft, or by clinging desperately to scraps of lumber, where they madly ran up and down the riverbank, only to encounter Japanese forces sent to cut them off. Huge numbers of Chinese troops became prisoners of war on the 13th and 14th at Shaquan, Mufashan, Changtun Gate, and the Shaohua Gate. With no avenue of escape, Chinese soldiers lost all will to fight. Despite trying to surrender in droves, most were killed in the pell-mell of battle. End quote. He then quotes from the diaries from December 13th, 1937, of two Japanese commanders, 16th Division Commander and 30th Brigade Commander. These are primary source documents, and 16th Division Commander Nakajima Kisago's diary writes, quote, we see prisoners everywhere, so many that there's no way we can deal with them. The general policy is, accept no prisoners, so we ended up having to take care of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But they came in hordes, in units of thousands or 5,000s, so we couldn't even disarm them. Later I heard that the Sasaki unit alone disposed of about 1,500. A company commander guarding Taiping Gate took care of another 1,300. Another 7,000 to 8,000 clustered at the Shinho Gate are still surrendering. We need a really huge ditch to handle those 7,000 to 8,000, but we can't find one. So someone suggested this plan. Now quoting someone else's plan, divide them up into groups of 100 to 200 and then lure them to some suitable spot for finishing off. End quote. 30th Brigade Commander Major General Sasaki Toichi wrote in his diary on the 13th of December, quote, the number of abandoned enemy bodies in our area today was 10,000 plus thousands more. If we include those Chinese whose escape rafts or boats on the Yangtze were sunk by fire from our armored cars, plus POWs killed by our units, our detachment alone must have taken care of over 20,000. We finished the mop-up and secured our rear area at about 2 p.m. While regrouping, we advanced to the Hoping Gate. Later, the enemy surrendered in the thousands. Frenzied troops, rebuffing efforts by superiors to restrain them, finished off those POWs one after another. Even if they aren't soldiers, for example, medics or priests, men would yell, kill the whole damn lot, after recalling the past 10 days of bloody fighting in which so many buddies had shed so much blood. End quote. So right there you see another one of those lines that some people take, which is the superiors tried to restrain them, but their buddies were killed and they were understandably upset enough to commit atrocities. There's also a ton of evidence, though, that there was a take no prisoners policy. Historian Herbert P. Bix, in his book on Hirohito, his Pulitzer Prize-winning book on Hirohito, writes this, quote, there were no orders to rape, in quotes, Nanking, nor did Imperial Headquarters ever order the total extermination of the enemy as the ultimate goal of the Nanking Encirclement Campaign. Standing orders to take no prisoners did exist, however, and once Nanking fell, Japanese soldiers began to execute en masse military prisoners of war and unarmed deserters who had surrendered. They also went on an unprecedented and unplanned rampage of arson, pillage, murder, and rape. The resulting slaughter continued in the city and its 6 adjacent rural villages for 3 months, and far exceeded earlier atrocities committed during the Battle of Shanghai and along the escape routes to Nanking. General Nakajima's 16th Division, in just its first day in the capital, killed approximately 30,000 Chinese prisoners of war and fleeing soldiers. End quote. There are charges that these orders to kill all prisoners come from the highest up on the scene, which by the 13th, I believe, is the Emperor Hirohito's uncle. There will be an execution or two after the war for what goes on in this city, but trying to figure out who's responsible for it has been an ongoing part of the debate. How high up the food chain do you blame this? What it really seems to be is this combination of two things. A ordered war crime from Western perspective, the killing of surrendering or captured POWs, because after all, you go look at the Soviet Union and the number of prisoners that fell into German hands after the June 1941 invasion there. And, they would have these giant Kesselschlacht, these cauldron battles, and they captured 250,000 people at a time. And you have these photographs of huge crowds of people or long columns stretching off into the distance, kicking up tons of dust, and them trying to figure out how do we barbed wire these people in a pen and keep them, and then how do we feed them? You didn't see any of that in this part of the war between China and Japan, because they're not taking prisoners, and nobody knows that better than the Chinese troops. So this sense of panic that's going on in the city, I was trying to think of an analogy. It's a little like getting 100,000 or more people in a soccer stadium and then having somebody tell you over the public address speaker that the doors out have been barred and armed gunmen are coming in to kill 150,000 people in the stadium. I mean, what is the mood like then? Well, if it's panic-stricken, that would be understandable. And this is when incidents begin happening in the story that become a sort of a hinge moment. If we were talking about communicable diseases or an epidemic, this is when it jumps species from merely affecting the soldiers and now affecting the civilians. Because in their panic, and quite understandably so, a lot of these Chinese troops, an undetermined number of these Chinese troops, are going to throw off their uniforms and throw their weapons away and dress in any civilian clothing they can find. They may be aided in this by the population because, after all, this is a Chinese city and these are Chinese troops, but the Japanese start looking for Chinese troops that have thrown away their uniforms and are dressed as civilians, and they start picking people out of crowds, many of whom are civilians, and executing them. And then you have the part of the story that just takes this to unbelievable, crazy levels, which is what starts to happen to the civilians. And this is where it looks like Cremona, because you have, and it starts, if you read the primary source materials, it starts on the 13th, and you start to get these requests. Can you please put more military police officers out on the streets because the soldiers are out of control? The main thing they're out of control with, although there's a lot of looting, is rape. And it's crazy to read. As I said, I wanted to do 3 hours on this and just go from one police blotter account to another, because it gives you a real-time, in a way, sense of what's going on all over the Nanking International Safety Zone, where they were getting more than 1,000 reports of rapes a night. And as one of the humanitarians working there said, the Japanese have turned the International Safety Zone into a public house, meaning a whorehouse. And they were often killing the women that they raped. It's worth giving an account from the victims here, the Chinese side. And in one of the books that I have, Nanking 1937 Memory and Healing, they have a Chinese historian who's giving what is, I guess it's the recognized Chinese view of this thing, and he pulls no punches. He wants you to know how nasty it got. And a person who says there were only 45 people who died in this whole incident would call the Chinese a liar, or their government a bunch of people just wanting to hold this over Japan's head. But here's what Chinese historian Sun Xiaowei says happened in Nanking. Quote, "In general, the massacre itself can be divided into two types of killings: mass killings and sporadic killing. Incidents of mass killing range from the murder of 10 to 20 to the slaughter of tens of thousands of people, with the greatest number in any one incident reaching more than 50,000. Sporadic killing included varying numbers of 3 to 8 people. Among the mass killings, in addition to those who died by the sword and firing squad, others were burned, buried alive, or drowned. Several, after being soaked with gasoline, were set on fire by gunshot, causing the wounded person to lie covered in flames, rolling and writhing on the ground, until finally dying a miserable death. Individual sporadic acts of torture and killing included splitting, gutting, slicing, piercing alive, and dog biting. Some were even burned with acid and then left burning all over. Others were tortured to death. 2 Japanese lieutenants amused themselves by having a killing contest. The first one to reach 100 killed won the game. Then they raised the limit to 150. In addition to killing, he writes, the Nanking massacre also involved rape, arson, theft, and other violent crimes. The Japanese troops who attacked Nanking raped tens of thousands of Chinese women, many of whom were then murdered. End quote. Anytime I find myself thinking that those numbers that the Chinese historians give are way too large, I recall that according to Tacitus, the Roman legionaries completely picked Cremona clean in 4 days. Nanking is going to continue for months. How much evil can you do in a time frame like that? And admittedly, they're not ripping Nanking apart with quite the efficiency or rapacity as the Romans were ripping Cremona apart. But if you've got months to do it, I imagine it's going to be pretty thorough. Now, if you say that we have spent too much time focusing on a single atrocity, when we're talking about a conflict that's going to go on to 1945, I would agree with you, except that we're not going to spend a lot of time necessarily on all the atrocities between now and the end of the war that deserve attention. What's more, you look at the raw death totals that the Chinese are going to suffer between 1937 and 1945 alone. And if you include the indirect causes of death because of the war, things like famine and disease, your numbers get to the 15 and 20 million people levels. If you want to go just with directly caused by violence, it gets down to maybe 12 million in a lot of sources. 12 million, 2/3 of which, by the way, are civilian. Where are their stories? Most of those people die individually or suffer in anonymity or are killed in small, out-of-the-way villages or hamlets. Who speaks for them? Let's let the relatively and comparatively well-attested to situation in Nanking, allegations if you're a denier, but still well-attested to allegations in the worst-case scenario, let's let those speak for all those other people whose stories didn't make it into the history books. The second reason to focus perhaps inordinately on an atrocity like Nanking is that it's one of a bunch of pre-war atrocities, and these will continue, by the way, during the conflict as well, that seem to set up this era where you have these brutal totalitarian type armies, at least the way the Western liberal democracies look at these things, that seem to be on the march, and they seem to be the bad guys in the story. Now, bad guys is an interesting thing to ponder, because in most wars, especially all the recent ones where you can get into the newspaper accounts and stuff like that, pretty common to portray one's adversary in almost apocalyptically evil terms. In the First World War, the Germans were called the Huns because Huns were about the nastiest thing British propaganda and others could think of in terms of slapping a label on them. And they helped out all they could on the German side by doing things that had been named the rape of Belgium and stuff at the time, shocking the genteel 19th century sensibilities of the age. Let the record show how exponential that can grow in a mere generation, because the outrage over the rape of Belgium involved about 6,000 people killed directly. Maybe those are the modern numbers. And we've already talked about what the numbers are in China. It's worth pointing out that if you take standard numbers for both world wars and compare them, look at the difference in the ratio of civilian to military casualties. In the First World War, standard number you get for soldiers killed is about 10 million people. About 7 million civilians in that war, it's estimated. In the Second World War, more like 20 to 25 million military deaths and more like 35 to 60 million civilian deaths. So several times more civilian deaths in the Second World War, less civilian deaths in the First. And that's the part that, by the standards of most war crimes or just individual perception, makes the Second World War so much more atrocious. A lot of people are willing to forgive all sorts of nastiness if it's done to soldiers, women, children, old people, the infirm, the sick, the non-combatants. It's much more harrowing and shocking when they're killed. And here's the problem with the good and evil narrative. Do you think that the Japanese textbooks are teaching their kids that they were on the evil side of this war the way the Western democratic textbooks tend to frame the Japanese side of this? Obviously, the Germans are Sauron, but the Japanese are one of the powers that work with Sauron, the Haradrim, the Easterners, one of those people. One of the reasons that countries like China have problems with Japan's textbook is, in their minds, they're not confronting this fact that, wait a minute, let's acknowledge you were the evil side of this war. Good and evil's a strange thing, though, isn't it? I had to think about this for a while, because who says a particular behavior is evil? You go talk to Genghis Khan about good and evil in the 13th century from the Mongol point of view, and he may have, I'm going to guess he has, a different interpretation of what constitutes one or the other, right? This is a perception thing. If the Nazis had somehow won the war and we were all having our concepts of good and evil framed under that regime, how different do conduct, for example, that the Wehrmacht carried out on Hitler's orders in the East after they invaded the Soviet Union, and it was this, no holds barred, all laws thrown out the window kind of conflict. How different does that look? You think the Germans or the Nazis, because it might be a pan-Nordic sort of empire, do you think they frame that in good and evil terms? And if they do you think they're framing their side as evil? The perception thing is hard to get past, isn't it? Because from the perspective of someone who grew up in what the post-war history books always call the great liberal democracies, the Western democracies, you have concentration camps that are being used as genocide factory assembly lines. You pretty much, by our value system, staked out where you are on the good-evil side of the divide pretty clearly. The Japanese had something that reminds you of some of the Nazi medical science. Put that in parentheses or quotes. They had a Unit 731, it was called, in Manchuria in northern China, that conducted experiments on humans and had vivisections and infected fleas with bubonic plague and then dropped them by air over Chinese cities and recorded the data, evil stuff like that. From our Western liberal Enlightenment era based value system, that's unrepentantly evil. Now, if you take yourself out of those shoes, though, I went and read the arguments, as anyone should, that the people who defend other points of view on this make. Usually, if they don't just deny the information outright, as the deniers of the Nanking atrocity or of the Holocaust do, they will say, yes, but. Yes, we did these things and people are terrible, but you did terrible things too. Things that are often not admitted to or accepted by the liberal democratic post-enlightenment side of this thing. For example, strategic bombing. We talk to people in Japan or in Germany who lived the reality of their cities being bombed by sometimes hundreds of aircraft, sometimes multiple times, sometimes with atomic bombs, and they have an interesting perspective on it. I'll never forget one of them saying to me, if the same result had been achieved the old-fashioned way, if you'd come in here and done with bayonets the functional equivalent of what you did with bombs from a distance, how does it look then? Hard to get over the idea it looks a little like Nanking, doesn't it? Here's the thing. You go to someone on the British end of things, though, that were on the receiving end of the Blitz, the Luftwaffe's bombing of London and Britain, instead of saying, yes, that's how we felt too, you'll often hear them say, tough, you started it. What you got back was reaping what you sowed. And that's an interesting argument and kind of understandable in human terms. Here's the problem. There's always been an implication that the people that are being bombed somehow deserve it. And I always try to remind myself, if my country ever got into a war with someone else and I got bombed by them, would I somehow think I deserved it because of the role I played in supporting my country's policies or supporting my country? Or would I think that I was just a person caught in the gears of history, that I had little control over what really happened, and that there's really no good excuse for these bombs to fall on me? The other argument you will sometimes get, sometimes from other Asian people, sometimes other Asian people who are also victims of the Japanese, is they will bring in the question of colonialism. And they will say something like, sure, the Western democracies were on their good behavior and did relatively well in terms of controlling their troops and behaving well, militarily speaking, during this conflict. But look at the situation after the conflict, and more importantly, look at the situation beforehand with centuries of colonialism. Add up all that stuff and all those evils and put them on the balance scale too. Sure, the Japanese were terrible, but let's not pretend that we're only talking about the Second World War here when we're adding up who's been terrible to whom when. This is about walking a mile in the other person's moccasins, and it's important to consider those points. It is worth pointing out, and many here in the West would, that the terrible things done as part of the effort to win the Second World War comes after these sorts of incidents that we're discussing here, and maybe are necessary because of the kind of incidents we're talking about here. That's why we spend so much time on this man-king atrocity, because it's hardly the only thing going on. This would be an appropriate time to zoom out of the story here. Keep one part of your peripheral vision always on China, though, because the Japanese biggest fear of getting bogged down in an endless war in China is going to come true. We compared it to an addiction earlier. They're fully addicted. They don't know how to get out. And the more they conquer, the worse their troubles are. When the atomic bombs are dropped at the end of the war, the Japanese are still bogged down in China. I have this weird upside down, backwards mirror image funhouse sort of view of the strategic situation facing the Japanese in China. It's like this weird turnaround of the United States' strategic dilemma in the Vietnam War. I mean, there you had this giant continental power, the U.S., bogged down and unable to extricate itself with any sort of peace terms they can live with in a place, what would you say, roughly just vaguely the size of something like California. The Japanese, in the Chinese version of this, they're more like the size of California, and they're bogged down in a guerrilla war, and not always a guerrilla war, in a continental landmass the size of the U.S. The first thing I'm thinking about if I'm in the Japanese leadership is I don't want any more trouble with anyone else. I'm busy. And the Japanese will continue to conquer city after city after city. They will control the railway lines that connect these cities, the roads that connect these cities. And the Chinese can just keep moving their capital as far away as they need to go to be out of the Japanese, range of the bombs, although they do fall on the Chinese capital from time to time. And the countryside is infested with nationalist armies, communist armies, guerrillas, insurgents, warlord troops, bandits. And there will be hundreds of thousands, usually close to 1 million Japanese troops, some of their best forces too, all requiring supplies all the time in this theater for the entire war. Now, as we said, we have to zoom out at this point in the story because events elsewhere in the world are going to have more of an effect on what happens in this part of the world than anything that's happening in this part of the world. I mean, for example, as the Europeans begin to slide toward the Second World War, the Japanese are watching. And as that war breaks out and gets underway, they're paying attention to the results and reacting accordingly. In other words, like many powers, they're trying to read the lay of the land. And as the Second World War will break out, the lay of the land's going to change quickly. Tough to know which horse to bet on when things are so fluid. The 1930s, as we should point out, and it is important to understand the context, is a pretty crappy decade for most countries. It is in the great depths of the Great Depression. And it is hard to exaggerate what that means. I mean, people think of economic hard times, but it opens the door to all sorts of political instability and problems on every front. And so people like Franklin Roosevelt in the United States and leaders everywhere had their hands full trying to pull out of this economic nosedive. Nobody was prepared to spend a lot of money or a lot of political capital or ask the country to give some great sacrifice for some cause around the world when you hardly could handle the problems that put people in soup lines in the streets of your major cities. 1938 is the key year where things really spiral out of control, although it's not always apparent that that's what's happening. Many people have suggested that it would have been very easy to imagine the Second World War breaking out in 1938. I mean, you have a lot of things happening. You have the Anschluss, where Germany annexes Austria. You have the huge situation over Czechoslovakia and the Sudetenland and all that stuff. You have the peace in our time Munich Agreement. And I should point out something because and I'll try not to get on my soapbox here, but it drives me crazy. The Munich Agreement, of course, is where the Prime Minister of Britain, who had gone to a conference with Herr Hitler, comes back, gets off a plane, and I've seen this, you can go see it in the museums over in Britain now, waves this document with his signature and Hitler's signature on it, and declares basically that this is peace in our time, and people applaud. Chamberlain is a reviled figure to most people today. He's seen as a weak appeaser that should have confronted Hitler. I mean, there's a million things we throw at all these people. These weak-kneed, pre-Second World War political leaders, totally forgetting two major things and about 1,000 minor things. Let's go into the two major things. The first one is these people had already lived through the worst war that they could ever imagine. 20 years ago, before the First World War, nobody really knew what they were getting into. In the 1930s, everybody knows what they're getting. They're getting the First World War, only worse again. And to many of these people, they thought they saw their civilization nearly knocked out in that war. If you're going to have another one, and it's going to be worse, and you're starting it from the Great Depression levels of economic health, what's the likelihood you're going to survive this time? What's the proper price to pay to avoid that outcome? Now, what about the public support for any policy like that? This is the other thing that is widely forgotten in a place like the United States especially. People who we laud for being ahead of the power curve on this, guys like Winston Churchill, who foresee all this sort of and are screaming for confrontation and a more bellicose policy to ward off all this stuff. That's his rationale, right? We'll avoid this war if we're tougher now. The guy is like in the political wilderness in this period, and he's derided by many as a warmonger. So he's sort of out of steps with the attitude of the times. As we all know, this war is going to break out in 1939. A month after it breaks out, there's a public opinion poll of Americans on the issue of the war. It's quoted by Francis Pike in Hirohito's War. I think it's a Gallup poll, but I'm not sure. The poll taken had 84% of respondents saying that they wanted Britain and France to win the war. Only 2% wanted the Germans to win. But 95% wanted to stay out of the war. Well, first of all, this is more reflective of the America of that time period. Much less interventionist throughout its entire history than now. But when you think of those kind of overwhelming numbers in a system where the political leaders are elected, what is it responsible to expect them to do? How many people are going to go against that kind of supermajority? What's more, in a philosophical sense, in a system where the people are supposed to sort of broadly decide the course of the nation, if 95% of them wants to take a left turn at the fork in the road, where's the moral justice in the political leaders making a right instead? So I think we judge these people harshly and assume, that they had more ability to do what we want them to do than they did. And of course, let's remember the most important part: whenever you do something like the Monday morning quarterbacking in history, we know how things turn out. They don't. Now, that having been said, Famously, the Munich Agreement falls through. Poland is invaded September 1st, 1939. Poland had been given a guarantee by Britain and France because they finally had enough of Hitler's, I don't want any more territory, don't worry. And when the Nazis refused to leave Poland after it's demanded of them, the war is on in Europe, and the Japanese are watching. Now, as we know, Poland is overrun quickly. The post-war propaganda calls it blitzkrieg. What it really looks like is just the First World War tactics and strategy and philosophy developed over 20 years. Then there's this period that's sometimes called the phony war, where nothing much is going on. And then in April 1940, Germany invades Denmark and Norway and conquers them pretty quickly. And then a month later, not even a month later, I don't think, in May 1940, a bunch of things happen. Not necessarily in this order. Winston Churchill becomes Prime Minister of Britain. So now we have one of the major players in this story ensconced in power, a decision maker. Famously pit bull-like in his bellicosity, and yet at the same time, seemingly the right man for the job, because, if Churchill was a bit of an antagonist and a fighter that was a little bit embarrassing in more peaceful times, he's exactly what you need now that the war is going, isn't he? But May is also the month where the phony war ends on the Western Front. The Germans blow through a couple of neutral countries and then into France. Now, we should point out another reality during the time period that's often forgotten now. France is widely considered to be the strongest land power in the world at this time period. Many international calculations are based on this assumption. This assumption will prove to be false quickly. France will be defeated in a mere 6 weeks. To put that in perspective and to understand how incredibly shocking that is for this time period, you're talking about a country here that only 20 years previously had spent more than 1 million of their soldiers' lives holding off arguably the greatest army of the age, the First World War German army, for more than 4 years. And remember, not only is France defeated here, but the Dutch are defeated as part of the Germans blowing through this area, and the British look like they're 5 minutes away from succumbing as well. If you're making calculations based on world events in Japan, all of a sudden all of these valuable areas in your neck of the woods that are controlled by the Dutch and the French and the British don't seem so formidably defended anymore. And remember, if you're Japan, you might not even be looking at those places. If you could just hold on to China and conquer it and use its resources, that's all they need, really. It wouldn't give you everything you wanted, but if Japan's looking to be a great power and they think they have to suck up China to do it, everything in their policy is based on being able to maintain that addiction. They only start looking towards some of these other tempting areas like French Indochina, modern-day Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, because some of the more obvious avenues towards supplying your war machine are being squeezed by other powers. If you go look at the economic side of the Second World War, which is a very popular way to look at it lately, and I find it very valuable in terms of understanding some of the deeper motivations. All of the Axis powers were concerned with self-sufficiency. Autarky is what it's called. And this is actually playing into the global trade situation and involves economics in a way that kind of explains war motivation very well. But the reason that countries like Germany, for example, wanted self-sufficiency was in part because they had been starved to death in the First World War when their shipping and trade was cut off by the British Navy. These countries wanted the flexibility to be relatively immune to other countries' economic pressure. The Japanese wanted to do what they wanted to do in China and wanted to be able to flip the middle finger to countries that told them to stop. Unfortunately, in this time period, they depended on other countries too much. Historian James L. McLean writes in A Modern History of Japan, quote, "To the regret of many Japanese economic planners, in the late 1930s, Japan still depended upon the United States for nearly 1/3 of its imports, from cotton to scrap iron and oil, and matters seemed to be growing worse. Between 1929 and 1932, Japan purchased from the United States 36% of its scrap iron used to manufacture steel for munitions and ships. By 1938, American sources were supplying 74% of Japan's scrap. Similarly, in 1938, Japan received more than 60% of its imported machine tools and nearly all sophisticated alloys, such as vanadium and molybdenum, from the United States. Traditionally self-sufficient in copper, Japan in 1939 extracted 90,000 tons of that metal from its mines. But industry was gobbling up so much for detonators and shell casings that the nation that year had to import 105,000 tons of copper, 93% of it from the United States. The situation for oil, the most critical of all commodities in the estimation of military planners, was extremely desperate. Japan relied on America for almost 80% of its fuel, and for special distillates, dependence stood at more than 90%. In the eyes of economic and military strategists, by the summer of 1940, Western colonies in Southeast Asia had come to represent a treasure trove of raw materials, whose possession would allow Japan to vault into the ranks of the economic haves, to recall one of their prime minister's phrases, and thus to free itself from dependence upon an increasingly hostile West. End quote. You can see why a concept like national self-sufficiency might be attractive to someone like the Japanese, who are dependent on these outside powers to sell them what they need, especially what they need to keep the war machine running. So what happens if the people who sell you the stuff you need to keep the war machine running stop selling you the stuff you need? And that becomes kind of the crux of this story. I know many of you are as fascinated as I am by how wars get started. And there is no template. I mean, they're all different. The variables are never the same. But you can see, similar patterns. In this particular case, you see the pattern of a sort of inertia developing. You saw this in the First World War too. I believe I described it like someone pulling the pin out of a hand grenade. But you could also think about it like a fuse being lit. It's when events start to move towards collision, and at a certain point it almost becomes easier to run into each other and have a conflict than to break out of the pattern. And in this case, it's going to be a question of feeding the Japanese war machine that gets this dynamic going. And I was trying to get into all the tit for tat things, and it got very complicated because there's so many players. And as we said earlier, and it's important to remember, that in the Japanese government, just like the Western democracies, there is no hive mind at work. There are lots of different ideas over what the best foreign policy directions are to go, and different factions favoring different things. And based on events, some factions are exalted and others are in decline. So there's no concerted foreign policy effort that is without fits and starts and a certain level of chaos. But in the case of the Japanese, and we talked about this earlier in the story, their governmental design is already not wonderful in terms of accountability and the lines of command and all these things. When we start getting to a moment where the stress level and the need for efficiency and clear thinking and clear lines of authority become really important, this government's going to break down in such a way that if you were a Japanese citizen, I think you'd have every right to accuse them of some kind of criminal negligence. Because look what the Japanese are, right around the time France falls, where they have a major war and commitment going on in China. They're already rationing luxury goods and fuel at home. The people are already grumbling. And then, 18 months later, when you add to that burden a war against the United States, Great Britain, France, all their former colonial dominions and Commonwealth nations, I mean, how the hell does that happen? Well, in a broad sense, it happens because of a decision to stop the Japanese war machine. if you look at it objectively, that becomes the issue where there's no give. And this is very controversial because everybody's argued forever what the cause of the Pacific War was and who's at fault. But if you look at it, it becomes pretty simple that the Japanese priorities and the Americans and British, the Anglo-Americans, maybe we can call them, priorities clash. And the priorities have to do with what it is the Japanese are addicted to. China. The whole reason I liked the addiction analogy was because of where we're coming to now. There's going to be the global equivalent of an intervention here, and the Japanese are going to be told that they have to stop inflating themselves on the steroids that are the Chinese resources and landmass and all that. And if they don't stop, they're going to get the means to that cut off. The means are things like oil. Now, worth pointing out, because it's interesting from a military history standpoint, the Second World War is really the first big war where oil is this super important resource, a war-winning or war-losing resource at a certain point. And we all understand most wars throughout history, not all wars, of course, but most wars have a component of resources involved some way or another. Now, what's interesting is over the eras, often the important resource that you need to have changes. Right? During the late Bronze Age, having the monopoly on the making of iron and stuff like that, that's a national security thing. Well, iron's still important in the 20th century, but something that wasn't all that important at all, petroleum in the Bronze Age, is critical in this era. I mean, think about the need to have it for your Air Force, if nothing else. But also, since the First World War, and really before the First World War, they started changing over from coal to oil for the fuel for all of their ships, all the major powers. Well, gee, that creates a dependency you didn't have before. And countries like Japan, which didn't have a lot of oil to begin with, let's just say almost none, a little in the Sakhalin Islands up north, but almost none, are in a bind if the people you normally buy oil from decide to squeeze you. This is an interesting thing to look at because I remember as a kid growing up, I lived through something that if you look in your history books now is a known historical event with long-term, huge ramifications that we still live with today. At the time, we just called it the oil crisis when I was a kid in 1973. Long story short, a cartel of oil-producing nations who wanted to get the United States and friends to change their foreign policy priorities as they related to Israel, because there was a war in the Middle East going on, decided to squeeze the United States and friends' oil supply to get the price to rise, to sort of coerce, might not be a strong enough word, petro-blackmail is a word they sometimes use, to get the United States to change its foreign policy. The attitude that the U.S. government had was completely understandable and predictable. The attitude they have is no great power is going to let anybody dictate what their foreign policy priorities should be. And there were a few people in the Nixon administration that were basically talking about, listen, if you don't sell the oil at a decent price, we're going to come and take the oil. You can't monopolize a world resource that everybody depends on like this. So you can understand the idea of no great power is going to let another country dictate what its priority should be. But during this period in time, that's exactly what the Anglo-American nations are going to do to the Japanese. And in the same way, it's hard to imagine the United States knuckling under to the demands of an oil cartel and changing its foreign policy. It's hard to imagine the Japanese publicly, with their tail between their legs, completely altering more than a decade's worth of foreign policy and doing what the great power tells them to do. Otherwise, they won't get any oil, which they really needed to run the war machine in China, which they wouldn't be in anymore. But because it is so obviously something that might lead directly to war, there has always been one side of the debate in the United States and elsewhere about how much what we're going to talk about now, these economic embargoes and sanctions and asset freezes and those kinds of things, how much that was a non-violent way to express the moral outrage of the public at the Japanese treatment of the Chinese and all this kind of stuff, versus a shove in a direction that the people in the know understood would lead directly to war. That's why we're going to deal with a couple different sides of the debate here, because this is not settled stuff. Unless, of course, you're a very hard ideologue and believe what you believe. but there are a number of different ways to look at it. There's a place where power politics and moral outrage intersect. And power politics, realpolitik, and moral outrage from a country like the United States or Great Britain or any of these Western democracies, these things are usually at odds with each other. I mean, a lot of times you have people like National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger, who was Nixon's National Security Advisor, lamented the idea that he should be constrained by the public's sort of weepy attitudes towards nation states when he's trying to, create treaties that keep nuclear war from breaking out. Let's keep our eyes on the prize here. Nations have interests, right? And yet at the same time, how do you expect a public who's reading all this terrible stuff coming out of the war in China and babies being bombed and people being beheaded and rapes of cities about to happen any minute now in the story? How do you tell that public that they should just sit idly by and do nothing? What's more, what if your country is providing the means necessary for these events to even take place? Well, it's certainly understandable that people might react. In fact, you might worry about a country's population that didn't. In this case, with a nation so against going to war, what are the options that a president has in a situation like this, right? Well, this begins to become clear in October 1937 in a famous speech that the President of the United States, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, gives. This is about a month or two before the Nanking Massacre happens, but it's on the horizon. In the Battle of Shanghai, all that's happened. And Roosevelt gives this speech where he talks about aggressor nations, and he talks about their conduct being like a contagion, like a disease that will spread, and he compares it to what you do when people have diseases. You quarantine them, right? And he's suggesting that that's what should be done to these aggressor states. Here's a sample of the 1937 quarantine speech by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
It seems to be unfortunately true that the epidemic of world lawlessness is spreading. And mark this well, when an epidemic of physical disease starts to spread, the community approves and joins in a quarantine of the patients in order to protect the health of the community against the spread of the disease. It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace. It is my determination to adopt every practicable measure to avoid involvement in war. It ought to be inconceivable that in this modern era and in the face of experience, any nation could be so foolish and ruthless as to run the risk of plunging the whole world into war by invading and violating, in contravention of solemn treaties, the territory of other nations that have done them no real harm and which are too weak to protect themselves adequately. Yet the peace of the world and the welfare and security of every nation, including our own, is today being threatened by that very thing.
Now, if this seems like a rather weak speech in terms of specifics and whatnot, you wouldn't be the only person that says so. I mean, Francis Pike seems to indicate that Roosevelt kind of weak on all this stuff for a while. He said that this speech was just, Roosevelt sort of testing the waters. But we gave some polling information earlier that gives you an idea about the attitude of the American electorate during this time period. If the President of the United States thinks that there's a very important direction that the country needs to go, but the country doesn't want to go there, what should the President of the United States do? It's worth examining this enigma that is President Franklin Delano Roosevelt for a minute, because he's a key part of this story. He's unlike any other U.S. president in history. He was elected to twice as many terms as any other president in U.S. history, and they changed the Constitution after he left the scene so that that would never happen again. But it gave him an unparalleled amount of actual practical hands-on experience with the levers of government. Nobody ever moved them any better than Franklin Roosevelt did. Roosevelt, an unusually hard to figure out U.S. president. You would think a guy that was on the scene as long as he was would have all sorts of information attached to, his feelings about things, but he died in office early into the fourth term, by the way, which meant we didn't get the normal run of presidential memoirs and all that stuff afterwards, because even if it's a pack of lies or self-serving justifications, historians have a way of using that to really flesh things out and compare them to other events and whatnot, triangulate. But you don't even get that from Roosevelt. And he was a hard-to-read guy anyway, almost by his very nature. He still elicits extremely strong emotions in many directions. I mean, at the time, there was a euphemism for him that people who hated his guts used. They wouldn't mention his name. They'd call him that man in the White House. Conservative Americans often saw Roosevelt as damn near socialist, a man who exploded the size of the American government, put it in all sorts of areas where it had never stuck its nose in before, transferred money from the wealthier classes to the poorer classes, set up all kinds of agencies, appeared to be doing all kinds of things, spending all kinds of money, but were there really any results? Changing America fundamentally. There is a before Franklin Roosevelt and after Franklin Roosevelt America. He's arguably the most transformative president that's ever been. Again, part of it being how long he served, but also because when you serve during such major events as the Great Depression, followed by the Second World War, you're going to be around when all kinds of things are transformed. And you're going to be trying to ride the storm, as the captain of maybe the most powerful ship in the world. To a lot of Americans, liberals certainly, but a lot of poor, destitute Americans in the Great Depression, Roosevelt was a hero. If he wasn't achieving things, it wasn't for lack of trying. He was literally doing, programs where people did all kinds of things that weren't even necessary, and the government would hand them out a paycheck, although they also did a ton of things that we still benefit from today. All kinds of, conservation corps and all these things that would put people to work, simply to put them to work. Try to prime the pump of the American economic engine and get things going again. There were a lot of Americans who had food on the table because of Franklin Roosevelt. That'll make you pretty popular, might even get you elected 4 times. Defenders would argue that if Roosevelt put in a lot of programs that conservatives thought of as socialist, things like Social Security, by the way, or a Roosevelt New Deal program, he was up against competition from other forms of government, like Bolshevism and fascism, that took over in countries where political instability had taken hold due to horrible economic situations in part. Defenders would argue that Roosevelt managed to steer the United States away from either one of those extremes, and as one of my professors put it, gave the country a little socialism to avoid having them demand a lot. Views on Roosevelt run the gamut. Francis Pike, in his book about the Pacific War, Hirohito's War, talks about Roosevelt and points out that the guy is a hard man to figure out. He writes, quote, "At the best of times, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a difficult man to read. Henry Wallace, his former vice president, said of him," now Wallace speaking, "he doesn't know any man, and no man knows him. Even his own family doesn't know anything about him." Now quoting Roosevelt, "I am like a cat," he said about himself. "I make a stroke and then I relax." Pike says, quote, "Loved and respected as a leader, seemingly happiest in the company of women, he was an enigma, detached, enigmatic, and ruthless. While flying over Cairo, Roosevelt glanced out the window and said, 'Ah, my friend the Sphinx.' End quote. Former Time editor-in-chief Hedley Donovan, who had met like 7 presidents personally, knew Roosevelt. Roosevelt was the first of the presidents that he knew, and he then wrote a book about all these presidents. And in it, he said about Roosevelt, quote, FDR could brilliantly oversimplify. His best remembered single statement, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, is patently absurd and was probably excellent tonic for a country whose banking system had collapsed. But in the early and middle stages of decision making, before it was time to simplify and oversimplify, Roosevelt could be impenetrable. Rexford Tugwell, one of the early New Deal brain trusters, wrote, now quoting Tugwell, no one could tell what he was thinking, to say nothing of what he was feeling. Donovan continues. He clearly relished being hard to figure out. He liked secrets and had a few. He was often devious for good reason, but could also be devious just for the fun of it. General Douglas MacArthur, who despised him, said Roosevelt, quoting MacArthur now, would never tell the truth when a lie would serve him just as well. Donovan continues, quote, this was considerable slander, but FDR unquestionably did enjoy manipulation and maneuver for their own sake, all part of the great game of politics and power. But then he says, he was also a man of deep convictions and dedication and unquenchable idealism. He was firm and serene in his religious faith and had a decent sense of privacy about it. It is impossible to imagine him at a congressional prayer breakfast. He was impatient with the abstract or theoretical, in no sense profound, but spacious in vision, for America and ultimately all the nations. He believed, if not in the perfectibility of man, in a rather spectacular improvement in man's behavior worldwide. End quote. This impenetrability of Roosevelt's, though, has kind of worked against him in terms of his place in history, because it leaves a lot of room for people to speculate about his motives, and oftentimes it gets wrapped up with people's politics, ideologies, worldviews, and even conspiracy theories. Roosevelt's everything from a well-meaning moral crusader desperately trying to avoid war with Japan while still getting them to change their evil ways, to, on the very far side of the other spectrum, often conspiracy land, Roosevelt is a man who engineers this war years in advance, organizes it, pushes the Japanese into it, knows about it in advance, and then luckily orders the carriers out of Pearl Harbor just in time so they don't get hurt, because he's also aware that carriers are going to be, the new battleships in the modern age, which of course, nobody quite knew yet, but nonetheless runs the gamut. So who is this Franklin Roosevelt guy, right? Sneaky, conniving. But let's remember, he was elected originally, way back in 1932, to deal with the Depression. The things he did to deal with the Depression were really effective at the time, at least in making people feel like somebody was finally doing something. He left behind a lot of legacies that people in the United States argue over, everything from a bunch of different government departments to things like Social Security. Roosevelt looks to me like one of those people who has the reality distortion field ability. That was something Steve Jobs was supposed to have too. Supposedly, a guy like Jobs or maybe Roosevelt could convince you that a job that was really hard to imagine anybody doing anything about was totally possible, and we're on the way. Maybe Elon Musk has that ability too. But I read that Andy Hertzfeld was the one who said that the reality distortion field was a combination of charm, bravado, charisma, hyperbole, marketing, appeasement, and persistence. And that really sounds like a pretty good description of Roosevelt to me. I always thought one of the best examples of the fact that Roosevelt possessed this ability was that while never not admitting and being open about the information, he sort of made the country just forget that he was paralyzed below the waist. He got polio as an adult. He was confined to a wheelchair. You didn't see pictures of that. The pictures usually show him at a lectern or seated with other world leaders, fully appearing completely able-bodied. But he didn't hide it really. I mean, there was talk of it. Everybody knew, but he could just make you forget. Nowadays, it would be something that was celebrated and exalted and used as an example, right, of the possibilities. Don't let anything hold you back. The president himself or herself uses a wheelchair, right? But I mean, that's just Roosevelt was had an interesting sort of Steve Jobs-ish is not a bad description of him. But if you didn't like his policies, the reality distortion field almost seems nefarious, doesn't it? Now, some of the people who thought Roosevelt most nefarious are the people who wanted to see the United States stay clear of this new world war that had broken out in Europe. You know, by 1940, as we said, you have the German army blowing through France and occupying Western Europe. And by the way, the stories coming out from that, what a harsh occupation, how horrible it is something that moves public opinion yet again. It should be pointed out, because it probably played into it in a major way, that 1940 is a presidential election year in the United States, and Roosevelt is running for an unprecedented third term. I read one history that put it this way, when he said that Roosevelt and his Republican opponent were vying to outdo each other with their promises that they would keep the country out of the European war. In other words, there was no opponent running that said that they would get them in the war. It was a competition to see who could be most passionate about saying they would stay out of it. And when Republican hopeful Wendell Willkie charges that the president is secretly trying to get the U.S. into the war or doing things that would get the U.S. into the war, Roosevelt issues a denial, and then it becomes one of these big planks. They put it in the Democratic Party platform, and Roosevelt on the stump says it over and over again. I mean, this is from a campaign speech not long before the election, given in October 1940, where Roosevelt references all the other times that he said it. He says, quote, "I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars." End quote. Now, can you write that off as a campaign promise if he breaks it? Is this like, I won't raise your taxes. Oh, well, I guess I have to after he wins. There's a problem with this in the American system, too, because there's precious few ways for the public to weigh in on foreign policy in the country. The presidents or people who want to be the presidents often make promises about foreign policy. If they break those promises, what does that mean for the ability of the population to influence the country's foreign policy? For example, some of the people most upset with where Roosevelt is going are people that think that they can see through his lies. They see them as lies, right? When he says, "I'm not trying to get the country into war," they're looking at what's actually happening. And Roosevelt is mimicking many of the same things that Democratic President Woodrow Wilson did the year before the U.S. got into the First World War. Wilson also promising, by the way, that he won't get our boys, to give their blood in a European war. What is it, 5 months after he wins the election, they're there? And Roosevelt won't be the last president in the 20th century to do it. There was a very interesting argument, though, that I read by historian Campbell Craig, and I hope I get it right, the spirit of it anyway, but he was talking about American historian Charles Austin Beard, who had his reputation destroyed when, after the Second World War, he wrote a book that treated Roosevelt a little like a criminal in a docket, and he was the prosecuting attorney. And what he was trying to prove was that Roosevelt was involved in a conspiracy to take the country into the European war against the will of the country. And Craig had a very interesting argument. He said that some historians are mad at Charles Austin Beard for saying that there was a conspiracy. And Craig says, but there are conspiracies in the U.S. government all the time. And he lists some. He says the conspiracy is not the problem and the reason that Beard was discredited. Beard was discredited because Roosevelt turned out to have done what the American people afterwards decided they approved of. So maybe you could compare him to the way we talked about Churchill in the era where Churchill was out of power. His bellicose nature was out of touch with the tenor of those times. Could Roosevelt be said to be more far-seeing than the American public? They may, 95% of them, say they don't want to get involved in this European war, but maybe Roosevelt knows better. And if I read Campbell Craig correctly, he's saying that the public opinion polls after the war and the approval rating that people had for that, and the fact that a guy who didn't want to be in that war, Charles Austin Beard, would have the public turn on him because it's such an unpopular attitude, maybe the argument is FDR was right. Sometimes you have to lead from the front, right? And if the American public aren't ready yet, I'm ahead of the curve. They will agree with me when we get there. Although, as we said, it was an election year, and if you want to read the polls a certain way, you could argue that Roosevelt was doing exactly what the polling data seemed to want him to do, right? You have an overwhelming majority that do not want to send our boys over there to fight, but you also have an overwhelming majority that want to see Britain and France prevail. So if those are the parameters, what sort of room for maneuver do you have? Well, many of the same things Woodrow Wilson did in the First World War. For example, you could help the Allies. That's a bit of a problem when you're portraying yourself as a neutral country, which is officially what the U.S. was portraying itself in the First World War as, too, a neutral country. And you get arguments again. Marine Corps General Smedley Butler, I think he's still the most decorated American soldier. Could be wrong about that, but I think so. Wrote a whole book, small book, but a whole book, talking about how we were following the same pattern again, and we're just going to run into the same kind of problems, and that the people in power know this already. Charles Austin Beard himself, 8 years before the war, predicted it would come from an incident or a provocation, and then there you go. Well, when you have German submarines torpedoing British merchant ships 5 seconds after they leave the eastern seaboard's ports, maybe with some Americans on them, isn't that just setting up a provocation? Isn't that exactly like what happened in the First World War? I think there's a Life magazine photograph, I think I remember, showing the explosion of a tanker or something heading for Britain right off the U.S. shore, and you can see the lights of like New Jersey's boardwalk or something in the distance at night. You got to be crazy to think that that's not going to lead to something that sucks a country into the war. What's more, Roosevelt's got an undeclared sort of war going, and it's understandable why you would, sending U.S. destroyers out to stalk those German submarines, right? The neutral country. But Roosevelt could argue, and a lot of Americans would agree, hey, we can't have submarines torpedoing people so close to us. An argument can be made that Roosevelt was sort of following. He said he was pushing it to the limits of the law, but the country into war, that he every step of the way doing the next logical step in a progression and hoping it didn't go any farther. Certainly you can make a better argument for that in Asia and the Pacific. Roosevelt is quoted in a couple of my history books as saying that he didn't want war in the Pacific because he only has one navy, and the implication is he's going to need it in the Atlantic against the Nazis. But let's be honest, with a guy like this, that doesn't mean anything. He's much more nuanced and layered than that. Some of the modern histories I've read on this have a very interesting viewpoint that I hadn't considered, which shows you the blind spot in the kind of histories we used to read. The more modern histories point out things from the other side that make clear things that we've forgotten. And one of them is that debating whether or not Roosevelt wanted a war against Japan in the Pacific ignores the fact that he already has one. It just doesn't involve U.S. troops. Authors like Franco David Macri and others essentially refer to the war in China as a proxy war, not just for the United States, but for Great Britain, who's doing much of the same stuff, and the Soviet Union, all of whom have an interest in keeping Japan bogged down. So all of them are at one time or another providing arms, resources, supplies. Some of the histories make a case that this becomes a wonderful thing that Japanese commanders who've been promising great victories and are failing can blame things on. And you do once again see the similarities in the Vietnam War era, where all of a sudden it all became about the Ho Chi Minh Trail. If we could just shut down that network of resupply roads down, the outside powers like China and the Soviet Union who are supplying the North Vietnamese won't be able to get their stuff to them and we'll win. In this case, the Japanese become obsessed with shutting off the many, leaking like a sieve, because it's about the geographical size of the U.S., as we said, the many resupply points that the Chinese have. They have the Soviets in the north. The British are leaking stuff over from Hong Kong, the Burma Road. There's stuff coming over from French Indochina, and the U.S. is fits and starts doing stuff too. They sell at below cost, all kinds of things. At one point, the Soviets will deliver like 800 planes and the advisors to teach you how to fly them. If you are the Japanese And you need a nice victory in China to free up, this is a food eating contest. The Japanese sat down to a giant plate of pancakes, and they're halfway through the pancakes now, and they're starting to realize, holy cow, I'm not going to make it through this. Meanwhile, other people are secretly, the Soviet Union, Great Britain, the United States, piling more pancakes on the table when you're not looking. And every time you turn around, there's more pancakes. You're already almost full. By 1939, the Japanese won out of China. It's like they're addicted to it, but they got too much. There was an old comic book episode once about that you're going to steal Superman's power and you want it, but then you couldn't handle it all and you just overdosed on it. Well, the Japanese are looking to figure out a way to have their cake and eat it too in China. What that means is, how do we get out, but leave it in the circumstances where we control it, right? Puppet governments, things like that. They want to replicate what they did in Manchuria, now called Manchukuo, because it's a Japanese puppet state, just like Korea is. A lot harder to do that in a place the size of China, especially when you haven't defeated China yet. And in 1939, the Chinese win a couple of battles against the Japanese. Boom! They weren't ready for that. What's more, the Japanese, who always amongst the army had a huge contingent of officers that really wanted to attack the Soviet Union, got their wish, unfortunately, and a couple of things that were called incidents or clashes happened between the Red Army and the Japanese army up there, the Guangdong army, and the Japanese got their nose severely bloodied. 17,000 casualties in one of these. Led to some reforms in the Japanese army, by the way, but also blunted the enthusiasm that had been running in Japanese leadership circles for a crusade against the Soviet Union, which also turned Japanese eyes into other directions where things might be gained at less of a cost. This is what's known, by the way, as the North-South debate during this time period in Japanese politics. Do we go north against the Soviet Union? Do we go south against those possessions that are not so well defended now by the colonial masters? The Japanese sources invariably focus on two things that we in the West don't focus on as much: China and communism. Saburo Iyanaga years ago was pointing out, keep your eye on the prize. The Japanese this is all about China to them. All these other things that happen, including the war with the United States, all of this is an attempt to figure out how to solve their China war situation to their satisfaction. And communism is the other thing that they focus on inordinately, and we in the West forget that too. It's fair, I think, to call Japan the most fervently large anti-communist country in the world during this time period. That's really saying something in an age where Nazi Germany exists, but the Japanese hate communism, and they portray and they tell themselves, and they use it in propaganda with their public, and maybe there's even some truth to it, that this war in China is in large part a war against communism. They have their own version of what the West will have 10 or 20 years after this period, where the West will be worried about the domino effect, where communism spreads one country to another, like dominoes. The Japanese have their same sort of an attitude here. It's going to move through China, and then it's going to come to Japan. So they're going to stop it over there before it comes over to the homeland. Meanwhile, they're telling themselves that they're paying all this money, sacrificing all these lives in an effort to keep and protect the Chinese people who haven't fallen under communism's sway free, and even to roll back communism and free Chinese people who are the slaves of the Bolshevik and Leninist thinkers. You go talk to a Japanese parent who's lost a son in that fighting, you're likely to hear some sort of rationale like that. After all, isn't that what you would like to think your son died for? Other people's freedoms? It's a pretty high-minded cause. A lot of people's sons on all sides, and a lot of wars and die for things like that. Now, China, of course, is going to become, as we said, like an intervention, a big sticking point that it's hard to see anyone overcome, because the Japanese, in their minds, have to get some sort of deal with China, just like the U.S. had to get some sort of deal with Vietnam. It gets the boxes ticked off that it needs to get so it can leave. In Japan's case, those boxes really are control of China's resources. This is not something that the Western powers are prepared to let them have. So how do you get around that? Well, we had said that Japan was basically being confronted with an intervention by the Anglo-American powers. They pull, if you want to look at it this way, something more like a Kobayashi Maru from Star Trek. Like a third way. You didn't know I had a third option, right? Give up the drugs and we're going to cut off your money so you can't buy drugs. Well, maybe I have friends. after the Germans blow through Western Europe in 1940. Right around the same time, the Japanese signed an alliance with them. It's called the Tripartite. It was late September 1940. Creates something called the Axis, and the Axis powers, because India joined some other fascist countries, countries to be named later. This is a unification of the outside countries in terms of the club. All these countries want some sort of autarky, self-sufficiency. And unfortunately for all of them, none of them have oil. But Romania is that way, they know. But the Japanese joining the Axis powers is one of the fatal missteps and terrible moves that leads to tragedy for everyone in Asia. And it's often pointed out that it should have been avoided. Had you had a different kind of government with a different system of making decisions, you might have avoided the way things went. Because if you actually look at what people felt like, including the emperor, there were tons of people in the Japanese power structure that wanted nothing to do with the conflict with the United States and Britain. Avoid that at all costs. So how do you end up there? Well, there's a ton of missteps and miscommunication and misinterpretation and mistranslations. How about the misread that happens with the Japanese foreign minister who signs this deal, this Axis agreement? How about his misread of how the United States would react? This guy's name, by the way, is Matsuoka, and he is prominently portrayed in all the history books. His importance and influence is sometimes debated, but this is a guy who, on his resume, essentially calls himself the American expert. He graduated from the University of Oregon. He worked in the United States, then goes back to Japan, and he's the guy who thinks signing an agreement with Nazi Germany is going to help give you leverage against the United States, that that's how they're going to react. Japan was hoping for someone who would even up the scales a little bit in terms of its negotiating power against the West. And when you read what they were hoping for, including what the Prime Minister was hoping for, they felt like they needed somebody on their side. Otherwise, you couldn't negotiate with the Americans from any sort of position of parity, much less strength. And I think you kind of have to call it about 50% effective when examining the results, because it kind of did scare the Americans and get their attention and force a response. The 50% of the deal, though, that was not successful is it wasn't the response the Japanese were thinking they were going to get. It didn't make the Americans back off and think maybe they'd better be more cautious here, because otherwise maybe we'll be fighting the Luftwaffe in the Pacific, and the Wehrmacht will be defending some of these Japanese defense perimeter islands. And only the Japanese were certainly hoping that might be the case. And if you look at some of the promises the Nazis were making to the Japanese when trying to convince them to sign this agreement, which they tried to do the year before apparently too, they were sort of hinting that that's how it would be, right? I mean, if you get into a war with the United States, we'd be right there. Unfortunately for the Japanese, that's a worst case scenario for the Americans too, and a situation that maybe they could have looked the other way for a while and focused on Europe when it was just Japan, which had a limited amount of ability to really threaten the United States. Looked a lot more like something that had to be dealt with right away when it's the eastern wing of the Axis alliance and the tentacles are now stretching out over the Pacific and the U.S. is facing a war on both fronts. You don't walk away with your tail between your legs when that's the situation. You take it with an amount of deadly seriousness. The amount of diplomatic flexibility the Japanese are going to have after signing this agreement with the Nazis is severely limited compared to what it was before. They weren't ready for this fact that they were going to be lumped in now with people who had some of the worst press you could get in the Western democracies. I mean, the Japanese PR wasn't good already. We talked about the Life magazine photos of the babies being bombed in China and all these kinds of things, the rape at Nanking. Well, now you hook yourselves up in the minds of the American public with people who are diametrically opposed to the Western values that are trumpeted and celebrated. You know, you can flip a coin who's more opposed, the Stalinists in the Soviet Union or the Nazis in Germany. Nonetheless, I mean, these people are book burners. They persecute minorities and have government-sanctioned pogroms like Kristallnacht. They're against freedom of thought, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. They don't have any due process. They don't believe in equality under the law. They have a harsh occupation. They believe in collective punishment. The list goes on and on. And the Japanese have now thrown in their lot in the eyes of the Americans with that crowd. How much less willing to come to sort of an accommodation with the imperial Japanese government are the American people going to be now? And how on earth did a guy who graduated from the University of Oregon and worked in the United States get that one so wrong? To be fair, another aspect of this that we in the West don't always think about is the fact that the way the Second World War looks to us is not necessarily the way it looked to a bunch of the rest of the world, especially places like Asia. In the West, we see this as good versus evil. In Asia, in a lot of these countries that were under colonial rule at this time, it's a lot more questionable if it's a good guy, bad guy thing. It might be two bad guys from their point of view. Historian John Toland, in a book that was written way back in 1970, but still has some value inside it despite being outdated in other respects, including what we know about the Emperor. But I mean, he has a whole part, admittedly, trying to look at this from the Asian perspective that points out that, if you don't see the Western democracies as all that good, and a lot of Asia had bought into the promises, the high-minded sentiments from the First World War about self-determination and all these things that we fight for, and people getting to have their own states. And I mean, all that stuff was kind of believed. And as several of the freedom fighters in these countries had pointed out, a lot of the locals had died for those causes, only to find out after the war that it didn't apply to them. It was a racial thing. And even in this conflict, there's going to be exceptions for colonial peoples when the high-minded sentiments are trotted out again, is the reason why we fight. In this case, as Toland points out, there were a lot of people in countries in Asia who were darn happy to see anybody punching their colonial masters in the face, even if they didn't like those people so much. If you wanted to look at this as a strategic war gamer, the way I like to do these things, and you try to figure out, if you're Japan, how you ever win. I mean, the victory conditions for Japan, only Italy of the major players seems harder to me. But they hooked their wagon to Nazi Germany. Japan's a long way away from anybody. The only way they can win is to roll like a 00 on the percentile dice. But a 00 is this weird possibility that what they're calling the Greater East Asia Code Prosperity Sphere, that actually works, even though a lot of the cynical people behind it, don't even want it to work. But in this eye, imagine if you could somehow free Asia and be sort of the boss people of it. Well, all of a sudden, you open up all kinds of possibilities that aren't there otherwise. But this is why throughout this situation, even when the Japanese are undercutting this message of Asia for the Asians by raping and pillaging and doing all kinds of horrible things to other Asians, the idea has a lot of appeal. And sometimes you will run into quotes from famous people. Gandhi is one of them, Mohandas Gandhi, that make him look like a Nazi sympathizer. It's taken out of context. The context that needs to be added back for it to make some sense is this idea that, oh yeah, the Nazis are bad, but we didn't see the colonial oppressor as all that great either. And the really bad guy was doing something that weakened our local bad guy, and that was a good thing. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The point is that there are other ways to look at this. And if you're trying to look at it from a grand strategy point of view, it's like what was always said about the great mistake and the inability of the Nazis to capitalize on some of these peoples that they took over eventually when war would break out in the Soviet Union, because they could have come in there as liberators, and they were welcomed by the locals as liberators. They could have been the great freers of the people under communist domination, but because of their racial theories and their harshness and whatnot, they ended up turning a lot of those people against them. The Japanese didn't have those theories theoretically standing in the way. They could have freed Asia, and what would that have allowed them to do? Their problem, of course, is that they sort of wanted to take Asia while freeing it, burn down the village in order to save it, keep China while somehow getting rid of the responsibility of fighting it and policing it, and expand into other territories, even though we are totally tied down in China. Once again, it boggles the mind looking at it from the perspective of somebody sitting on the sidelines now. But Japan obviously has its hands full, and yet the real debate for it in 1940 is, can we get something else? And as we said, all of a sudden the Soviet Union seems like a little bit too steep of a hill to climb right now. So after they ally with the Nazis, or really right around the same time, they're able to arm twist is a good way to put it. Lean on is another way. The puppet French government that the Germans had put into place after they conquered France, and move militarily into what's now northern Vietnam, a piece of French Indochina. This is kind of the spark that starts the dynamic that leads now kind of very clearly and straightforwardly to war. It's a chicken and an egg thing, because you will get the Japanese folk who will say two things. One, this is just an attempt to shut down another one of these leaky areas where support is coming in for the Chinese, and everybody wants us to wind up this war in China. Well, we can't do that if these supplies keep coming in, right? We're just trying to do what you want us to do. The other thing, though, is that if they're going to have their raw materials cut off, they're looking for ways to supplement that. And one of the ways is to take the ones that are nearby. And unlike anything that might be up in the Soviet Union, these are hardly well defended at all. And simply by using bullying diplomacy, the Japanese occupy the northern part of French Indochina. The reaction on the U.S. and Britain and the Netherlands part is to ratchet up the sanctions. Now, the next big thing that happens that really influences this story is that just about a little bit over a year from when the world is turned upside down and the Germans take France and Western Europe, the Germans turn the world upside down again, and in an even more shocking fashion. In June 1941, the Axis powers in Europe launch a surprise attack against the Soviet Union. To say that sounds ridiculous, because when you're launching an attack that is several times the size of Napoleon's invasion of Russia in the early 1800s with the Grand Army, I think it was 500,000 guys in the Grand Army, multiple nations, several times that, and on a front that stretches from like the width of a continent, how the hell does that stay secret? Well, there were plenty of warnings, but one way or another, it had the same effect as a surprise attack. And initially and very quickly, the Wehrmacht especially, but the Axis armies in general, appear to be having the same kind of success that the Germans had blowing through France the year before again. And they are surrounding and annihilating not Red Army units, but Red Armies. And once again, the rest of the world is looking on in shock and trying to reassess what the heck this means. This is the last strand of Japanese foreign policy we have to weave into this story, because if you're a conservatively oriented person like I am, and like many of the Japanese leaders were too, they're looking just like I would be looking, to thinking they have their hands full with China. Yet there's this impetus to not miss the bus, as one of the sayings of the time were, don't miss the bus. A golden opportunity is the way another person put it, that these changes in the global balance of power offer. There's a decent case to be made that Japanese foreign policy, since they rejoined the rest of the world in the latter part of the 19th century, has always had a keen eye for opportunity. I mean, you never do any better than they did in the First World War. They gained so much for almost nothing, but they were very opportunistic. They were allied with the British and the Allies, remember, and they gained mightily. But they're trying to figure out what the opportunistic play is here, and they have a couple of different competing things going on. Competing thing number one, we already mentioned. There's quite a few people in the Japanese power structure that want no trouble at all with Britain and the United States. Traditionally, it's the Navy that is most credited, and Churchill often, would almost sympathetically say, the Navy didn't want this. Well, the Navy didn't want it because the Navy was going to have to be the one fighting it. And they knew that the British and the American fleets were the two largest fleets in the world, and you'd be fighting them combined in a war. The Army could puff out its chest and make all sorts of brave statements all it wanted to. They weren't going to be handling a lot of the shooting action. The Navy was. But there's also the two other elements that we mentioned earlier that need to be pointed out are still in play here, and it's crazy. The first one is the mid-level military officers are still having an impact. These colonels and people of these sorts of rank who don't have any of the responsibility of having to live with the ramifications of the decisions they push, they can just, in an aggressive and almost pugnacious manner, aggressively push forward with their policies. And for some reason, their superiors tend to be a little bit lenient or lax or tend to defer. It puts a lot of pressure, though, towards aggressive stances that shouldn't otherwise be there. The other thing, of course, that's exerting an influence in that direction, and it must play into the head of anybody that thinks, wait a minute, we need to back down now, this is going in a very negative direction, is the fact that recent Japanese history demonstrates that you're likely to get somebody killing you if you try a move like that. Didn't we say it was only a few years before some historians were describing the Japanese government as a government by assassination? That's still a problem. And if you're too, well, let's just say, non-super patriot, you could find yourself shot or your head cut or any number of other things that were happening during this period. And there were certainly lots of threats, and being anything other than a super patriot at this time period is to open yourself up to suspicion and maybe imprisonment. So let's remember the climate these people are operating in. But even the Prime Minister of Japan during this time period, he aggressively sometimes makes public statements, but he does not want a war with Britain and the United States and France. And the Emperor apparently doesn't want that either. So how do you get it again? Well, this golden opportunity, this don't miss the bus moment, that this change in the global situation seems to have influenced now that the Wehrmacht is cutting through the western regions of the Soviet Union, is to maybe take the rest of French Indochina and start making a few public statements to the effect that, maybe some deal is going to have to be reached for the supplies we need, or we might have to, maybe move south some more. And so right around the time the Germans attack the Soviet Union, the Japanese, again, not quite bloodlessly, but mostly bloodlessly, sort of move into the rest of French Indochina, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam. And this is the line in the sand for places like the United States, not just because they had been trying to get the Japanese to move in the other direction and it's like a slap in the face when they go the opposite way, but also because, as more modern historians have pointed out, the raw materials that they're actually getting their hands on in this area are raw materials that places like the U.S. need as well. So now it's not just about cutting Japan off, it's about Japan cutting the United States off from things they need. This is a heavy-duty rubber area, for example. So this is when the serious sanctions start. And it's funny because the negotiating position originally starts somewhere in the area of you need to get out of French Indochina, which is something that's kind of possible. But eventually it will move into the area of no, you need to tell us when you're getting out of China entirely, and it's got to be relatively soon. This sounds like a nuanced position, but it's pretty easy to explain. Once again, if you go back to our Vietnam War analogy and imagine that together, the Soviet Union and China during that period, the two other powers that might be considered to be great powers that could counterbalance U.S. strength, if they had said to the United States in 1967, when the Vietnam War is going, it's a long, long slog towards even defeat at that point. If they'd said, listen, you got to get out of here. Give us a timetable for when you're getting out. And the timetable can't be like forever, maybe a year, right? If the United States leaves Vietnam in 1968, it's the same as saying you're giving up and losing the war, because the war is far from over. The American position on China is we need a timetable for withdrawal, and it's got to be soon. It doesn't have to be in 5 minutes. We understand the practical limitations, but it's got to be soon. It may be designed to be too soon for the Japanese to do anything that they would consider to be winning and then go home. This is the intervention, right? Get out of China, or we're going to cut off your ability to do what you're doing anymore. This is the fuse being lit now. Winston Churchill, I like to quote Churchill for this story because he's a participant in the story. He has his own way of viewing things, and he's not unbiased by any stretch of the imagination. But he's interesting on the Japanese because he kind of likes the Japanese and he admires their martial culture. And when Churchill was sort of in his formative stages, the British and the Japanese were allies. Also, as a colonialist himself, as an empire guy himself, he can understand the desire and the feel that colonies are not inherently an evil thing when he talks about the Japanese. And of course, he dictated or recorded into a machine these histories that he wrote about the conflict. So they sound like him. They sound like Churchill talking to you. But he sort of encapsulates what happens here in his own way, with a little sympathy for the Japanese. Winston Churchill writes, quote, "The drastic application of economic sanctions in July 1941 brought to a head the internal crisis in Japanese politics. Conservative elements were shocked and the moderate leaders scared. The domestic prestige of the Japanese army as a constitutional factor in shaping Japanese policy was already involved. Hitherto, the Navy had exerted its restraining force, but the embargoes which the United States, Britain, and Holland had enforced cut off from Japan all supplies of oil, on which the Navy, and indeed the whole war power of Japan, depended. The Japanese Navy was at once forced to live on its oil reserves, and at the outbreak of the Pacific War had in fact consumed 4 out of 18 months' supply. It was evident that this was a stranglehold, and that the choice before them was either for Japan to reach an agreement with the United States or go to war. The American requirements involved Japanese withdrawal, not only from their new aggression in Indochina, but from China itself, where they had already been fighting at heavy expense for so long. This was," he writes, "a rightful but a hard demand. In these circumstances, the Navy associated itself with the Army in the policy of war, if an acceptable diplomatic agreement could not be obtained." End quote. He puts forward the old idea, by the way, that the Navy doesn't want the war, but because of the sanctions and the cutting off of fuel supplies, slowly but surely, well, maybe not even that slowly, the Navy begins to move toward the Army position on these things, a more hardline, anti-Anglo-American position. One admiral points out to the government that the fleet is burning 400 tons of oil an hour. The overall military need is something like 12,000 tons a day. Another official or admiral, it's disputed, is supposed to have told the government that this is like a patient who's going to die without surgery. Now, he still may die, even with the surgery, but if you don't give him the surgery, his death is certain. So in other words, showing the position that some of the Japanese now think they find themselves in, one of certain death, unless risky and still, potentially fatal countermeasures are taken. Now, I should point out that while some people say, and Francis Pike is pretty vociferous, that every one of these Roosevelt people knew that once you put oil on the chopping block, that this basically meant the Japanese were going to go to war. But in his A Modern History of Japan, historian James McLean says that Secretary of State Cordell Hull didn't see it that way. He really thought you could get the Japanese to see reason through something like this. In other words, if true, this was the peaceful attempt, right? The between the two world wars attitude sort of attempt to get another country to do the right thing, and not just the right thing for you, but in the long run, the right thing for them. McLean says, quote, "As the situation in China worsened after 1937, Secretary of State Hull became the primary proponent of waging an economic Cold War against Japan. In his view, Japan's reliance on the American market for strategic goods made the smaller nation particularly vulnerable to economic sanctions, and the systematic application of ever greater amounts of pressure would, at some point, he believed, bring the Japanese to their senses. The Secretary of State realized that he had to be careful about his calibrations. He did not wish to push Japan into a shooting war with the United States, but he did mean to convince the country's leaders about the folly of playing a high-stakes game in which the United States could continually up the economic ante. At some point, Hull hoped, moderates would return to power in Tokyo, Japan would fold its hand, and peace would be possible." End quote. This is why we had brought up, though, the history of Japan from before this era, to sort of set up the context, and let's just call it the national psyche of Japan during this time period. And of course, I don't pretend to know about it. It's something that everybody talks about. The fact that the Japanese have, what did we call it? A Rain Man-like laundry list of grievances. Places where they think they've been shafted by the rest of the international community, where they feel like they've been treated second class and that some of this is racially oriented. And in the minds of a lot of those people, this just looks like the biggest, baddest example of the same thing over again. What are you supposed to do about that? And certainly asking the Japanese to give up more than in any of these previous cases, because this war in China has already cost something like 100,000 Japanese lives, untold amounts of money, effort, the intense work of a generation of Japanese statesmen. What's the likelihood in reality of Japan choosing anything other than war in this situation? That's why so many people have suggested that it's an ultimatum by the time the United States is talking about get out of China or we're cutting off your raw materials and oil. The Japanese certainly saw it that way. Historian Marius B. Jensen, though, was interesting. He pointed out that it's not true, and it's not true because all of the ideas that made this look like an ultimatum were part of a Japanese construct. They created this artificial time deadline that put them behind the eight ball. If you ignore the time deadline, you could have months, maybe even longer, to negotiate. But because you want to keep the option of going to war open, there's as much of an artificial deadline limiting the time negotiators have to solve this problem some other way as they had in the First World War. And the First World War was all about, mobilization timetables and war plans that required precise, troop movements and people getting on schedule to places. Otherwise, the whole war could go down. So, that limited the time people had to do anything other than carry out the plans. In this conflict, it's the fact that the Japanese fleet is burning 400 tons of oil an hour, and the fleet isn't the only part of the Japanese military or the larger Japanese society that needs fuel. It's worse than that, though, and it's easy to forget. Francis Pike describes something that sounds benign. We can all understand the oil question, but what about the financial squeezing that's involved here, and what does that mean? He writes, quote, "On the evening of 25th July 1941, Roosevelt signed Executive Order number 8832, which subjected all of Japanese monetary assets held in the United States to control by license. The White House press release stated that, quote, this measure, in effect, brings all financial and import and export trade transactions in which Japanese interests are involved under the control of the government and imposes criminal penalties for violation of the order," end quote. The order, Pike writes, extended to Japanese colonies, including Manchukuo and China, to protect them from looting by Japan's puppet government installed in Nanking. All assets owned 25% or more by Japanese interests were frozen. When Wall Street opened for business on Monday, 28th July, the foreign exchange market for yen, the Japanese currency, simply disappeared. Japanese dollar bonds crashed to 20 to 30% of their par value. The Yokohama Silk Exchange closed. The New York Commodity Exchange suspended silk futures. In effect, the entire Japanese international payment system seized up. Japan's gold held in America became immovable and unusable. In South America, modest amounts of gold and foreign exchange were similarly immobilized by governments that followed Roosevelt's lead. Cargoes destined for America remained stuck on Japanese wharves. When Great Britain and Holland followed America's lead, the yen could only be used and traded within Japan's own empire. End quote. Another way to put that is catastrophic. The Japanese are also well aware that this imbalance between the United States and Japan is growing every day, not just because Japan's getting weaker every day, but because the U.S. is getting stronger every day. In 1940, the U.S. essentially starts its rearmament efforts and starts gearing up for war, initiates the first peacetime draft in the country's history, begins tripling budgets and spending all kinds of money that just the year before Congress would have laughed at the idea of appropriating. The Germans taking over Western Europe and being so dominant has a way of shocking Congress sometimes into making up for lost time. The American system throughout most of its history, just for clarification purposes, has been one that's been somewhat suspicious of standing armies. And the lesson that the people who designed the constitutional framework of the U.S. believed that standing armies stood in opposition to long-term liberty. And so while the U.S. Navy has always been something that's been paid attention to, obviously when you have two giant moats surrounding your hemisphere, it makes sense to pay attention to something that you have to spend some time in advance building. You can't just say, oh, we have a war, let's build a navy. Usually you don't have the navy in time to use, if that's the case. Whereas armies in the old, say, Roman legion style of the Republic, you can sort of build from a hardcore of veterans, and that's what the U.S. military, the Army, was traditionally like. These long service professionals, but not very many of them, that whenever war was going to happen, all of a sudden you found yourself with all sorts of volunteers and Davy Crockett types and Rough Riders and maybe even some French pirates from time to time. Whatever you needed to get the job done. There were always enough Americans looking for a little action that you could raise enough troops without any sort of draft or whatever. And of course, when the war was over, they all went home and liberty is safe. It should be pointed out that even though the United States' industrial capability had been hinted at in the First World War, the U.S. was still gearing up by the time the war ended, and it was a U.S. that was nowhere near as industrialized as the Second World War U.S. was. When Hitler and his staff people were given briefings on this is a famous story, by the way, were given briefings on the industrial capabilities of the U.S., if and when it ramped up. The numbers that they were given turned out to be low, but they laughed at them, figuring they were fabrications. So when you put yourself in the other side's shoes and you say, why the heck did they think they could pull off anything like this? Let's remember that they didn't quite understand, and maybe even Americans didn't either, the capabilities of the United States once fully mobilized for war. And 1940 is the year the mobilization begins in earnest. And it's a catch-up effort because the U.S. is very far behind the powers that have been at war now for years. In the case of Japan, remember, this Chinese incident started in 1937. The other Chinese affair started in 1931. I mean, their troops have been on the ground fighting for a long time, and they've developed a lot of practical experience. The U.S. Army is a green force if there ever was one. That's not to say that the U.S. doesn't have some advantages in its back pocket. Take, for example, the fact that in many cases the U.S. is reading the Japanese secret messages. They continually, despite the Japanese belief that this is impossible, they continually break Japanese codes from the 1930s all the way into the war years. They don't always have all the codes broken, so it's hard to understand why, if they knew about A, why didn't they know about B? But for example, they're reading a lot of the diplomatic codes during this period. So while the Japanese are negotiating with the Americans are often able to read the messages the Japanese send to each other and the ones they send over to the Germans, and kind of gives you a little bit of an advantage in the negotiations, doesn't it? By the summer of 1941, negotiations are not going well at all. Positions seem to be hardened, and you begin to see this dynamic that we talked about earlier, this sliding towards war. I always think about it like a car accident I once had on a sheet of ice in Colorado. I was parked. I released the emergency brake, and I watched my car just slowly slide downhill, picking up speed as it went until it smashed into another parked car. I watched it in slow motion, but I could do nothing to stop it. I was powerless. And in some of the histories, that's the way it looks like even the Japanese leadership feel in this situation, right? There's not many rah-rah people about the possibility of doing this. And you wonder to yourself, if there's such a sense of gloom and foreboding, why on earth aren't they stopping it? It's one of those questions that always comes into play about the emperor. We mentioned it earlier. The emperor supposedly has the power to stop a war like this before it starts. I mean, he stopped the war eventually. If he can do it then, why can't he stop it before it starts? These were questions after the war that he was put to. In this case, the guy who's the prime minister is perhaps the next best person to look at and say, why didn't you do more? Well, at this time period, all of a sudden he decides to. And it's a little bit like trying to atone for past sins. He's an interesting character who gets a lot of criticism. He's a prince His last name is Kanoe, and he was the prime minister twice. Earlier on, he's this saber-rattling pro-Nazi guy, as historian Herbert P. Biggs says, quote, after the Manchurian incident, Kanoe had been vociferously anti-Anglo-American and pro-German. On January 21st, 1941, he declared firmly before a secret session of the Diet that, quote, Germany will win, end quote. Now he was just as sure that Germany would lose, and also sure that the senior officers of both services could not promise a Japanese victory, end quote. This guy all of a sudden seems to have like a crisis of confidence, and this is what brings the human element back into the story. If you see the slow motion car crash happening and it's going to kill lots of innocent people, and you're the prime minister and you have half of a soul here, what would you try to do? Japanese historian Ari Hota describes a conversation he had with another sort of member of the aristocracy, supposedly the only kind of people he could show his true self to. And he creates one of these figures where you kind of feel bad for the guy, even though a lot of this is sort of his fault. Kanoe is looking for a way out of this mess, and he thinks if he can have a one-on-one conversation with President Roosevelt, maybe they can solve this. Maybe they can stop the cars slowly sliding into the other parked vehicles, right? Can you avoid disaster? Can you repair the damage you caused? And by the way, she's talking about several of these Japanese aristocracy people. So when I give you some names, that's who they are. She writes, quote, at that time, Saionji was preoccupied with helping Kanoe arrange a meeting with Roosevelt. Saionji and many of his blue-blooded friends knew that a war with the West would be unwinnable. Matsumoto Shigeharu, the Yale-educated journalist who was a direct descendant of another illustrious Meiji oligarch, shared Saionji's concern. Quote, I have made a big mistake on Japan's relations with China, end quote, Kanoe confided to him. In a show of vulnerability displayed only to his social equals, the prime minister went on to lament, now quoting Kanoe here, the former, pro-fascist, pro-Nazi guy, quote, I am so ashamed and cannot face up to my ancestors. I do not want to repeat such a mistake, and I want to avoid war with the United States at all costs. If at all possible, I want to improve Sino-Japanese relations as well. I will give it my best shot, so won't you help me? End quote. It's interesting to wonder about a guy in a position like that who sort of has a moment where he wants to undo stuff and maybe sees in a flash or maybe a slowly developing realization the ramifications of what's involved here. Hoda describes a Japanese life insurance sale to its people right during this time period as a way to make money, right? Because they're encircled by all the other powers. And she brings it all home, though, when she talks about, well, let me have her explain it. She writes, quote, Japan's leaders let the diplomatic crisis brew. Meanwhile, its people remained ignorant of such developments. In a sweeping national campaign to raise money, citizens were urged to buy national life insurance. In mid-July, it was announced with great fanfare that 50 million policies had been sold. Japan's population was about 73 million, raising 10 billion yen, almost 40% of the country's gross national product for 1941. Most of that money, she writes, went to purchase government bonds to fund Japan's war in China. Little did people know that their lives would become very cheap, even worthless, thanks to the government they so earnestly supported with their hard-earned, hard-saved money. End quote. Not just that, but this is where the uber patriotism of the Japanese come into play here. As we said earlier, like everyone else, only more so, I still feel like there was a New York Times article just before the war broke out. It was quoted in John Toland's book, The Rising Sun, where someone over in Asia is trying to explain to the American public, not to downplay the Japanese national spirit and what they're willing to do. It's funny because if you think of many other countries in a situation where their government gets them in an unwinnable war, where the costs will be everything to everyone, they might overthrow that government rather than go to war. The Japanese people are different. If you could have shown the leadership a crystal ball that only showed 5 years into the future, they'd have given up anything. You'd have made any concessions in any sort of diplomatic deal. But barring that, they could count on the support of a people that takes patriotism to new levels. Literally the day before war breaks out, there'll be a cable sent to the New York Times by one of their people who is in Japan and understands the situation there better. His name is ootd. And the cable says that the Japanese people are refusing to believe that they're just about to get into a war with 4 nations simultaneously. Think about how many governments would be overthrown by their people if those governments got them in a situation that hopeless. But the Japanese are a different class of folk. And this writer is trying to point out to the New York Times readership exactly what things look like from the other side. And don't underestimate these people. After saying that the Japanese don't believe that they're about to face 4 nations simultaneously, he continues by saying, quote, "But their instinctive hopes are daily contradicted by the evidence of their senses. They listen to alarming statements by the highest government officials about the greatest crisis Japan has ever faced in her 2,600-year history. They are called to mass meetings to hear denunciations of the enemy, and they read a steady war clamor in the press. They see air shelters and water reservoirs being built everywhere in preparation for air raids. They are being drilled in air raid defense, especially in fighting fires, the greatest dread of Japanese cities. Finally, they see taxes and prices rising. They know that all these things are not done for fun, and that war, real war, which only a short time ago seemed so very far away, is rapidly stretching out its fiery arms towards Nippon, land of the gods." The cable continues, quote, "The people do not want war, but neither do they want to give up the fruits of the war that they have been fighting, which has cost them such a lot of blood and treasure. They have been told that this war is a war of self-defense, to obtain elbow room for the Japanese people, crowded into a few small islands with few national resources, and to liberate 1,000 million of Oriental peoples from exploitation by the white races. It would be a great mistake," the cable continues, "to assume that the Japanese are so war-weary that they would be reluctant to fight if war really came to their land, or that their war potential is as small or as straitened as the outward picture might suggest. As members of a divine family state in which patriotism and religion merge, they not merely say, 'My country, right or wrong,' but they're convinced with all the fervor of religious faith that their country is right, whatever mistakes in tactics individual statesmen may take." End quote. By the way, it's this fervor, something that's sometimes wrapped up into something the Japanese call the Yamato spirit, that those optimists who are hoping for a positive outcome in any conflict with the West are sort of basing their hopes on, right? If you look at 20th century history, by the way, there's a lot of places that have tried to overcome industrial and material imbalances by saying things like, well, we're tougher, or our fighting spirit's better, or what have you. And the Japanese have no choice but to put their hopes in the same sort of rationales. After all, the government gets a meeting right around this time period where they're told that Japanese industrial capabilities, even with all the steroids of the Chinese raw materials and everything else, are 1/20th of the United States' abilities. And by the way, that number is a low projection as well. So the Prime Minister, Prince Kanoe, puts his feelers forward and wants to have a meeting with Roosevelt in an attempt to, it sounds like, use this intricate Japanese governmental system in a way where he plays chess with the military officials and uses the emperor, the nuclear bomb piece on the chessboard, to sort of checkmate this war that's coming. In it, he says he needs the agreement with Roosevelt. He needs to come back with something. So he proposes this agreement with Roosevelt. Roosevelt can't come right away because he's meeting secretly with Winston Churchill on some naval vessels in the Atlantic. And they'll come out of it with something that's known to history as the Atlantic Charter. a template for the governance of the post-Second World War world is the shorthand, but there's a lot of high-minded Woodrow Wilson type stuff in it. Self-determination, people should be able to elect their own governments, a bunch of stuff that if you're the Japanese, looks like it's directed squarely at you. We celebrate it in the United States in high school textbooks here. And this is the kind of high-minded Western democratic idealistic stuff that, listen, we've lost a lot of human beings fighting wars for those kind of values. But if you're the Japanese and someone's saying that, we're going to go to war to shut down nations who won't let people choose their own governments, well, what does that say about China? Right? They're not choosing the Japanese to govern them. So it sounds like it's directed at them. What's more, it looks very hypocritical, especially to peoples in Asia, when the British are on board with this, because the British are one of the great, maybe the greatest of the colonial peoples. And so are you saying that this Atlantic Charter applies to you too? Are you signing on the dotted line and saying that you're going to let the people in India vote if they want to have the British government have the role the British government has in India in the 1930s, for example? And Churchill goes on to clarify, like a month or two later, no, we're talking about fascist and Axis-dominated lands here. We're not talking about, Singapore. Once again, though, to the peoples in Asia, this looks a little like, okay, it's World War I all over again. These high-minded sentiments don't apply to us. And even though the Japanese are raping China as they conquer it, they may not look as bad to Asians as they do to the people in the Western democracies. Roosevelt is apparently open to the idea of a meeting with the Japanese prime minister when he hears about it, but his advisors kind of shut it down. The Japanese have just rejected the latest diplomatic proposals, and the advisors say, listen, those need to be clarified before we meet. Now, as we've just discussed, though, how long can you put this off when the fleet's burning 400 tons of fuel an hour, right? So this becomes another one of the problems. And I'm not going to get into all the many things that happened in the last 6 months. It's a great era to look at if you are a fan of diplomatic history, the tit-for-tat things that go on, but also the many misassessments, misinterpretations, misreadings, and the mistranslations that happen. I mean, in a famous case, there'll be some Christian missionaries in this story, well-meaning folk who are trying to help everyone avert a catastrophe here that the Japanese think are working, as a back channel for the U.S. government, but really aren't. And this confuses matters for a while. I mean, it's one of these occasions where you wish you had what the Soviet Union and the United States had at one point in the Cold War, the bat phone, the red phone, the hotlines. You could just call up the emperor, the head of the Japanese government, and talk to them directly with instant translation. But you didn't have that. But even if you did, is there enough room on the core issues to compromise on any of this stuff? One of the compromises that the prime minister had to make to even reach out to Roosevelt was a deal apparently with the army that if the diplomacy didn't work, he'd set a timetable for war. Well, the diplomacy didn't work. Apparently, Konoye, who bears a significant amount of responsibility for getting Japan into this mess, didn't want to sign off on the ramifications of it and have his John Hancock on any war declarations or anything. He didn't see any way out. He said the emperor had basically gone over to the other side now, and so what's the point? And resigns. The emperor replaces him with one of the more hawkish figures out there, the head of the war ministry, former general in the Kwantung army, a man whose nickname was the Razor. His name is Hideki Tojo. And now we have in place the entire leadership that you're normally dealing with. When you talk about this conflict, Tojo in the American war propaganda was simply turned into the figure that Americans could hate in the same way that they had Hitler and Mussolini. He's the dictator of Japan is the way it's portrayed. And this continued for decades after the war because this became part of the propaganda that helped shield the emperor from war crimes charges. And by the way, several modern historians think the emperor might have been executed for war crimes had those charges been allowed to happen. But if you say the emperor is a puppet with no power, and you say he's a tool of the militarists, and you say this General Tojo's the head of the militarists, well, then you've just transferred all the emperor's wartime responsibility to this other figure, and that's what the American propaganda kind of did too. Tojo looks like your typical Japanese hardliner general, but not as far as some of those Imperial Way faction people. You can't really say he's like a Hitler or a Mussolini or a Stalin, because unlike them, he has a boss that it's likely that he saw as the living embodiment of a god. That's a very different situation than someone like Stalin or Hitler, for example. It also means that he has to do what he's told. There's a lot of theories on the emperor for all the reasons we've talked about, but one of them is that this move to put this army general in control is not what most people think it is. Most people think this is a sign that they've given in, they're going to go to war, and if they're going to go to war, they want a general in charge. But some people say that no, this is actually the emperor's sneaky attempt to avoid war. This is a minority point of view, obviously, but those who push this idea suggest that it's a Nixon goes to China kind of situation. The old switcheroo, the emperor appoints one of the really big, noisy hawks to this position of prime minister. He has all the respect of the other hawks and militarists, and then you, the emperor, someone this person sees potentially as a living god, orders this hawk to make peace somehow without war. And then he'll cover your rear end with the other militarists, right? Because he's got total credibility. It's an interesting theory. One thing that is for sure is that the emperor orders Tojo to pursue diplomacy until the last possible minute, and he follows the emperor's orders. But he's working with a deadline now. And it's a deadline that changes a couple of times, but eventually becomes a hard deadline where you have all over Asia now preparations in place. Men are on the move. Shipping is being co-opted. Things are happening and preparations are underway. Unless something intervenes to stop now this momentum, things are going to happen, as will be said in the future, automatically. The inertia we've been talking about for a while now is becoming almost unstoppable, and the final deadline now for some sort of diplomatic breakthrough is the end of November.
Okay, so athleticism.
There's a lot of different interpretations about Hideki Tojo and the kind of guy he is. One thing you never read about him, though, is any sort of suggestions that he was insane. And yet that's basically what Winston Churchill is saying, that any Japanese government that would allow their country to slip into a war with the Anglo-Americans at this point is crazy. Suicidal is the way I think he puts it. Churchill writes, right after the war, quote, "It had seemed impossible that Japan would court destruction by war with Britain and the United States, and probably Russia in the end. A declaration of war by Japan could not be reconciled with reason. I felt sure she would be ruined for a generation by such a plunge, and this proved true. But governments and peoples do not always take rational decisions. Sometimes they take mad decisions, or one set of people get control, who compel all others to obey and aid them in folly. I have not hesitated to record repeatedly," he writes, "my disbelief that Japan would go mad. However sincerely we try to put ourselves in another person's position, we cannot allow for processes of the human mind and imagination to which reason offers no key." He sums up, though, by saying, quote, "Madness is, however, an affliction which in war carries with it the advantage of surprise." End quote. The word surprise is italicized in the original. In order to get a little background on how any surprise might take place when you're talking about powers that are so far away from each other, you got to go back to 1940. We're in 1941, late 1941 in this story. Go back to 1940 when, as part of the demonstrations of resolve and the public displays to sort of bolster diplomacy and whatnot, the Roosevelt administration did a couple of big moves. One of them was to reactivate General Douglas MacArthur, U.S. general who was acting as field marshal of the Philippine military, I think at the time, reactivate him in the Philippines and let him sort of publicly start consolidating and preparing just in case, sending a message to Japan. The other thing that was to demonstrate resolve and all that kind of stuff the Roosevelt administration did was they took the U.S. Pacific Fleet, which was normally based on the west coast of the United States, and moved it to Hawaii, what is still a 6-hour jet plane ride towards Asia from the U.S. West Coast, based it in Pearl Harbor. But one man's intimidation move could be another man's opportunity. But it takes a person who's almost a little bit crazy to see it that way. Sometimes that's what creative geniuses are. Sometimes it just requires somebody willing to gamble farther than most people are willing to go. Enter Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto into the story. If the name's familiar, he's famous, and he's famous for both being a creative military genius and a crazy gambler. If you met him in person, you probably would not be very intimidated. He stood about 5'3", maybe 5'4", was missing several major fingers from one hand, and walked with a limp because an entire chunk of his leg had been torn off, along with those fingers, by the way, in probably the most famous naval battle in all Japanese history, the 1905 Battle of Tsushima, where the improbable, almost near impossible, happened when an Asian fleet defeated a European fleet, and I mean resoundingly. As we had talked about earlier, Japanese fleet destroyed the Russian fleet, and Yamamoto was there as a young officer and badly wounded and almost lost his life. That is one of the battles that will often be cited as an inspiration for Yamamoto's idea here. An idea that is so crazy and improbable and so much of a gamble that when he presents it to the other admirals, on the big decision board, they reject it. And it's a sign of how brilliant he was. Okay. And this was recognized by his peers, that when he threatened to resign if they rejected it, they changed their minds. They'd rather accept an idea they thought was crazy than lose the person who came up with it, because they acknowledge what a creative military genius he is. He didn't develop these plans, by the way, alone. He had spent more than a year working with other notable people that are famous in this story, but my favorite one of them is one historian described him as, he's a military guy though, but he's a Gandhi-like figure who chain smokes and leaves trails of ashes behind him. Seems like a Einstein / Archimedes / Sheldon Cooper kind of figure. Doesn't bathe apparently, or doesn't bathe very often. Locks himself in completely darkened rooms, naked, for inspiration, and then when it comes, writes things down really quickly on a piece of. I mean, he's this fascinating, wild character who can come up with an idea that is so crazy that the other side definitely doesn't see it coming, and is so unusual and unexpected that I find it hard to even blame them for not seeing it coming. I've said about the 9/11 attacks before, that even though there were warnings about them, it just seems so improbable and seems so dwarfed by other potential bad things that you're also getting warnings about that seem much more likely, that it's only with hindsight that you look back and go, God, why weren't we more vigilant? Why didn't we see this coming? Who would have seen a surprise attack on U.S. territory that was coming from a power that was 4,000 miles away? Remember, this is an era before cruise missiles, before even airplanes that could get, without a refueling stop from Japan to a place like Hawaii. I don't think they could get all the way, certainly couldn't get to the West Coast, certainly couldn't go round trip. So if you're in a place like Hawaii, how afraid are you that the Japanese are going to strike you, especially since, you don't even have a war? And the answer is not very afraid. Yamamoto and friends are going to come up with an idea to win a war that he doesn't believe is winnable. That's an interesting thing to task somebody with. Yamamoto, like a lot of these Japanese leaders, especially in the Navy, Yamamoto went to Harvard for a little while. He has a famous line about, until you see in the factories of Detroit or the oil fields of Texas, you don't know what you're talking about when you want to make war against a country like the U.S. So famously, is, let's just call him extremely realistic, like a lot of guys in the Navy, which is part of the reason the Navy was more against fighting the Anglo-Americans, because as we said earlier, they understand they're going to be doing most of the fighting. Historian Ari Alta has him talking to another admiral and basically predicting the way the war is going to go. Yamamoto tells Admiral Nagano, quote, "If I might add, it is evident that a U.S.-Japanese war is bound to be protracted. The United States will not give up fighting as long as Japan has the upper hand. The war will last for several years. In the meantime, Japan's resources will be depleted, battleships and weaponry will be damaged, replenishing materials will be impossible, Japan will be impoverished." He then famously concluded, quote, "A war with so little chance of success should not be fought," end quote. But it was his job nonetheless to come up with a way to do it. The plan has been, there's a lot of accounts. It's famous. Some people, say it's inspired by a famous samurai battle a long time ago. Some people say the Battle of Tsushima that Yamamoto was at is the inspiration. Others point to something much more recent. In 1940, a British task force in the Mediterranean with a single aircraft carrier, and British aircraft carriers did not carry a lot of airplanes by Pacific standards, and their airplanes are very outdated by Pacific standards, launched an attack against the Italian fleet, which was anchored in port at night. These outdated biplanes, and there were, I think, between 20 and 30 of them overall, but at times you had like 6 of them attacking, did a large amount of damage and put a bunch of these ships out of commission for quite a while. The Japanese, there was a Japanese envoy or advisor or attaché in Berlin who I guess came down to look at the effects at the harbor at Taranto, the 1940 Battle of Taranto it's called, and sent that back to Japan. So all of these things were studied, and by January 1941, Yamamoto's got a mock-up of Pearl Harbor in an out-of-the-way place. He's got people sort of just planning for this, and he's wargaming it. And the challenges, by the way, are immense, because the battlefield is immense. This conflict, which will be fought in the Pacific, but will instantly suck in all the Asian warfare that's been going on now for several years already. This is a battlefield so large you could drop whole continents into it with room all around the edges. Logistics, getting the stuff that the armies and navies need to fight and operate where they need to be in the quantities you need to have them is going to be the sort of challenge that overhangs every operation and will in large part determine the success or failure of them for this entire conflict. That's the overriding military challenge in this theater: distance. And to get an idea of the kind of distance we're talking about, for comparison purposes, at this same time where we are in the story, October, November 1941, over in, well, I was going to say Europe, but it's almost, on the way to Asia, outside the doors of Moscow, the Wehrmacht is fighting what they hope are going to be these climactic battles where the Soviet Union's capital is going to fall. But they're facing all sorts of logistical trouble, right? Their supply lines are famously stretched to the limit. The Germans are now relearning the lessons you could have asked earlier conquerors about. Napoleon could have explained the whole problem while he was trying to deal with supply issues when taking Moscow. Heck, you could go back to Charles the 12th of Sweden before Napoleon. He could have told you the same story. That when you get that far away from your base of operations, it's hard to get the troops at the head of the snake, as it's called, what they need to fight. In Berlin to Moscow is like 1,000 miles about, as the crow flies anyway. A lot longer when you go on those roads. But for perspective, Tokyo to Oahu, which is the first, not to downplay anybody, but the first significant U.S. territory closest to Japan, Guam, there's Alaskan Islands, things like that. But first significant one's Oahu. That's 4,000 miles away, 4 times the distance from Berlin to Moscow. So if they're having problems keeping the Wehrmacht supplied over by Moscow, think about what it takes to to transport everything you need to keep an army put together across the Pacific. This is part of the war plans that the Japanese have had now for more than a decade. Everyone knows, right, that major militaries have war plans in the back of their dusty files that cover almost any eventuality you can think of. I mean, you got to do something when you're not doing anything else. So coming up with a plan for the United States to fight Canada if the Canadians get all uppity, well, that's just covering all your bases. And by the way, there was a plan like that, I believe, in 1940. In this case, the Japanese plan for dealing with the United States involves the Philippines as sort of bait. They were going to take the Philippines, and then when the United States sent the fleet over to contest it, they were going to have a trap set. This trap was going to be aided by, they envisioned, aircraft and submarines that would use island bases farther out in the Pacific, and that could sort of like gnats or mosquitoes weakening the U.S. all along the way, have them in a condition not feeling so excited about fighting, and then they walk into a trap. If you look at the way the Japanese Navy is put together, it's designed, especially like their newer units, it's designed for this trap situation. Anyone who is a fan of the Japanese Navy in the Second World War knows that it was constrained by treaties and other things and not allowed to be as big as the British fleet or the U.S. fleet. So what do you do if you're the Japanese and you've got those kind of constraints? Well, they decided to go quality instead. Right? If we can only have so many battleships, let's make them really good battleships. Just as war is about to break out here, the Japanese are finishing up the field trials of the most powerful battleship, not just in the world, the most powerful battleship that will ever be built. It's famous. It's the Yamato. The only other ship as powerful as the Yamato that will ever be built is its sister ship, the Musashi, that's only a little bit behind the Yamato. And then behind that is another one called the Shinano. All of these ships will outrange their American counterparts. They have an unbelievable amount of armor. They are enormous. Their guns are 18.1 inch. The nearest naval competitor is 16-inch guns. An 18.1 inch gun, just so you know, and the Yamato has 9 of them, can fire a car in terms of weight, 26 miles. And when those shells landed, the destruction was enormous. The best battleships of Germany, the Bismarck and Tirpitz, the best battleships of the United States, the Iowa-class, Missouri-type battleships, you write down the specs for them side by side with the Yamato class, and there's no comparison. These super battleships, as they're often termed, were going to be the major hammers that would come down on the American fleet as it crossed the Pacific, weakened by submarines and aircraft the entire way across. And during the ambush, this is how they were going to be destroyed in this existing long-term Japanese war plan. Then what's interesting is the plan from that point on, once you gain this big advantage over the American fleet, is to hunker down and sort of wait for the armistice. Reminds you a little of how the Russo-Japanese War ended, right? The mistake in this thinking, and it will be the mistake in the thinking in the Second World War too, is what if the other side refuses to do the armistice thing? Well, Admiral Yamamoto is a typical aggressive commander. There are very few commanders that like to allow the enemy to seize the initiative, to choose the place of battle, to attack at the time of their choice. I mean, these are all standard military things. And Yamamoto's argument about the whole existing plan of this trap is, what if the Americans don't take the bait? What if they don't come across the Pacific when you want them to? What if they stay home and build up their fleet, which they're doing already, till it's supercharged and then come over? What if they go around your trap? I mean, it's a whole lot of really good arguments. Yamamoto's proposing something different. This is the audaciousness that we spoke about earlier, this gambler, but at the same time, somebody who's a visionary. A visionary is someone who sees something ahead of the crowd. Yamamoto sees what there are other visionaries who also see, by the way, the potential of aircraft carriers. Now, we in the modern world have a hard time not seeing the potential of aircraft carriers. They're the capital ships of our era. And having one or not having one sort of differentiates first-class navies from other-class navies. But remember, it's going to be the Second World War where these lessons are learned. We should also point out that for the first more than 2 years of the war, there's only one power that's really using aircraft carriers in combat. So they're the only ones really learning and developing these techniques. And that's the British, by the way. The Germans and the Italians, their principal opponents during the 2 years before the Japanese and the Americans are in the war, they don't have any aircraft carriers, which means the British don't have to get into this technological race where they have to respond to the innovations of the other side in carrier warfare because the other side doesn't have any carriers. And the British, being the quintessential battleship navy, they see the use of these carriers as something that increases, it's a force multiplier for their naval task forces. Normally they'll put a carrier with a naval task force and then all of a sudden it has aerial capability, which is of course awesome. You can scout way ahead now. The range of visibility now of these ships is increased. Once they spot an enemy naval unit, they can harass it and attack it, and hopefully maybe you could cripple it or slow it down so that when the rest of the fleet catches them, they can destroy the naval units of the enemy with naval gunfire and torpedoes, which, by the way, can be aided by spotting from the airplanes too. So that it's this role where they are something that fits into British naval doctrine pretty well. The attack at Toronto, by the way, is one of those areas where the fleet air arm, as it's called, becomes extra useful because the rest of the Navy can't reach the Italian fleet and do damage with naval gunfire. So what the heck, it's a low-risk venture. Send them in there and see what happens. And everybody was astonished by how well the results turned out. Now, a guy like Yamamoto is one of those people that allows you to jump several steps in the normal linear technological development. Instead of the normal, and this is pretty typical in military circles, you don't want to take too many chances. If you're doing one thing different than the last time they tried, that's considered innovation. A guy like Yamamoto allows you to skip several steps here because he looks at the Toronto situation and basically says, if they can do that with one carrier and 20 to 30 outmoded biplanes, what if instead of one carrier, you had something like 6 aircraft carriers? And what if instead of 20 or 30 outmoded biplanes, you had more than 400 of the most modern, technologically sophisticated aerial attack monoplanes, also attacking, by the way, another fleet tied up in port? Yamamoto doesn't see aircraft carriers as something that aids the strike force. Yamamoto sees them as the strike force. And instead of the naval gunfire being the setup to destroy the enemy ships, which was part of the old Japanese trap plan too, wasn't it? He sees the planes from the carriers themselves as sinking the enemy ships. It's hard not to see that as completely obvious with our modern mentality, but not only is this a revolutionary and controversial idea, without the data to really back it up, think of what a gamble it is. And Yamamoto says something at one point, like, if this plan fails, we just need to give up. Well, that shows you how much of a gamble it is. And watching this whole thing take place is like watching a guy play a card game where the odds of winning are low, and he's bet his family's lives on the outcome. In a lot of situations where you see big, audacious gambles of the sort Yamamoto's working with here, it's because people are in relatively hopeless situations, and it's better to take a chance because what's going to happen if you don't is worse. In the case of like cities that are under siege or armies that are surrounded, you're just going to die anyway, so why not try a gamble here? What have you got to lose? In the case of Yamamoto, the Japanese government and the Japanese nation state, they have a lot to lose. Their people are, for the most part, speaking right now on a relative curve that your crystal ball would make clear if you could see 5 years in the future, are safe, relatively prosperous. You want to talk about worst case scenarios here? It's not what the American sanctions could do to you. It's not what the Anglo-American demands that you retract your empire could do to you. It's what losing in this metaphorical card game that Yamamoto's playing could do to you. Because he's betting with the lives of his people. Let's be honest, he's betting his cities is the way it's going to work out. So what does he have to do to win? Well, this offensive attack against the U.S. fleet in Yamamoto's case is designed to do the same thing that the old trap was designed to do. As we said, get the fleet out of the way. What's the fleet got to be out of the way for? So that Japan could take over a huge chunk of Asia and the Pacific, and then hunker down and beat off any efforts by the Anglo-Americans to win it back. And within this core, surrounded by a defense perimeter that is, on the largest battlefield in human history, would be the resources that Japan needs for self-sufficiency. So you grab the resources you need to continue being a first-class power, to continue to support your war effort. You create a huge perimeter, a long distance around that is defended, and then you make the cost of taking it back higher than you think the other side is willing to pay. This is where the rose-colored glasses start into things. And according to writer Saburo Ienaga, he points out that in all the estimations that the military and government have to come up with here, all the numbers that you're plugging in for the unknowables, the X's and the Y's, are all sort of rose-colored glasses, best-case scenarios. How do you beat the Anglo-Americans? Well, you take over all this territory, and then the Yamato spirit of the Japanese warrior will outlast the soft Westerners, and they won't be willing to pay the price that you have to take to do this. So they will negotiate, and we will have some sort of an armistice, and Japan will come out ahead, especially if you demoralize the Americans by decimating their fleet at the outset and get a advantage on them. Now, the Pearl Harbor attacks that are going to come out of this, Americans have a tendency to tunnel vision, and I do this myself, and forget that that is simply a means to an end. The elimination of the American fleet, which is the goal of the Pearl Harbor attacks, is merely meant to cover the rising sun of Japan going supernova and acquiring this defense perimeter and the raw materials, resources, and oil within it. The scope of the plan for this is breathtaking in its chutzpah. And I keep running out of words to use. Audacity is the one I keep coming back to. I mean, remember, this is a country that is tied down heavily already on the Asian mainland. But here's what historian Ronald H. Spector describes as the plans here that are going to all kind of take place starting at the same time. He writes, quote, "The Japanese plan to seize and occupy a vast area, including all of Southeast Asia they did not already hold, Burma, Siam, Malaya, the Philippines, and the Dutch East Indies. Japan would occupy the American island outposts of Guam and Wake. She would also destroy, or at least neutralize, the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor. On the first day of the war, the Philippines and Malaya were to be hit by air attacks, followed soon after by invasion. Simultaneously," he writes, "troops would occupy British Borneo and Hong Kong. Once the Philippines and the Malay Peninsula, with its important fortress of Singapore, had been taken, the conquests of Burma and the Dutch East Indies would follow." End quote. Now, you can't hide preparations for operations on that scale, and the British and the Americans figure out that something big's happening. They see troop ships moving. They hear things in the codes that they've broken. They're seeing the redeployment of forces. It's a big thing, and it takes months and months, and they catch on to it. Ironically, though, it sort of attracts their attention in a way that diverts their attention from what's going on in the very northernmost islands of Japan, which sort of stretch up towards Siberia, really frozen, foggy, rainy conditions that just sort of hide big warships. By the latter part of November, the Japanese have quietly amassed the most powerful aircraft carrier strike force in world history up until that time in these northern harbors. 6 aircraft carriers together, a couple of battle cruisers, a bunch of oil tankers for resupplies, destroyers and support ships, shrouded in the fog and mist up there in the north. Not coincidentally, right around the same time that time limit's expiring on the diplomacy has to work soon or else timetable. On December 1st, it's or else time. And in a famous meeting, the Japanese emperor, in what some historians refer to as a meaningless ceremony to confirm something already done, Others infuse the event with some decision-making power. Nonetheless, it's the official. If the Japanese were going to have an official public declaration of war, this would have been it. But it's not public, and nobody knows about it if you're not in on it. But this is where the decision's made, signed off on, and by the time that happens, that fleet that had been sort of hiding in the mists in the northern harbors with the 6 carriers has already departed and is out to sea and is disappearing in the fog banks of a northern route which avoids normal shipping lanes. And at this point, interestingly enough, American intelligence, which monitors where all the Japanese big ships are, I found this fascinating. Before the Second World War, they already generally know the locations of the carriers, the battleships, and all that. Through radio traffic, they lose sight of them, which leads to a famous Pearl Harbor related quote with one of the admirals on the island going, "Do you mean the Japanese fleet could be rounding Diamond Head right now and we wouldn't even know it?" But the Americans knew war was coming. So did the British. In fact, there is no anticipation in terms of will it or won't it happen in the couple of weeks before it does. The question is, what's going to happen when it breaks out? The Americans are pretty darn sure you're going to see moves to take over those resources we talked about, that the Japanese are going to strike in Southeast Asia, maybe the Dutch East Indies, probably the Philippines. What they don't see coming is an attack across 4,000 miles of ocean at them. In his very good book on Pearl Harbor, called Pearl Harbor From Infamy to Greatness, author Craig Nelson quotes some of the wonderful pieces of dialogue that were extracted after the fact that look either prophetic or, shows some sort of vulnerability that was exploited by the surprise attack. And in one of these conversations, he has the various admirals and military leaders in Hawaii, right? This is late November, talking about sending planes to some of these islands that they're worried about the Japanese hitting. And the Air Force commander on Hawaii basically says, "Don't send our planes away. We have to defend Hawaii," which kind of stuns Admiral Kimmel, who basically says, "Are you worried about Hawaii?" Nelson writes, quote, "The Hawaiian Air Force's Chief of Staff, James Mollison, returned to Short's original point, and he's saying now, our mission is to protect Oahu, and shipping out those Army planes will lessen our capability to do so. Kimmel wanted details on his thinking. Why are you so worried about this? Do you think we are in danger of attack?" When Mollison replied, "The Japanese have such a capability," the admiral argued, "Capability, yes, but possibility?" The author continues, quote, "Kimmel then asked his Naval War Plans officer, Rear Admiral Charles McMorris, 'What do you think about the prospects of a Japanese air attack?' McMorris said, 'None, absolutely none,'" end quote. So it doesn't matter how often the American administration gets a warning that Osama bin Laden is bent on attacking the United States and is, rumored to be thinking about using airplanes to run into buildings. It doesn't seem real amongst all the other information that's out there until it happens. And then after it happens, you can go back and pick out those points and they stand out like sore thumbs. Just like do you mean to say they could be rounding Diamond Head right now? Well, here's what we know. They don't have to round Diamond Head because that strike force that is indeed approaching, the area north of Hawaii has aircraft carriers that can launch planes without ever getting that close to the Hawaiian Islands. And on the morning of December 7th, early, they begin to do that. By this time in the plans unfolding, the attack on Pearl Harbor, you would have to say that they had been very fortunate. Some of the wargaming that they had done, prepping for this event, had the United States discover them on the way, and the Japanese fleet having to fight its way within range of Hawaii to make its attack, but they managed to get 220 miles north of Oahu without being detected. The planes start launching in a really rough sea, by the way, at 5:50 a.m. By like 6:15, 6:20, they got the first wave up in the sky, and that's a lot of aircraft, by the way, and the efficiency is going to be notably Japanese. This first wave, by the way, consists of 43 fighter planes, 49 high-level bombers, 51 dive bombers, and 40 torpedo planes. At 6:20, it heads towards Oahu. the Japanese begin bringing up the next wave to go follow up, and this gamble, this huge, audacious plan by Admiral Yamamoto and company is underway. Ironically, the commander of this operation, a guy named Nagumo, not an audacious guy, a much more sort of conservative commander who doesn't seem like he's got a whole lot of faith in this plan. It's interesting that you'd have the creative thinker who's really the visionary come up with the idea and then put the implementation of it into the hands of somebody much less likely to, well, follow up in an aggressive way because it's not his nature. But nonetheless, those planes got off with great efficiency, and when they're on their way to Hawaii, Hawaii is sleeping. There's a reason one of the most famous books ever written about the Pearl Harbor attacks was called At Dawn We Slept, because not only is Hawaii sleeping, it's Sunday morning, everybody's sort of rousing a little bit late, but it's a peaceful island, and I don't just mean in an environmental sense, I mean in a diplomatic one. As these aircraft are approaching, what's going to be their attack targets, the country they're going to attack isn't at war with them. And there's a lot of controversy that has arisen ever since about whether it was supposed to be. There seems little to no doubt that the attacks against British possessions in Asia were to be carried on without warning. Those were to be surprise attacks. Whether or not that was supposed to be the same situation against the U.S., there are different points of view, and I'm not qualified to pick among them. For a long time, the official Japanese point of view from their historians basically said it was a screw-up on the part of their diplomatic people in Washington, D.C., who didn't get the material to the right place at the right time. And because of that, what should have been there early enough to be sort of advance warning didn't happen that way. There was a Japanese writer a couple of years ago that is part of a minority school that suggests that that's all a cover that was always intended to be, unofficially late by accident, right? Wink, wink. I kind of like author Craig Nelson in his Pearl Harbor book. I kind of like his point of view on it, though, because it really does sound like what probably happened, which was there was going to be a very short window, right? Here's a declaration of war. 5 minutes later, boom, bombs drop. Actually, 30 minutes later seems to be about what they were after. He writes, quote, oh, and by the way, Plan Z means the plan to attack Pearl Harbor. Quote, from the beginning, Imperial Japanese Army officers planned to invade Singapore without giving prior notice to Britain. But the Imperial Japanese Navy felt very differently about the United States and Operation Z. After the Imperial Conference on December 1st, in fact, the Emperor told Prime Minister Hideki Tojo repeatedly that he was not to attack the United States without warning. Naval Attaché Yasuro Sahimatsu explained the sense of honor that was a hallmark of Japanese military history. This is this officer explaining now. Quote, Japanese warriors never tried to assassinate a person who was sleeping. When they tried to kill him, they first kicked the pillow and woke him up and then killed him. The same principle applied to the attack. The required time to wake America up would be approximately 30 minutes. End quote. Now, what Nelson says that really makes sense is that that's a really fine line to walk, 30 minutes. It doesn't allow for any kind of screw-ups at all, and there's a bunch of things that have to happen and go well, and it didn't. Regardless of which point of view you adhere to, it's clear that the people in Hawaii didn't know this was coming, and the American people didn't know this was coming, and because of that, their wrath for this entire war will be visceral. I mean, it is interesting, and one historian I read did this. He said, wouldn't it be interesting to imagine how different the mood might have been had the Japanese said, one day ahead of time, we're at war, and then struck? Interesting to speculate, isn't it? At the same time, though, if it's a minor miracle that the Japanese can get a strike force this close to Hawaii in peacetime, how much of a major miracle would they have needed to pull off the same thing in wartime? You could make a case that Yamamoto's plan really requires, in order to be successful, the kind of surprise that you only get in a diplomatic situation where war hasn't broken out yet. You might need that for this plan to work. And remember, the stakes involved here are enormous. So I always try to imagine, what they must have felt like both in Tokyo, the leadership, the emperor, all those people who know that this is about to happen, looking at their watch, wondering what's happening at this very moment, to the leadership with the strike force, Nagumo and his staff. I think they're on the Akagi, the aircraft carrier, to the leadership of the first wave strike force itself. It's led by a guy named Fushida, by the way, and he's been involved in the planning for this for a long time. He's fully aware of the stakes. He understands that what Yamamoto said is true, which is if this attack doesn't do what we need it to do, we might have to give up the war. And he understands what breaks they have to get to have a chance of the attack working. The first break he needs is surprise. We have to achieve the surprise that we're after. There are a couple of famous things that happened on the morning of December 7th that could have blown the surprise out of the water and ruined the whole thing. They famously didn't. They're much investigated, as you might imagine, after the events and after the war, because they're seen as failures, and probably rightly so. The first one was in the early morning hours, like 3, 4 a.m., before the attack planes even take off. Midget submarines are discovered in Pearl Harbor. These almost, let's call them suicide missions, because that's what they turned out to be. Several Japanese midget submarines were part of this operation. A couple were discovered. An alert was sent, and destroyers are sort of agitated now. And in the early morning hours, there's activity stirred up in Pearl Harbor that wouldn't have been stirred up if those midget submarines hadn't been part of the plan. Yamamoto was never for them, by the way. And then closer to the actual time of the attack, as the more than 100 planes are making their way towards Oahu, they're picked up on Hawaiian radar, which is a new thing in this period. Had war already been declared, it's hard to imagine that this would not have prompted a major response. The fact that war isn't existing yet kind of helped things to go the Japanese way. Also, the fact that Hawaii is like a giant aircraft carrier all by itself, with planes incoming and outgoing all the time, makes it easier for the radar operation people to rationalize the many, many planes they all of a sudden see on their radar as something else. For example, they have some B-17s, some big heavy bombers due in. Easy to confuse them with that, maybe. In hindsight, it should have been seen for what it was, but it wasn't, and that makes the Japanese chances at Pearl Harbor, at least now, possible. At about 7:40 a.m., the first wave of the Japanese attack planes break through the clouds over Oahu. They see Pearl Harbor, and they don't see any anti-aircraft fire or anything like that. They don't see much activity. It's obvious that they have not been discovered and the surprise has been achieved. What they don't see, and this is the first piece of bad luck and the first bad break that the Japanese got, they don't see any aircraft carriers, and a scout plane that zoomed by here 10, 15, 20 minutes previously didn't see them either. And no other Navy on the planet would have understood the potential value of an aircraft carrier more than this one, obviously. They probably would have traded a battleship for an aircraft carrier in terms of what they would have rather sunk. But while they may not have any aircraft carriers, they have a bunch of battleships just sitting there. And Fushida types out on his signal device the famous, although there's some controversy about this now, about whether it was meant the way it sounded and has been portrayed. Famously, it'll be Tora, 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 which means tiger, tiger, tiger. And this is supposed to be the message, not just to the fleet, but it's picked up all the way miraculously, the signal in Tokyo too, telling everyone who's in the know that this is happening, that surprise has been achieved. I like the way it's described in At Dawn We Slept. When you think about the unbelievable amount of tension someone like, Admiral Nagumo with the strike force would have felt. A conservative guy doesn't have much faith in this plan anyway, but realizes, as everyone does, just like Yamamoto had said, and I'm paraphrasing, but if this plan doesn't work, we'll have to end the war. This is the gamble for everything, and this is the call moment in the poker game. Here's the way author Gordon W. Prang describes it in At Dawn We Slept, quote, Fushida's radio was still clicking when the first wave broke into its component parts. Fushida swung around Barber's Point, and sure beyond all possible doubt that they had indeed achieved maximum strategic surprise, at 7:53 a.m. he sang out, Tora, 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 Tiger, 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 the code words which told the entire Japanese Navy that they had caught the Pacific Fleet unawares. Aboard the aircraft carrier Akagi, Kusaka was not in the least ashamed of the tears which coursed down his wind-burned cheeks, impassive Zen Buddhist though he was. Admiral Nagumo could not have uttered a word had life and honor depended on it. Incredibly, miraculously, they had brought off Yamamoto's madcap venture. With silent instinct, each man stretched out his hand to the other, and in their eyes were all the words they could not speak. End quote. All these planes begin to split up into their component parts. This is all well-rehearsed stuff. Everybody knows what they're supposed to do. And many of these planes don't go anywhere near Pearl Harbor. They go to airfields all over the island, and they knock out not just the airfields, but any planes that they find. And unfortunately, Americans were more concerned with sabotage during this period than something like this. So they parked all the planes like wingtip to wingtip, which just makes it easier to guard, but makes them easy to shoot up from the air too. So Nagumo and the strike force of carriers, the main worry that they have 200 and some miles north of Hawaii is that they're going to get hit with a counterattack. The only things Hawaii can counterattack them with are ships and planes. So the Japanese attack takes both of those into account. And there will be planes seen all over the island. And in fact, in an event witnessed by tens of thousands of people in one way or another, there are so many stories about what happens on this day, some of which are obviously misremembered and exaggerated, but a ton of them are first-hand accounts of people who witnessed something that they never forgot because it was the most momentous thing of their lives when they watched this attack unfold. I myself have a friend whose father, as a kid, was working on a point that was higher up, and a Japanese plane flew right past him, and he and the pilot made eye contact. There's a lot of stories like that, by the way, about seeing the gold teeth of the pilot, or the pilot smiling or waving. In fact, as the planes approached Pearl Harbor, one of the workers at Pearl Harbor says he waved to the Japanese pilot because the Japanese pilot was waving to him. And in a remarkable coincidence that seems almost too Hollywood movie-making style to be even true, these Japanese attack planes swarmed down on Pearl Harbor right as the flag-raising ceremony that happens in the morning is happening. And the bands, like on the Nevada, they've got the Nevada band, and they're doing the Star-Spangled Banner. It's like out of Apocalypse Now. You have explosions starting, but the band's playing on. And by the way, the Nevada band would finish the Star-Spangled Banner, even though they were being strafed while they were doing it, and the flag was full of bullet holes. If you want to talk how unprepared people were for a war with Japan, even after the bombs started falling, American sailors especially are looking at this and thinking it's just a screw up. There was no U.S. Air Force at this time, so there was an Army Air Corps and a Navy Air Corps. And the Navy people are looking at this thinking some Army guy really screwed up and put real bombs on these planes because they've been watching Army exercises for a long time, and this just looks like a huge mistake. Although one of my favorite quotes that is in a lot of the history books is the one sailor who turns to his buddy even after the explosions have started and says, quote, "This is the best goddamn drill the Army's ever put on," end quote. They'll know soon enough it's not a drill. And when you look at the timeline from this encounter, you'll notice that right after it starts, the torpedo planes are honing in on the vulnerable battleships that are on the outside of some of these pairs that make up what's called Battleship Row. If you look at an actual diagram, you'll notice that not all the battleships are in pairs, but several of them are. The ones that are in pairs means that that one ship is on sort of the water side and the other ship is on the dock side. So the ship that's on the dock side is protected by the outside ship. Those outside ships are going to take the brunt of the torpedoes, and the torpedoes are ship killers. They've got like 500 pounds of explosives. They weigh over 1,000 pounds. They're 17 or 18 feet long. A single plane will carry a single torpedo slung under it. The plane will fly low, real low to the water, sometimes below the level of the height of the ship they're torpedoing, drop the torpedo, and then speed off. These torpedoes, by the way, have been specially designed for Pearl Harbor because normally they dive so deep when you drop them that they would just embed themselves in the mud of the harbor. The problem is, once again, that the Japanese designers here don't know if they're going to work. So the very last major gamble of the entire operation here is, do the ship killers work in this harbor? Because if they don't, you're screwed. In his book Target Pearl Harbor, author Michael Slackman describes the opening of this attack, and it's pretty clear that the torpedoes work. Slackman writes, quote, "As the attack began at 7:55 a.m., unbelieving Americans watched as bombs rained down on Hickam and Ford Island airfields, while the low-flying Kates, those are planes, released their torpedoes against the ships. On Ford Island's west side, Utah, an old battleship that was a target ship now, moored in the aircraft carrier Enterprise's usual place, and possibly mistaken for a carrier by an inexperienced Japanese pilot, took 2 torpedoes. Another struck the cruiser Raleigh, moored in line ahead. Both ships began to list, and the target ship capsized at 8:12, while Raleigh's crew saved the cruiser by heroic damage control efforts. On the opposite shore of Ford Island," he writes, "torpedoes struck Nevada, Arizona, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and California. Tennessee moored inboard of West Virginia, and Maryland, inboard of Oklahoma, escaped torpedo damage, as did the fleet's flagship Pennsylvania in Dry Dock 1. End quote. The Oklahoma is going to be hit with a couple of torpedoes right when the attack begins at 7:56. She's going to be hit with another one 4 minutes later that penetrates where the first 2 already blew up, and she'll start to roll over. She'll get hit with 2 more while she's rolling over, and within 12 minutes of being struck, you can see her underside, and men are scurrying as she tips over to try not to fall into the sea. Those are the lucky ones, because at least 400 sailors are trapped below decks in the Oklahoma, with water pouring in. Shells, giant shells are getting dislodged and crushing men, and the lights are going out, and these people are trying to get out before they drown. On the West Virginia, they're hit with something like 6 or 7 torpedoes, a couple of bombs on top of that to boot, and it's a nightmare over there. One of the survivors described what it was like to be on the deck of one of these ships when it was hit by a torpedo, and he says the torpedo throws up a mountain of water, tons of liquid, that goes up in the sky higher than the ship is tall, that then crashes down on the deck, slamming you and pinning you, and making it difficult, because the ship's decks are awash in water for a bit afterwards, to get off a ship that's just been hit by a torpedo and is exploding and burning and all that kind of stuff, making it even more difficult to deal with what amounts to most of these men on these ships with something more like a natural disaster or an explosion at sea that might not have anything to do with war. There's very little of the combat side of this going on. There are heroic tales of men breaking into locked ammunition cabinets because everything is put away. I mean, the guns are sometimes on these planes, for example, still packed in the oil. So this is more an intentionally caused disaster. And then the story of all these human beings trying to make their way to safety. All sorts of heroism, by the way, and let's give props where they're deserved. A U.S. Navy that everyone noticed was behaving as well as you could possibly imagine under the circumstances. There's not mass panic and screaming and yelling, and people are even giving up their lives and dying in silence and resignation. It's part of what makes everyone grit their teeth and get so angry about this afterwards if you're an American, right? I mean, this is such bravery. I mean, you want to avenge people who die in such terrible circumstances as this, and make no mistake about it. I mean, look what's going to happen on the Arizona, because after the torpedo planes are done, in come the high-altitude bombers. The dive bombers are striking the airfields all over the place. The fighters, and we haven't even talked about this, are strafing all these ships with machine gun bullets, and the Zero fighters also have 2 20mm cannons, which are very nasty. when I used to war game Second World War naval battles, we paid very little attention in the rules to the effects of strafing, but it's clear from reading the survivor accounts that it was massively effective in terms of sweeping the decks of human beings, making it impossible to get stuff done, creating chaos, stopping people from getting off the ships or where they needed to go. Because what would happen is on these heavily armored warships, there's still a bunch of stuff that's breakable. And the bullets hit these ships, creating tons of sparks, and they ricochet everywhere. And anything that's not nailed down or heavily armored goes flying. The captain of, I think it's the West Virginia, will have his stomach torn out by some of this shrapnel, and they will try to get him off the ship into safety. He'll die trying. And commanding the ship, by the way, and telling everybody not to bother with him. Another one of those mini heroic stories out of Pearl Harbor. These high-altitude bombers, though, come in at 8,000 to 14,000 feet, somewhere in there, and these are not the best planes to attack ships with, by the way. It is very hard to hit a ship from that altitude. Obviously, these are not moving ships, so that helps. And on Battleship Row, where you have these ships moored side by side next to each other, it's almost like you've doubled the width of the ship, so it makes it an easier target. Nonetheless, the hit ratio is nothing to be necessarily excited about, but when one of these bombs from these high altitude bombers, and some of them are converted 16-inch naval shells, by the way, when one of them does hit, the amount of damage is overwhelming, and one of them hits the Arizona. And once again, this is all happening very quickly. When the Arizona gets hit, this shell, it is assumed it's difficult to conduct any sort of realistic recreation of the wounds to the Arizona because she's so damaged. But it's thought that this thing, some people used to think it went down the smokestack, but it's thought that it goes into the deck of the ship and penetrates and ignites the forward magazines where they keep all of the shells and ammunition and explosives. Michael Slackman says the Arizona's magazines contain 308 14-inch shells. Those are enormous and extremely heavy, by the way. 3,500 5-inch rounds. Those are standard land artillery size pieces right there. Nearly 5,000 cans of powder and more than 100,000 rounds of machine gun and small arms ammunition. When that ignites, survivors, and there aren't many, but the people on the ships all around the harbor saw it, say it was less of a big boom, but more a mighty whoosh, they said. Another person described in Slackman's book said it was an awful swish sort of sound. He quotes seaman artist here who saw the Arizona, he says, explode while he was on the nearby Nevada, and says, quote, "The ship," he said, "seemed to jump at least 15 or 20 feet upward in the water and sort of break in two," end quote. The explosion was so large that it blew out the flames on the ship next to the Arizona, which was burning like a concussion would blow out a match. Car engines on Ford Island stalled from the concussion. It knocked everyone flat on some of the surrounding ships. And the bomber that released the bomb felt the concussion shake the aircraft. The amount of debris that showered down on the ships next to the Arizona, the Tennessee's right by it, and gets hit with so much debris, including body parts, that it suffers more damage, one author said, from that than from the bombs that actually struck her. The fuel oil that instantly goes out everywhere. I mean, all of these ships are gassed up, and they carry hundreds of thousands, close to 500,000 gallons of oil on them, some of them more than 500,000 gallons of oil. And this stuff is heavy oil, and it's instantly all in the water. So as survivors jump in to try to escape the devastation, in some places this is 6 inches thick of oil in the water. The aftermath of the Arizona explosion, amid all this other destruction going on simultaneously, is described by many. Maybe the most visceral account I've read is Craig Nelson's. He starts by quoting a West Virginia sailor who described the scene. Quote, "Ships on fire, ships burning, explosions going on all over the place. I saw the Arizona blow up, and she just rained sailors. And of course, those were the ones that were fortunate enough to live, the ones that were blown off the ship." Nelson continues, Quote, burning Arizona crewmen ran aft or into the water, thinking they would find relief. Instead, they found 6-inch pools of fiery fuel oil covering the sea, turning them into matchsticks. Clint Westbrook said, quote, all the oil tanks on all the battle wagons had been ruptured, most of them, and you could just about almost get out and walk on it. It was that thick. And around those ships that had fire on it, it was on fire as well. So a lot of these people jumping off the ships were jumping right into burning oil. We had just loaded the day before because we were going back to the States for Christmas. The Admiral had told us, so we had filled the tank Saturday, end quote. Nelson quotes another witness who said, quote, these people were zombies. They were burned completely white. Their skin was just as white as if you had taken a bucket of whitewash and painted it white. Their hair was burned off. Their eyebrows were burned off. The pitiful remains of their uniforms in their crotch was a charred remnant, and the insoles of their shoes was about the only thing that was left on these bodies. They were moving like robots. Their arms were out, held away from their bodies, and they were stumping along the decks, end quote. He then quotes another sailor who said that the decks looked like a boneyard from all the body parts. Author Walter Lord in Day of Infamy describes the remembrances of a Tennessee survivor who explained what it's like to look up and see a bomb coming down right at you, and then what happens afterwards. He wrote, quote, Seaman J.P. Burkholder looked out a porthole on the bridge just as one of the converted 16-inch shells crashed down on number 2 turret a few feet forward. The porthole cover tore loose, clobbered him on the head, and sent him scurrying through the door. Outside, he helped a wounded ensign, but couldn't help one of his closest friends, who was so far gone he only wanted Burkholder to shoot him. Another armor-piercing bomb burst through number 3 turret, farther aft. Seaman S.F. Bowen, stationed there as a powder carman, was just dogging the hatch when the bomb hit. It wasn't a shattering crash at all. Just a ball of fire, about the size of a basketball, appeared overhead and seemed to melt down on everyone. It seemed to run down on his skin, and there was no way to stop it. As he crawled down to the deck below, he noticed that his shoestrings were still on fire. End quote. The tragedy is immeasurably made worse when the fuel oil that all these sailors struggling in the water against catches fire. The combination of sailors being stuck underwater and sailors burning is about as nasty as you can get. I mean, there are reports of sailors jumping off the Arizona and sizzling when they hit the water, and then, of course, the water catches on fire. It's a nightmare. Is that worse than the people that are trapped below decks and the many, many stories of trying to escape the water as it climbs up and these little pockets of air, and people will be cut out of these things for weeks afterwards? The very belt armor that is supposed to make these ships a protective place for their crews, making it harder to cut into. And there will also be people that don't get cut out of the ships in time and are found later, sometimes much later, dead, entombed in their ships with calendars often marking each day that they were often in total darkness, trapped under there. To give you an idea of the speed of these attacks, the bigwigs in the military on the island can kind of see the smoke. They have these wonderful homes, sometimes even overlooking the area around Pearl Harbor. General Walter Short sees this. Admiral Husband Kimmel sees this. And get a chance to watch some of this unfold as it happens. There's a famous story. General Short sees the smoke while he's having Sunday breakfast with his wife, runs to his center to ask what's going on, asks Lieutenant Colonel George Bicknell what's going on out there. And Bicknell says, I'm not sure, General, but I just saw 2 battleships sunk. And then Short screams, that's ridiculous. Admiral Kimmel's having a similar experience, and he'll get blamed for a lot of this after the war. Didn't put out the torpedo nets, all kinds of things. He's the one that asked his associate, what the probability of a Japanese air attack was. And the guy said, none, absolutely none. And now he's watching in disbelief in real time, what's going on out there. And it's almost heartbreaking, unless, of course, you blame him for the whole thing. Author Craig Nelson in Pearl Harbor: From Infamy to Greatness writes, quote, An officer phoned Admiral Husband Kimmel at home with the news that Japanese planes were attacking his fleet. The admiral was still buttoning his white uniform as he ran out of the house and onto the lawn of the district's chief of staff, Captain John Early, which had a panoramic view of Battleship Row. Mrs. Early said later that Kimmel stood, quote, in utter disbelief and completely stunned, his face as white as the uniform he wore, end quote. Now quoting Kimmel, quote, the sky was full of the enemy, Kimmel said later. He saw the Arizona, quote, lift out of the water, then sink back down, way down, end quote. Mrs. Early, he writes, saw a battleship capsize and said, looks like they've got the Oklahoma. Yes, I can see that they have, the admiral numbly responded, Nelson writes. Other people encountered Kimmel right around the same time. Kimmel and his associates send a message to the Pacific Fleet and back to Washington saying, Pearl Harbor's under attack. He orders that the enemy force be found. And then one officer remembered and is quoted by Nelson as saying, quote, I ran over to my offices and I happened to be standing alongside the commander-in-chief himself, Admiral Kimmel. We were glumly watching the havoc, the carnage that was going on. And suddenly he reached up and tore off his 4-star shoulder boards, which indicated his rank and title as Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet. He stepped into his adjacent offices and, realizing he was going to lose command, donned 2-star Rear Admiral shoulder boards, end quote. And then Nelson relates his version of a famous story that's told a number of different ways, but right around that exact moment, a bullet ricochets into the house. It's a spent .50 caliber shell is what I read somewhere, which would probably indicate that it was an American bullet. But it was so spent that it hit him in the chest and just bounced off and left a mark on his white uniform. And he's quoted as saying several things. Nelson has him saying, I wish it had killed me. But the variations are such that it's sort of a rueful, dark joke that would have been better than what he's going to face now, being responsible for this immense carnage that is visible to him. A carnage that is described over and over in its unbelievableness. Some of these people will come up from below decks on these ships that have settled into the mud of Pearl Harbor. If they had been sunk, by the way, out at sea, they would have been lost forever. But a bunch of these ships just sort of settle. There are heroic efforts by the crews to counterflood them and save them. But there's a lot of people trapped below them. And when they come up and they look around, remember, the world that they last saw had blue skies and this marvelous, glorious U.S. Pacific Fleet. And they come up from the water and there's bodies floating everywhere. The ships are all falling apart and smoking, and you can't even see the sky through all the black smoke as the oil burns off the ocean. Their world has been transformed. They've gone from a Pacific paradise to a naval version of Dante's Inferno in a matter of minutes. And all of this carnage and all this damage and all this destruction has been wrought by the first Japanese attack wave. Remember, there's another attack wave not that far behind them. And not long after the first wave departs, the second one swoops in. A couple of ships heroically, a couple of destroyers, the battleship Nevada, heroically have managed against all odds to start moving, making it look like, we're back already. 30 minutes, 35 minutes, 45 minutes after a surprise attack, the American fleet's on the move, and it was inspirational to all who could see it. Those ships attracted the specific attention of the second wave, who goes after them with vigor. The Nevada will have to be beached in the sand to keep from sinking. Within 90 minutes, it's all over from start to finish. The planes fly off, and Pearl Harbor is left a smoking devastation with dead and wounded everywhere. More than 2,400 people die in this 90 minutes. More than 1,000 are wounded. Almost 200 planes are destroyed on the ground. More than 150 are damaged. And the entire battleship complement of the U.S. Pacific Fleet is rendered useless. 4 ships sunk, the others burning and damaged. the Japanese lose less than 30 planes. There's no possible way, if you are on the Japanese side, to look at this and not see this as a huge victory when you measure it, from a cost to benefit standpoint, right? Less than 30 planes if we did all that damage. Although there were Japanese at the time who noticed, a silver lining from the Americans' viewpoint anyway, and that's that the battleships may have been destroyed and put out of commission, but the carriers of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, which had been at Pearl Harbor not that long ago, weren't there when the attack happened. And that means that the weapon system that few, only the visionaries, had seen as the next big thing in naval warfare, that means that right after the battle that just proved conclusively that aircraft carriers were the next big thing in naval warfare, didn't get any of the enemy's aircraft carriers. And the United States' carriers that managed to be away from Pearl Harbor on December 7th will be instrumental in avenging what was done there. Knocking out the battleship component of the Pacific Fleet is a big blow. The human lives are irreplaceable. But let's be honest, these battleships were not even cutting-edge battleships. Most of them dated back to the First World War. Some of them were even older than that. Useful at a bunch of things, surely. But if you're someone like Winston Churchill, the most useful thing these battleships maybe did in terms of helping win the war was exactly what they did do. And he did not see the Pearl Harbor strike as a tragedy. A better word might have been heroic, a necessary sacrifice to get the United States to do something that from his point of view they should have already done. It's probably not accurate, it's probably a misquote, but one of the lines attributed to Winston Churchill, I always grew up hearing it, was that you could always count on the Americans to do the right thing after all the other options had been exhausted. In this case, the attack on Pearl Harbor eliminated any other options. It aroused a sleeping giant to a level of wrath that would carry it forward through any misfortunes to an ending that a guy like Winston Churchill saw as inevitable. The United States was shocked and saddened and emotionally upset by the Pearl Harbor attacks. A guy like Winston Churchill was elated because to him, December 7th, 1941 was the day that the war was decided. And Britain was going to be on the winning side after all. He wrote after the war about his feelings at this moment and said, quote, "No American will think it wrong of me if I proclaim that to have the United States at our side was to me the greatest joy. I could not foretell the course of events. I do not pretend to have measured accurately the martial might of Japan. But now, at this very moment, I knew the United States was in the war, up to the neck and into the death. So we had won after all. Yes, after Dunkirk, after the fall of France, after the horrible episode of Iran, after the threat of invasion, when apart from the air and the Navy, we were an almost unarmed people. After the deadly struggle of the U-boat war, the first battle of the Atlantic, gained by a hand's breadth. After 17 months of lonely fighting and 19 months of my own responsibility and dire stress, we had won the war. England would live. Britain would live. The Commonwealth of Nations and the Empire would live. How long the war would last, or in what fashion it would end, no man could tell, nor did I at this moment care. Once again, in our Long Island history, we should emerge, however mauled or mutilated, safe and victorious. We should not be wiped out. Our history would not come to an end. We might not even have to die as individuals. Hitler's fate was sealed. Mussolini's fate was sealed. As for the Japanese, they would be ground to powder." End quote.
Don't forget that all the older hardcore history shows are available for purchase from iTunes or dancarlin.com.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
For the latest news, information, and thoughts from Dan, make sure to follow his history feed on Twitter. The address is @HardcoreHistory.
Coming up, while the Pearl Harbor attacks are going on, pretty much simultaneously, a Japanese blitzkrieg is occurring in Asia and the Pacific, the largest battlefield in human history, that will succeed in part because of the West's underestimation of Japanese capabilities, and this is for all sorts of reasons, including racial ones. Some of these colonial powers do not believe, and maybe a lot of Americans don't either, that an Asian, they would have said Oriental at the time, people were capable of something like what the Japanese are about to pull off. But there's a reason we called this series Supernova in the East, and this is where we see the Japanese sun explode and conquer territories over a wide area. And the United States, angered, roused, but groggy, is in no position to do anything about it right away. For those of you who've been missing the combat element of this story, and let's remember for a long time the histories of this story in the American history books started with Pearl Harbor. We're 8 hours into this series, let the record show. There's some context. But this is the part of combat operations that most Pacific War aficionados are familiar with, and that's coming up, along with all the other stuff, of course. All that and more, as we like to say, in part 3 of Supernova in the East. Due out in about 10 years, given our current schedule, but we try. Thanks for all the support.
Poor Christoph safe. He prayers he's left the group. We got Matthew, we got Devin, we got Robert, and then Christoph if he ever decides to return, but we might be Christophless. Go ahead, Matthew.
I think one thing that's interesting right now that some people may be interested in doing with AI, because they're obviously worried about AI, is normal people can dig further into the Talmud and other Jewish writings like the Zohar, I think further than ever before, because you can translate the writings, translate the commentaries. You can find the exact places that, for example, they talk about cutting the descendants of Esau, Basicum 5a, 15, and the commentaries on that. And just to give one other idea, if anyone is interested in this, you can get a lot more out of AI if you talk to it in Hebrew or Yiddish than if you do English. If you do English, they've programmed it to shut the conversation down rather where some interpret that literally like side books. So I put this out there because I feel like it's going to get shut down once the companies realize what's happening. But if anyone's interested, there's a lot you can research right now that you might not be able to research later once they figure it out. but you're going to need to use AI. You're going to use a language other than English to start asking questions. That's all.
Hey, thanks so much for sharing that. If we're talking about artificial intelligence and asking for information, another way, and I don't know if they fixed this, but I know maybe even close to a year ago, that's time was flying by, I tell you. I was getting the AI to answer questions that it wouldn't normally answer by putting it in the context of a Three Stooges script, believe it or not. I would type up a script, or I would ask it to type up a script, with about the Three Stooges, and I would get Moe or Larry or Curly from the Three Stooges to ask the questions for me. So I'd be like, I'd type up a script, for instance, and I'd be like, all right, the Three Stooges are at Lord Mayor Rothschild's deathbed. Rothschild's about to, blah, 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 about to say this or about to do that. And in the script, the AI would say what Rothschild was talking. It would essentially talk about some of the things that you wouldn't normally just get. Like if you asked it for that information directly, it would be like, oh, we're not allowed to talk about this. But if you asked it from the perspective of Moe, Curly, or Larry in a script in which it would provide, all of a sudden now Moe's asking the questions, like the person in the story's giving the answers, because it's like, I don't know, it was weird, but I got a bunch of different information by just coming on from the perspective that this is just the script and Moe's asking these questions inside the story, and I don't know, I'm just a peasant. So we're gonna get to no one leave. We got a list here. Devin, then Robert, Christoph, unless he's gone forever, and then we got Rabbi Rothschild here. So everyone stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. Rabbi Rothschild is here to give us his point of view. It's going to be a great time. All right. Go ahead. Devin, thank you so much. Tell me, you've come to the Lord Jesus Christ.
Not quite yet, Chris. No, man, the guy who I wanted to kind of call out and left, that dude official. You can't tell by somebody's picture, on their profile what they are, but looks like a black dude. Kind of sounded like a black dude. And I clicked on his profile. He was Jew-pilled. A lot of black people are, thanks to who you were talking about earlier. Not Martin Luther King, but Malcolm X. Yeah, very Jew-pilled. But I looked at his profile and it said reparations for VA, which I can only figure means reparations for Black America. And I just really wanted to ask the dude. I don't think he's in here anymore. Who the fuck owes them reparations? Right? Like, wasn't it mostly, we all know it was Jewish ships, and then I've seen things that most slave owners were Jewish, and a lot of them were black. So, I missed it on that one because the dude left, but I thought it was a valid question for somebody who was as Jew-pilled as that dude seemed to be. I don't think we owe them shit. White people didn't own that many slaves, really. Like, what was it? Like 2%, 1%, 2%. So, I don't know. Sorry, I was late on that, fellas.
No, it was, it was just the way the cookie crumbled. It's not your fault. But reparations is by, helping those who have been wronged, making amends, and there is some truth to that. There should be reparations for black folks, for African folks, if you will. BA probably stands for Black Africans. Wait, Devin. No, let me give you this. Let me finish it. There ought to be reparations. There ought to be helping those who have been wronged. Africans should have never been enslaved and stolen from their homelands. The least we can do is provide them with the opportunity to go back. We ought to be able to give them an opportunity, give them a boat. We'll drive it ourselves. We'll sail it ourselves. we ought to give them the opportunity to go back to their homelands and be with their people. That they shouldn't have been taken away. They ought to have the opportunity to go back. Now, anything after that is a blessing. It is an absolute privilege to live in our country.
We didn't go over there with castanets. I'm sure you know that, but
they sold their old people, but still, we bought them.
Anyway, sorry, dude. I wasn't even going to speak tonight, but that one dude official, like, it hurts me. Anyway, I'm going to be listening to y'all while I go get some food. Later, brothers.
Hey, later, Devin. You have a blessed day. We'll see ya. You'll be coming to Jesus soon enough, buddy. All right. We'll let first Aaron, then Tyler, and then we'll be getting over to Robert. Thank you so much for your patience. And then we'll be getting over to Christoph. No, Christoph isn't here. I gotta take him off the list. Christoph, where'd you go? Yeah, he's gone. Might as well just, there he goes. And then we'll be getting over to Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Rabbi Shinkelstein. Yes, reparations for black folks. We got to give them the opportunity to go back to Africa. But other than that, it's a blessing to live in our country and have our benefits and have our culture and have our infrastructure, have our opportunities. Absolute blessing. That's a reparation in itself. Go ahead, Aaron and Tyler.
Not only that, I'm a big, people might laugh at this, but look, I'm a big proponent of allying with all black Hebrew Israelites. I'm a big supporter. Look, I will tell you this right now, black people are the true Israelites, and we should absolutely allow them to have their homeland back, which is Israel. And if they all want to go to Israel, we should fund it, we should help them, and we should make Israel great again, sending all the black Hebrew Israelites there, and we can work with them. That's how I see it. Like, hey, look, you see that as your homeland? That's where that's where you can go, buddy. I don't want to kick the Palestinians out there. That's the one thing. I mean, I like the Palestinians, but the Israelis, they can move out and let all the blacks move in. I mean, because that's their true homeland,
I agree with a portion of that sense. I won't want to mislead them and make them feel like they are the true Israelites. But if they do feel called to be, Jews, if they do feel called to go take ownership of that land, go right on ahead. The Palestinians are going to have an easier time dealing with Africans than they will dealing with these sneaky, conniving, lying, parasitic Jews that poop in their diapers inside the tanks and won't get out the big beat because they're so scared. No, yeah, go right on ahead. We'll fund it. We will fund Africans going to Israel and somehow doing whatever they got to do with the Jew. Gonna be a good time. Tyler, go ahead, please. And then we see the list going. We see the list. We got Don. Don't believe the hype. He's gonna be in there after Rabbi Shinkelstein. Go ahead, Tyler, then Robert.
Yeah, open borders for Israel and get all their women black. The whole black slavery reparation thing, it's ridiculous. Their living conditions under the white man under slavery was much better in America than their conditions in Africa. And to some degree, when they were free, they had no idea how to freaking live. It was almost worse for them. And the thing is okay, yeah, it's good blacks are starting to see this, but there's also some degree, okay, yeah, we could say our issues with the blacks is on part because of Jews and Jewish power, but our issues with them have always been the case. It's just they're different people than us, they're different race. I firmly believe, okay, if you look at two superpowers, right? Two superpowers live next to each other without being subject to one or the other. I don't think so. And I believe that's the case for race. The only way it can work out is if one is subject to the other, and that's why it worked in the South, and that's why things went sour in the South after that was abolished, and the Northern carpetbaggers came down there and basically tried to exalt the African to the same level as the white man. And But yeah, open borders for Israel. Actually, I don't know if anybody. It's funny. Liberia was created by America. It was called, and there was a society called the American Colonization Society, which was basically, it was basically a bunch of, men in the 1800s that wanted to, knew that there was a problem with blacks in the United States and wanted to rehome them back to Africa where their homeland belonged. And I still believe that. Look at the Liberian flag, and it looks like the American flag because it was settled by, it was acquired by America, and it was basically set up for us to resettle blacks. So Liberia is the Black Israel, and I agree with Christopher and Aaron. We should give them reparations, but only if they're willing to leave.
Yes. And my thought process on that whole superpower next door thing, I'm just a peasant, but I believe two superpowers can coexist and benefit one another. If we're talking about two superpowers here, if you had two neighbors living side by side, if we just break it down to small level, if you had two strong families as neighbors, I don't believe it would be, I don't believe one would become subject to the other. I think they would be beneficial to each other. Like if one person's lawnmower breaks down, the other person helps them out. If one person needs help, the other. I believe the neighbors could definitely benefit one another. Now, one would become subject to another if one was weaker or inferior, and then it would possibly be up to the more stronger person to be a leader, to be a guider, to be a responsible to a certain degree. Like a child is responsible for kids, but I don't know. It's a complicated scenario. I do believe that with a certain amount of power comes a certain amount of responsibility. And all right, there, Uncle Ben. Great power comes great responsibility. I didn't even realize that's right. But it absolutely is true. When you're in a position, and obviously our current leadership doesn't recognize this whatsoever, but when you are in a position of leadership, there has to be a certain level of caring, a certain level of responsibility. Like it says in the Bible, something about, you must be the greatest of them, or something like that, must be the most servant, or something along those lines. And I'll forget. But essentially, the most responsible, the strongest, has to be willing to be the greatest servant of them all. So when you are in a position of leadership, and I take this into account in my own personal life, there has to be a certain responsibility and that I have for others. I hold others accountable. Even when it comes to the music that they listen to, I let them know. I'm very pleasant about it. I'm not mean or angry or negative about it. But I let them know, hey, this is, I'll make a joke maybe, we're listening to degenerate music, or somebody else talk about music. Or they'll say, oh yeah, what kind of music you listen to? Oh, I don't listen to degenerate music. Or, there was a meeting the other day, and in the meeting, they said, you need to be careful what y'all are listening to, otherwise we're going to have to take away the music privileges, something along those lines. And somebody said, well, what do you mean, what kind of music? And then I'm like right there, I took the initiative to speak right there in front of the whole meeting. I said, it means not degenerate music. And so the thing is young folks aren't willing to hold each other accountable. We're going to get to you, Robert, and then we got the list. We see all y'all Vegas, we see you. Young folks are not willing to hold other young folks accountable at this day and age yet. We will get there as we build a community in which cares and is willing to hold each other accountable. But right now, kids aren't willing to say to other people, hey, you shouldn't do that. Right? Everyone's been taught to mind their own business. Really, that's been ingrained in our heads. Everyone just needs to worry about themselves. You hear that all the time. Just worry about yourself. Don't be nosy. Mind your own business. This is true, but in very particular cases, when it comes to a stance in which it could affect everyone, or like, it is very particular cases in which we should mind our own business, but more often than not, we should be able to mind other folks'
folks, because we should care about our community. We should care about the outcomes of people around us. So when I listen to folks listen to degenerate music, I call it out. Now there's a sense of shame, right? Because most folks, they think it's cool music. They think, oh, this is cool. People think I'm cool. Now I've brought a sense of shame. Shame is a good tool, right? I'm not being mean. They're ashamed of themselves. They start to think about it. Oh, okay, what does he mean by degenerate music? A lot of people don't even know what that means. So now they're thinking about it. Is this degenerate music? What does that mean if this is degenerate music? I speak a lot about how vibrations affect us. We'll talk about that before the night's over. We'll probably wrap up here in 40 minutes or so because I got to get ready for bed to get up super early in the morning. But vibrations matter. Your vocal cords are very powerful. Your vocal cords are vibrations designed by God. So your vocal cords are some of the most powerful and most effective tools you have in your life. We'll get into that. We'll talk about that in a short splurge before the end of the night. But essentially, all I'm trying to say is we need to be willing to hold each other accountable. And yeah, I know this came off all of what Tyler was talking about. So yes, I'll end it. Robert, thank you so much for your patience. We're going to get to Robert. Did Robert? Yeah, Robert, go ahead, and then we'll get to Aaron, and then to Tyler, and then we'll go down the list here.
Hey, what's up, Christopher? Gentile News. Don, don't believe the hype. See you there. So, does anybody have an idea of what the first need of society would be? Because we had just had a discussion. Christopher was leading a discussion about the relationship, the familial relationship, and how familial relations are being subverted by produce that are at enmity to Christ and his teachings. And I think that in order to understand the nature of the soul of society, we need to understand the nature of the individual, the needs of the individual. And the individual needs what more than anything else, the primary need of each individual is food, is sustenance, is nourishment. And the nourishment of society is the replacement of the dead. And this is important to understand because here we are in a society in which we're not reproducing, and we're not reproducing for Christ's sake. And this is very problematic because Christ instituted the marital bond. He created them in kinds, male and female, for each other. And this is very critical because our society is structured on the nuclear family and the effectiveness of familial relationships and the love exhibited for the family and then towards society as a whole. And what we're seeing in society is a reflection of our family, and it's disgusting and it's perverted. And it is not a family. It's not a family that I would want to be born into. I'll tell you that much. And it's very good. The leadership should be doing their leadership, and the lawmakers should be doing everything in their power to make sure that the matters pertaining to love affairs, meaning familial, marital love affairs,
what do you want to
should contribute to the fulfillment of social needs. And
I want 2 beef stews and 6. I said, why don't you go make it for yourself? Because that's not what we do. Maybe Shackleton want to do that. Maybe Daniel Shackleton do it. Yo, dog. Are you hungry? Yes. Are you so hungry you're gonna masturbate? No. Why did you leave that anti-Semitic room? You're just boring. Yo, no. So you're gonna make 6 ramen. And what else? I don't know. Go through these noodles. Why? You didn't do anything to deserve it. I got 400 things. Are you hungry? I miss my old doggy. Looks like I'm on a car and have food left. It's so he's such a baby. He's so spoiled. He's a baby. He sleeps all day. He just babies all day. Chasing bunnies. Chasing bunnies. Chasing bunnies like a baby. Chasing bunnies like a baby. He's so good looking though. Such a baby. Come on, cows, kids. Come on, cows. What a move. Did you ever give him kisses? I gave him lots of kisses. Kisses on the ear. Kisses on your cheek. Kisses on the noses. Kisses on the forehead. Kisses on the top of the head. He just got so many kisses. Oh, he is such a baby. He's such a baby. And she was cuddle. He's sheeping. Sometimes he'd be sheeping. He'd be a baby. Food. When was his birthday? 11/11/11. So he's 12 years old. He was being a baby. He still got some fun. I wish I had. She would have been like 26. 26? Maybe like 23. let's see, we got her. She was 11 when he got her. That was 2012. We got her. She's 20. how long is it out here? 7 years. How do you do the math? 7 times 7. What? 7. Yeah, she's 22. 7 times 7. 7 is 20. 140. 2. 72 is 14. So it's 140 plus 14. 154. Awesome. Oh, Lucky was just such a baby. Such a cuddle bear. So sweet. He used to love to cuddle and be a baby. He used to love to cuddle. Where would he be right? Maybe right here. Would he be ever be here? Yeah, sometimes maybe. Maybe a lot. Maybe 100 million times in a row. Huh? It's whatever. Are you hungry? Yeah. Yo, I'm so fucked. Thinking about that dog. It'd be like, I don't want to see him again. I would love to see him, but I'd be like, oh my god, I feel such a failure. I don't want to ever see that dog again. Like, no. He's such a baby, though. Such a baby. So sweet. I'll never forget talking to my mom, and I said, my mom said one time, should I snap at her when she was trying to get in bed and trying to sit in her spot? And I said, did you ever see Lucky doing that? She said, no. I said, in a million years, could you ever see Lucky snapping at you? And she said, no, never. He's so sweet. I don't know if they should be a smart dog and a sweet dog. But he's so sweet. He's so sweet. He's like a baby. Just like the sweetest little baby. And I just think about this time my mom told me this story. She's like, you'll never believe this. She's like, I was looking for Lucky. And I went in the bedroom, he's not there. I'm calling for him, I go in the basement, he's not there. He's not with Daddy and Shiny. He's not in the bathroom, he's not in the office, not in the kitchen. I look over, I'm calling for him. I look in the office, I look in the guest bedroom, I look in the bedroom again, I call over, I'm calling for him, I'm starting to panic. And I go and I look on the couch and he's just sitting there like being perfect with his little tail wagging, watching me run around the house looking for him. And he was there the whole time. Dude didn't do anything. He was being perfect. Did you ever hear him growl? Yes. When? He growled once when I think there was a mouse. And secondly, when I never saw it. And secondly, when there were people at our house, at the house where I was living, and they were pounding at the door, and he knew that they weren't supposed to be there, and he was growling at them. He's been such a baby. And one time, I had to leave him, and people came in the house to go. They were pounding on the door, and when I came in the house, they run after they left. I could tell he had been stressed. Like, where's my daddy? Where is he? He's such a good boy. Was he a good dog? He was a baby. Just a sweetheart. Dog. 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 Unbelievable. Yo. Oh, what a little baby dog. He would end up in the craziest places. Really? I shouldn't say that. Not really at all. He was not. He was not like. He could have ended up in such crazy places. No, he would just end up sit-ups on my head and stuff like that. I love his little heartbeat. He licking my hand. Being a baby. And he's being a baby. Alright, are you done though? That would be my question. It's not, was your dog a baby? Which he's obviously not, he is a dog. But are you done? Hey, Westsider. I'm surprised that, like, following all those people or whatever doesn't at least get, like, 2 or 3 people that come and check me out online per hour or something. No one. It's absolutely no one. No one cares. No one gives a flying fuck. No one cares. No one gives a flying fuck. No one gives a flying fuck. Everyone thinks I suck. No one gives a flying fuck. I think this thing's stream. Look at this athleticism. Did you see that? It was like this, and like this, and like this. Oh, it was crazy. Yosh. Turtle. Agent Marina can suck my dick. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? Yosh. Are you done? Look at this athleticism. Just when everybody thought he was down and out, talking about his golf, he gets up like a man, goes over here, hardcore history, supernova in the east. It was really so athletic. Let's talk about it. It was so athletic. And then it was like, I've never seen anything. It was really. It got to the point where it was like, Mikey, this is the most athletic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And then Mikey kicked it up a notch because he was so athletic. He kicked his athleticism up a notch.
What you're about to hear is part 3 of a multi-part series on the Second World War in the Asia-Pacific theater.
I would be like, hey, sluts.
If you don't mind your story starting in the middle and you haven't heard the first couple of editions, well, this is a perfect place to start. If you like your stories with the background and the context and all that, well, you might want to catch up on the first 2 shows. If you already caught up on the first 2 shows, well, welcome to the long-awaited, sorry about that, part 3. Part of the reason it's a little long-awaited is I wrote a book. If you want to find out more about it, go to our website, fast forward to the end of this show, or just wait till you get there naturally. In the meantime, Supernova in the East, part 3.
James.
December 7th, 1941.
It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
Yep.
That's one small step for man.
The events.
One giant
leap for mankind.
for mankind.
The figures.
Not quite to the void, man. Over humanity. From this time and place.
I take pride in the words, Ich bin ein Berlin.
The drama.
Tear down this wall.
The deep question.
I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their presidents are corrupt. Well, I'm not a corrupt. We dig deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember that we are not descended from beautiful men.
It's hardcore history.
Yes.
One of the reasons you can't put much trust in the lessons of history, especially applies to specific situations, is that human beings see the sorts of behaviors that we have, and then you choose the examples that fit our lives. So, for example, we all have this tendency to celebrate resolute defiance and strength and willingness to confront things like a Churchillian confrontation with evil. The ideas, the strong ideas that we learned from 1938 in Munich, that you can't be dictators. This idea of strength is much lauded in the lessons of history, but we never take the opposite lesson, assuming that this is some kind of lesson, to heart. And that's that sometimes one might suspect it would be worth putting a statue up to somebody in the government that caved in to his adversaries, that submitted, that cried uncle. The reason I bring that up is because if you could have found somebody in the Japanese leadership, and that may have included the emperor, who would have done something like that, he would have saved his country from the worst disaster he'd ever had.
Thing you've ever seen in your
And
entire
think of how impossible it is to imagine a person in that situation doing that. One of the reasons we spend so much time, and everybody else does, on the dysfunctional development of the Japanese government is because this December 7th, 1941 incident is where it fails in the worst possible way. I mean, to quote one of, 97% of the historians of the world who think this is one of the worst decisions ever. Naval historian Craig L. Simons called the attack at Pearl Harbor one of the most reckless and irresponsible decisions in the history of warfare. And the reason it's reckless and irresponsible is because the chances of success in this Japanese war plan are so small. I mean, when are these gambles okay? If you're talking about risking an entire country, right? When is the cost to benefit ratio lining up all right for you? I often wonder how much better life would be for the average German today if Germany had won the war in the Second World War. Are they all living like Kardashians today, or are they mildly better off than they would be anyway, right? How much there's down to the average person as a sort of a counterbalance to balance out the risk that you're taking. War. If you look at Germany's risk in 1914, when they march into Belgium, assuming that the British won't get involved and World War I breaks out anyway, say what you want, and it's a horrible risk because it doesn't just lead to World War I, but the interwar years, the rise of Nazis, World War II. I mean, it's a disaster. But Germany had a decent chance in that war. They could have won it theoretically in the last year of the conflict. So as bad of a decision as that was, it's worlds apart. The Japanese decision, which has just as much in the way of cataclysmic ramifications if you lose, but your chances of winning are so much smaller. You want to think percentile dice, you Dungeons and Dragons fans? 97 or above Japanese come out of this in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Let's review, shall we? Their if you go to the Japanese Optimist Society, that the military, I made this up, but they, imagine the most rose-colored glasses of the Army and Navy guys, and they're thinking about the multiple ways that they could win this war. We already talked about the first one that's going to come into play right after Pearl Harbor, and that is the idea that they are going to explode across the region, take over a whole, think about a circular area, sort of roughly kind of like an egg maybe, that encompasses all the resources they need to be self-sufficient, and then they're going to fortify it all and make the other side take it back in what would be, in their minds, if you're the rose-colored glasses wearing optimists here, an island, an archipelago version of the First World War Western Front trenches.
We got titty kids.
That would also include a web of air cover, as the Japanese see it. So number one is we take it all and we make you take it all back. And this is where, by the way, the Japanese hope to maximize one of the few advantages they have as they see it over the other side, and that is morale. We started off this entire series talking about these Japanese people who stayed on the islands decades after the war was over. How do you leverage that into winning somehow? Well, this strategy of occupying these islands, fortifying them, and then making the allies take them back, well, that's maximizing them, right? Because you're assuming they're going to get tired of losing people for these little sandy atolls in the Pacific more quickly than you are. Now, number two possible way that the Japanese win here, if you're in the Optimist room, the Axis wins the war. And if the Germans win, then maybe everything changes. It should be noted, by the way, that as Pearl Harbor is happening, the Soviet Union's Red Army are mustering their forces for the big counterattack at Moscow that will change the entire complexion of the war in Europe. So the timing on this could not be worse. Right as we're finding out that, hey, Germany's probably not going to win the war, it's basically right around the same time period we're at right now. Finally, number three, and this is the most interesting way that Japan wins this war somehow, is what happens if this Pan-Asianism idea that, a lot of the Japanese leadership sort of sees as a more PR marketing tool, although some really believe it. But what if that catches on? Remember what that is? All of Asia in this time period, with the exception of Japan and one or two scant other places, are colonial possessions or places like the Philippines that aren't officially colonies but have a relationship with the United States that's subordinate, let's put it that way. There is a lot of anger, as you might imagine, seething in these areas, and these peoples have never been able to confront the Western colonizers in any sort of military sense. But here's a power from Asia that can, and that at least with the marketing material is suggesting that that's exactly what they're doing. In the fantastic rose-colored glasses dreams of the optimists in Japan, they see a giant rising of all of the peoples of Asia, to sort of rally to Japan's banner and leadership. But if those things don't happen, Japan is going to be, as Winston Churchill said, ground to powder. A better metaphor, if you want to be more accurate, would be burnt to cinders. And the only person who perhaps could have saved them would have been somebody who stood up and said at the last minute, when there were no real options, Uncle, and we don't put statues up to people that give in to our enemies, even if they save our entire society by doing so. Now, in all fairness, people have always made the argument that this is exactly.
Will you fuck with a guy who has an iPhone 8? I only fuck with guys who have an iPhone 8. Oh, that's cool, dog. Oh, that's cool. NFL matches, dog. Yo, dog. Oh, here's one, you slut. Guess who's gone? Ken Shampoo. John what's that color? Cobalt. John Cobalt's still there. Being a douche. Would you fuck John Cobalt to get out of this? Yeah. You would you I'd fuck him everywhere. He could fuck me. I would fuck him. We could fuck each other. I'd fuck his friends. Anything he wants. Really? Anything. I'd fuck on the radio. I'd fuck on TV. Be like, hey, dog, this motherfucker's gonna be deflowered from a gay standpoint in front of all these dudes. Hey, dog. Man's gotta do what man's gotta do, but get me the fuck out of this. But it's gotta get me out of everything. I can't be like, oh, dog, oh, yeah, you're so bad. Oh, fuck no. I went out of that. I went out of jail, all this other bullshit. And you can fuck me in the butt. You never been fucked in the butt? No. No, one time I got something stuck in my butt and I almost missed work. Really? Yeah, what was it? Vibrator. I had to text my assistant and tell her that I might be late. It was vibrating up inside me. But fortunately, I got it with needle nose pliers. But I accidentally grabbed part of my butt skin with the needle nose pliers, so my butt was bleeding. I know you love that story, you dumb slut. Would you fuck all these girls in Jimmy Choo? Yeah, all these bitches are high as fuck. Every single one of them? Yeah, I'd fuck all three of these chicks at once. I'd fuck them in that little room.
I want you, and I want you forever. The fragrances by Jimmy Choo.
This Christmas, it could be you. When you play a national lottery.
I'm the most West Side of Dog gangster there's ever been, son. What does that mean? No one knows. Provocative. That keeps the people going.
All for $8.99 a month. It's on Prime.
Do you think of yourself as the greatest motherfucker of all time? No, for real.
Get into that Vegas feeling.
Sort of.
Anytime, anywhere, MrVegas.com.
No, for real. Do you consider yourself the greatest motherfucker of all time? I do. I would say yeah. For this. Which is West Side. West Side. Sing the West Side song. Oh, okay, just like it. West Side. Hey, I'm Michael. How about you suck this dick? Mitch Trubisky sucks. Mason Rudolph sucks. The New England Patriots suck. Mac Jones sucks. Hunter Henry sucks.
So the Patriots blanked last week, blanked twice home this year, living in single-digit territory. They put up a couple of touchdowns tonight.
Very different looking offense, obviously, tonight. Much more aggressive. Bailey Zappi looks huge. The interception by Peppers sets them up.
Sucks.
Here's the defender right here. We keep talking about the linebackers. Michael Walker, who ends up slipping at the top of that route, and they throw right in the middle of this defense. That's where you thought they would attack, against these linebackers between the safeties, and they hit one for a touchdown.
Ryland for the point after. And the seconds into the second quarter, the
Yo,
Patriots
Pimp.
2-10.
2
Lead
and
the
10.
Steelers 7-5, 14-3.
Henry was close to making some big plays, and this time capitalizes in the red zone.
Yo, dog.
Let's look at this defensive alert that Amazon likes to look at. The red circles show you the potential
Look at
threat.
this,
Pepper's up in the
356,
top.
yo.
Snap of the ball, you see
2
the
followers,
movement.
yo.
And that's where they want to challenge
That's
Trubisky. You
crazy.
see it from the pre-snap when he
Jesus,
starts to
Jesus,
think he has an
everything.
idea where to go with the ball.
Jesus
and then
fucking
you move
Christ.
and affect his vision.
JFC.
That time
I like to
Peppers
say
is the
JFC.
beneficiary, gets the ball back
Why?
to Bailey Zappi, and a big
Why
touchdown
not?
throw up high in the air with a tight end can come down with it. And Zappi
JFC.
is off to a great start
For
with
a
this
rival.
Patriots offense.
Yeah.
Hey, Robert, you ever
On
met
the phone the other day, and we said, who's your support system?
Who, Gannon?
It's tough,
No,
and
I don't remember meeting him. I don't know a lot of Tesla. No, that's it.
She said, love your job?
Yeah, that's it. I don't know a lot.
She's not patting him on the back. Seeing out there.
Yeah, what do you think about
do your
him
job, do your job.
now heading the just supercomputer?
I think Elon is frustrated by the speed because he knows he needs to iterate
Patriots scored 30 total points in their last 3 games. Have exceeded that
faster so that
more than 15 minutes. Injury report, Caitlin.
Guys, we've seen both of the Steelers outside linebackers into the blue tent tonight. Alex Highsmith is still in there. We are told he is questionable to return because of a neck injury. The unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant is inside the tent with him right now. And it was earlier that we saw TJ Watt in there, also with the UNC for 4 minutes. But he's been back in the game, and his helmet now has a tinted visor attached to it.
Oh, wow. So there he was on the bench. Check it out when they're on defense. Meanwhile, they start from the 25-yard line. Trubisky, a little toss here. That's going to be a 5-yard loss. Harris takes the flip. Jennings makes the tackle, and the crowd is not happy.
That's a mismatch on the edge. We talked about Jennings and how physical he is. Watch the tight end across from him, the rookie Darnell Washington. He goes outside, and then Jennings shoots inside. Just has no chance. So it's a miscommunication on the edge there between the tight ends. My guess is Washington ends up needing to come down there to keep him away from that penetration.
Trubisky throws.
She's on the ball. What is that?
With heat blower all of those years. Now it's friable. Wilson makes a stop. 3rd down and 8.
It plays right into New England's hands again. So far, the Steelers are 0 for 3 on 3rd downs and keep them at this 3rd and 8. This is where they wanted to. Remember, last time it was 3rd down, showed him one look in the pre-snap, moved, throws the interception. And see what they dial up here on this defense here on this 3rd down and ball.
Steelers run 16 plays for 38 yards. On 3rd and 8, Trubisky throws, and that's almost picked. And of course, that will bring a torrent of blues. Alex Lawson is there. Well, you saw the 3 quarterbacks. We showed you Pickett's hurt. We showed you Trubisky. They want Mason Rudolph. And by the way, Ben Roethlisberger's in the building. We know we spent some time with him before the game.
We said hello to him earlier. Ball's behind him. This is a rookie out on an island on 3rd down. Ball's late and behind him.
And here comes the chant again. Here's Harvin's kick. Fair catch ball for me. 29-yard line by Miles Bryant. 12:45 to go in the half. 30-second commercial. Back in a half time.
West Side.
talking to Zappi the other day about draft day. He gets picked in the 4th round, but his friends were pranking him, calling him. And he
Because he was
all of a sudden
West
he gets
Side.
another call. He's not sure who it is. But he picks the phone up, and it's a scout from the Patriots. He starts his drive from the 28-yard line. Elliott falls down, and so he gets the call from the scout. The scout says, "Here's Bill Belichick." Belichick says, "Hey, we're drafting you next. Here's Bach Kraft."
So much for welcome to the ball club.
Right, there you go.
Here you go.
You're next.
But he did. He thought, what's going on here? One of my friends pranking me. I'm sure after Bill Belichick hopped on there, he knew. No one's doing this.
Right.
No, with the Steelers offense playing the way it is, it's time for the Steelers defense to assert themselves, make some plays, get this guy behind the sticks.
Zappi throws, that's dropped up the 30-yard line. Zeke Elliott couldn't ball that in. Zeke and Bishop Anthony, he's already carried 6 times for only 9 yards. He's caught 3 for 32, 3rd and 11.
Yeah, we've seen all these backup quarterbacks in the last week. Jake Browning had a big game for Cincinnati. Gardner Minshew for Indianapolis. Zappi now off to a good start. I mean, that is a big need this year in the NFL. These high-profile quarterbacks going down, and a lot of times that backup not ready to answer the bell. Zappi tonight doing that.
3rd and 11. Shoulder shake, flips it out here to Elliott. Nice move. Zeke looking for that first down, but it'll come up short about 3 yards in front of that Steeler bench. So it's 4th down.
I have absolutely no problem at all. That is a great play by Bailey Zappi. He went through about 3 or 4 different progressions. Everybody's covered. They played a zone. So instead of forcing the ball, that's been a problem with Mac Jones. Try to make a play, and it ends up being a turnover on 3rd down. He just checks it down and almost gave Zeke a chance to pick up that first down and punt it away. No problem.
Bryce Barringer's 3rd punt of the night. And that one will skid into the end zone.
Time now for the High Performance 4K Skycam presented by BMW. This Patriots defense has been doing a lot of damage this early part of this game, whether it's been defending the run. Here's Jennings setting that edge against Jalen Warren. Peppers disguising a part of that defense, disguising and then recognizing that ball in the air, capitalizes, steps in front of it, gives his own offense really good field position. They were able to put another touchdown on the board. Patriots said, look, this looks like a different team, obviously, than the team that's played all year, and especially the team that played last week, and they didn't get anything on the board.
Over the last 3 weeks.
Yep.
Single digits each week, already 14 on the board tonight. From the 20-yard line, Jalen Warren. Like Trubisky in the backfield. Trubisky rolling. Keeping. Down he goes after a gain of 3.
I think we came in tonight knowing that it's going to be tough on Trubisky, but especially considering that Jalen Warren and Najee Harris have been a non-factor so far in running the football. Harris has 6 yards on 6 carries. Warren negative 2 yards.
Number 76 is an
eligible receiver. Obviously, easy to point to Trubisky in this passing game, but they need more from this offensive line in this running game. You take some of the pressure off of what they're doing throwing the ball, because right now they're out of rhythm in a big way.
And the touchdown maker, Henry, goes into the 10. On the New England side, 2nd down and 7. Flag. And a 2-yard gain here for Warren. Clay Martin to give us the call.
If I were Mike Tomlin, I think formation, if week 14 or whatever week we're in right now, that would drive me crazy. 5 men in the backfield.
We're going to have at least 7 up front. Looking over to Belichick to see what he wants to do. It's a 2-yard gain.
Illegal formation on the offense. Number 76 had reported as an eligible receiver, but did not cover the tackle. Penalties decline. It's 3rd down.
He'll take the play. It's a 4-4. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He is exorcised.
Yeah, you're going to make mistakes, but you just can't make mental mistakes. You know? And again, they end up declining. It gets to another third down. They've not converted yet on third down tonight.
Third and 5. Rush 4. Trubisky throws, and that was thrown out of bounds. Intended there for Deontay Johnson. His first target of the night. The boomerang down there after every play.
Yeah, I think low percentage throw on third down and medium. Instead of trying to find something, a tight end or back out of the backfield or a matchup with a crosser, they go for a heave-ho downfield. No shot.
Marvin, short kick. Takes a New England bounce and more blues raining down. What a start for the Steelers tonight. 9:48 left in the half. 14-3 Pats.
Sports, official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports.
It's almost all of my dreams become realities. Some of my realities become dreams.
I'm Rosella Ryan, I'm a forward, Hannah Blundell, Ash Neville, Millie Turner, Ella Two, midfielder, Becky Spencer, goalkeeper, Nikki Tapada, forward, Ellie Brazil, striker.
Which star name grabbed the headlines? Tottenham v Man United, part of a great weekend on Sky Sports.
With Sky Store, you're in for an epic night.
There's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world. We're in a race against the Nazis. I have no choice. This isn't big enough to end the war. 5, 4, 3,
It's happening, isn't it?
2, 1.
Oppenheimer, available now in Sky Store, the ultimate movie collection.
Bruno Fernandes, nice pass.
The unofficial science of is back.
Are you ready?
As Chris Ramsey and Paul Chowdhury try not to die hard. 888 Sports, official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports.
And follows Deion Sanders as he starts the greatest challenge of his career, rebuilding Love University of Colorado football program. We watch the new season Prime right after TNF Nightcap, only on Prime Video.
I can't help but think about the T's when Mike Tomlin talked about they played JV football last week against the Cardinals, who are 2-10. By the way, they're a 5th seed. They're right in the thick of things. This is a must-win game, and they're playing a team who's 2-10 again, the Patriots, and this is the effort that they put forth here for about a quarter and a half.
Pretty terrible thus far. Here's Elliott. Meanwhile, the crowd frustrated about so many things, but they looked at that schedule and they said, hey, we've got Arizona coming in. We've got New England coming in. Those are 2 wins. They've already lost to Arizona, and now they're 11 points down to the other 2-win team.
Yeah, and you got some great leaders. You know, people wanted to blame Matt Canada. They wanted to blame this. They wanted to blame that. It's like at some point, the leaders on this team have always been the difference in the Steelers, the great Steelers team. They lead from within. It's the leadership from the players. They need to step up right now. Somebody needs to make some plays, get some fire back in this team.
Zabby throws, caught about 3 yards shy of the first one, trying to pick up a little extra yardage there is Sparrow Brown.
I guess what's just amazing, I'm sure for you and I watching, people at home watching, is that the Patriots are 2-10. I mean, to get a team to continue to play with fire and to be inspired, to give you some, like, we're showing up, we're going to be accountable, and as he says, do your job. You're seeing that from a team that's 2-10. You know, Pittsburgh's they're right in the thick of this thing with a wild card. And it's like they almost have looked disinterested the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Tomlin said horrible day at the office. And this one has started out the same way. 3rd down and 3. Montgomery's in the game. Rabbi throws. That's caught on the run, getting free. Juju Smith-Schuster takes it to the 25-yard line.
They continue to go after these linebackers on 3rd down. Again, they've had so many injuries. You see them showing pressure. They drop here, and that opens it up. Watch his head get on a swivel. He worries about to his right. Great job of recognizing that by Zappi. He had 2 options in the middle. Linebacker takes his option off to the left. The tight ends, no problem. Gets the ball to Juju Smith for that 1st down.
28-yard gain. He's already picked up 82 receiving yards tonight. Most he's had in any game this season. Zappi throwing, caught, Henry, touchdown. Whoa. So Henry, who scored the prior touchdown, went into the medical tent for just a moment, comes back and scores again.
How about this throw by the kid?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Casey's playing half field. Usually you can't make this throw with the safety sitting back there. But he gives it a little pump fake. He throws it on a line and somehow gets it over 23. Great concentration by the big tight end. But you're not supposed to be able to make that throw with the safety sitting back there ready to jump on that. I thought it might be a pick, but it's a touchdown.
Right over the head of KZ. Ryland for the extra point. Halfway through the 2nd quarter. Stunningly, if you're just tuning in, yep, there are 24 points on the board.
But Bailey Zappi really stepped up tonight. Give Bill O'Brien a lot of credit. The opening drive, just doing a good job of mixing up the play call. You'd think they'd be conservative tonight, right? Let's be careful tonight with Zappi against his Pittsburgh defense. Opening drive, they go right down the field for a touchdown. Great throw to Henry. Look at this safety back there. Somehow he's able to get that over top of him. Right now, number 4 is feeling it for the Patriots in his offense. Where's this been?
Yeah, 11 of 7. Well, he's been on the bench most of the year. That's where he's been. 11 of 17 for 168 yards, 3 touchdowns.
Just the execution of it. I mean, he looks great. You can just tell he is feeling it right now.
So, we mentioned it at the start. You get shut out, but you still get another start. Belichick talking about him, saying he doesn't ride the roller coaster. Like the fact that the emotions were very, very steady. And look what he's done tonight. Take a look at this.
I thought what Jake Brown did the other night, no one expected to see that in Jacksonville. Now here we have another experience with a backup quarterback nobody expected much from. Just stepped up in a good way first half.
And Will Levis in his first start at Tennessee.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, 4 touchdown passes. Touchback here, we go to Kaylee.
Guys, at each step in Bailey Zappi's career, he's been doubted, told he wasn't fast enough or athletic enough. But his college offensive coordinator for 4 years, Zach Kitley, told me he has never seen Zappi's confidence waver because Zappi believes he can outwork anybody. Zappi said it was a wake-up call when he got cut by the Patriots in camp, and yet even as he signed with their practice squad the very next day, he told Kitley, trust me, I've got this. Eventually, I'll be the starter.
Well, he's not going to lose his job before the end of this game. I know that.
Not have gone any better.
Perfect. Meanwhile, the Steelers down by 18. Flip out here to Warren. Finally to get something. Cheer, 14-yard gains. Tackled there by Jalen Mills.
I just like to see anytime you can get Jalen Warren or in the ball in space. You know, whether he's running an outside zone where he's able to kind of find that outside stretching and get upfield with this. We've got 3 blockers in front of him. Receivers do their job, and he doesn't need a lot of room. He's got great sudden quickness to be able to get upfield. So, nice, easy throw. Good blocks up front. Nice positive game.
Harris back in. He takes it, then he flips the ball here to Calvin Austin. And Austin needs to grab some of the chair. Now as he takes it to the 50-yard line on a trick play, Isaac Samano, number 73, first down.
Trubisky trying to get involved there, maybe take some of his frustration out. They're trying to open his playbook up. That's Warren, by the way, in motion, maybe trying to draw the defense's attention. They go back the other way. Watch Trubisky. Appreciate the effort there trying to take out Jabril Peppers. So back-to-back positive first down plays here for this Pittsburgh offense. And what you could call this a drive where they have to come away with some points here, down 21.
Yep. Ball at the 49-yard line. Pressure, gets it away, caught, and then taking the ball into Patriot territory is Connor Hayward. Pressure that time put on, but he's able to get it away by Kyle Duggar.
I think the most frustrating part for
What
this
up, what's up, gangster?
the
What up, what's up?
line of scrimmage and run the football. You know, in the last 3 weeks, they've been able to do that. You know, it's a bigger challenge, like we said. It's going to be tough to see how they do against one of the best run defenses in the league. But by not being able to get that run game going, they're not getting the safeties down to create the one-on-one opportunities for Pickens.
Second and 5. And fighting his way.
Look at this athleticism.
Connor Hayward made that last catch. Brother Chambers played on the other side. They're going to mark it a little bit short. Luka Harris is going to come up, no huddle here. Third and inches. And a non-push push. This came like the first out for Trubisky.
We're not in Philly.
That's right.
We're definitely not in Philly.
We're across the state, yeah. Under 5 now to play in the opening half. Trubisky's only thrown 10 times, 36 yards plus the pick. Harris doing next to nothing on the ground. Pickens has scored 1.
Hey, okay, Mike 48. Mike 48. Mike 20.
Warren to the 35-yard line. Willing to buy makes the stop there.
And one of the indicators that teams have, I think, study receivers and how they come off the line on a run versus pass. Here's George Pickens on a run this last play. He's kind of taking the play off, you know, and I think that sends a message to me, to your team. I look at receivers when it comes to their willingness to block, the effort that they're willing to put forward, kind of represents the pulse of a team. Bad look. It's Pittsburgh offense.
Yes, perfect point. Second down and 5. Pass is low and incomplete for the flag. Trying to get it in there. It's finally covered there by Kyle Duggar. So second down and 5. Conference here. 4 officials. Now down to 3. Play Martin.
Pass interference. Defense number 23.
Because if he's getting up and down, he need to bring her the other way. So is there any way he'd be over there? Yeah, but it's a little far away. So he might be able to touch. But yeah.
Opens up the middle. We saw that 2 weeks ago when they went to Cincinnati in the first game that Mike Sullivan called. They got down the ball with the safety split it, worked down the middle of those
He was repetitive.
I'm sure that's something they wanted at some point. Try
Is there any way he would be here?
Great weapon. It's a lot of the younger market is vulnerable with his body.
Unless he was hot. Then yeah, that's where he could get the by the fan.
Warren.
Is there any way he'd be on the floor?
Sniped up after picking up about 4. There. He picked up 4
Is there any way he would be here?
On this drive. Started back in their own 25. It's going to shoot for 4 minutes.
Stuff, probably now.
You're right. It's so important
I
for this
think
team to get in the board we've got to have.
Yeah, you talked about Mike Tomlin feeling this was
yeah,
redemption week and what they need to do. I think this is a redemption drive down 21-3. They have to come away with some points, get themselves to believe. Remember, they did the first. They
Is
did
there
the ball
any
in the
way
second
that
half.
he would want to
They got to
be?
get themselves to believe that they can come back in this game.
Oh yeah, there's
Defense on that sideline. Second down and 6.
whatever it would be, you want to be facing the door.
Pass is going to be caught in the end zone by Johnson. Touchdown.
How about the west side? Give it up for the west side. Deontay Johnson. Give it up for the west side. Deontay Johnson. Give it up for the west side. Deontay Johnson.
Good job by the protection.
Give
You
it up
mentioned
for the
Najee
west
Harris.
side.
And also
Deontay
Trubisky.
Johnson.
He feels
Give it
this
up for the
pressure right
west
here.
side.
Najee Harris comes over and picks it up. But Trubisky knows it's there. Watch him move
You think
in
you
the
would have
pocket.
caught this ball?
Help Najee Harris out.
Yeah.
And he puts that over that outside shoulder
Yeah, I'm sure.
of
But
Deontay
I would
Johnson
have
and make
probably
that play
done a
over
better
top of
job of
J.C.
catching
Jackson
it,
for the
though.
touchdown. So they answered the call. They needed the points, and they got them.
They did need those points.
And if you like the over, they've also answered
I
the
was
call.
just gonna say that.
Chris
If you like
Boswell
the
with the
over,
extra
they've
point.
also answered the call.
With 2:50 to go
Are they
in
gonna
the
mention the over?
first half.
Oh,
21-10.
hell yeah, they mentioned the over. Are you sure they mentioned the over? Oh, for sure. Kazunori Ito, you suck cock.
888 Sports, official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports. Dive into 888 Sports, official partner of the
I'm just the
NFL.
ultimate hater. I
Because
love
it's
guys.
made
I'm
to
just like,
excite.
Kazunori Ito,
It's made to
you suck
unite.
cock.
It's made to
Okiora, you suck. Mitsuro, you so fucking.
get money back as a free bet every Sunday and Thursday with 888 Sports. Your NFL
If you had to have
bet
sex with one character from Ghost in the Shell, who would it be? Ghost? Takashi Watabe, you suck. The Shell? Are there other people? This bitch has some titties. I like when the Beatles are being used in a sledding commercial. Hey guys, let's make a commercial for our sleds. For Riz?
It may not be much to look at.
I think that you deserve to die because you have that fucking accent.
The individual pocket strings on this one can stop you rolling onto your partner. Or
What's the nicest mattress you've ever had?
keep you cool all night. Sleep can make you more alert, improve your memory, or just make you feel alive again. So, drop
The
in,
nicest
lie
might
down,
have been this
see
one.
what a trained
But no,
bag can do
okay.
With delivery? I'm in.
For Riz?
Thanks.
There's nothing quite like a delivery.
For sure.
You in? 888 Sports, official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports.
Are you done?
Steve Shana, the Golden State NFL Man of the Year Award, recognizes NFL players who exhibited excellence on the field and whose passion to impact lives extends beyond the game. This year's nominee for the Patriots is
How about the West Side? Who's it for the West Side? Rabbi Rothschild for the West Side. That'd be a huge award to win. It would be the biggest thing. Shout out to these guys. In all seriousness. Why? Because they seem like pretty cool motherfuckers. West Side gangsters.
not AWS. They didn't weigh in on.
Have you ever been a West Side gang? Huh?
Kaylee will be next.
He's gonna take this all the way, guaranteed.
It stopped at the 22-yard line.
Did you see me say
Wow,
guaranteed?
both of the Walter Payton nominees featured tonight, they want to empower the next generation. Jones, he was inspired by his 8-year-old daughter Skylar to become the first male ambassador to
Skylar
play like
sucks.
a girl. His next step foundation is the
Skylar
foundation of the New
was
England
one of the
Animism
worst people of all time.
And because
I think
six
Skylar
time
stomped
nominee
puppies.
believes that every kid should
Skylar
be
has
able to
never,
his
ever
neighbor House is
allowed
doing just
children
that,
to have
fighting
fun.
childhood hunger, spreading
Skylar
kindness,
doesn't want
among
children
other
to read.
initiatives, guys.
Skylar
Yep,
reads
13 great seasons in the National Football League.
beauty pageants. Skylar sucks.
Yep, tremendous.
I think it sucks.
Unnecessary roughness. Agree with number 41.
You should say my opinion, tremendous.
Son Brendan Schooler.
Well after the whistle. Schooler is cool there. And they would have had the ball at the 22. We look at the time, 2:46. The way your quarterback's playing, you know, you're thinking about getting in the field goal range. Maybe they still will, but now they go all the way back to their 11-yard line.
It's an earful from Joe Judge, the special teams coach. He's the head coach of the Giants for a couple of years. See, at 2:46, each team has its full complement of timeouts. Start from the 11, drive back into it now. Belly in. Decent ball, closes quickly. Dean for second down and 6.
Steelers call a timeout here. I think they're sensing and maybe a conservative approach. Use their timeouts, try to get the ball back.
30-second timeout.
See if they can get in field goal range themselves.
So week 14, beginning tonight, they're division leaders. And wildcard teams in the season ended right now. Steelers, Browns, Colts, and almost everybody else is in the hunt.
Those teams at 6-6, they're just a game back. These next 4 or 5 weeks are going to be very exciting.
Second down and 6. That's going for a first down. This time Montgomery makes the grab. There's been around 9 years in the league, but good performance last season. First down.
Go after Michael Walker again in coverage. Cole Holcomb, Quan Alexander, Roberts with a groin, so they've had to bring some others up. They've signed Blake Martinez, who had officially retired. I mean, they are beat up at linebacker. Walker's been playing a lot. Mark Robinson. New England knew that was a potential opportunity, and they've attacked that a lot here in this first half.
That first down enables them to run some time off the clock. After New England had used their first time out, coming up on the 2-minute warning here. Zappy to the outside, and a leaping grab is made there by Thornton, and that takes us to the 2-minute warning. 21-10. Patriots leading the Steelers in Pittsburgh on this Thursday night.
Official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports.
What are the moments that remain ingrained in your memory? Moments that erase space and time. Moments when feeling good is the only thing that matters. Become part of an age-old story of well-being. A story written in the heart of the mountains, flowing from a single, simple drop of water.
It may not be much to look at, but the right Dreams mattress can do incredible things. The individual pocket springs on this one can stop you rolling onto your partner. All of them. The gel layer in this one can keep you cool all night. Sleep can make you more alert, improve your memory, or just make you feel alive again. So, drop in, lie down, and see what a Dreams bed can do.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
They tell how much longer finish, and I think they make like super which is just live and wrong. That's what I should
Best present.
Really? Oh, west side.
I wish all these kids are everything they wanted.
Parents are around somewhere, right? Be the very best friend ever.
Sneak it.
official sponsor of the NFL on Sky Sports.
Isn't anyone like, oh, hey, dude, you got 40 accounts.
Our elegantly
Let me
garbed
follow you. Watch your life for the
State
rest
Farm
of your life.
halftime show crew. You know what their wardrobe budget must be?
I can't even imagine.
Look at that. Jeremy, you're really looking spiffy tonight. Look at this.
I didn't know they had help till a couple weeks ago.
No kidding. I know. We're shaped.
You and I are just schlepping around.
Yeah, we're going to the Army Navy surplus store. No problem. 2nd and 7. That pass is low and juggled and out of bounds and complete. Intended there. Time Montgomery. 3rd and 7.
One of the few mistakes we've seen from this receiver group. We're focusing a lot on Zappi. But one of the big questions I think a lot of people have had is they've had some injuries on the outside, just haven't been real consistent at receiver. Tonight, that's been a different story. The tight ends, obviously, with Hunter Henry, with receivers playing much better tonight to give Zappi some separation and some chances.
I itch my head. Then I itch my back. There you go, another update on my itches.
Get the ball, score at the end of the
Bitches.
half, and get it to start the second half. 3rd and 7. Zappi throws, caught, and that's going to be enough for a first down. So Hunter Henry having a big night, 2 touchdowns already. That's his 3rd catch of the night. And that forces Pittsburgh into not being able to use timeout.
Owenu, the right tackle, who's really a guard, holding up on an island often against TJ Watt here, which is a big surprise, especially in these two-minute warning obvious passing situations.
Are you sure you don't want to just shut the
His
fuck
ears
up?
back
Because I'm
coming
not
after.
fuck.
Look out, sack, 31-yard line. Landon Roberts having pulled his name tonight. But Roberts comes in, makes the sack. Played in 3 Super Bowls, Landon did with New England. And now Pittsburgh can take a timeout.
This is well designed. These two set a pick right here, and then Roberts works around that pick. Nice job of being patient, works around it. New England doesn't communicate. And again, one of the first times we've seen Zappi with serious pressure. This line, for the most part, has done a heck of a job taking care of it.
10-yard sack, 2nd down and 12. Flexing with the right arm, right elbow. So he paid a price here. Check it out here on 2nd down and 20. Steelers have 1 timeout remaining. Going to keep it on the ground. Going to make Pittsburgh use that final timeout. Fitzpatrick takes Elliott down.
Do they have a Where's Waldo, girls? Right. Hey, West Side. Are you hungry? Yeah. You can get two beef stews? I do. Are you sure of it? I'm pretty sure of it. I'm hungry though. Do you like it when this game is like this? Because it was, in my opinion, it was phenomenal. It was the best. And then the sound, you had a soundtrack to it where it was like, yeah.
Exactly the role the emperor eventually played in ending the war. More on that later, of course, but that he bravely, as the only person who really could, said enough. But investigators looking into these things at the Tokyo war crimes trials wanted to know that if he had the power to do that at the end of the war, why didn't he use it before the war broke out? And that's when you get back to the whole dysfunctional Japanese government and all the reasons it was. Let's not forget, for example, about assassinations and how much of a tool to prevent thinking that wasn't patriotic enough from being, publicly expounded upon. I mean, there was a period in Japanese history that we talked about where historians sometimes call it government by assassination. And it was the most extreme in Japanese society, sort of driving the bus, if you will. And remember, Japan was following the trend of places like Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union, where any sort of dissent or not towing the party line was less and less accepted. And super patriotism was sort of the new minimum standard allowable, and unquestioning loyalty to the state was required. And Japan had spent at least the decade previous to this sort of purging itself of leftists and anarchists and people that wrote bad things about the government, and the ones who weren't in prison or under surveillance were cowed. So the voices that might get up and speak against suicidal decisions aren't really in a position to do that by the time December 7th rolls around. And let's remember, almost every country in this story has a nice proportion of its citizens who believe that phrase, my country, right or wrong. Well, remember, in Japan, they not only believe that phrase probably at higher levels than most people, a significant chunk of them believe that their emperor is a living god. So if you want to sort of have unquestioning loyalty in the state, when the state is a living god, you can just ratchet that normal level of patriotism that most people think is good way up to 11 off into super patriot land when it can become destructive. But of course, let's remember, it takes somebody like a super patriot sometimes, or as we said in the Second World War here in the United States, a fanatic, to be willing to kill themselves diving their aircraft into an enemy ship in the hopes of making any little difference in the war effort for their country or their emperor or their beliefs. And the beliefs are interesting from a really human standpoint. There's a great book called Japan at War, an oral history by Haruko Taya Cook and Theodore F. Cook. That is an oral history with Japanese voices talking about all these different kinds of things. And the introduction talks about how there are certain wartime phrases that were really only used in wartime, but that came out in the interviews because there's nothing else that describes them. And I was interested in why some of these people fought. Because like every army during this period, there's a lot of conscripts. There's a lot of people that go because they have to or because everyone else is going, who don't think too much about the causes. But there's a lot of these people, and especially the super patriots, the ones who feel very strongly, who have thought deeply about what they're doing and why. And I was interested in the similarities between the university and high school professors in Germany in the First World War and in Japan before the Second. If you go read any number of accounts, but All Quiet on the Western Front's the most famous, they all talk about how their professors, it's funny, it's like the opposite of today's stereotype of the Marxist leftist professor that corrupts the young minds that come into the classroom and makes them anti-government. Before the First World War, these German high school professors were famous for whipping their students up into patriotic frenzy, getting them to join the military. What are you going to do for the empire? What are you, and getting them all fired up patriotically. And in the before the Second World War, you see this same dynamic going on in Japan. And in the book Japan at War and Oral History, one of the people that they quote is one of these young people who gets fired up for idealistic reasons that, it's funny, you could see college students getting fired up about today in a broad sense. The student's name is Noji Harumichi, and he talks about getting fired up by a professor. Quote, "The man who really got me all stirred up about colonialism was Professor Imamura Chusuki. He was the founder and head of the Department of Colonial Economics at Nihon University, the private college we called Nichidai. He'd say in class, 'I've been to Shanghai, where signs say, dogs and yellow people, no entry. I've been to the South Seas, an area controlled entirely by the white man.' He'd ask us, 'What are you going to do to knock down this structure?' He had studied in America and was a professor of current events, but he devoted himself to rousing speeches like this. My feelings resonated with him. I burned with a desire to act. Given an opportunity, I want to go to the front. I want to go to China. I want to do something myself.' That's what we all said." He continued, and this gives us an idea of how some of the passionate people, on the other side, especially the young idealists, might have felt given what they were being taught. Quote, "America and Britain had been colonizing China for many years. Japan came to this late. China was such a backward nation. At the time of the Manchurian incident in 1931, we felt Japan should go out there and use Japanese technology and leadership to make China a better country. What was actually happening on the battlefield was all secret then, but I felt sure that the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere would be of crucial importance to the backward races. Japan and Germany would only have to combine forces to break the Anglo-Saxon hold on Asia and redistribute the colonies. That's how we felt then." End quote. It's interesting if you compare why that person thinks they're going to go off and fight to why, say, Americans in Korea or in Vietnam felt like they were going off to fight. A high-minded, I knew people like this who went there because they thought they were helping to keep or to free other people, right? We were risking our own blood and treasure, not for our own strategic interest, but literally to help these other people. It was almost a mission of mercy. Now, as everyone knows, once you get onto the battlefield and see what's going on, ideas like mission of mercy sound very different. But what motivates a person to want to go do these things are sometimes the most idealistic and high-minded reasons. So there's a real irony there when the Japanese army will go act the way that they act in all these other countries that so many of them felt so idealistically connected to, when their professors whipped them up into the idea of a crusade to help the other yellow peoples, the term of the time, right? The yellow races, the white races. Now let me pause for a second because it may seem as though we're artificially injecting some of the modern racial discussion into these events from the past. In other words, viewing it through that lens, but nothing could be further from the truth. Many of you have read the primary sources. You know what I'm talking about. This is a major component of the whole thing. I mean, the racial aspect, forget about the Pacific and the white man and the yellow man, and we're going to use those terms because that's the terminology of the time. But forget about all of that for a minute and just remember what's going on in Europe, where we have the concept of the master race and slave races like Slavs and Untermenschen who are to be wiped out in camps. I mean, so this whole question of ethnicity and race and superior and inferior beings, this was already going on in the Second World War before this whole part of the world was officially part of the Second World War. And the question of colonialism was long-standing, obviously, and it puts the United States, just for those of you who maybe don't remember, in a very strange position in this whole affair, because unlike Britain, France, the Netherlands, and these other countries that have been in the colonial game for a long time, the United States is officially an anti-colonial country, flirted with it during the Spanish-American War, but even when they have a pseudo-colonial relationship in a place like the Philippines, we don't treat it the same way because we have a self-image that says we're not a colonial people. And the Japanese some of that marketing too. And, sometimes the most interesting stuff you'll read about the Second World War comes from authors. And Len Dayton, who wrote an interesting book on the whole war, asked a question that I've seen before, but you don't even think about it very much. And that's why the Japanese have to involve the Americans in this at all. They could have been fighting an anti-colonial war against the colonial powers in Asia, left the United States out of it, might have saved themselves a loss in a war. Well, there's a lot of reasons, including the Philippines and whatnot, and a growing antipathy in the United States. There was a public opinion poll he quotes taken 2 days before Pearl Harbor that said almost 70% of Americans wanted some sort of controls put on Japan's expansion, and the U.S. always had a soft spot in its heart for China, which was being basically raped by the Japanese. So things were edging towards this point anyway. But this is more than a racial war on very simplistic, yellow and white questions, because the Japanese themselves are involved in this, let's call it trend of this era of superior and inferior beings, Dr. Seuss's star-bellied sneetches. The Japanese do not see themselves as the equals of all these yellow peoples in Asia that they are freeing, using my fingers as air quotes, from their European colonial masters. They don't see themselves as the equals of the Koreans or the Chinese or the Malays or the Filipinos. They see themselves as superior to them in a racial and ethnic sense, the same way that the Germans see themselves as superior to the Slavic people. Now, let's put an asterisk next to this whole affair so that when the time comes to talk about it continually in the future, we'll all understand that within all these countries, and I always try to remember this, whether we're talking about Nazi Germany or Japan or the Soviet Union or, well, any country you can think of, there are people that do not match the tenor of the times, that do not match the attitudes of the country and the government. Anti-Nazi Germans in Germany who have to have their house bombed during the bombing raids, just like the Nazi next door who supported the government every step of the way, right? There are Japanese humanitarians who hate what's going on here every step of the way and who would never behave like this. And of course, who, because we're all caught up in the gears of history and subject to the randomness or the cosmic decision, however you want to phrase it or put it, of being born when we're born and where we're born, we sometimes avoid such terrible dilemmas. But so let's understand, when I talk about how Germany is or how Japan is, that may be a national sort of stance, the master race idea in Germany, but it doesn't mean that every German believed in that at all. Just like it doesn't believe that every Japanese person believed in the superiority of the Yamato race. And that, the idea, as we said from that student, it's a spectrum. Let's call it a spectrum thing of how Japan felt about the rest of Asia. On one end of the spectrum is that student that we just quoted that makes the peoples of Asia, like the Chinese people, sound like Native Americans or Aboriginals in Australia. Just, sort of a backwards, primitive people. All they need is some, they would have said in the Old West, some Christianizing. We'll send them to some Indian schools. We'll bathe them. We'll dress them up right. We'll, get rid of all that mumbo jumbo they grew up with. And in a generation or two, you'll have, good old Americans that blend right in. The Japanese were, that student was feeling similarly about the Chinese. They just need leadership, help, technology, some of our values and ethics. We'll shape them right up, right? We'll help those people. That's one end of the spectrum. That's the one that wants to go help. right? They're still inferior, but they can be fixed. This is a Japanese version of the Peace Corps, my goodness. Then you got all the way over to the opposite end of the spectrum where you will find these Japanese thinkers who remind you of like Nazi scientists who have a racial view of people like the Chinese as subhuman, genetically inferior, to be sterilized at least, wiped out maybe. I mean, they're the kind of people that we might as well just try some experimentation like infecting a bunch of fleas with the bubonic plague and dropping them over their cities and see what happens, which, by the way, they did. So it runs the gamut, right? But it's the same idea. The Japanese are fighting their own race war on two fronts. One is against these, white folks who think they're so superior and have taken over almost all of Asia. The other is against all these Asians who aren't good enough to be Japanese people, but would be better off, with us running an empire. I mean, from the standpoint of a lot of these colonial peoples, they are being thrown out of the frying pan and into the fire. The transition moment from frying pan to fire for a lot of these people will be at about the same time that the bombs are actually dropping on Pearl Harbor. It's easy for Americans, myself included, to get so focused on what's going on in Hawaii and the surprise attack that was so shocking that we missed the many other aspects of this Japanese blitzkrieg occurring in many cases simultaneously and completely coordinated around Asia and the Pacific for the first 48 to 72 hours of this affair. I mean, at the moment the bombs are falling on Pearl Harbor, there are Japanese bombers in the air en route to Wake Island to bomb there. A couple hours before Pearl Harbor, there are landings of Japanese troops in northern Malaya. They will bomb the Philippines. They will bomb Guam. They will bomb Wake. They will bomb Midway, Hong Kong, all in the first few hours. They will bomb Singapore and kill 61 people before Singapore even knows they're at war. This is astounding. And the scope of Japanese operations is breathtaking. Let's remind ourselves the chutzpah involved here, though. I mean, you could easily describe the Japanese right at the time of Pearl Harbor. Remember, bogged down in China for years now, a country the size geographically about of the United States. They are trying to eat an elephant, figuratively speaking, and they're choking on it. And on December 7th, 1941, they decide to order a couple more elephants because that's what they're doing here. If this were a movie, and you are the person who's writing it, you love this idea because this is swinging for the fences, right? But as we said earlier, the chances of success are so small, and yet the Japanese are trying to maximize those chances. There are a bunch of things they're going to do at every level to try to compensate for their deficiencies. At the grand strategy level, what we're talking about here, when you go attack all these countries that are so much bigger and have more industrial might and more manpower than you, what do? Well, you use things like speed and audacity to disorient your opponent, give you an early edge, take it down. I mean, think about it like a pro wrestling match. And there's always those matches where the champion turns around, the good guy, and he starts to take off his robe, but he's not looking. And the little guy from behind, when no one is looking, hits him, in the back of the head. And then for the first 5 minutes, kicks him around and tries to take advantage of making him groggy before the big guy comes to. That's kind of what the plan is here. Surprise and audacity will confuse and disorient an opponent, at least for a while. Think about the Americans who wake up the next morning after Pearl Harbor, open up their newspaper to find out that they're at war. And in the very same newspaper, they find out that their Pacific Fleet has already been eliminated for the most part. That will compensate for some deficiencies, won't it? And it's not the only thing the Japanese are doing, because when the bombs are falling on Pearl Harbor, as we said, the Japanese are attacking locations all over Asia and the Pacific, if not simultaneously, then near simultaneously. They have advantages in addition to surprise, although, as we said, the idea that the Japanese were going to attack was not a complete surprise because people had seen troop ships and whatnot, but their ability to do this and carry it out effectively and the speed at which they were doing it, and most importantly, if you read the primary sources, the aircraft and the air power. The Japanese really established almost air supremacy quickly, and this was unexpected. There were a bunch of unexpected things, by the way. You open up Winston Churchill's History of the Second World War, which is, of course, more like a personal memoir. But I was starting to count how many times he talked about the Japanese and say that we underestimated them. He always threw in the Americans, too, to diffuse the blame a little bit. The British and Americans underestimated the Japanese capabilities. We can tie this back sort of, though, into the racism thing, too. And there's so many sources that point out that a lot of these, I mean, the British are famous for it in this particular case, but it affected everyone, where they just didn't see the Japanese as a capable opponent. And because of that, underestimated them, and because of that, are now paying the price. I mean, take, for example, I always use this example because I think it highlights the whole thing, but there is a plane that will be one of the big fighter planes in the earliest part of this conflict on the American side, and the Americans gave it to the British and some other flyers. It's called the Brewster Buffalo. It's a bad plane. It's a bad fighter plane. The only reason that the Brewster Buffalo is here in the Pacific is because it's assumed to be good enough in the Pacific. People like the Americans and the British are going to be shocked when they run into the Japanese fighter planes and how good they are. I mean, the famous Zero, for example. And this goes back to underestimating the Japanese as a people, because the stereotype of them before the Second World War, when it came to things like innovation and design and building, was that they were a kind of a copycat people. That they could build a good replica of some other person's design, but they weren't capable of coming up with their own advanced designs themselves, which is why when they run into these fighter planes and they are better than anything the Allied powers have in the theater, it's a shock. And it will be just the first of many. To get an idea of how the racism allows the Japanese to be underestimated, Arthur Len Dayton quotes a number of people to show this sort of sniffy, superior attitude that some colonial British had concerning the locals. And he quotes, for example, Air Chief Marshal Sir Robert Brooke Popham, who commanded that whole region and had seen Japanese soldiers close up in December 1940. And Dayton says that he didn't think much of them. And now quoting the Air Chief Marshal, quote, "I had a good close-up across the barbed wire of various subhuman specimens dressed in dirty gray uniform, which I was informed were Japanese soldiers." End quote. Dayton says he told his masters in London and then added, quote, "I cannot believe they would form an intelligent fighting force." End quote. Dayton continues, quote, "Such low opinions of the Japanese were prevalent in the British Far Eastern forces. More realistic estimations were not welcomed. In April 1941, the British military attaché in Tokyo told officers of the Singapore garrison that he regarded the Japanese army as a first-class fighting force, well-trained, well-officered, and possessing high esprit de corps. As the talk ended, Lieutenant General Lionel Bond, head of Malaya Command, rose to declare that such talk was, quote, "far from the truth." He added, "You can take it from me that we have nothing to fear from them," end quote. When the British general woke up the governor of Singapore to tell him that the Japanese were landing north of them in Malaya, the governor, and this according to Dayton also, was recorded as saying, quote, "Well, I suppose you'll shove the little men off," end quote. So see, we're not bringing up this racism stuff to make some sort of racism point. We're pointing out that it helps explain how the Japanese were so fatally underestimated. I mean, if you watch how they dominate the skies in this region and that how that allows them to do everything else, you sit there and wonder, where are all the great planes from earlier in this war? Where are the Spitfires and all these planes that you just know are cutting edge? They're not really in this theater in any sort of real numbers. You know why? Because they're in all the other theaters. I mean, the British are fighting recently in Greece. They're life or death in North Africa. They're sending planes to their Russian ally to keep them fighting. This is, well, first of all, 5 minutes ago, a peaceful theater. Second, you can't really spare planes you don't have. And the Americans are still working on developing fighters that can compete with the Japanese fighters. The thing is, though, that 5 minutes ago, they didn't know they had that problem. 5 minutes after the war starts, they're running into these Zeros everywhere. And another thing that the primary sources stress a heck of a lot more than the more modern stuff, because, you know, they were there, is how disruptive it was to have aircraft like fighter aircraft just come over you and strafe stuff with their machine guns and cannon. And it's funny because, theoretically, you don't have to be too mentally inventive to see how devastating that would be. If I took a machine gun in my hand and shot it at a bunch of stuff, it's going to do great damage. What if you have 3 or 4 of them and maybe a 20 millimeter cannon or two too, and you're shooting from above? Usually things are least defensible, from the air. Well, that would be disruptive as heck, but you don't see a ton of that in the modern sources because they're focusing on the fact that these people are also dropping big bombs. At the same time, I was reading an Australian journalist, more on him later, who was continually talking about how disruptive it was just to have a couple of planes come over every few hours and shoot up everything. I mean, all you have to do is injure and kill a few people, and it's chaos for a while. And if before you've solved that chaos, the planes come back and do it again, that's what the first 48, 72 hours of this look like. I mean, the Japanese are seemingly everywhere, and it's air power that allows them to be. We should point out, by the way, that everywhere in this particular case is a distance that is hard to get your mind around. I believe we said in the last segment this is the largest battlefield in human history, and it's not even really close. If you look at where operations in the first 6 months of this war will take place, I mean, we just mentioned, didn't we, operations as close to U.S. shores as Hawaii. Well, the Japanese will attack into the center of the Indian Ocean in the near future. Look at how far apart those are. They'll be attacking islands off Alaska, and they'll be in operations down by places like Fiji. For comparison purposes, the distance between Los Angeles and New York is about 2,700 or 2,800 miles. This battlefield is more like 6,000 miles by 4,500 miles. I read that somewhere, but it's close to that. I mean, the distances are crazy. And when you look at what a country that has more industrial strength than Japan has, and the kind of problems that they're having trying to take over and digest the Soviet Union, and of course I'm talking about the Wehrmacht and friends, December 7th, December 8th, 1941, they're involved in maybe the most crucial operations of the war outside of Moscow. A decent number of historians would tell you that they feel that the war is decided there, and the Germans, those of you who know this story know it well, are dealing with headaches upon headaches over their logistical supply lines being stretched so far. And remember, they've got railroads to help, and it's still nightmarish. And those distances that they're dealing with are nothing compared to the kind of distances that the Japanese are going to be dealing with once they go supernova, right? When the rising sun of Japan explodes to create this defense perimeter that includes all of the resources they need to be self-sufficient. Take a look at the geography too, because it will be a crucial element in the story. First of all, we said before, and I still find it fascinating, if you're going to deal with the human part of a story like this, the environment is going to be key to the experience. And the kind of battlefield that is most hellacious is a personal question. It's a different answer person to person. It's an eye of the beholder sort of thing. What bothers you the most may not bother me the most, so we may have different ideas of where the most hellish place to fight, for example, in the Second World War was. I have a friend who can't stand even the slightest bit of cold. He's going to have thought that something like what the Germans are dealing with right about now outside of Moscow is his worst nightmare. Cold to the nth degree. On the other hand, you go read some of the accounts of the veterans of the Pacific War, for example, and it's a completely different kind of nightmare. If you're bothered by spiders and snakes and centipedes and nighttime everybody's got the things that scare them or bother them the most. For a lot of people, the conditions that Allied forces will see in the Pacific, and let's be honest, the Japanese didn't like spiders and snakes and centipedes any more than the next people either. For some people, the Pacific is the worst of all possible battlefield conditions. If you look at the way that, like if I put a map in front of you and said, I want you to figure out how to strategize, winning this war, take a look at the island problem for a second, because it seems to me that this is the key issue for anyone. Besides the distances and the fact that, they're covered by water, you have to try to figure out what to do with the islands, because the Pacific has 25,000 islands. the Philippines alone, which is a single data point on this battlefield, has 7,000 or more, actually, 7,000 plus islands just in the Philippines. How do you attack that if you're the Japanese commander? Or how do you defend it is an equally valid question. It's a very interesting kind of war. Here's the other thing to take note of. Of these 25,000 islands in the Pacific, a ton of them are little more than spits of sand out in the middle of the water away from everything, or little coral reefs or atolls. The problem is that they're big enough for someone to convert into an airfield. They're big enough for you to think about taking it to keep the enemy from having one, or for you to create an airfield there yourself. The Japanese defense perimeter idea here involves taking a lot of these islands, building airfields on them if they don't have them already, and then creating a sort of web of defense that makes counterattacks by the Allies trying to retake their territory brutally costly. When the Second World War breaks out, the Japanese already have a pretty good start to this island defense perimeter. They own a lot of these islands already. Ironically, they took a bunch of them from their now allies, the Germans, in the last World War. But in the early stages of this conflict, they'll snap up a bunch more and they'll quickly be in possession of more than 1,000 of them. If you are the Allied strategists, this is a difficult strategic nut to crack if you think about it. And that's exactly what the Japanese are hoping for. And while a bunch of these islands fit that stereotype that I just sort of laid out earlier, these coral reefs or atolls or little spits of sand, a lot of these islands don't fit that stereotype. And some of them are very large indeed, with dramatically difficult terrain. I mean, look at places, and this is what the maps used to call them, as I think I said. All these places have different names now, which makes it more confusing. But I mean, the Borneos and the Sumatras and these places that have heavy-duty jungle combined with big land masses. I mean, for goodness sake, take a place that's a very important strategic value in this conflict and that is, going to see a ton of fighting. How about New Guinea, north of Australia? New Guinea is the second largest island on the planet. If you measure the British Isles from Dover in the south to the Orkney Islands, in the northern Scottish area, and then you multiply that by 3 times, it's still not as long as New Guinea is. We mentioned earlier that the worst battle conditions in the world is an eye of the beholder sort of thing. Well, New Guinea has something for everyone's nightmare in that regard, because it is an improbable mix of terrain types. First of all, it is, for the most part, just like your stereotypical Pacific jungle island, heavy jungle island. Now, I would say rainforest, but it doesn't really conjure up the right vibe. I'm not so sure one of the veterans of that campaign would think rainforest did justice to the conditions. I mean, it sort of conjures up these mental images of unicorns running around, and there weren't any unicorns, obviously. There were, however, man-eating crocodiles in all the rivers. Huge man-eating crocodiles. So a little bit of a different sort of feel to New Guinea than the rainforest idea might project. The jungle is so thick in places that vegetation just rots and stinks and attracts all sorts of insect life, while blotting out the sun in some places. New Guinea has all of the creepy crawlies that haunt a lot of people's nightmares, whereas in some places you might wake up and have a sigh of relief to know that that dream about that giant poisonous centipede crawling on you was nothing but a dream. In New Guinea, it's all too real, and they might be crawling on you after 20 straight days of torrential downpour. Now, what New Guinea brings to the table that's a little different from a lot of these Pacific islands is that in addition to the jungle, it's also got enormously tall mountains. Borneo does too. Some of these other places do too, and there's a lot of volcanoes or extinct volcanoes in the region. But New Guinea has towering mountain ranges, so tall that some planes can't quite make it over the hump and have to try to work the thermal updrafts a little bit to get it over the really, if they're heavily weighted, the really, tip of the mountain range. But that creates an environment that one of my books describes as alpine jungle. Doesn't that sound sort of mutually exclusive or contradictory? Alpine jungle, I haven't encountered that elsewhere, but it gives you a sense of the challenges. I mean, how do you equip a force to fight in alpine jungle? What's more, this is a very remote area. So once you get away from the coastline toward the interior, there are no roads. There's none of that. There's like dirty footpaths, and it's so isolated in the interior that before the Second World War, anthropologists from the West that were trying to get examples of how human beings operated before cities first arose and stuff like that, trying to see us, as we existed through most of human history, 10,000 years ago or whatever, they ventured to the interior of places like New Guinea to watch, for example, tribes of people on the island go to war. Some of these anthropologists, by the way, never made it home. A bunch of the soldiers who had to fight there suffered, similar fates, and they never made it home either. If you look at a map too, you can see why New Guinea is such a dramatic island of importance to the people in Australia. Because if you had Japanese airfields and troops as close to the United States, California or New York, as the Australians have New Guinea close to them, we would be losing our minds during the Second World War. The Australians are directly threatened by the Japanese. Finally, you have that area that the Japanese are really, this is the prize in this gamble. The whole reason to take this giant risk, add a couple more elephants to the menu, is for the potential payoff. The potential payoff is a number of territories, but most of them are islands. They're known as the Dutch East Indies during this time period. Their names used to be places like Sumatra, as I said, and Borneo. The area of Malaya north of Singapore is also very valuable. Lots of tin, lots of rubber, lots of interesting exotic sort of hard to find resources, and of course, oil. Today, these uber valuable resource-rich territories are the independent nation states of countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. But when the Second World War in Asia and the Pacific is starting, these are, like most of the region, under the colonial domination of European states. And these particular places, this treasure chest of regional resources, is almost like a legacy colony, if you want to think about it, because they're controlled by the Dutch. And the Dutch haven't been a major military power for some time. They remind you a little bit of the Belgians, who are also a colonial power, and you think to yourself, the Belgians are a colonial power? They could hardly, you would think, defend their homeland if they were in trouble, but they're a colonial power. And speaking to that point, when this war is breaking out right around the time of the Pearl Harbor attacks, the Dutch can't defend themselves in Europe. They're actually occupied by the Nazis during this time period, and by the way, so are the French. They also have a puppet government set up, controlled by Nazi Germany. So some of these colonial powers are having a hard time keeping their act together back at home in Europe, but they still want to control these territories and maintain their domination in the region. And who wouldn't? It's human nature. It's just like the Japanese wanting to take them over, right? That's the sort of power politics mankind's become accustomed to ever since Sumeria and before, right? But before the Japanese can exploit these territories and use them as sort of the equivalent of the nuclear reactor powering their future empire, they have to take the places first. And that's what the early stages of, say, from December to late February or March are going to be. So if you look at this campaign in chapters or sections, the first section is the Japanese Blitzkrieg section. And the first 48 or 72 hours, as we said, it's a little crazy. I mean, with landings north of Singapore, as we said, Hong Kong's attacked immediately. There are landings on Philippine Islands. Guam's attacked immediately and taken over quickly. Wake Island will be attacked quickly, although the Marines were prevented from falling quickly. On December 10th, so a couple days after Pearl Harbor, famously a British naval attack force goes to sea, based in Singapore, by the way, sent there right before war broke out by Winston Churchill, in a move that reminds you of what the U.S. constantly does today. We'll send a carrier group to a place like the Straits of Hormuz to display resolve, or we'll send another task force to the Straits of Taiwan to show the flag, whatever it might be. These are old naval maneuvers, and the British, of course, the greatest navy of all time at this particular moment in history. And so Churchill sends this task force to Singapore as a way of sending a message to the Japanese before Pearl Harbor saying, let's remember what you're going to be tangling with if you decide to mess with us, right? You're not going after Chinese now. You're not fighting the Soviets. I mean, this is the Navy that's so great. You modeled your Navy after us. Now, famously, there will not be an aircraft carrier with this task force, and the reasons for that are controversial, as is everything that happens next, as is almost everything from the early failures on the Allied side in this conflict. It's pretty typical, though, isn't it? Whenever you have beginnings of wars, there's going to be screw-ups. And you've had years of peacetime maneuvers and war games and all sorts of things to prepare you for all this stuff that's going to happen. But when real war happens, Murphy's Law gets involved in a way it just doesn't in the peacetime war games. And you see screw-ups after screw-ups. I mean, look at Pearl Harbor and how many years they're going to be investigating whose fault that was, right? Right after war breaks out at Pearl Harbor, the Japanese will famously bomb Clark Field in the Philippines, which is U.S. held, and destroy like half of the planes on the runway when the air command in the Philippines already knows that the U.S. is at war and that Pearl Harbor has been bombed. Again, fingers start getting pointed. The Singapore situation, we'll see a ton of fingers pointed in British military circles. And when on December 10th, the capital ships, the battleships Prince of Wales, the battle cruiser Repulse, and their destroyer complement head out to sea or continue their search for Japanese troop transports to sink off of the Malayan Peninsula, get spotted by Japanese reconnaissance forces. There are planes all over that area, submarines. The Japanese initially see them and then lose them, and then they find them and pick them up again. And then they send land-based bombers out to go get these ships. Now, we told you earlier that there's an interesting, it's called an RMA these days, a revolution in military affairs happening in naval warfare during this period. Whenever something like that happens, it has to fight the inertia of the prevailing military beliefs because there's so much invested in so many different places and on so many different levels in the way things are. Think about the reputations at stake in people who've assured, for example, people in governments who decide to throw money into some particular weapon system, that this weapon system is cutting edge and will determine everything in the next war. So you got reputations on the line. Then you got the reputations of the people that decide to make the decisions to spend the money to build these systems. Then you have the people who support these systems. I mean, it's as silly as sometimes the fact that something like a battleship, if you are a naval commander who wants to command a ship at sea, that is one of the top prestige jobs. I remember from Star Trek, Captain Kirk used to say there's only 12 enterprises in the fleet. I mean, it's this great honor to be a starship captain. Well, where'd you get that from? That's taken directly from the idea of commanding a ship of the line, or in this case, a battleship. So you even have that kind of inertia working against the idea that the weapon that's got the highest prestige and the most investment in the navies around the world, most states can't even build battleships. Let's emphasize that, right? That's how rarefied the air is here. Not every country can even build these battleships. So what happens if the evidence continually begins to show over and over that they're obsolete? Nobody really wants to hear that. By the time Pearl Harbor happens, you've had more than 2 years of war in places like the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, the North Sea. I mean, the British and the Germans and the Italians are all tangling with each other. So there's evidence accruing. And if you're a fan of battleships like I am, it hasn't been necessarily very good news. But there's mitigating circumstances. That's what a person like me who doesn't want to hear what the mounting evidence seems to show and what a lot of other people would say to mitigating circumstances. I mean, we talked about the British raid against the Italian fleet anchored at the port of Taranto, right? Where a bunch of old biplanes, the most primitive level of like air to naval combat you can think of, primitive biplanes with a top speed of something like 140 miles per hour, are able to cripple or sink 4 Italian battleships, and they lost 2 planes. People who love battleships put their fingers in their ear, as I do, and say, not a fair test. These ships were tied up at port. They weren't maneuvering. Their crews weren't manning the anti-aircraft weapons at full strength. I mean, not a fair test. And that sort of has been the case for the war so far. And on December 7th, 1941, you get another not fair test when the U.S. fleet tied up at port receives a similar treatment, but worse, to what the Italian fleet got at Taranto. The reason so many historians pay so much extra attention to this December 10th, 1941 naval incident is because it's the best, by far the best test case scenario we have of the new revolution in military affairs in action. Because you have two capital ships here, and one of them is new, commissioned this same year. You can't say the paint hasn't been scratched, because for a brand new ship, it's already seen a lot of action. It tangled with the Bismarck, for example. The Prince of Wales, though, has the latest anti-aircraft system, heavily armored. Both these ships, by the way, the Repulse, the battle cruiser that's with it, and the Prince of Wales, about the length of 2.5 U.S. football fields. If you think about them like stubby versions of the Titanic, that's not far wrong. The Repulse is something like 30,000 tons in weight. The Prince of Wales, almost 40,000 tons. They are ridiculously heavily armed, especially the Prince of Wales. These are mid-20th century Death Stars, and it is hard not to admire them as some of the most technologically sophisticated naval killing machines. I mean, if there's a diabolical side to you where you could admire that kind of weapons perfection, I mean, you can see why people could fall in love with a weapon system like this and refuse to see the new reality. It's going to be the attack that happens on the morning of December 10th, 1941, that is, if you'll pardon the pun, a capsizing moment for many people on the fence about this who are trying legitimately to figure out what the data points suggest. Now, we mentioned earlier that there was supposed to be an aircraft carrier with this task force. The British Navy is fully aware of the value of aircraft in a naval situation. They are not stupid. They would have liked to have had it. The Indomitable, though, had run aground earlier, wasn't here. Up until the last minute, air power from the land bases around there were potentially going to be involved, but that didn't happen either. The key to the whole thing, though, in understanding that this is going to be a capsizing moment, is that when these ships went out into the South China Sea without air power, they did not think of this as an extremely dangerous thing to do. If this were 1945, this would be an almost suicidal thing to do, and everyone would have known it. But of course, the reason that they would have known this is by 1945, plenty of battleships had been sunk by aircraft. Up to the point we are in the story right now, late 1941, December 10th, 1941, that had never happened in naval history. What's more, if these ships and their crews were not unduly concerned about going off without air cover, you would imagine they had every right to be, considering the amount of anti-aircraft weaponry these ships were loaded with. There's a war correspondent named O.D. Gallagher who writes for the British paper, the Daily Express. He's on board the Repulse, and in his rundown of this incident, he focuses intensely on the anti-aircraft on the ship. You can tell he's overwhelmingly impressed with it. And it's inferior to what's on the Prince of Wales. He talks about something that has a firing rate of 2,000 rounds a minute. I had to go look it up, and it's basically 4 50 caliber machine guns strapped together on a rack. If you look at the way that anti-aircraft will eventually evolve at the end of the war, there's actually some good footage you can find of late war U.S. naval task forces opening up against, I think it's kamikazes. And what you see is, I mean, the U.S. had perfected this by late war. They've got picket lines of destroyers out in advance. They've got a bunch of smaller ships surrounding the big ships, and they all open up at once. The sky fills with explosive metal. They have it sectioned off by altitude, so you have certain kinds of guns firing right at sea level for the low flyers, and then they've got it graduated in steps every way up the altitude chain. It's all synced to radar. It's awesome, awe-inspiring. And all you could think of is, how could anybody ever fly through that? What would it be like to try to fly through that? But here's the dirty little secret about it all. Enough planes always get through so that you can't defend these ships with anti-aircraft alone. Oftentimes, the numbers look pathetically small of planes taken out by anti-aircraft, but even in the battles where you see a lot of enemy planes are destroyed by gunfire from the ships, a lot of times it's after the plane has already conducted its torpedo run or bombing run and it's passing over and past. A lot of these planes will make it back to their base and then be declared total losses. Now that's great, you've reduced enemy aircraft numbers, but it didn't stop the attack on the ship at the time. So how many planes are you willing to take out and call it an even day if you lose a battleship and they lose 30 planes, 40 planes? I mean, put a number on it. Army General Billy Mitchell, who said in the years between the two world wars that the U.S. shouldn't even build any more battleships because you could buy 1,000 bombers for the price of one battleship. I mean, he's the kind of guy that might say, I'd be willing to lose 1,000 planes, 999 planes, and call it a victory if I took out a battleship. You can begin to see that in order to protect these ships, you have to expect a level of efficiency on the part of the anti-aircraft weapons that's not realistic to expect. Now, another reason that the people on board these ships are confident that they have nothing to worry about is because they realize that they're not up against the kind of enemy that they're used to facing. A lot of these people just came from Europe, where they were facing the Luftwaffe and Germany, and these are notoriously good military forces, highly trained, very efficient, and the people on this ship think that they're facing people who don't measure up to European standards for all of the bigotry reasons I mentioned earlier, so nothing to worry about. That's another thing that this is going to be a data point for. This is part of the Allies discovering that they have woefully underestimated their enemy here, and war correspondent O.D. Gallagher is on board the Repulse. He writes for the British paper The Daily Express, as I believe I said. He recounts what happened on this fateful day when the Japanese aircraft find this strike force again. The battle itself begins about 11 a.m., 11:15, with Japanese aircraft attacking from all different sides and all different altitudes at different times as they sort of arrive. So you have 6 planes, 8 planes, 10 planes, some hugging the waves with heavy torpedoes on the horizon, others flying. In this case, they had level bombers, so medium bombers that would fly straight overhead at like 10,000 feet and drop big bombs. Very hard to hit the ships at that height, but if you do, they're very big bombs. O.D. Gallagher says that at 11:15 a.m., the Prince of Wales anti-aircraft weapons open fire. The explosion makes him jump. And then he says, and let me warn you, these are primary source quotes from the era, so they're going to have all the bigoted wartime propaganda type terms you might expect, but we don't censor primary sources and you wouldn't want us to. Imagine trying to do that, for example, with stuff from before the U.S. Civil War. You'd have huge gaps in anything you might try to say, so be forewarned. But Gallagher writes about the 11:15 a.m. air assault, quote, that was the beginning of a superb air attack by the Japanese, whose air force was an unknown quantity. Officers in the Prince of Wales, he writes, whom I met in their wardroom when she arrived here last week, said they expected some unorthodox flying from the Japs. The great danger will be the possibility of these chaps flying their whole aircraft into a ship and committing harikiri. He quotes them as saying, he continues, quote, it was nothing like that. It was most orthodox. They even came at us in formation, flying low and close. Aboard the Repulse, he says, I found observers as qualified as anyone to estimate Jap flying abilities. They know from first-hand experience what the Royal Air Force and the Luftwaffe are like. Their verdict was, now quoting their verdict, the Germans have never done anything like this in the North Sea, Atlantic, or anywhere else we have been. End quote. Both these ships begin maneuvering. They both do about 30 knots, so they're fast. They're, as we said, long, which makes it hard to maneuver. But these are all the sorts of things that defenders of battleships suggested that they'd be able to do and survive these encounters. And by the way, throughout these air attacks, the Repulse is dodging torpedo after torpedo. So there's some truth to the whole maneuvering thing. They dodge like 19 of them. But this is a numbers game. And over the space of about an hour and a half, almost 100 aircraft will participate in what looks very much like the taking down of a large animal on the Serengeti by a persistent horde of smaller predators. And that is, I should point out, one of the two ways that these big ships tend to be sunk. Way number one's pretty classic and very dramatic, and it's been around ever since you had magazines filled with explosive things. In naval warfare, the critical hit is always a possibility. You saw it against the Bismarck, where the Bismarck or the cruiser with it was able to penetrate the magazine of the battle cruiser Hood, the beautiful British battle cruiser fighting it, somehow got into the magazine, and boom, it explodes. And out of a crew of something like 1,000, 3 people survived. I mean, it was at the bottom of the sea extremely quickly. Part of it sank in like a second and a half. The other one lasted a couple of minutes before boom. So the critical hit's always been around in naval warfare. But with a lot of these big ships, it's more like a process of weakening them. And what often happens is a lucky hit will happen, but if you're trying hard enough, a lucky hit's inevitable, right? I mean, you take enough pulls even at the old slot machines in Las Vegas designed to take your money from you, but it'll eventually pay off. The air combat's not too dissimilar. After dodging 19 torpedoes, for example, the repulse eventually gets hit by one. And what these torpedoes often do is make you more vulnerable. So they'll jam the rudder or they'll damage the power. That happens to the Prince of Wales eventually when she gets hit. They're dropping these very big bombs from very high altitude. The chance of hitting these ships is very small, but if you drop enough bombs, you have a decent chance of striking with one, and they're big enough, some of them are 1,000 pounds, that if you hit these ships with something like that, you're likely to slow them down. And if you slow them down, then they become meat. The Prince of Wales, after being hit and seeing its power levels drop and its speed drop, begins to take a list, and Gallagher on board the Repulse watching this says, quote, 12:20 p.m. The end is near, although I didn't know it. A new wave of planes appear, flying around us in formation and gradually coming nearer. The Prince of Wales lies about 10 cables astern of our port side. She is helpless. They are making for her. I don't know how many. They are splitting up our guns as they realize they are after her, knowing she can't dodge their torpedoes. So we fire at them to defend the Prince of Wales rather than attend to our own safety. The only analogy I can think of to give an impression of the Prince of Wales in those last moments is of a mortally wounded tiger trying to beat off the coup de grace. Her outline is hardly distinguishable in smoke and flame from all her guns except the 14-inchers. I can see one plane release a torpedo. It drops nose heavy into the sea and churns up a small wake as it drives straight at the Prince of Wales. It explodes against her bows. A couple of seconds later, another explodes amidships, and another astern. Gazing at her turning over on the port side, with her stern going under, and with dots of men leaping from her, I was thrown against the bulkhead by a tremendous shock as the Repulse takes a torpedo in its port side stern. End quote. The Repulse will take a few more, and Gallagher will go down with the ship, only to be fished from the water, file his story, and have it appear a mere 2 days later in the British morning papers. More than 800 men died, and it would have been much, much worse had there not been destroyers nearby to pick up survivors. The British admiral on board the Prince of Wales went down with the ship and drowned. When told of this event, Winston Churchill says it was one of the biggest shocks he got in the entire war. The cost for sending these two ridiculously expensive, technologically sophisticated, nearly impossible for most people to build mid-20th century Death Stars, between 4 and 7 Japanese aircraft. That is a change in the cost to benefit ratio in naval combat that will create a revolution in military affairs. We should also point out another angle that makes this important, and that has to do with how long it takes to build these giant ships. For example, These big battleships take generally between 3 and 4 years to build. The aircraft carriers that are going to take over as the big important ships are more like 2 to 3 years to build. But that's a significant amount of time. When Julius Caesar invaded Britain in 54 BCE, he says he built a fleet of 600 to 800 vessels over the winter. Well, when you're building, although they were pretty sophisticated, but when you're building wooden vessels like that, maybe you can pull that off. But with these very sophisticated machines, it is a process. But what that means is, unlike land warfare and unlike air warfare, I mean, you never want to lose an army and you never want to lose an air force in something like the Battle of Britain, have it ground down to the nub. You never want that to happen. But if it doesn't lose you the war somehow, within a year, most of the top powers will have restored something like that. Now, you can't restore the veteran nature of the troops and whatnot that you lose, but in the Air Force, you might argue it might be a plus. I mean, you replace the old stuff with brand new stuff, but it's something that you can deal with. Naval warfare is different because it takes so long to replace these big ships that if you were to lose something like 4 aircraft carriers in an afternoon, that's devastating. Because the ships that you lay down to replace them probably won't be ready in time for you to use them in this war. So the value nature of the main fleet assets skyrockets, and all of a sudden these aircraft carriers are going to be seen as like queens on a chessboard. And they will need to be handled with care. Now, when these 2 capital ships go down, December 10th, 1941, you have a fantastically weird and interesting situation in global affairs going on. And I find it interesting that more attention isn't paid to it because the alternative history potential is just wild. But you don't have the Second World War going on as we understand it today yet. You have 2 global, or maybe you could say hemispheric wars going on at the same time, involving some but not all of the same participants, and often in different combinations. For example, the British and friends, that's how I'll put it, the British and friends and allies without the US are already fighting the Germans and the Italians and the smaller Axis powers. Now, after December 7th, December 8th, they're fighting the Japanese too. The Germans are fighting the British and allies and friends, and they're also fighting the Soviets. The Soviet Union are fighting the Germans, but not fighting the Japanese. The Japanese are not fighting the Soviet Union, but are fighting the Chinese, and now have attacked the British and friends, and now have attacked the United States. The United States is fighting the Japanese because the Japanese attacked them, but they're not fighting the Germans. Well, we know there's an undeclared sort of war going on with submarines on the East Coast, and the U.S. is pushing the boundaries of neutrality by helping where they can, but there's no official war going on against the Germans, right? And the Germans didn't bomb Pearl Harbor, so you have this weird situation that might have continued for quite a bit longer, and it's interesting to speculate how it might have gone had it continued longer, because remember the state of affairs in the United States at this time. This is the end of the period, and I hate this, but it's often referred to in the history books as the isolationist period of American history. If you look at public opinion polls, it's definitely getting more interventionist, but I guess coming from a low point. There are a lot of people that don't want to go to war in Europe. Franklin Roosevelt, who is now in his 3rd term, which is unprecedented. We still haven't had a president who served more than 2. And that worries people who never liked Roosevelt to begin with, right? He's like, 3rd term, is he ever leaving office? Roosevelt ran on a platform that he wasn't going to send American boys to go die in another European war. Boom, he wins the presidency. He's back in the White House, and now he's going to go start a war against Germany? Not likely, at least not without much more setup. So how long could this state of affairs have continued where, they're all fighting? I mean, it's wild to think about. On December 11th, 1941, though, in a move that must have, put a little bit of a bomb on Winston Churchill, still trying to recover from news of the, sinking of those 2 capital ships, Adolf Hitler takes all the pressure off of Franklin Roosevelt and solves all his problems if he really wanted to get the United States into a European war, some think, by declaring war on the United States. Bam. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't ample excuses to justify such a move, but why would you do it if you didn't have to? Well, maybe you get something for this, right? So this is what has me thinking back to some of the great German diplomats in history. I mean, one of the greatest of all times, Otto von Bismarck, right? They named the battleship after him. He was alive in Hitler's lifetime. I can't think on a level high enough to wonder what Bismarck would have done, but I know enough about him to know what he wouldn't have done. He would not have gotten Germany involved in any sort of diplomatic commitment that didn't offer something of tangible value to Germany. That would be extremely unlike him to ever make a bad deal. This is a bad deal because the Germans aren't going to get anything for it. What might they want? Well, my goodness, they're life or death at this time period outside the gates of Moscow, right? Against the Soviet Union. Go look at a map. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you're Nazi Germany to have the Japanese attack the Soviet Union from the backside, from the Asian side, and then you've got them in a vice and you can squish them between both sides? But the Japanese never attacked the Soviet Union in this whole war, even though they kind of like to, a lot of them. So what do the Germans get for all this? Well, it's an even worse deal because kind of quietly the U.S. and Britain have already had talks about what they might do should a war break out and we find ourselves working together. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And one of the things they agreed upon in principle was that if war breaks out and we're in the Second World War, this whole big war, we're going after Germany first. In the history books, there's a couple of different names for this policy. Some call it the Germany First policy, others the Europe First policy. But what it basically says is the Allies agree that the Germans are the number one enemy. We're going to concentrate the lion's share of manpower, resources, attention, money, and lives to defeating the Germans. And then after that's done, we will go over and grind the Japanese to powder at our leisure. The agreement basically calls for a holding pattern in the Pacific while the Germans are defeated. This will be reinforced and codified at a conference at the end of the year. It's called the Arcadia Conference, by the way, and Winston Churchill takes a battleship over to the United States and has his wonderful moment where a lot of Americans fall in love with the Churchillian approach. He goes to Congress and says those famous words. I'll try to not butcher it here, but he says, I can't help but think, had my father been American and my mother British instead of the other way around, I might have gotten here myself. And everybody loves that. And he goes and he brings a lot of his military staff with him. And he and Roosevelt and the staffs of the United States and Great Britain meet for a putting together of a coalition military approach. Now, let me stop for a minute and talk about how hard this is to do. Think about putting your country's troops under the command of another nation in any way, shape, and form. It's a very hard thing to do. I mean, just look at the Axis powers, for example, and see how hard it's going to be to do. They're allied to each other, right? Japan's in now, but what can they do to help each other? I mean, they're so far away from each other. You're not going to have Wehrmacht troops, as we said, guarding Pacific Islands for the Japanese, and you're not going to have the Imperial Japanese fleet cruising around the Mediterranean sinking British battleships either. But in their defense, it's hard to have these coalition military organizations work. So that's what makes what the U.S. and Britain do at the Arcadia Conference so monumental. They're able to craft an arrangement for how this war is going to be fought. And there are a lot of people whose noses get out of joint, a lot of hard decisions to be made. But according to Winston Churchill's doctor, Lord Moran, who was there, Churchill was simply overwhelmed by the production figures that the U.S. was promising. He couldn't even see any of the getting their nose out of joint part of this. And just so you know, I've often thought about this because I was reading again, and the image popped into my head of the analogy here. And maybe it's because I've actually lived this analogy, so I know how it feels like, but so have many of you. It's almost as if the war effort to date without the Americans is like a startup company that's gotten big, and the people who were in it at the beginning really know what they're doing now, and they're proud of their work and all these kinds of things. And that would be the British and the Allies and all this. I mean, after all, they survived the Blitz, and look at how well they're doing, and they're helping keep a lot of other nations in the war with supply. But they're, pushing to the end of their extremes. In terms of debt and resources and production and their own people's lives and all that kind of stuff. And the United States is like the big outside investor who comes in, got all the money, so you have to listen to what they say. At the same time, it's a little bit galling to the people that have been there for some time to have these newbies come in and tell you how to do things, no matter how much money they're providing. The United States is going to have a very big footprint in this war. And in the Pacific, it's going to be overwhelmingly large. But as Lord Morin said, all Churchill could see was all the tanks, planes, and ships that the United States was going to bring to the table that was going to ease finally this huge burden that the British had carried, throughout the entire 2+ years of the war so far. In his book, The Rising Sun, author John Toland quotes Churchill's physician, Lord Morin, about the Arcadia Conference and the agreements on unity of command and all the hard decisions that have been worked out. And he writes about it, quote, Arcadia lasted for another 2 weeks. Much had been accomplished, but some of the British left disgruntled. Now quoting Lord Morin, quote, the Americans have got their way, and the war will be run from Washington. Lord Morin wrote in his diary, but they will not be wise to push us so unceremoniously in the future. Our people are very unhappy about the decision, and the most they will agree to is to try it out for a month. End quote. Toland continues, quote, Churchill himself went home in great good humor, exulting over the final joint production estimates reached at the conference. 45,000 tanks and 43,000 planes in 1942, and 75,000 tanks and 100,000 planes the following year. Quote, he is drunk with the figures, commented Morin. End quote. Well, if you had been a startup company that avoided liquidated already, getting by the skin of your teeth, and looking for every rope to grab onto to continue the struggle, you might be drunk with the production numbers too. All of a sudden, the British don't have to worry about money and stuff anymore because the arsenal of democracy is going to provide that, and having to put up with the enormous American footprint is just going to be the cost of doing business here. Now, the whole time this Arcadia conference is going on, and I should point out it will stretch from December 1941 into the new year, January 1942, the Allied footprint in East Asia and the Pacific and all those Central Pacific areas isn't growing, it's shrinking by leaps and bounds. The Japanese are taking Allied possessions at a speed that is shocking. And from a military geek-out perspective, as I think I've said, it's hard to find anything like this because it appears almost reckless, the amount of operations that they have timed in an almost like domino tumbling fashion, trying to sync up complicated events. And you'll see how tough it is. Now trying to sync up so many complicated events in such a short period of time that, as historian Craig L. Simons writes, the Allies barely had time to catalog the advances of the Japanese, let alone respond effectively. I can tell you that even trying to keep track of all the conquests on a timeline is confusing because they go on at the same time and they overlap, and you have stories happening across a wide range of Asian and Pacific territories. I mean, take, for example, the first couple of days. You're going to have attacks in Malaya, which is now Malaysia. You're going to have Hong Kong attacked. You're going to have the Philippines attacked. You're going to have the Gilbert Islands attacked. You're going to have Tarawa attacked, Wake attacked, Guam attacked, Makin Island attacked, Siam, which is now Thailand, invaded, Burma invaded, North Borneo invaded. And that's just in December. They're going to kick off another round of conquest the next month. It's astounding. As I said, it almost appears reckless, but at the same time, there's a certain breathtakingness, isn't there, in the audacity of it all? And then to be successful, the fact they are successful this has been something that I think we mentioned people have been pointing fingers about all the time, because there's all sorts of mistakes and problems and all sorts of pre-war different theories on what the best thing to do is, which the acid test of combat settles, right? We have an argument here between the wars about, whether or not there should be defenses or whether defenses make the troops less aggressive. Who's right, who's wrong? Well, it's just one guy's opinion until Pearl Harbor, right? And then you begin to see some of these things worked out. Unfortunately, as always, it is the average soldier on the ground who gets to pay the price, right? For underestimations, misassessments, or even something that today seems so obvious, but that the racism of some of these people involved won't let them to assume that the Japanese are going to be as good fighters as they are, which means when they are, again, the troops on the ground suffer. As we said, the Brewster Buffaloes that are being shot down by the Japanese Mitsubishi Zero fighter planes all over this region don't just mean that the poor pilots stuck in those flying coffins, as they were sometimes called, pay the price, but then when there is no fighter for the Allies to defend the troops on the ground, those Zeros go strafing all day long. Matter of fact, the one thing, if you look at the primary source accounts from Allied soldiers during this first period, it's interesting how often they talk about the Japanese aircraft just coming around a few times a day and strafing up everything and shooting up everything, and the amount of chaos that causes, and on a day-to-day basis, how much it wears you down. And let's remember, there might have been some very veteran troops, for example, on the British Empire side of things in this area, but the Americans, for example, in the Philippines, most of those guys have never heard a shot fired in anger. So when these planes come overhead and bomb and strafe all the time, a lot of these people are seeing their first casualties and facing death for the first time. It could be a little unnerving. In Hong Kong, you have a situation that will be replicated in a bunch of these smaller islands. Remember, Hong Kong is smaller than the islands of Oahu or Maui in Hawaii, but they have like 1.5 million people living on it. So it's a very densely populated place, but it's right off the coast of China. And that coastline, of course, during this time period is occupied by the Japanese. All of these smaller islands are really tough to defend against determined attack, right? Because you just surround them by the sea and pummel them. I mean, that's what makes the Wake Island defense by the U.S. Marines such a big deal early on in this war. It's one of the notches on the Marine Corps belt of heroism, by the way, one of their famous stories. But, I mean, they deserve what they get. I mean, there's a few hundred Marines who, when the Japanese show up, they blow them out of the water, kill several hundred invaders. They sink a destroyer or two, damage a light cruiser, and provide one of the few bright spots in American newspapers that Americans are waking up to every day. To, bad news after bad news. This falls, they're defeated here, and all of a sudden, on this tiny little island, a few hundred Marines are able to provide some good news. The good news, by the way, one of my historians that I read had said that this is obviously, just the propaganda arm of the U.S. media trying to, gin up some good stuff. And it says that when the American government or military cabled the Marines on Wake and said, do you need anything? The Marines reportedly sent a message back saying, yes, send more chaps. And the historian said it was very unlikely that they really wanted more Japanese, because after all, in a very short period of time, before the U.S. could mount any kind of rescue or reinforcement operation, they got more Japanese. They got aircraft carriers, an overwhelming force, and they were already, the Marines, running out of ammunition. So they end up having to capitulate in a situation where, and again, they've got this on the belt of heroism, so it wasn't for no reason, but a lot more Marines died for the same outcome than maybe would have had to in a different circumstance. I mean, this is something you're going to see replicated all over the region during this first Japanese blitzkrieg period, because you're going to have group of Allied soldiers after group of Allied soldiers in situations where they pay a much higher price than they would have had to had people been able to simply acknowledge the reality of the situation. This is the situation Hong Kong's in, for example. You wish it's like 1740 or 50. And you have maybe the British and the French going at it, and the British commander, or Lord Cornwallis type figure, says, well, Hong Kong's indefensible, we know it, they know it, so I'm going to go out and I'm going to hand my sword to the French general, and I'm going to say, please take care of the civilians, we surrender, there's no way for us to win this time, better luck next time, we'll get you. You can't do that for all sorts of reasons. Number one reason is something we talked about earlier. The British and the Americans have sort of different goals at the very last fork in the road here. There's a lot of things they see eye to eye on. This is the Second World War in 20 years, after all, where they've been working together as either official allies or pseudo-allies. Nonetheless, at the very last fork in the road, Winston Churchill, who, let's understand, and Americans forget this, is a politician. He's a politician on the very, very, very conservative side of the British ledger during this time period. He out-conservatives other conservatives, and he is fully a man of the 19th century when it comes to his values and outlook and his Victorian Empire sorts of views. He's a man who wants to preserve the British Empire. He's got guys on the opposite side of Parliament who are thinking that empire is a concept that's not going to last much longer, so how do you get a soft landing from it, right? But in a place like Hong Kong, British prestige is on the line. The people who live there, the 1.5 million civilians or whatever, are under the protection of the British government. That's a crown colony, which means that British prestige is at stake, and this prestige thing is a weird amorphous quality, isn't it? It's something tangible in the sense that it's one of the things that every historian writing about colonialism will identify as one of the pillars holding up colonial domination, because the reason a country can hold down a nation of many, many, many millions of people with a tiny little force from the mother country and some mutually beneficial deals with local elites is in part because of the prestige involved. The British are the greatest colonial empire that has ever been. And this wasn't just the self-opinion of the British people themselves. Many of the people that they governed felt the same way. And it was very important for the continuation of the British Empire that they continue to feel this way. In his book, Hirohito's War, author Francis Pike quotes something written by the man who will later be hailed as the founding father of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, where he talks about the view they had of the British before the invasion of Malaya. And Yew wrote, quote, "The superior status of the British government and society was simply a fact of life. After all, they were the greatest people in the world. They had the biggest empire that history had ever known, stretching over all time zones, across all 4 oceans and 5 continents. We learned that in history lessons at school. I was brought up by my parents and grandparents to accept that this was the natural order of things." End quote. If their prestige were to somehow crumble, it's not an amorphous thing. It's going to mean lives. All over the British Empire, non-white people are watching the Japanese punch the greatest people in the world, according to some of the people who grew up under British Empire rule, in the nose. And it is something Winston Churchill, in the books that he penned in 1949, 1950, he says in this time period when manpower is absolutely at a premium that he would like to divert some forces to India, and then tells the commander that he's writing the letter to, that he publishes in his own history, that they don't have to be fully equipped to take on the Japanese because they're not there to take on the Japanese. They're there to handle any revolts by the Indians, who during this time period are under the control of Britain. They're part of the British Empire, although this is the era where Gandhi is rising to the fore. This is the era where the simmering and bubbling long-term Indian cry for independence is becoming much, much more heated and angry and loud. And Winston Churchill, as this, old-fashioned British Empire supporter, wants to make sure that the war aims in this conflict include protecting his vision of what he wants to outlive this war. And that's not really something that's part of the American priority list. In a place like Hong Kong, though, it determines why there has to be some sort of resistance put up. And there is. There's 14 or 15,000 defenders in Hong Kong. But it's such a tiny island, and the Japanese have overwhelming force right over this little strip of water. They control the air, they control the sea, and very shortly after attacking Hong Kong, they get control of the water supply, and then it's game over. Then you're looking at a siege from the Middle Ages, right, and everybody dying of thirst. Something ridiculous, and that can't happen, so Hong Kong is surrendered. By Christmas, by the way, 1941. In Malaya, where Japanese troops are actually disembarking from their amphibious assault vehicles in the middle of the night, before the Pearl Harbor attack even happens, they storm the beach at a place called Kota Baru in northern Malaya, now northern Malaysia, sort of up by the border with Thailand. They actually have a defended beach there, which will be rare in Malaya, where the Japanese won't have to face a lot of prepared or certainly long-term prepared defenses, but they're at this beach. And so the Japanese land 4, 5, 6,000 guys in the middle of the night and run into landmines on the beach, barbed wire, pillboxes with machine guns, artillery sighted on the beach, the whole 9 yards, right? It's like a mini Saving Private Ryan, storm the defenses kind of deal. In his book, The Battle for Singapore, author Peter Thompson recounts this storming, and in it, he has the troops. I mean, it really does sound like all these similar kinds of assaults, because what happens is the first wave sort of storms onto the beach from the ships at sea, the transports, and they run as fast as they can toward the enemy, and then eventually they run into the first line of defenses. They're getting blown up by the landmines, but when they run into like the barbed wire, they all have to stop for a minute and start working on the barbed wire, so they go right to the ground, because there's a storm of steel flying over their head, right? But what ends up happening is then the next wave disembarking from the transports does the same thing. They run across the beach, and then they have to stop where the previous wave stopped. So you start to get this bunching up effect where the artillery is just going to have a field day if it can start dropping shells into the middle of this, crowd of prone men. Thompson recounts how, and this is the kind of thing that, interestingly enough, makes it into history books sometimes, how one Japanese soldier suicidally throws himself over the vision slit in one of these pillboxes so that the machine gunner inside can't see for a minute, because there's a body blocking the view, so that the Japanese who's just suicidally sacrificed his life, his buddies can go into the pillbox with bayonets and hand grenades and clear the thing out. This is a confirmation for some of these Allied troops. And we should remember, this is the first time in history you've had either Anglo or American troops fighting Japanese forces. So there's a lot of myths and assessments. And, in the same way that the British forces on board those two capital ships that were sunk on the 10th get to find out, how many of their assumptions about Japanese capabilities are wrong. Allied forces on the ground get to find this out now that they're locking horns with Japanese forces too. Some of the rumors are true. They are fanatical. They are more willing to lay down their lives than any other army, any other major army certainly you can think of. That Peter Thompson story is an example of how a general maybe can actually plan to use the lives of his soldiers that way, like an arrow in his command quiver. And it's been very interesting reading some of the various ideas about, both what accounts for this and what it does in the military sense. First of all, we had spent some time earlier discussing how there was already a long Japanese cultural, a uniqueness when it comes to duty and loyalty and willing to sacrifice one's life and all these kinds of things, and suicide even. But then you get this era with this modern government with this tinge of totalitarianism involved that sees this as a way to infuse an ancient samurai spirit with a willingness to lay down your life. It's a fusion of old and new ideas that creates a situation where the expectation level is amongst all these soldiers that this is something you're expected to do, and willingly and without hesitation. And historian Eric Bergeret in his rundown says this is something that Western troops simply would not do. They simply would not follow an order that was suicidal and gave them no way out. He writes, quote, "The extreme veneration of death of the Japanese was unique and came dangerously close to becoming a cult of oblivion. It struck at the very nature of the warrior code as understood in the West. In the West, death in war had value only if it had purpose. Soldiers were asked to risk their lives in battle, not commit suicide. An officer intentionally putting his men in a position where they had no reasonable chance of survival would not be obeyed in a Western army." End quote. He then goes on to talk about, the centuries of time it took to develop, the code of honorable surrender, and how this surrender code that was understood in Europe helped prevent the worst of the atrocities and was good for both sides, right? You got to save the men who were surrendered lived. You didn't have to spend more troops killing them all off. So mutually beneficial, understood long-term military custom. And Bergeret says the Japanese saw this as a sign of weakness. Bergeret says something else that's interesting. He portrays the average Japanese soldiers put into these positions as almost a victim too. And we've talked endlessly, haven't we, about people who get caught in the gears of history, right? The place you're born in, the time you're born in. A lot of people in all these Second World War armies are just human beings put in extreme situations where they're expected to behave a certain way, and they often have limited options. What's more, sometimes they don't even see that they have such limited options because they were raised in an environment with customs, with carrots and sticks in their society that sort of set them on a path like we all have with cultural blinders on. In other words, these Japanese soldiers may indeed be victims, but they may not have seen themselves that way. Berger writes, quote, "The Japanese army did nothing blatantly suicidal on the strategic level in the South Pacific. As we shall see, it went to great lengths to evacuate isolated units and retreated when conditions demanded it. Tactically," he writes, "the situation was very different. Time after time, Japanese soldiers fought when circumstances for the unit involved were hopeless. The slight delay caused to the Allies almost never had genuine purpose. It was an exercise, rather, in mutual bloodletting that had no reason beyond fulfilling the requirements of soldierly honor as the Japanese saw it. Thousands of men perished, consequently, for no reason. It was a form of political murder, most of the victims wearing Japanese uniforms. By breaking down the fragile restraint afforded by honorable surrender," he writes, "the Japanese opened the floodgates for war without mercy. As we shall examine later, their Australian and American opponents proved rather good at the new rules." End quote. You can see the war without mercy element on display. With hindsight now, in the first places that fall to the Japanese during this initial offensive. In fact, as we've already talked about, you see it in China years before this. But the Allies get a first-hand taste of it even when Hong Kong falls, and there are already going to be atrocities or rumors begin to leak out of the Japanese executing POWs and whatnot. Those rumors will get stronger as the number of places that fall continues to pile up. That Japanese landing at Kotobaru on December 8th, 1941, December 7th, 1941 on the other side of the international date line, will quickly be followed by an advance inland, another landing that goes into Thailand and then goes to the other coast of Malaya, and very quickly the Japanese begin conquering their way down both the long coasts of the Malayan Peninsula, right, 600 miles long, jungle on both sides with a mountain range sort of running down the middle, and at the very tip of this 600-mile-long peninsula, on the opposite end of the peninsula from where the Japanese are now, is the fortress island of Singapore, the Gibraltar of the East, as some call it, and the place where so many who really don't know the inside scoop are placing their hopes for a worst-case scenario of stopping the Japanese there. Of course, there's a lot of people thinking the Japanese aren't going to get anywhere near Singapore because there's lots of Allied troops here in Malaya to stop the Japanese right where they are. And then the Japanese start blowing through them. Like in so many of these cases in this phase of the war, what you see on paper, if you're a general on the Allied side, where you see these units that look like they should be able to put up a good fight, has very little connection to what's actually on the ground. You'll see this in the Philippines too, which, by the way, will be invaded. The first islands will be invaded almost simultaneously with the Pearl Harbor attacks, and then the Japanese will have landings. One this week, another week you'll have another. I mean, you can't even keep track of all the landings they do, but there are going to be forces there that the commanders, sitting back miles and miles and miles away at headquarters, think these units are going to be able to resist the Japanese on the beach, when as several of these books that have nothing to do except talk about these early stages of the Philippine conflict point out, a lot of these soldiers were newly raised, and a lot of these units expected to defend the beaches against these veteran Japanese landing forces had never even seen the weapons or the ammunition that they were expected to use to defend the beach. First time they saw it is when the Japanese are right offshore. How's that going to work? Didn't work out well. The Japanese landed in the Philippines. They start moving inland. And again, you can't keep track of the defeats. And a lot of these defeats are because the Japanese keep landing troops after the initial landings in new places. This is what control of the air and the sea gives you the freedom to do, right? While at the same time denying the Allies the freedom to easily reinforce their own troops, easily supply their own troops, or in the worst situations, easily evacuate their own troops. In Malaya, the British Empire has a few options, but the American forces, and there's between like 14 and 16,000 American troops in the Philippines, for all intents and purposes, they might as well be under siege after about the first week in December, because the Japanese aren't going to be letting any resupply in that area, including no new troops and no Dunkirk-like evacuation of the ones who are there. Well, what does that mean for those troops? It means that they're going to have the same thing in a broad sense happen to them that are going to happen to the British Imperial forces in Malaya, which is they're going to be continually pushed back, outflanked, and forced to continually pull the line, backwards to keep from being surrounded and destroyed. And in short order, they will both, the British Imperial troops in Malaya and the Filipino and American forces in the Philippines, find themselves sort of like in a last-ditch situation off the very coast of the place they're supposed to defend in a castle with a moat type situation. In Malaya, it will be the fortress city of Singapore. In the Philippines, it will be the island of Corregidor. In the Philippines, though, and it helped quite a bit, the Americans had some tanks, which was a good thing because the Japanese had tanks too. In Malaya, the Japanese also had tanks, but none of the British Empire forces did. There are no Allied tanks in Malaya. And the Japanese tanks are not great tanks at all, very mediocre. But they become super weapons if they don't have to face other tanks, and if the anti-tank weapons on the other side are limited and ineffective. That might be a good way to put it. Not numerous, limited, and ineffective, maybe a better way to put it. They have a gun called the 2-pounder, which is about a 37-millimeter gun for we Americans. During this period, it's obsolete, but the better stuff is just coming down the pike. I mean, there were a couple of years of war that had to happen before everyone realized, wow, we're going to have some really good anti-tank weapons. And, there's a design lag and all that, and putting it into production and testing and all that. So, I mean, the good stuff is on the way. But even when the good stuff arrives, it goes to places that need it against, German tanks in North Africa, maybe. So there are some 2-pounders which give great service, but there's not enough of them. And a bunch of the rest of the anti-tank weapons are like glorified big rifles with steel bullets. I mean, they're not the kind of thing. Let's put it this way. You have to get so dang close to a tank to use the thing effectively. And a tank, besides the big gun, of course, usually has multiple machine guns. And when you use the weapon and don't knock out the tank, it's a little like knocking on the side of the tank and saying, by the way, I'm right here behind you if you need to kill me for any reason. But over and over again, there's so much. Heroism's a weird word. I'm not a military glorification person. I don't believe in military heroism per se. I believe, as I said earlier, that human beings find themselves in extreme positions sometimes, and I believe in human heroism. And oftentimes, because, well, like a lot of other people with dangerous jobs, the people in the military are in positions where, all right, you're in one of these heroic human situations, and the troops in the Philippines and Hong Kong and these other islands, and of course in Malaya too, are not fighting a fair fight. They have one hand tied behind their back initially and 2 hands behind their back soon. In the Philippines, it's going to be a question of starvation. Once they retreat back to Corregidor, eventually, they're not going to have enough food, and there's no way to get a lot more to them. Can't resupply them. Japanese control the air and sea lanes. And in Malaya, it's going to be more a question of exhaustion, because the same troops are going to be fighting day after day after day in Malaya. They're going to be doing rear guard action after rear guard action. And you know what those are, right? It's a little like when the one superhero, tells the rest of the team to go on and by themselves tries to hold off the 10,000 aliens in a suicidal move, but it allows the rest of the team to fight again another day. It's a particularly scary thing to think about it, because most of the time the only reason you need a rear guard action is because this army you have to hold off for your buddies was so strong your buddies had to leave. So these things that are also called phased withdrawals are sort of the number one tactical maneuver you'll see done by the Allies in both these areas, Malaya and the Philippines. And it will be the Japanese tanks in Malaya that will allow them to burst through these attempts to hold some kind of line over and over again. And they do it often at night. The Japanese like to fight at night. It's a wonderful equalizer. They do it on land. They do it at sea. They are probably, until the really good radar starts showing up to the Americans in the mid-1940s, changing the game a little bit. They're probably the Navy you least want to face in a night encounter. Very well trained, very good at night. It's very scary to fight at night because all of the normal panic and scariness and uncertainty that plagues a daytime, well-lit battlefield gets much worse at night. The Japanese also probably I would say of all the armies that fought in the Second World War, major forces, right, states, the Japanese are the most enamored and like hand-to-hand combat the most. You can find individual groups, Gurkhas, which are a special elite force in the British Empire Army, for example. They like hand-to-hand combat too, but it's not like one of the major players in the war. An Axis power, the Japanese will engage and look forward to and keep hand-to-hand combat as something in their tool belt in a much more upfront fashion. I mean, we're talking about generals and officers who go into battle carrying samurai swords. So there's a little bit of a throwback ethos involved. But by this era, when people don't do that very often, there's a psychological effect. I don't know that I could put a finger on what the effect is, but there are some great books written from a psychological perspective, often by military mental health professionals, talking about the effect of killing in combat. And one of the theories is that this is heavily influenced by proximity. So the farther you are away from the person you're killing, the easier it is to do, and the less damage it does to you psyche-wise. You can shell them from miles away with artillery, for example, or drop bombs from 10,000 feet. And it's one thing. Having to shoot them in the face from 50 yards away is another thing. Having to use a bayonet on them or strangle them at close range is a different thing altogether. And the combination of the Japanese penchant for both night attacks and hand-to-hand combat is one of those unique, not unique because you could run into this in any front of the war, but you had the best chance of running into it in a place like the Pacific. And some of these nighttime encounters that U.S. troops, for example, would deal with in these foxholes, in these pitch black areas around the islands where they were separated from the other foxholes, and the Japanese would launch a night attack and dive into these foxholes with bayonets. It is like a horror movie. The other thing that will work well in Malaya, besides the surprise attacks, and we should also point out, because we would be remiss if we did not, the fantastic generals on the Japanese side at this point. They certainly have a lead in that, especially on Malaya. That's General Yamashita, and he's awesome. And you have Hama in the Philippines, and he's great too. He makes a few blunders, but then again, the guy on the other side is General Douglas MacArthur, and he makes a few blunders too. The real killer, though, in a place like Malaya and the Philippines is the Japanese ability to outflank. They do it on land by running into the jungle anytime they're held up by an Allied roadblock and infiltrating around and threatening to surround Allied forces, so then the Allied forces have to pull back to avoid being surrounded. So that means your line is moving back, and all the work you did to prepare it and get it ready is wasted because now you have to pull back to the next line of defense. But what really kills them is by not controlling the sea, the Japanese are able to use, and it sounds like an improvisation. There's a couple of things they do that sound now like improvisation, which when I was growing up, it was assumed was all part of the plan. And I've heard hybrid theories where it's a little of both. The Japanese will take everybody's bicycles that they find in Malaya or bring them with them. Again, that's the old theory, and start riding down the few main roads in Malaya, making great progress. They can even go down some of the jungle paths on those things. They will also pick up every little fishing boat or skiff or landing craft or anything they can get their hands on tied up at a dock or pulled up on the beach, throw as many soldiers as they can, 10, 20, 30, into this fishing boat, and just take a little joyride down the coast a few miles, and then disembark them behind Allied lines, maybe at night, causing crazy chaos. And remember, the conditions here make that more likely. It's not just a question of the nighttime stuff. The terrain plays a factor. It's hard to see things in jungles. These mountains are in the way. The rain is incredible, and I have not brought that up enough because it plays a huge role in everything from obscuring sight. The Japanese tanks could be on you at night in the driving rain, to making the morale of the troops just sag more. We have to remember these soldiers in Malaya and the Philippines are rarely under cover. This rain is torrential and can go on for days. Imagine fighting rearguard action after rearguard action, losing your buddies, never getting a chance to rest. By the time you finally stop, instead of resting, you have to build defenses as quickly as you can, which should have been built before the war, but that's one of the screw-ups or acid tests of combat. So there you are, just dying. And it would be awful if it were 72 degrees and wonderful shirt sleeve weather. Instead, you've been out in the rain for 2 or 3 days. You can see why the people began to fall apart. In Malaya, they fall apart from exhaustion. And unlike the Philippines, the British can get some reinforcements into Malaya. They can't spare troops anywhere because they're fighting in a bunch of places. But the reinforcements will come in dribs and drabs, a little at a time. And instead of allowing them to get acclimated to the climate, to wait till the next ship with all their stuff arrives, to form a nice mobile reserve that we can then throw in at the key moment to turn the tide of battle, they get thrown into the meat grinder as they arrive as quickly as possible. And what that does is just wear them out and make them exhausted too. So by the time, the Japanese are pushing down towards Singapore and the Allies are pulling back towards Singapore, the Allied armies outnumber the Japanese. But they're a shadow of their former self. They can't fight anymore without some rest and some refitting and some restoration, some help, somebody to hold the line while they rest. I mean, Churchill put it best, I think, when he talked about the campaign a little bit, and has one of those lines that's echoed down into history. That's, you could love him or hate him, but the guy had a way with words, and he was talking about the situation. I mean, how does a smaller force beat a larger force? This is what Churchill writes, and when he uses the word causeway, by the way, it's sort of like a bridge, but it's a little bit more substantial than that, connecting Singapore to the mainland. And he writes, quote, "The Japanese mastery of the air, arising, as has been described, from our bitter needs elsewhere, and for which the local commanders were in no way responsible, was another deadly fact. In the result, the main fighting strength of such an army as we had assigned to the defense of Singapore, and almost all the reinforcements sent after the Japanese declaration of war, were used up in gallant fighting on the peninsula. And when these had crossed the causeway to what should have been their supreme battleground, their punch was gone. Here they rejoined the local garrison and the masses of base details, which swelled our numbers, though not our strength." He's talking about what some have called the useless mouths, the civilians who require food but don't really help much in the defense. He continues, "There remained the 2 fresh brigades of the 18th British Division, newly landed from their ships in strange and unimagined surroundings after their long voyage. The army which could fight the decisive struggle for Singapore and had been provided for that supreme objective in this theater was dissipated before the Japanese attack began. It might be 100,000 men, but it was an army no more." End quote. Once again, the many, many mistakes that have been focused on during this whole affair. I mean, you could do hours and hours just on each one and examining the pros and cons. One of the more interesting aspects of Winston Churchill's books about this, and you need the unabridged version if you really want to see what's going on, because part of it, remember, is a defense of himself. And he includes, it's a very self-serving defense, because if there's any place in this war, and there's a couple, where this guy really would seem like the obvious person to blame for some failure, this is it. He even says, and writes in the book, if Singapore were to fall, if Malaya were to fall, it'd be this giant scandal. Well, who's in charge of the country as the prime minister? Well, there you go. And he even falls on his sword at one point in one of these humble moments where he says, "I should have known. I should have asked. My staff should have known. My staff should have asked. There's no excuse." And then he proceeds to give an excuse, which is interesting. Remember, the adjective attached to this fortress city of Singapore, the Gibraltar of the East, right? It's a fortress city. And Churchill says, in my defense, I basically didn't think to ask whether something called a fortress had defenses. He said, I would no sooner ask if a battleship that you had just launched had a bottom. So why were there no defenses? It's complicated. Some of it was part of a particular branch of the military theories, right, of the pre-war. You saw it in the First World War, too, this idea that defenses are bad for morale. Troops get accustomed to the safety of living behind trench walls or fortifications or whatever. Then you need them to go on the aggressive. They're soft. Another reason some of the generals in Malaya said that they didn't want defenses, they thought it was bad for the morale of the civilians that the troops were protecting. There's a lot of reasons. Problem is that if you turn out to be wrong about that, if the acid test of combat proves that it would be very nice to have some defenses and they're not there, once again, who gets screwed in that situation? And the Allied troops will be forever trying to build ad hoc defenses in pouring rain as quickly as they can, 5 minutes after escaping combat, with the Japanese still on the way, often at night. These soldiers were going to fight an entire campaign against the Japanese with the chances so stacked against them that you look at this the same way the Marines on Wake situation looked like. A sort of inevitable amount of suffering that has to be borne because the alternative is incomprehensible. And I should point out, what's interesting is if you actually delve into each of these situations, you'll find that in almost every case, the soldiers on the ground believed that there was some light at the end of the tunnel, or some rescue operation, or some alternative to suicide. They had a ray of hope in each one of these situations. And oftentimes modern authors and some modern historians will be very harsh in the condemnation of the people that gave them the false hope. For example, I have a book on the defense of the Philippines, and the author is scathing against President Roosevelt for continually, again, a Roosevelt fan would argue this, but continually seeming to give the people defending the Philippines, the Americans and the Filipinos, false hope that help was on the way, and don't worry, you just hold out, we'll get, when they knew that there was nothing of the sort happening. I would chalk that up to just one more tragedy the average soldier on the ground has to deal with, for some sort of, we would hope, big picture aspect that aids the war effort, helps the cause, and shortens the conflict. And we'll try not to go into the cynical territory where we think it might be to cover people's rear ends, to deflect blame into a different direction, or to get a bunch of doomed people to fight on longer and suffer more, because there's some other positive element down the road that this provides. A lot of these soldiers, I should point out, are fighting for time. If for no other reason than they're involved in these many rearguard actions, and they're fighting so that the rest of the force that they're a part of can get away, retreat a few more miles, set up a new defense line, and try again. And if you read the accounts from Allied soldiers during this phase in the war, really in the entire Pacific War, when you're dealing with land warfare, stuff on the ground, this is a different kind of war in the Pacific, and it's different because of the Japanese, and they do things differently, and that prompts different sort of responses from their opponents. Each of the major theaters in this war have a sort of a different vibe. If you wanted to say that any theater had a sort of a gentleman's approach to war, then that would be something like the Western Front, maybe you could say North Africa, where you had the British and Germans mainly facing off. There could be bad incidents between the two, don't get me wrong. Same thing with the Americans and the Germans. I mean, the Malmedy massacre, anyone, during the Battle of the Bulge? I mean, it happened. But by and large, you had a pretty good chance of surviving the war if you fell, into the enemy's prison camps or they fell into yours. The Germans would treat the Soviets and vice versa very differently on the Eastern Front. You had your Malmedy massacres regularly. So different sort of vibe over on the Eastern Front, where you had this ideological war of annihilation, throw in the racial superiority, Jewish thing, anti-commissar thing, and I mean, it was just set up for extreme state-sponsored nastiness. The stuff the Japanese were doing had a flavor all its own. This wasn't state-sponsored anything. It was a sort of a weirdness that people have been trying to explain, Japanese people especially, ever since, because it didn't make any sort of a logical sense. For example, you will get incidents where the Japanese general in Malaya, Yamashita, will find out that his troops did some of the things that the Japanese are routinely accused of doing, the rapes, the killings, all the things. Things we'll get into more in a minute, by the way. And he would be appalled, and he would punish them, and he had specifically ordered that this stuff not happen. Matter of fact, he was executed after the war for some of this stuff. But it was really other generals and people who disagreed with that sort of an attitude that could have their troops just run wild, either through just benign neglect or outright hostility and cold-bloodedness. In other words, it was a sort of a spotty track record that the commanders in Japan would have, and you could have troops that are well-behaved under a vigilant commander and other troops that are poorly behaved under another one. And of course, listen, it doesn't take a whole lot of spotty commanders for a lot of troops to be acting out of line in a lot of places, which is what you have, by the way. Again, in Hong Kong, the Japanese will come in and do something that will become a little bit of a trademark for them in this early part of the war. They will walk into one of these, it's a college that is being used as a hospital behind the front lines in Hong Kong, right before the city surrenders on Christmas 1941, and the Japanese troops will start going up to injured soldiers lying in their cots and bayoneting them. nurses get raped, other people. I mean, this becomes one of the many occasions where you will find super patriots, as you can find in every country, right, who will try to say that this is propaganda, this is contrived, that's been disproven. I mean, I guess I'm perfectly willing to listen to stories of all that kind of stuff because I'm very cynical myself about wartime propaganda and all that kind of stuff. The problem is in some situations, the preponderance of evidence becomes overwhelming, even with admissions from the very people who did this on the Japanese side too. So I think this falls, into a similar place with the Holocaust and a number of other things, which just seem it wouldn't matter if you could disprove this aspect or that occasion. The preponderance of the evidence is overwhelming and graphic and unbelievable to these allied peoples in some respects, and it takes a while to adjust, and the adjustments are what creates this war without mercy. It's not hard, by the way, to make a pretty good case that these sorts of incidents of atrocious conduct really hurt the Japanese. And it hurt them on a macro level and a micro level. And there are influential thinkers and military leaders who saw this at the time as well. But on a macro level, remember, there's something the Japanese Empire is selling here. And while it's tempting to think of things like propaganda and global marketing as fluff and window dressing, let's realize that the thing that Churchill is most scared of is people like the Indians buying into the fluff and window dressing. In other words, if you think about it, the Japanese war aims are so audaciously expansive that it's almost impossible to imagine them ever coming true. But one of the small little paths towards attaining that goal would be for, the millions and millions and millions of people that this marketing strategy is aimed towards to buy into it. And these sorts of atrocious incidents don't reflect well on the brand, do they? And let's recall, it's not a brand that is without tarnish already, because they have all those incidents in China going back to at least the early 1930s. Then you get these newly liberated peoples, the Malayans who the Japanese sort of free as they're driving the Imperial British forces backwards, the Filipinos who don't even realize they need freeing in some cases from the Americans being freed, and they get a chance to see, forget the marketing message, they get a chance to see what it's going to be like to live under this new leadership. And as we said, I think at the last segment, it's a little like for a lot of these people, getting out of the frying pan and thrown into the fire. It's going to be really rough in a lot of these places. I mean, the stories from the Philippines are classic, classic and horrible, obviously, but people who get their heads chopped off in the streets by Japanese officers wielding samurai swords for not bowing low enough. The comfort women, the women from some of these localities who are co-opted, coerced, forced into prostitution to serve the Japanese army. These are the kind of things that are the reality of living in this East Asia co-prosperity sphere. So maybe a lot of people that, Winston Churchill was worried might throw off the yoke of British oppression are going to try to find a third sort of option rather than adopt the cloak of Japanese oppression. So on the macro level, really, really makes the job of the Japanese soldiers in the field fighting for this sort of goal harder. And by the way, a lot of them really believe in the goal. And then on the micro level, it's really hard on the soldiers themselves. And I keep trying to figure out, how many people in an army have to act a certain way, right? Commit atrocities, for example, before you can make a justifiable case that everybody in the other army deserves to be punished for it. You'd like to think, hey, one bad apple commits an atrocity, so hopefully that guy gets what's coming to him. But we all know that in warfare and in combat, since let's just say caveman times, I'm going to assume this idea that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction definitely applies. And so you don't have to have too many American soldiers or Filipino soldiers or Imperial British soldiers from India or the Highlands of Scotland or Canada or Australia or a indigenous local Malay person fighting for the British. You don't have to have too many of those people chopped into pieces and positioned grotesquely and put at a road junction to make sure that the people on their side see this. You don't have to have too many of those stories circulating via the scuttlebutt between soldiers to decide that every one of these Japanese deserves to be treated like they did it themselves, personally. Now, before we think that this is just something that happens in every war everywhere, it didn't. Now, the Russian front, which we all consider, if we know anything about it, right, to be a particularly nasty place, you would see people disfigured and mutilated. But in a place like North Africa, the two sides, I mean, there's Italians there too, and the British might bury an Italian or a German foe on the battlefield with honors, that they might do the same for someone on the other side. Almost a gentlemanly kind of thing going on, a very Christian sort of way to act one's enemy. Of course, the more standard thing would be to just leave them where they lay in the field, but rarely did you have people mutilating each other, right? It wasn't that kind of war, but it was in the Pacific, and it was because one side liked to do it. And you wonder, you think to yourself, what did they gain from all this? Maybe in some ancient time it was considered intimidating. I know that the Viet Minh used to do that when they were fighting the French in Indochina after this period. It's maybe an indigenous way to say, screw you, and this is what's going to happen to all of you. And maybe you get a psychological edge or an intimidation factor involved in that. But in this case, it really backfired. There was a terrible boomerang effect that just made Allied troops often think that these were not people deserving of any mercy. What's more, you have the other problem involved, and this is connected to the other side of the Japanese character that just kills the average Japanese soldier in this period. It's the fanatical question. I think we said when we started this story that there was a different way that the Allied propaganda sort of, and this is after the war too, sort of portrayed the Germans and the Japanese. They portrayed them both in kind of a robotic sense, right? That they fought for the leader robotically, that they were machines. But the German machines were cold and logical. The Japanese were also portrayed as machines, but they were like unstoppable and fanatical, and they would fight to the last fingertip was destroyed. You know, the finger would come chasing you. It was that kind of a sort of thing. And that led to the other problem, which is the atrocities sort of are a hot blood thing where people act because they feel angry and they want the revenge. And you cut up our people, so we're gonna mistreat your corpses. But the cold-blooded side of this, where a logical person who never wanted to commit an atrocity in his life, just operating with common sense, just wants his unit, to get back home, wants to see the guys under his command get back to their loved ones. In the Pacific, because of Japanese conduct and the way that they acted, and part of the fanaticism that probably one could make a case is a part of their soul that led them to being a people that sort of punched above their weight class, historically speaking, that never say die, the last finger of the robot that's going to keep chasing you, that's what's going to doom a lot of Japanese soldiers to simply being liquidated on the battlefield. And the reason why is because they were seen as extremely dangerous, even wounded, even while surrendering, even while seemingly dead. The Japanese would come back to life and kill you on the battlefield. Don't believe me? It's one of the wonderful, perverse. I mean, the war is so interesting, but it's also darkly interesting. But I mean, the first-hand accounts are everywhere, long-lasting, and they will be a part of this story until an atomic bomb begins to end this story. But in Singapore Burning, author Colin Smith has a lot of these first-hand stories, and he describes it. He didn't say a Lazarus moment, but he said everyone sort of had their own personal Lazarus. And what he was talking about was, remember, this is the first time in Malaya, in the Philippines, in these places where the Anglo-American troops are clashing with Japanese forces. So they're learning a lot quickly, right? What's true? What's false? They are every bit as fanatical as portrayed. That robotic finger will chase you down the street, or the equivalent, but you can't take chances with them. Not only will they come after you until totally destroyed sometimes, they will try all the little tricks. Wait till you come up to check on them and then whip out a grenade and blow you and a couple of buddies and themselves up. And while this is not behavior that's inhuman and not seen anywhere else, it's rare elsewhere. It's like we said about the kamikazes. You can see people suicidally fly planes into structures or troops or ships or whatever. You can see it in other armies. It's just really rare and unusual. The Japanese do it Well, comparatively, you would call it regularly. On the Russian front, you could see a Russian who knows he's wounded badly wait till the Germans come to check on him and then blow himself and a bunch of Germans up. That sort of stuff happened. But the Japanese did it so often that the Allies stopped taking chances with them. In his book, Singapore Burning, Smith has a story from an Australian fighting in this whole Malayan situation, being pushed back towards Singapore. His name is Patrick Reynolds, and he talks about his sort of Lazarus moment. And I've got to say, when you read accounts of the Pacific War, in no other theater in the Second World War does it sound so much like movie combat. Like it doesn't even sound real, like what Rocky is to boxing. Because you go to the other fronts and you're like, wow, this is a lot more mechanized and the distances are really great. And the Pacific War is a little like Vietnam sometimes, depending on where you are, because it's not all jungle. But where it is jungle and overgrowth, it's like Vietnam was in the sense that the war is often fought in a very small perimeter of a clearing or whatever you can see, because everything else is blocked off by the jungle canopy or vegetation or everything else. So everything is right around you. It gives it very claustrophobic, very isolated sort of feel to it. And the stories just sound like you're right up close with the other side. I mean, it's very movie, one guy against one guy or two guys against one guy, lots of stabbing, lots of edged weapons. It's really quite nasty. And Smith quotes Lieutenant Patrick Reynolds in the Malay campaign, fighting down towards Singapore. Quote, "The section on my right was again pinned down by automatic fire. Lying amongst a heap of about 15 apparently dead Japs, I was signaling to the other section when suddenly one of the corpses came to life, holding a grenade in his right hand and raising himself from the ground with his left. I shot at him. The grenade exploded simultaneously, and half his head was blown off. 2 pieces of the grenade hit me, one under the right arm and one on the other side of my head." End quote. Smith has another story of a Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy, and he talks about his particular Lazarus, meaning his learning moment, the learning curve when he realized that just because these Japanese look dead doesn't mean they won't come back to life unexpectedly. And Smith writes, quote, "Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy's particular Lazarus was a fallen sergeant of the Canoe Guards. He was about to search him for the letters and unit identification beloved by the battalion intelligence officers when the dead man sprang indignantly to his feet with a grenade in his right fist. Mulcahy grabbed his left hand to stop him pulling the pin. This was good thinking, but it allowed his opponent to bludgeon him about the head with his grenade, while he did his best to fend him off with left jabs. Mulcahy shouted for help, and while he was holding the man's arms, the guard's NCO, so far from the pomp and circumstance which had molded his military career, was first bayoneted and then shot." End quote. Smith then points out that there was another case where somebody ended up dead on the Japanese side when maybe they didn't need to, and this is signaling part of the learning curve and how they're going to start to deal with these unpredictable, fanatical people, the ones whose robotic finger will keep coming at you even when you think you destroyed that whole thing. And he writes, quote, "There appears to be no good reason why this particular Japanese could not have been restrained and captured. But it seems that it rapidly became the norm, as it did almost everywhere the Imperial Japanese Army ever met Western troops, to regard almost any attempt to take them alive as much too risky." End quote. Now quoting a 16-year-old soldier fighting for the British Empire, quote, "From that first engagement, we learned not to trust their wounded." End quote. Smith had an interesting line, though. He pointed out that the majority of Japanese playing dead were probably playing dead for the same reason anybody's soldiers would play dead in that situation, hoping to be overlooked by the enemy and maybe they'd be left alone and could get away. But some of these people clearly didn't. And as I said, you could see that on any front in the war, just not as regularly as you saw it here. What percentage of the Japanese had to act this way for every Japanese potential POW to get the same treatment just in case? not fooling around. And there's video. I have to say, one of the most shocking things I ever saw, because I definitely grew up in the era where our side was the unequivocally good side, and the other side was the unequivocally bad side, and there was not much gray area until I got to maybe the 1980s. And I saw a piece of film footage, and it was part of a British documentary, and you could not get it in the United States at the time. It was actually something that I believe was released relatively recently, and eventually some of that footage made it into American documentaries. But because you hadn't seen it in the U.S., I, who had seen all the footage over and over 1,000 times, the black and white stuff, all the history, everything you could ever see, I'd never seen this stuff, and I was transfixed. And I was transfixed for two reasons. One, it was late war stuff, so it was in color, which of course makes it all seem so much more real. The second reason why is it showed the stuff that would never have made it on the official war footage that the U.S. government would have approved and released, even after the war. It showed things like the possum patrol, which one veteran described as the point where they would rush out onto the battlefield after the fighting had ceased, before the officers could stop them and kill all the wounded Japanese. I was struck, I remember, by this American soldier. He was killing these grievously wounded Japanese soldiers by shooting them in the head with a pistol. And he had a corncob pipe that he was smoking in his mouth while he did this over and over again. And I was struck by it and reminded of the very nonchalant nature of these soldiers who killed every day and was just killing day. I mean, it was a reminder that when you say war without mercy, it's one thing. When you see it, it's another. And when you see your own side doing it, and you realize, of course, they can still be the good guys in this war and have to do terrible things in order to fight it. What do you think war is, right? Well, sometimes it can be gentlemanly, and both sides can treat the other with respect and bury their dead and notify the other side of the death so that their families can be told. You saw this in the First World War, for example. And sometimes you kill the wounded, kill the prisoners, and just tell the people back at base command that once again those fanatical Japanese refused to surrender and died to the last man. Hard not to see it as a tragedy for the poor average Japanese kid who ended up in the army at this time fighting this war in this place. But for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and it's hard not to notice that the Japanese were, in this particular case, reaping what they sowed. Of course, where we are in the story right now, the Japanese are doing a lot more sowing. It's the Allies that are doing the reaping. This is one of the times in the story, too, when there seems to be a particular spike in atrocities in the story. And there are two kinds, the kind that you could see the Allied troops engaging in as well, and the kind you can't. So, for example, the last battle of consequence during the Malayan campaign, right, this Japanese drive down the Malayan Peninsula, which, by the way, by the time they reach Singapore, end of January, they will have fought and advanced 600 miles in 7 weeks against one of the armies with the highest reputations in military history. And I think it's very fair to say, this is not the first string team. If we're talking about this like a college football game, this may be Alabama, but this isn't the first string. But they're still wearing the uniforms. As we said, the first string is probably in North Africa right now, fighting the Desert Fox, Erwin Rommel. But in this last battle of consequence in the Malayan campaign, mid-January, some Australians and Indian troops, a Japanese column on a bridge, knock out a bunch of tanks, inflict like 500 to 1,000 casualties, get what I think is a pretty fair to say is a tactical victory at a time when they're already strategically defeated. And at this point, the Allied troops aren't fighting with one hand tied behind their back, they're fighting with both hands tied behind their back, and the Australians and Indian troops will get outflanked and infiltrated, the typical routine that all the Allies get in this time period, have to retreat back, and at a certain point during the retreat, the Japanese will get their hands on more than 100 Australian and Indian wounded, had left behind by trapped troops, and they will butcher them. Now, as we said, later in the war, you might see Allied troops do this. Depends, but you might. That's part of that tit-for-tat thing we were just talking about. It's the other kind of atrocities the Japanese engage in that are relatively inexplicable and that Allied troops would never engage in, certainly not on any large scale. A perfect example of it will happen in February. There will be an attempt by some people to get away from Singapore, and a ship will be sunk by the Japanese. The survivors will make it to shore, and the Japanese military there will kill the survivors. Now, there were I think I numbered 50 or 60 troops, British troops and friends, but there were also more than 20 Australian nurses. These are girls in their 20s. That it appears were raped and then forced to walk out into the surf, and when they got to waist level were machine gunned. These are the kind of things that Allied troops did not do. This is a different level of atrocity, and it's the part that makes, again, if you think human beings are an interesting species, the questions related to why and how do these things happen, and why do they happen when and where they do, is a fascinating study. And it should be emphasized that obviously this is something we've seen. I mean, they find the mass graves of people this has happened to in prehistory, but each situation seems to be colored by the specifics. And in this case, this has something to do with the Japanese military, especially the Japanese military of this period. What's going on? Well, it can make a lot of people hate you. But this is not stuff that anybody's broadcasting, we should point out. The Japanese public certainly knows nothing about this. The other thing we should mention is that with all these atrocities, sometimes these stories don't come out till after the war. Sometimes they come out in dribs and drabs. Certainly no one like a biblical era ruler is broadcasting this, right? Well, we raped and massacred a whole bunch of nurses in that last town that we took, and beware, we're coming for you. I mean, it ain't that kind of deal. In fact, the denials continue to this day. So a lot of this stuff comes out in war crimes trials later, and obviously by their very nature, these things do not lend themselves to witnesses because the perpetrators are always hoping to kill all the witnesses. It does sort of lay out the stakes a little bit for the people that might fall into Japanese hands, and enough of the scuttlebutt will be making it through the general public that they will do things in Malaya and Singapore, like make sure that all the alcohol is destroyed if it's in the path of where the Japanese army is going to march through. You don't want to take any chances. If the commanders of those troops are trying to keep them in line, the last thing you want to have happen is for them to stumble on a bunch of alcohol too. Just maybe pushes them over the edge if they need to be pushed over the edge. After that last encounter in mid-January, late January, the Allies are forced over the causeway, the big bridge that separates Singapore from the mainland of Malaya, the fortress of Singapore. The Allies blow the causeway, and there they are now, basically besieged of their own choice in Singapore, which is a 270 square mile place. You think about Los Angeles, greater area of Los Angeles, it's like half that. Got 1 million people basically there and about 85,000 soldiers. The Japanese army that's going to come right up to the edge of the moat that separates Singapore from the mainland has like 30 to 35,000 troops. I don't have to tell you, and you don't have to be a math major to know that's like a third of what they're facing. Maybe a little less than a third. But the British Empire, when they do get defeated, especially a guy like Churchill who remembers the much, should we call it Kiplingized history of Victorian British colonial conquest, when the British are defeated, it's dozens of plucky Englishmen that are overrun after killing, thousands of the tens of thousands of Zulus or dervishes or tribesmen in Afghanistan, whatever it might be. It's a total flip of the script here to have the non-European forces be the ones that are badly outnumbered and yet have the imperial forces on the run. It's embarrassing, and more than that, the optics for the British Empire could be deadly. This forces Churchill into all kinds of interesting decisions of the sort that are fascinating reading today, but have to make you, if you have any empathy in you at all, have to make you glad that you don't have the soul-crushing decision-making responsibility that people like Churchill have in this situation. Not that he makes the right choice at all, but think about what the choice is. At the beginning of January, Winston Churchill still seems to be operating under the idea, because he's led to believe this, that the fortress of Singapore is going to be this great defensive bastion that no matter what happens in Malaya will hold out, be a thorn in the side of the Japanese Empire, be this place they could rally and form a counterattack. I mean, we will still be the linchpin of the defense of the entire region. And by the end of January, Churchill, because again, what he's been told by people on the scene, now believes that no matter how many troops are thrown into Singapore, it's basically indefensible. You can't stop it from falling. So what do? The first of the two hard choices for Churchill concerns what you do once you connect the dots and decide Singapore can't be held. Now, there are, shall we call them the ultimate Monday morning quarterbacks today, who will point out that knowing what we know now, Singapore could have been held. The Japanese were in precarious supply situations. There'll be a lot of things thrown out there. But remember, there's this thing called the fog of war, which is connected to what commanders on the ground know. And oftentimes they can be bluffed. This is a well-known, I mean, Yamashita was bluffing and hoping that the enemy wouldn't know his weaknesses, but that's a pretty traditional thing. Churchill was getting information from the people on the ground that Singapore couldn't be held. So do you send more reinforcements there because reinforcements are on the way already? Churchill points out that there are places like Burma where these reinforcements could mean the difference between saving or losing Burma. And he says if we make the wrong choice here, we could end up losing both. But understand something, the British have not publicly written off the people in Singapore, the million civilians, the 85,000 soldiers. So if you divert reinforcements from there, what are you saying to them? What's more, while Churchill's having these meetings that are supposed to be pretty closed doors, sometimes they're not as closed door as everyone hopes. And somehow the Australian Prime Minister gets word that Churchill's considering this with his staff and talking about it, and writes a letter that Churchill publishes in his works basically saying, after all we've done for you, you would run and abandon Singapore, which we've, because of your assurances, made a linchpin of our defense strategy too, and our troops are way off fighting for you in North Africa and places like that in the Allied cause, and the 17,000 or so that are here close by are in Singapore now, and you're telling me they're trapped there and you're not going to, the optics of this become a problem. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for optics, though? So Churchill has to debate these questions, and eventually he will decide that it's more important to send troops to the island, even if you're just adding to the number of prisoners the Japanese will eventually get to take. There's another question, and this has to do with how hard everybody has to resist on this island. And Churchill, I think it's fair to say that he goes from being pretty sure of things in the beginning of January to right around the 19th and the 20th of January 1942, when the light bulb goes on, and he almost has, my opinion only, but he almost looks like he panics a little bit or freaks out about the situation and decides that because, he even says this, because the Russians are fighting so fiercely against the spearheads of elite German divisions, for their life in Moscow, and putting a pretty darn good account of themselves, and the Americans are resisting stubbornly in the Philippines. It would look terrible if we didn't resist well too. Churchill issues commands. I mean, he's the prime minister on multiple occasions. The first one that I see is on pretty much the 19th, where he tells the people in Singapore that you've got to fight to the death. And as time goes on, basically looks like he wants this to be Berlin in 1945, and every strong point is going to be destroyed individually. Officers will die with their men, and the ruins of Singapore will be our tomb, kind of thing. For example, on January 19th, 1942, this is right when he becomes aware that this is an issue. He will issue a bunch of different orders to the commander on the scene, listed A through J, I believe, the list. And starting with point H, and this is, by the way, this is Churchill to General Ismay. Point H says, and continuing, quote, the entire male population, meaning of Singapore, should be employed upon constructing defense works. The most rigorous compulsion is to be used up to the limit where picks and shovels are available. Not only must the defense of Singapore Island be maintained by every means, but the whole island must be fought for until every single unit and every single strong point has been separately destroyed. Finally, he writes, the city of Singapore must be converted into a citadel and defended to the death. No surrender can be contemplated. End quote. So you have here a place that he's now believing is indefensible, right? You have no options of winning, but you have to lose like this. For, depends on what you want to label it, optics or pride or honor. And before we dismiss this stuff as window dressing that's not worth the lives of real people, let's realize that, you're only a couple of dominoes tumbling before those seemingly amorphous, hard to quantify words actually equals real people. And think how much the prestige of the British Empire forms one of the pillars that holds it up. And what if something like that is badly damaged? If people in India were to, for example, revolt, India is a little like China in the sense that whenever there's an upheaval, it ends up costing a lot of lives because there's a lot of people. It would also cost a war effort where the British had to then send forces to India to quell problems and maintain. I mean, it may sound like a non-real thing, the pride and the honor and the prestige of the British Empire, but believe me, everything in the middle of this war is going to devolve to the same thing at the lowest common denominator, and that's going to be life and death. And Churchill wants these people to put a good showing because it will help cement, the British pride and honor. And he basically says that openly when on February 10th, when things are much, much worse and the situation in Singapore has changed dramatically, Churchill is still of the opinion that there has to be a Gotterdammerung here. He writes a letter to General Wavell, who is the overall commander in the theater, and says, quote, "I think you ought to realize the way we view the situation in Singapore. It was reported to the cabinet by CIGS that Percival," meaning General Percival in Singapore, "has over 100,000 men, of whom 33,000 are British and 17,000 Australian. It is doubtful whether the Japanese have as many in the whole Malay Peninsula, namely 5 divisions forward and a 6th coming up. In these circumstances," he writes, "the defenders must greatly outnumber Japanese forces who have crossed the straits, and in a well-contested battle, they should destroy them. There must at this stage be no thought of saving the troops or sparing the population. The battle must be fought to the bitter end at all costs. The 18th Division has a chance to make its name in history. Commanders and senior officers should die with their troops. The honor of the British Empire and of the British Army is at stake. I rely on you to show no mercy to weakness in any form. With the Russians fighting as they are, and the Americans so stubborn at Luzon, the whole reputation of our country and our race is involved. It is expected that every unit will be brought into close contact with the enemy and fight it out." End quote. When that particular order, I should say, reaches Wavell, Wavell adds some more things to it, mentioning, hey, and the Chinese have been fighting for 4 years against these people. So adds a little bit more, hands the order down to General Percival in command at the scene. Percival adds a little almost chastisement, which you can see in Churchill's writing too, a little bit of like, hey, you outnumber the enemy. And then Percival hands this note to his underlings who are supposed to distribute the message to the troops. And I was reading, I think it was in The Battle for Singapore, Peter Thompson's book, where he says a bunch of these commanders simply ripped up the order, and most never told them what the commanders were saying because they knew that the troops on the ground were being treated as though they were, top notch, ready to go right off the parade grounds, but also veterans instead of these people who have been fighting in these horrible conditions over and over since the Japanese landed on Malaya December 8th. I mean, a bunch of people who are exhausted, and they're being chastised for not putting up a good enough fight when we've ordered you to die to the death because it doesn't look good. I think if you were on the ground and you were one of these soldiers, you might be a little bit bitter at a bunch of people that basically inferred you haven't fought well enough when you've been fighting with both hands tied behind your back now for weeks, because on the last day of January, as we said, the causeway is blown up, Singapore is cut off. You have a moat separating the 30 to 35,000 Japanese troops from the 85,000 imperial troops in Singapore with the million civilians in Singapore. And in a phase of this war where we've pointed out over and over, there's a ton of finger pointing, who's responsible for Pearl Harbor, who's responsible for this and that. This is the finger pointingest moment of all. Where the hell are the defenses in Singapore, the fortress city? If this fortress Singapore idea is like a marketing scam, Winston Churchill kind of portrays himself as the most prominent person to buy deeply into the hype. And if we take him at his word, and he was thinking of maybe what defenses were like in places that had good defenses, ineffective though they may have been from this time period. You think of the Maginot Line in France. You think of the Czech defenses that so unnerved Hitler before he was able to get them through negotiation instead and intimidation. If that were the case on Singapore, might have been a really hard nut to crack. But of course, as Churchill points out, he found out several things all at once. He found out those big guns that everybody counts on to be so formidable and disrupt anything really are meant to be used against naval targets. We used to be taught that they couldn't spin around to hit anything on land, but apparently that's not true at all. The problem has to do more with the fact that they have a lot of armor-piercing shells and not a lot of high explosive ones. And those big armor-piercing shells just bury themselves in the jungle or the earth. They don't do much damage. And because these are naval guns, the trajectory is pretty flat on these things, which makes them useless in a counter battery role. And what that means is when the Japanese pull up their artillery to shell Singapore, they're going to have these howitzers and things that lob shells, in a high arc. They can be behind forests or hills or whatever. Those flat trajectory guns can't hit them. So if you have nothing to stop the Japanese from pulling their artillery close up and bombarding Singapore, Singapore's in big trouble. Then there's the landward stuff. This boils down, though, to the reason we spent so much time on these pre-war planners who underestimated Japanese capabilities. Because when the Japanese prove that they can do things that the pre-war planners didn't think they could do, the defenses that Singapore was relying on are completely inadequate. Truth be told, most armies could not launch an amphibious assault across the Straits of Johor under fire successfully. And if you're a military planner in 1939 and someone says, can the Japanese do that? A lot of these military planners would say, you crazy. I can count the number of armies that can do that on half of one hand, right? But the Japanese could do that and prove it on February 8th, 1942, at night, of course, when they launch a D-Day type assault under fire at night, which they didn't even do at Normandy, and by morning have landed 13 to 14,000 guys and have established a beachhead. Now, they did have one of the heaviest bombardments from the Japanese side of things for the entire war. Now, the Japanese were not big land artillery people, especially not massed artillery, but here they lobbed almost 90,000 shells against the northern coast of Singapore, created chaos, disrupted all kinds of things. And then when these Japanese hit the water to cross this a little less than a mile in some places wide, I called it a moat. When they cross it, they're crossing it in some places on armored troop ships, armored barges. I mean, talk about planning, talk about capabilities. There's an elegance to this that you would have expected to see only in the best armies, a coordination. This is hard stuff to do and not screw up. And by February 9th, 1942, they are in place in the northwest part of Singapore Island with an established beachhead. By the way, the next day is when Churchill writes that order we just quoted, the Standard Die Order, and by then he would have known that there were Japanese troops on the island. The Japanese assault force did not have to face the heavy defenses that everyone had thought might be there. Didn't have to face the bunkers, didn't have to face a lot of pillboxes and landmines and barbed wire. And what they did have to face was put together rather hastily. We should point out that some of these Japanese troops are Imperial Guard forces. They're considered the Emperor's own samurai. They are veteran troops as well. They are particularly tip-of-the-spear type guys. And from this moment on, the Singapore situation will degenerate to the point where it won't even be a week after Churchill's, stand and die orders that Singapore will capitulate. That doesn't look good. A lot of people have been hammered for why this happens, but if you actually get a book and read all the specifics, Murphy's Law could not have intervened more, and there's all kinds of things where you have no idea who to blame, although different people always do. Take, for example, there's more than once where key orders are misinterpreted. So who's at fault there? The high command that issued the order that was misinterpreted, or the lower commanders that read the order and misinterpret it? There's a bunch of those kinds of things. I mean, whole units and parts of the line will pull back incorrectly, threatening the rest of the line that has to then, and the Japanese are infiltrating like crazy. And I had to think for a while what might even account for why they were so effective at this. And just my own theory here, and it's probably already been proposed by much smarter people, but let me just throw it out there, because infiltration, as you military history nuts know, is not a new thing. The Germans were doing it with stormtroopers in the last World War. A bunch of militaries do it in this war. But infiltration essentially means sort of hiding behind things and moving up and bypassing strong points and whatnot. Well, if you're doing this on a golf course, it's got one level of effectiveness. If you're doing it in the jungle, think about how much more effective. It's an amplifier to the infiltration tactics. The other thing that the Japanese have going for them is kind of, you hate to say it's kind of cool, because but it's we talked about earlier how the willingness to expend human lives on the part of Japanese commanders gave them an arrow in their decision quiver, their command quiver, that most military leaders don't have. And one of them is the willingness to allow their troops to trap themselves behind enemy lines, because that's what infiltration essentially means. What's the worst thing that can happen to you on a battlefield? You get surrounded by the enemy, right? Infiltrators are deliberately moving behind enemy lines and putting themselves in a situation where they are surrounded. It's dangerous. In fact, it's practically suicidal sometimes. If I'm an American commander and you tell me you want my troops to infiltrate the way the Japanese infiltrate, I'm going to say, are you out of your mind? I'm not going to. That will doom most of those troops. The Japanese could live with that if the results are worth it. And so they're infiltrators, and they would poke through the Allied lines and then find an opening, and boom, they're through it in the back, causing trouble. They'll throw up star shells and flares to tell the people on their side of the lines that they're through. The Japanese use of infiltration tactics on Singapore Island are just as effective there as they've been throughout the whole campaign so far. And the other elements of the recipe in this Japanese blitzkrieg are equally successful. Go read the primary source accounts. The people on the ground are talking all the time about being pounded from the air, strafed, bombed, just pounded all the time. If you look at the first day or two on Singapore Island, the only thing missing from the recipe that was so successful the whole way down Malaya is the Japanese armor. And General Yamashita will start ferrying that over within about 48 hours. And then the Japanese will get the inadequately destroyed causeway that used to separate Singapore from the mainland back up and running, so that now the Japanese armored columns can just drive right on over. And this war will quickly move from the jungles and rubber tree areas to the suburbs. And it will get kind of weird there. And again, this is not something Americans are so aware of, but we're talking about sidewalks and streets and fire hydrants and front lawns and people's two-story homes. The sort of thing where now all of a sudden the Japanese sniper is hiding in the little girl's bedroom in the upper right-hand floor from the window and sniping Imperial troops that are standing in the middle of the park where the kids used to play. It's that kind of fighting. Needless to say, and this is an underappreciated side of the story sometimes when we get into all the military stuff, are the civilians who live there. Now, for a while, they start moving away from the fighting. I had a guy who was in the war in Bosnia. He explained it this way because he was living in Southern California at that time. And he said, it's like when you get a forest fire. They're not forest fires, they're brush fires in Southern California. And you see it off in the distance, and there's all this smoke in the sky, and you know that, 25-minute drive from here, and it's very, very, very heavy over there. But right now, life continues in this section of the city just fine. But of course, the fire can move, as anyone in the path of one of those will tell you. The war can move too. And so for a while, if you're a resident in the urban area of Singapore, the war just looks off in the distance, all that smoke, and of course the bombing that's even going on near you. But that smoke and that flame and that fire comes closer, and the friendly lines are curling inward, and the refugees are being compacted into a place where within a couple of days you have 1 million people crammed into like 3 square miles. And the Japanese are advancing on the reservoirs that have the water supplies, and the ammunition is dwindling. And this is where you get to some of the finger pointing stuff at the troops themselves. There will be fingers pointed, for example, at Australian troops, which is so weird because they are some of the best troops in the war. They've been some of the best troops in the entire Malayan campaign. But now at Singapore, they're going to get flagged sometimes. But the fighting is intense. And when you read about the fighting, and a lot of it going on at night, which is extra chaotic, right, in city streets sometimes, it's very difficult. And you read these accounts and they sound wicked. I mean, heavy-duty fighting. I mean, take this one from, this was Peter Thompson's book, but he quotes a soldier from the 18th Division. And, they're pulling back behind roads, like we pulled back behind Thompson Road. I mean, I always had the hardest time picturing these sorts of urban conflicts, like the Battle of Berlin in 1945, always so difficult for me to get my mind around. But that's what this is, right? People are pulling back to the intersection where, the supermarket is. I mean, it's that kind of thing. So in this case, this unit that this first-hand account comes from had pulled back and set up a defensive position in a Chinese graveyard that had a really good field of fire. And he writes, quote, "We dug trenches, and that night the Japanese started attacking. We were in action against them continuously, sometimes in hand-to-hand fighting. We could see them on various hillocks in this enormous graveyard. They tried intimidating tactics by screaming out, or they tried to imitate us by saying they were friends and they were advancing. They made a tremendous noise. I had 2 forward platoons on little hills, and on one ghastly occasion, they got in amongst one of the sections in the night and bayoneted some of the men. The screams and cries of anguish were really quite terrible. On another occasion, I was watching out from my command post when I suddenly saw a Japanese officer and about a dozen men crawling up behind one of the forward positions. Fortunately, our machine gun battalion, the Northumberland Fusiliers, were with us, and we had a section of machine guns. It was a very good target, and in a very short time, we had put paid to that attack." End quote. But I mean, you think of like the pirate sneaking up on you with the knife between the teeth at night. There's a particular horror to the Pacific War, and it's that. But these troops hardly seem like they're flinching very much, right? Why are they getting some blame? Some of it appears to be the difference, as we said, between what these units look like on paper back at the command post, which is almost always in Singapore, too far away from what's going on for the commanders to really know what's going on. The difference between what their maps look like, these paper icons representing these units at full strength, fully equipped, fully highly well rested, the whole thing, and the troops on the ground. There will come a point when the Australians are accused of not fighting. You read the commanders' letters to each other. The troops' morale is not what it should be. And the Australian general named Bennett will sort of, in an offhanded way, complain to this captain that is part of one of these units that's been fighting the whole time. And this is recounted in Colin Smith's book. And he says, quote, "Criticism also came from a surprising quarter. Quote, I don't think the men want to fight, end quote. General Bennett informed an exhausted Captain Frank Gavin." Let me stop here. Gavin's one of these Australian officers that's been fighting like the devil for weeks. And now remember, he's speaking as a captain to a general here. Smith continues, quote, "Gavin did not mince words." Now quoting Gavin. "The men are very tired," he told Bennett. "Their rations have been irregular and inadequate. They have been constantly in contact with the enemy, and they feel that they have been badly let down. I feel that too." End quote. But when you think about it, there are incidents that people point to. Sometimes there's one in Smith's book that involves bayoneting that just is one of those moments that reminds you, combat's one of those things that's sort of on a spectrum. And on one end of the spectrum, let's call it the 10 or the 1, however we designate it. But on one end of the spectrum is the heroic combat fighting that makes up, real combat sometimes, and then themes of soldierly conduct going back to Ajax and Achilles and Homer and all that. But I mean, the Schwarzenegger, Stallone, face-off, whatever it might be. And that stuff happens. People listening to my voice now have probably been involved in those kinds of things, right? That level of fighting. Now, if you go all the way to the other side of the spectrum, though, and you go away from bravery and heroism and all that stuff, you get to the other aspect of combat. The pathetic, not ennobling, dirty, the thing that leaves a stain on the victims and the victimizers. And one of these incidents involves the Australians on Singapore running to some degree. Now, let me just defend them for a second before I go into this, because when you realize that these guys had just been acting as a rear guard for the rest of their unit. So they're the ones holding off the enemy so the rest of their forces can get away. The enemy they're holding off happen to be elements of the Japanese Imperial Guard, and at a certain point the Imperial Guard elements will outnumber the Australian rear guard elements, and then the Imperial Guard whip out the bayonets and charge. This is all happening, I believe, at night. It certainly gives you the feel of like an urban situation in terms of the terrain. Smith picks up the narrative, and he got it from the remembrances of a Japanese corporal who was a member of the Imperial Guard. So he wrote about this incident. Smith sort of translates it for us and writes, quote, "The Imperial Guard, having passed through the torments of Buddhist hell is what the word means, the torments of Buddhist hell, had their blood up and were looking for revenge. First Corporal Sushikani, I hope I pronounced that correctly, was involved in a grenade duel with the Australian rear guard. In his excitement, the baseball pitching skills he had acquired at senior high school almost undid him, because he threw the first one much too long and was nearly killed by the pineapple variety of hand grenade that came back and rolled within 2 meters of the rubber tree he had dived behind. The second one he got right. Then they all charged with fixed bayonets. Some of the Australians, now badly outnumbered, started running. Sushikani chased one down, pushed him to the ground, and heard a, quote, deathly yell as he impaled him with his bayonet and then withdrew the blade. The corporal noticed that others were neither running nor fighting." Now directly quoting the corporal, quote, "Having lost their nerve, some soldiers were simply cowering in terror, squatting down and avoiding the hand-to-hand combat in a wait-and-see position. They too were bayoneted or shot without mercy." End quote. That's the pathetic side of combat, where you just feel like here you have a bunch of people that are trapped in a place and a time. And you see this over and over again. And if this is considered to be the troops not giving a good account of themselves or what have you, you want to just, like this soldier that said, but they feel like they've been let down, you just want to flip somebody off, don't you? How about you get the aircraft out of the skies and make them stop strafing us all the time, and maybe we won't run so quickly when we're charged with bayonets by the Imperial Guard that outnumbers us? I don't know. Within a short period of time, the Japanese have advanced into a position where at first they start to threaten the water supply of Singapore, and then they begin to capture those places. And now you have a humanitarian disaster looming. The letters between Churchill and the commanders locally begin to soften in terms of this everybody has to stand and die thing. And Percival, the commander in Singapore, will end up having to accept surrender conditions where the British are photographed carrying a white flag and surrendering. I think if it's not the largest, it's one of the largest number of Imperial troops to a foe in the British Army's history. Oh yeah, and there's more atrocities while all this is going on. I don't know to what depth to go into the atrocities. There's a famous, another one of the hospital attacks, like the one in Hong Kong. This one we'll see upwards of 150, closer to maybe 200 victims. And once again, we have the rapes, we have the bayoneting of wounded soldiers in their cots. It's awful stuff. And the 80,000 or so Allied troops that have to surrender to the Japanese on February 15th, 1942, will be carted off into a captivity that is nightmarish by the standards of any other power you want to grade against in the Second World War. And needless to say that while those troops will go off and suffer for several years in captivity, including General Percival, by the way, off to captivity himself, the citizens, all the different ethnic groups, the Chinese, the Malays, all the people in Singapore are all going to suffer under the Japanese occupation there too. There are books written, some of them just in Chinese, that diagram on a regular basis the local homicides and rapes and mistreatment at the hands of the new colonizers, right? The ones that are doing it under the banner of Asia for the Asians. They didn't say it was going to be nice necessarily, and it's not going to be. Churchill earlier had been embarrassed and said that, this was a shock that we can't perform better when the Russians are doing amazing feats and dying to the last man against the Germans, and the Americans are doing so well in the Philippines at Luzon. Well, there are some differences because the Luzon stuff, all the Philippine stuff is happening simultaneously with the stuff going on in Singapore and Malaya and everything. But there are some key differences. First of all, the whole campaign really kicks off a little later, like 2 weeks later. Troops land instantly, but I think it's the 22nd, 23rd or something of December 1941 when like 40,000 Japanese troops land on the big island, Luzon, where Manila is. And then everything gets real right away. But unlike Malaya, where there are few or no tanks, one or the other. Some people say few, but every place used to just say there are no tanks in Malaya. There are tanks in the Philippines, and it makes a very big difference against the Japanese tanks that are landed, right? If only the Imperial troops had a bunch of tanks in Malaya, even bad ones. These aren't big monster tanks that you're going to get later in the war. A lot of them are light tanks, but listen, you're just glad to have anything, and they give good service. Because when the Americans and the Filipinos will continually get pushed back the same way the Imperial forces are, right? Infiltration, being outflanked, amphibious outflankings, the whole thing. The tanks and other troops will be able to provide some sort of cover that allow, in this case, the Allied troops or the Americans and the Filipinos, to pull back and not get rolled up momentum-wise. They're able to stop and consolidate for a minute, which allows a more sort of vigorous and stubborn defense. In Malaya, the Imperial forces never got a chance to stabilize. The other difference in the Philippines, it's going to be different, is you don't have General Percival in charge of things. You have Douglas MacArthur in charge of things. And that is a very different animal, well, any way you slice it. To go from talking about Churchill inordinately to going and talking about MacArthur like we're about to makes me feel like we're completely embracing the great man theory of history, and we're just going from one great, usually male figure to another, dominating the historical scene at will, standing astride history like a colossus. But that's an old theory. I mean, Greeks and Romans all wrote that the great men moved the world and whatnot. And then there's all kinds of other theories that have cropped up since the trends and forces one, right? You can't have a Hitler unless the conditions, for example, are set up correctly for one to rise. And then if they are set up correctly, one will rise. My counterpoint to that, because I happen to believe the trends and forces, but I believe it interacts with the great man theory, my counterpoint is, yeah, but the figure that arises because of the trend and forces at the time doesn't have to be a quirky nut. Right? You didn't say he had to be weird. You just said so the time was ripe for somebody. And to me, that's where you put the personal stamp on the whole trends and forces thing. I feel similarly with MacArthur, because he's a fascinating dude, but his personality is actually going to impact how the whole war is fought and why things go the way they do. And you turn around and go, well, wait a minute. Even if the trends and forces make it just perfectly ripe for a guy like MacArthur to rise, they didn't have to produce a guy like MacArthur. This, just so we make it perfectly clear, is a diva. And he's a diva in the way, it's funny, every sort of group of people that has a diva class amongst them, whatever they may be, singers, actresses, whatever it might be, generals are another one of those types where they just produce these prima donnas. It was once said by somebody that I read that one of the great gifts that Eisenhower had when he was the commander of Allied forces in Europe was that he was the one guy who could sort of mediate between a group of prima donna Allied generals who, were tough to coordinate and interact and get to work together, the Pattons and the Montgomerys and all those guys. Martha Gellhorn, who was a Second World War war correspondent, married to Ernest Hemingway for a while, definitely one of the more interesting journalistic figures in war correspondence, and needless to say, a very early woman on the scene and tough as nails, and she went to all these places and talked to all these people and all these governments and systems, and she said, and I'm quoting from memory, but she basically said that the politicians and the generals are the same everywhere you go. It doesn't matter what the political system is or anything, they're a type. And it made me think that either the kind of people who are going to turn out or likely to turn out, or most of the time turn out to be prima donnas and divas in the military sense, are those the kind of guys that have the drive to become generals in the first place? Or does it attract those kind of people? Or does being a general and all the perks that come along with that turn you into a military diva? I don't know, but MacArthur is the best example of type you'll ever see. He's a caricature of himself, and he's been lampooned for his sort of type more than anybody I've ever seen. I mean, from MASH to The Simpsons, to everybody. They got the corncob pipe, smoking, dark sunglasses, I mean, iron jawed. I mean, MacArthur is a unique figure, but he's weird. I mean, I have a line in the sand, psychologically speaking, where on the far side of that line, I can't say what you have. I just know you're on the far side of the line, and most of us, normal people, are on this side of the line. And the dividing line is people who seriously refer to themselves regularly in the third person. I don't know what it means to do that, but MacArthur's on the far side of that line because he does that. He's one of these people, though, that it's hard to... I mean, what makes him really interesting is not that he's weird like that, but that he kind of lives up to the hype of his own imagination also. I mean, here's the way historian Craig L. Simons runs down, a little bit of this guy's background. He's sort of the golden child from the time he first appears on the military scene. And Simons writes, quote, Douglas MacArthur was then and remains today a lightning rod for both admirers and critics. The only child of General Arthur MacArthur, who had been awarded the Medal of Honor for his heroism on Missionary Ridge during the Civil War, the younger MacArthur had been something of a celebrity, even during his cadet days at West Point, where he graduated first in the class of 1903. During the First World War, he had performed brilliantly, returning from the war in 1919 as a 39-year-old brigadier general with 2 Distinguished Service Crosses and no fewer than 7 Silver Stars. He became West Point superintendent. Then in 1930, at the age of 50, he became the U.S. Army Chief of Staff. End quote. MacArthur had a mixed reputation, though, amongst troops. Depends on who you ask. Like, there were a bunch of troops that had a sour taste in their mouth because it was MacArthur who, with an extremely forceful hand, broke up some, they became riots, I guess you could say, but there was a long-term protest during the Hoover administration by people during the Depression who were veterans and who wanted their veteran bonus payments given out to them earlier than originally specified because, it was the Great Depression. And MacArthur, these are all veterans. MacArthur sort of crushed this encampment, the bonus marchers, they were called, roughly. And there were people that held that against him forever afterwards. And then there were people like Eisenhower, and it depends on what you read from Eisenhower, because you can find him saying good things and bad things. I mean, he thought MacArthur's mind was crazy interesting and good, but at the same time that the guy was over dramatic. Well, Simons continues. He talks about the other side, right, that goes with MacArthur as this glittering golden child from, long ago, almost like born to the role from a military hero father. And Simons writes, quote, Then there was the man himself. In addition to his obvious intellectual gifts, MacArthur's personal demeanor included an all too evident self-regard that put off many of his contemporaries. He seemed ever conscious of himself as a historical figure, and frequently behaved, even in private, as if he were declaiming from a stage, pacing back and forth and gesturing theatrically with his corncob pipe. He discounted, even disparaged, the opinions of others, and saw criticism as less disagreement than treason. As the historian Max Hastings put it, now quoting Hastings, quote, MacArthur's belief that his critics were not merely wrong, but evil, verged on derangement. Simons continues, quote, These characteristics repelled many of the men he had to work with, including King and Nimitz. MacArthur had an astonishing memory, a deep knowledge of history, and a quick and incisive mind. It remained to be seen, however, if he also possessed the diplomatic sensitivity to orchestrate the land, air, and sea forces of several countries, a skill so evident in his former aide, Dwight Eisenhower. End quote. I personally don't think that there's any doubt that this guy had what it took to do any of these monumental things in terms of his raw talent and the polishing of the diamond that he had done since he was young. This is a very accomplished, very gifted person. But with it comes the rest of this package. And it's interesting as heck. In his great book, Rampage, MacArthur, Yamashita, and the Battle of Manila, author James M. Scott tries to flesh out the MacArthur figure. And he quotes several people who worked with him, who were talking about the great brain, right? He's just brilliant man, genius, these generals are all saying. He quotes Philip La Follette, who served on MacArthur's staff, as saying, quote, "His mind was a beautiful piece of almost perfect machinery." End quote. So everybody admires this guy's brain, but it's weird being alone with him and having him refer to himself in the third person. Scott quotes Dwight Eisenhower as saying about the experience, quote, "The sensation was unusual. In time I got used to it and saw it not as objectionable, just odd." He then goes on to say that the word discuss or discussion is not the right word to use when you're having a discussion with MacArthur. It's more like a monologue. And he had an interesting way of talking that in a way fleshes out the character. It's like those theater folk who come off stage and they still sound like they're on stage when they talk, right? Very dramatic, using maybe archaic words. MacArthur used archaic words. Scott quotes a journalist trying to give you a sense of the way MacArthur talked, and he says, quote, "He often used archaic words and terms, as one might a rare spice for extraordinary flavor." End quote. Well, that explains President Roosevelt's line, also quoted in Scott's book. Roosevelt said that he talks in a voice that might come from an oracle's cave. Well, if you spice it up with those archaic words and terms, speak of yourself in the third person, and use almost like a stage voice, well, yeah, you sound like an oracle. You just know how to play to the crowd, right? But it's a weird part of the guy's character. It makes him more interesting as a historical figure, but then, of course, I don't have to work with him. This is a person who also knows how to use the media of his time. I mean, if Twitter or any of the other social media outlets have been around in his day, he'd have 1 billion followers. He had his own direct pipeline from the Philippines where he was commanding to the U.S. media outlets who were hungrily waiting for any info he gave. And when he provided that info, most of the time it only mentioned a single person, him. Historian Ronald H. Spector in Eagle Against the Sun writes about the MacArthur press machine and says, quote, "MacArthur's great stature in the United States was in part due to his own highly efficient public relations organization. Most of the war news from the Philippines, which the American public read, came from MacArthur's communiques and press releases. Of 142 communiques released by his headquarters between December and March, 109 mentioned only one individual, MacArthur." End quote. Spector then quotes another historian that points out that MacArthur had a way of getting his name into the press releases in multiple places, even when it's not about him particularly. Like instead of saying, the U.S. Army's right flank on Bataan, the press release would say MacArthur's right flanks on Bataan. And instead of saying something like, the 10th Regiment's soldiers, it says MacArthur's men. And that historian said the communiques omitted the names of combat units, commanders, and individuals who had performed exceptional exploits. MacArthur also had this other side, which was something, it was part of the rumor mill back in Washington, D.C. between the two world wars. I mean, MacArthur was accused of going Oriental, as it was called at one point, wearing kimonos around the office, fanning himself with a Japanese fan, and smoking from a jeweled cigarette holder. Just an interesting guy all the way around. The problem is that there has always been a spectrum of views on MacArthur. And on one end of the spectrum are the MacArthur groupies, the superfans. And they are the people who buy into MacArthur's worldview, that he's been stabbed in the back by everyone from the U.S. Navy to multiple presidents to whatever it might be, that this was the greatest soldier in American history, that he was the person who was in the right in those confrontations with the presidents, and in fact should have been the president someday himself. And then on the far opposite end of the scale, you have the people who think, and this was always part of the lampooning when I was a kid in the 1970s, that MacArthur is sort of delusional, that the real world is sort of blocked from his vision through the cataract of his own greatness, and he's kind of like blithely out of it. Sometimes you'll see him issue orders too. In Hirohito's War, Francis Pike has some of this he deals with. He'll issue these orders that are, make these demands on Washington that are so out of touch with reality that you wonder about the man himself. For example, in the early days of the fighting on the Philippines after the Pearl Harbor attack, MacArthur is urging Washington to strike the Japanese home islands now with naval assets right away since they're all occupied fighting him. Well, this is delusional because that's the same time that the Navy's telling Roosevelt they can't even defend the Philippines. Forget about launching a strike on the Japanese home islands. Pike also quotes Admiral Hart, who was the naval commander of U.S. assets in the Philippines and who worked closely with MacArthur between the wars and who considered himself a friend of MacArthur until the war got close and the friendship broke down. And Pike quotes Admiral Hart as telling his wife that he's not sure MacArthur is, quote, altogether sane, end quote. And then he adds that he may not have been altogether sane for some while now. What does that even mean? I've read a ton about Douglas MacArthur over my lifetime, and I still find him as a figure completely impenetrable. I don't know how to process this idea that maybe he's this out-of-touch thing living in his own world, like a Mr. Magoo stumbling on from one military good thing to another triumph. He's going to do a lot of things in the rest of his life that seem like really hard things to do under the best of conditions. I would think if you weren't grounded in reality, they would be impossible. That's just my view. At the same time, this guy is so complicated that sometimes it's difficult to know how you feel about him, unless you find yourself unreservedly on one of the two polarities on the guy. There's another way of looking at him, too, which is the crazy like a fox way. We mentioned earlier, how many Twitter followers this guy would have, how well he used the media of the day. Well, how much of this is all for publicity purposes, right? I had a buddy who said, is he putting us on? Eisenhower had said about his old boss that he would have made a great actor and that he studied dramatics under him for 7 years, basically, when he worked for him. Is this all part of branding? Right? Maybe you think about it this way. Maybe MacArthur's positioning himself for an eventual presidential run, and this is all part of the brand. And before you dismiss it out of hand, some writers and historians over the eras have made similar charges against other public figures from that time. Churchill, even, for example. The cigar, the ever-present booze, the hat, the V sign. You could put it on a poster, couldn't you? Wonderful brand. You know exactly who you're dealing with. It serves two purposes. It promotes Churchill personally and whatever cause he wants to push at the same time. Well, if Churchill could do it, MacArthur could do it. So maybe it's a put on. My response to that is, I'm a cynical, all those kind of things I see right through. This is the kind of put on that would work even for me. And it's possible it's geared toward working on people exactly like me. Let me tell you one of my favorite MacArthur stories, and it'll just give you an idea of how hard this guy is to pin down for this kind of stuff. So he gets accused of not visiting the troops often enough. In the Philippines, during the whole disaster we're just about to get into, he only does it once. But it's as highly, it's a big deal, right? He's coming to the foxholes he's been safe underground on the island of Corregidor, putting out press releases about how terrible things are here, but he hasn't actually gone there in the mud and the blood. But there are generals out there who have been. Wainwright's out there, just working his tail off. So MacArthur's going to go. It's this big deal. He comes in, some of the troops talked about how overdressed they were. They're in creased pants and shined shoes. MacArthur's got the corncob pipe, the dark glasses. He's got the cap. Good luck finding that cap on any other U.S. military officer in any other service. It's basically, self-designed. He gussied it up a bit. It's the MacArthur cap. And he shows up and he tours the defenses for the whole day. A lot of people saw him that day, and my buddy would have said that's probably part of the plan. Press would have known about it. It would have been one of those things where, if this was today, there'd be a bazillion retweets and he'd be trending. The number one thing today on Twitter, Douglas MacArthur visits the troops in Bataan. There are multiple accounts of different people who saw MacArthur that day. In Undefeated, author Bill Sloan gives an account from a U.S. soldier who was in a foxhole in an area that was being hit particularly hard at that time by Japanese aircraft. Lots of bombing, lots of strafing. And this soldier's in the foxhole just cowering down, trying not to die. And he looks up And here's General MacArthur strolling casually towards them with another general and staff officers. The soldier's name, by the way, is Captain Ralph Hibbs, and Sloan has Hibbs explaining what happens when he sees MacArthur and these men trailing behind him, coming over the hill in the battle zone towards him. Captain Hibbs says, quote, "I jumped out of the foxhole and gave a rather clumsy salute without thinking," Hibbs later recalled. MacArthur waved to stay put, and swinging his riding crop vigorously with great strides, moved across the open meadow as more Zeros came winging in. A couple of his aides were tugging on his shirt and telling him to get down, but he shrugged them off and kept walking. The bombs landed fairly close, but the general was completely oblivious to them. Me, I was in my foxhole. There is a really brave man, I thought. End quote. MacArthur's courage has never been in doubt. My buddy might ask the interesting question, though, that some have asked about MacArthur and some of these other really superstar generals, by the way, all of them a little bit media, maybe overly media savvy. Who's Douglas MacArthur doing all this for? He would say he's doing it for the men, and there's no doubt that guy, his morale skyrocketed, so maybe that's the truth. But is that the whole truth? Douglas MacArthur's a hard guy to figure out. I'll tell you this, though. If this is a publicity stunt, and I said this to my friend, I think I used a different analogy. I came up with a better one. But if this is a publicity stunt, it's the kind of publicity stunt that reminds you of like a person who would string a tightrope between two skyscrapers and walk across it carrying a pole. I mean, he may have invited the media to come and watch. It may be an excuse for everybody to come and cover him, but it's not phony. And what MacArthur did that day is not phony either. I was walking past the TV the other night, and thinking about MacArthur, and a light bulb went on over my head when I heard something on the television, and my wife begged me not to use this reference because she said you'll embarrass yourself, because I know nothing about it. I know nothing about the character. I don't know why he has this nickname. I just knew when I heard it that should be Douglas MacArthur's nickname. It should be Douglas the Situation MacArthur. To me, that sounded exactly like what his code name should be in Washington, D.C. That's what they should call him in the White House when they're talking about him, because to people like Roosevelt and General Marshall and most of the admirals, a lot of other people, Douglas MacArthur is the situation. And the funny thing about Douglas MacArthur is if he found out his nickname was the Situation, he might like that too, because he wanted to be on the minds of all these people, thought he should have been on their minds, in fact, thought he should have been a higher priority, in fact, hated the Germany First policy that had just been agreed to because it meant his theater was going to be the one that was de-emphasized. And MacArthur's a big fish in that theater and made a lot of promises to the locals. I mean, heck, he was the field marshal of the Philippines, for whatever that was worth at the time. So he's got a lot of personal contacts, and his relationship, by the way, still complicated with the money and the power in the Philippine power structure. Again, depends on your image of the man. But the reason this guy's such a situation are two more check boxes on the "Are you a diva" test that he checks off. I mean, number one, he's a pain in the ass to his cohorts and his superiors. Franklin Roosevelt's relationship with him started off sort of lukewarm and degenerated from there. By the end of Roosevelt's life, MacArthur hated him, and Roosevelt had said that MacArthur was one of the two most dangerous men in America. The other that I think he was thinking of was Louisiana Senator Huey Long, the Kingfish. MacArthur famously had problems with the next American president, too. He had problems with the Washington Army brass in D.C. He had problems with most of the admirals, although he liked and worked well with Bull Halsey. But a pain in the ass. And see, normally when you get these kind of people and you're looking for a better level of unity, these people are not worth the trouble, especially if they don't perform well at a certain point. You take those opportunities to axe those malcontents, those poisonous people, those divas, unless of course, they're like Frank Sinatra or Judy Garland or one of these, Sammy Davis Jr., Michael Jackson, any of the giants right out there where you just go, I don't care how weird they are. However many green M&Ms they want in their dressing room, I don't care. Just get me Frank Sinatra. What that means, though, is that people like that, you invest really high hopes, and they become so valuable. I mean, if you sold out the Palladium for Frank Sinatra, you can't cancel Frank Sinatra without there being big problems. And the U.S. takes the opportunity that their stature provides them to invest a lot of hope in Douglas MacArthur. They turn him into a hero, by the way. The U.S. government takes a guy who's already 2/3 of the way to fitting that mold already, pours the Disney-like propaganda hose on him, gives him a Medal of Honor in the near future to make a superhero out of MacArthur. The reason this is important is, well, what if you're sitting in the Philippines and you realize you are screwed, you are doomed, there's no way this is going to work out, the odds are totally against you. The only thing that gives you any hope in the Philippines is that you have a transcendental military leader in charge. It's hard to describe what people thought, especially the Filipino thought MacArthur was capable of. He could pull a rabbit out of his hat, militarily speaking, at any time. Can't rule out Douglas MacArthur. So you can't remove Douglas MacArthur either without that whole pillar of hope collapsing. He's too big to fire, and he knows it. So you're stuck with him. And the problem is that initially he does not perform well at all. Historian Ronald H. Spector said that the government would have been fully justified in removing MacArthur. To be honest, once again, I tend to cut people slack in this situation. MacArthur and the Americans and the Filipinos are going to face the same kind of acid test of combat exposure moment that the British and the Imperial troops in Malaya got to experience, right? Where all of your pre-war estimations are put to the test. Your assumptions, your plans, all that stuff gets the final exam. And as usual, and this is always the problem with war games and whatnot, I mean, you generally don't assume for situations that seem too wild to contend with. And I can guarantee you, MacArthur's war plans did not take into account the idea that the Japanese might control the air and the sea. Uncontested control of the air and the sea, by the way. That's not generally in your assumptions, and that's going to be the case. So right there, little difference between the pre-war plans and the actual war conditions. The other problem that they had in Malaya will be replicated here as well, which is that the decisions made before the conflict breaks out will doom everybody. Before I start criticizing General MacArthur's plan for defending the Philippines, and of course, as a history fan, I'm totally entitled, aren't I, to criticize one of the U.S.'s major generals throughout its history. Totally qualified to do that. But before I do, let's acknowledge something right away. There are no good plans for defending the Philippines. It's not like MacArthur's plan is up against a bunch of plans that were better and it just didn't get chosen. There are no good plans. There's a sizable contingent of top military leadership, especially in the Navy, who considers the Philippines indefensible. If the Japanese want them, they can have them, if for no other reason than proximity, right? Look how close Japan is compared to the United States. And remember, these are people who think the Philippines are indefensible, who are assuming there's still going to be a robust United States Navy to contend everything. If they're indefensible under those conditions, they're really indefensible after Pearl Harbor. But if they're indefensible, do you just not defend them? Do you say that the war policy for the United States in the Philippines, remember, we have military assets there, it's one of our bases. Our war plan is if the Japanese attack, we're leaving. And we're leaving the Philippine Islands to, the conquerors. That is so politically unpalatable for people that at least we market as a big brother, little brother relationship, and a lot of Filipinos buy into that. We certainly are making a lot of noise about protecting the islands. We have military assets there. We have General Douglas MacArthur there, whose wonderful cap is proof that he's all in, because that's the cap of the Philippine Army's top rank, Field Marshal, which he holds, which is a little weird. He had fights with Eisenhower about it. Eisenhower basically saying, you're a 4-star U.S. general. That's something to be proud of. What are you doing holding a gaudy Field Marshal baton for the Philippines? But, an honor's an honor. And MacArthur liked that stuff, and he wore that cap all throughout the war. Signature Field Marshal cap. But MacArthur's also out there telling the Filipinos in these rousing speeches, don't worry, we're here, the entire weight of the great democracies of the world are here at your side. I mean, come on. Your war plan has to do better than we're going home if we're attacked. So sometimes the politics get involved in ways, and the diplomacy gets involved in ways that sort of doesn't consider too much what's actually going to happen on the battlefield. Because if the islands really are indefensible, what happens to the people you send over there to defend them? That's the situation the troops will find themselves in on the ground here, the same way that those troops in Hong Kong fighting for Canada and the Empire and all these other places had to continue to fight on or what have you for the honor of the Empire. Well, we have to have a war plan here in the United States for an indefensible place, because to not have a war plan to defend the indefensible place is indefensible, if you know what I mean. This is as old as armies, by the way. There's nothing new at all about putting troops into militarily dubious situations for diplomatic purposes. Happens all the time, and it's a reason that strategists and war planners have to account for. I mean, they'll understand that sometimes the best we can hope for in a situation is to perhaps not be victorious, but have a strategy, a plan to not lose, or to lose really slowly, or to hold out for a long time under siege and then be rescued. Any of those things might be applicable in certain situations, and between the two world wars, there were war plans that accounted for things like that. And the basic attitude was that if you couldn't defeat the enemy, you would retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and hold out there. The Bataan Peninsula is a wonderful place to retreat for all sorts of reasons. The first one is if you control it, look at a map, it's sort of right by Manila Bay. If you control it and the bone in the throat, fortified little teeny island of Corregidor, you control Manila Bay. And there's Manila, the giant urban center of the Philippines, right there as well. MacArthur said that if you had an invasion take the rest of the island, if he controlled Corregidor and Bataan, then they might have the bottle, but he'd have the cork. Allied troops would be doing damage to the Japanese simply by holding out on Bataan and Corregidor. There'd be a thorn in the side of all their operations. So this is a good strategic spot to retreat to in terms of having importance, but it's also a good spot to retreat to because it's very defensible. Nature began that process by creating this peninsula that is some of the heaviest jungle you will ever see, and I lack the adjectives to distinguish between all the different levels of heavy jungle in this theater, but it's very heavy jungle indeed. You would never want to have to go root an enemy out of there that was, waiting for you. In addition to the heavy jungle, there's not one, but two volcanoes in this space that's something like 15 by 30 miles or 20 by 25 miles. I've read both, but it's not a very big area to have two volcanoes. Now, they're not spewing lava at the moment. They're dormant or they're dead. I don't know, but look at a map. They take up a huge chunk of the real estate in this area that's going to be defended, and they're going to be used as part of the defense line, right? I mean, if you want to anchor a defense line or you want to have the middle covered by something that should keep the enemy at bay, we'll put a big volcano in the middle of it, and they do. Then, once you decide you're going to use the Bataan Peninsula for this purpose, you bring in the combat engineers and you improve on what nature started. You lay out the minefields, you build the tank traps, you clear fields of fire, you sight artillery, you build pillboxes and bunkers, and you can make this the kind of place that armies will break themselves trying to get into. And then, of course, you have to make sure that the people that end up under siege here, because that's what everybody thinks is going to happen. It's going to be like the Alamo, right? With hopefully a happier ending. They're going to need stuff, aren't they? So you're going to stockpile all the food and all the ammunition and all the medical supplies on Bataan. So there's plenty to keep people, happy, healthy, and fighting while they await rescue from the U.S. Navy, most of these plans envision. Douglas MacArthur does not like these plans. He does not like the whole gist of these plans, the idea that you would assume and plan for a defeat and essentially prepare to be besieged by the enemy. He called it defeatist. He can call it anything he wants, doesn't really matter until mid-1941 when he's put in charge of American and Philippine forces in the Philippines, and this is several months before war breaks out. So now this is the guy who has to decide what the plan for the defense of the Philippines is going to be, and it is not going to be that we're going to assume we're defeated and we're going to prepare to be besieged at Bataan. We're going to throw the enemy back into the sea. I mean, would you expect any less of one of these superstars? Some might say super ego generals. It just doesn't suit them to say, I'm going to plan, I'm going to lose, and I'm going to retreat, and I'm going to try to hold out, and then I'm going to let the bloody Navy come and rescue me. I mean, he had always had a good jab for the Navy. You're going to rely, it was not going to happen. So MacArthur comes up with this plan that doesn't look like a bad plan at all if he's got a first-class military carrying it out. If you've got the U.S. military from 1944, it's a good plan. He doesn't have that. He has something that on paper looks large enough to be mistaken for that, but those numbers lie. It is MacArthur's own team, though, that he built from scratch, and it might have clouded his judgment. It's one of the miracles here. There is a Philippine army that is somewhere between 80 to 100,000 men that's going to be put into action here in the Philippines. Let's understand something. 10 years before this time, there was no Philippine army. There was no institute. There was nothing. MacArthur came in, and it's really over the previous 5 or 6 years that he's built up this entire institution from scratch. And when you think of everything that you have to do to create a foundation for a armed forces of all kinds, not just army, it's incredible that there are as many Filipinos that could meet the Japanese and defeat them in this army as there are now. And there's 12,000 Philippine scouts that are U.S. regulars. There's units in the 1st Philippine Division that are great. So no knock on them. But when you have 80 to 100,000 men and a military institution that's only been around 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of those people are not going to be ready to face the Japanese. And this is something MacArthur should have known. When you have one of those great minds, right, that runs like a machine, you would think you would understand that you cannot put some of these units in places where if they lose, the entire plan goes to hell. But that's just what MacArthur will do. Now, you don't know it. It's all theoretical, right, until you get the acid test of combat. And it's not just theoretical. It's backed by MacArthur himself. So that's the golden seal of approval that just because you think there might be reservations, you're not dealing with a normal mortal here. Believe me, this will work. I built this team from scratch. I know these men. They will resist the Japanese on the beaches. On December 22nd, 1941, you get a chance to find out whether MacArthur's right or wrong about that, and he's wrong. He's wrong quickly. MacArthur is accused here by critics of reacting sluggishly to the initial Japanese moves, and I think that's true, but on the other hand, let's look at the Japanese side of this too. Part of it is that they are doing things at warp speed, and we had mentioned earlier in the Malaya story that speed and audacity is something the Japanese are using to compensate for some of their deficiencies, and it worked great in Malaya. It's part of this early Japanese blitzkrieg plan, and now it's working well in the Philippines, and it completely discombobulates everything. And this is one of those stories where it's the opposite of what it is sometimes, where sometimes if you go into a war story talking about where the troops move and what the generals are doing and all that stuff sort of illuminates and clarifies the situation. But sometimes it does the opposite and you sort of lose the forest for the trees, and this is one of those situations. Part of the reason why is the military moves don't matter that much, because nothing that the great strategist is going to do is going to change the outcome. It's not a question of, well, if you'd only moved your knight and pawn over here, you're not going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here. This is a foregone conclusion because most of these Philippine units cannot fight the Japanese. They wouldn't probably be able to fight them on equal terms, but they're in an extremely disadvantaged situation. As we said, the American Air Force, which is really the Army Air Force, has for all intents and purposes in this part of the Philippines by this time ceased to exist. And these troops, these green troops who have almost certainly never heard a shot fired in anger, are being bombed and strafed from the air. They're being pounded with artillery. The Japanese have tanks. They have offshore naval guns. This is a slaughter. So this is a plan that was doomed already. And the Japanese push inland so fast that you don't realize unless you look at the timeline and match it up to events how quickly it's happening. I mean, we in the United States celebrate the heroism of the Philippine units, General Wainwright's forces, the 26th Regiment, which is the Philippine Scouts, and American forces in slowing the Japanese down. And it is heroic. I mean, the stuff that's done, this is some of the Alamo type moments. You have two kinds of military history. You have the triumphs where you're marching through the enemy's city victoriously and it's all great and advancing and offensives and smashing the enemy, and that's great. And then you have the Alamo and these wonderful, the Thermopylae, the wonderful defeats that you celebrate. I mean, we in the United States and the Filipinos, we celebrate these delaying actions. But when you actually look at a timeline, and they're heroic as heck, but they didn't delay them very long. I mean, by the 23rd, the afternoon of the 23rd, and remember, it's the morning of the 22nd that the big invasion happens. So a day and a half later, General Wainwright is asking for permission to retreat to a defense line. I mean, they were already saying, we're done. And more power to him. I mean, he's commanding the 26th Regiment, the Filipino Scouts, which, by the way, are horse cavalry. Yes, horses, men on horses in the jungle. It's awesome. They're getting decimated. I mean, he said that this whole time period began an era, and I'm loosely quoting here from memory, of killing Japs, being killed, and pulling back. And he learns and is exquisitely good at keeping the Japanese, chasing him, and then setting up as if he's going to fight a battle, making the Japanese stop, set up for a whole set piece battle, which takes hours and everything, gets everything into place, and then pulling back. So it's wonderful rearguard actions, and it serves a great purpose. I mean, these people are all dying during these rearguard actions and these leapfrog backwards actions for time. And the reason we said is because everything's happening so quickly, and the Japanese will be speeding on their way on the roads towards Manila within 48 hours. They have also landed on the other side of Manila with 7,000 to 8,000 guys. MacArthur, who knew the amphibious assaults were going to come somewhere, after all, Malaya was seeing that in spades. Maybe wasn't expecting it quite here, because this move now is going to catch Manila in a pincer movement and close it up in a ring, and threaten to cut MacArthur's forces into pieces so that they can be defeated one by one. So MacArthur has to do something drastic because his plan is failing. So he changes the plan within 48 hours. MacArthur's new plan is one of the older plans. It was called War Plan Orange 3, WPO3. And it's the sort of plan that MacArthur would have called defeatist. In fact, he did call it defeatist, but now that his defeated, it didn't sound so bad to retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and hunker down there for a siege, except of course that none of the things that you would have had in place there, had this been the plan the whole time, are in place there anymore, because it hasn't been the plan for months. The troops that might have been in a position to easily retreat to Bataan are now spread out all over the island, some of them 140, 150 miles away. The stuff that should have been stockpiled in Bataan to feed, treat the wounds and disease of, and supply the weapons for of all these troops, that's not in Bataan either. Most of that's been captured by the Japanese as they overrun the supply depots. There's this horrible, heartbreaking moment, if you know this story. I like to think of it as it's like twisting the knife in a wound that hasn't been made yet, where the Japanese will burn rice, pyramids of rice. They'll capture tens of millions of bushels of rice that will soon be desperately needed by all these Allied forces. And it's rice, of course, that would have been in Bataan had War Plan Orange 3, the new plan, been in effect the whole time. So MacArthur critics have a field day with that one. At the same time, when the initial plan fails, you have to do something, don't you? You don't want to stick with the other plan. So there's going to be this chaotic move now for all of these people to get down to Bataan before the siege starts there. Essentially, it's going to be the only place defended. So if you want to be on the Allied side of things, you need to get down to Bataan, and Philippine Army units and U.S. Army units with a ton of civilians added are going to make their way down to Bataan as quickly as they can to be safe. The only problem for all of them is the Philippine highway system at this time cannot handle that kind of traffic, and you have massive traffic jams. And the reason those are extra heartbreaking is because General Wainwright and his troops are literally dying for time to keep the doors to Bataan open a little bit longer so that these people and the supplies that they can salvage and get down to Bataan can make it down there, and they're stuck in a traffic jam. That's extra awful in my opinion. And Wainwright, by the way, conducting a heroic leapfrog rearguard action where he will destroy more than 180 bridges, sometimes in heartbreaking situations where he's got to make decisions about trapping friendlies on the wrong side because the Japanese have just shown up. He will fight his way with his troops down to Bataan. On the 26th, by the way, December 26th, remember the invasion's only on the 22nd, the big invasion, Manila will be declared an open city. So essentially, MacArthur and the Allies are conceding Manila to the Japanese, which is partly for humanitarian reasons, cultural reasons. You want to hope that the city doesn't get leveled. It's a beautiful, great city, right? It's like Paris. You always want to hope that it doesn't get caught up in vicious street fighting that destroys the cultural heritage, of that great city. At the same time, the Japanese sort of misread this. MacArthur catches a break here. The Japanese sort of think this means they won, kind of. They sort of slow down before they score the touchdown, before they reach the end zone, and it gives MacArthur and the Allied troops a little extra chance to get away down to Bataan. When I was a kid learning history growing up, and it shows you how much your national lens can influence how you see things, I was always kind of taught that this was a kind of a mini victory, this part here for the United States and the Philippines, right? We got away. Hama didn't get us. It's like a mini Dunkirk, right? The Japanese failed to destroy us. We get across, blow the last bridges to Bataan, 15,000 Americans, 65,000 Filipino troops, 20 to 25,000 refugees are sitting there in Bataan, flipping off the Japanese. Ha ha, you missed us. As I get older, I kind of see it more from the Japanese viewpoint. I mean, who's captured who here? There's hardly enough food to last like 20 days for this amount of people in Bataan. The medical supplies are dwindling. The ammunition, I mean, what are they going to do? They're holding on by the skin of their teeth. And Hama is actually advised by some of his underlings, General Hama, that you should just leave them there. Just put up a screen so they can't get away and let starvation and the jungle just do their work, right? They'll dwindle, they'll shrivel on the vine. But for reasons that are still not figured out conclusively, because different people can still argue about them, Hama decides that they have to be attacked and destroyed. Francis Pike thinks, he's one of those people that thinks the emperor had something to do with it. John Tolan back in the 1980s thought that Hama's pride required it. All the other generals were kicking everybody else's rear end all over this first phase of the Japanese blitzkrieg everywhere else. He's not going to be the lone guy in front of the emperor who can't get the job done. And right before he's about to get the job done, he gets his best unit taken away from him. And this is sort of a key moment in the whole affair, because some historians attribute everything going the way that they go to the fact that Hama doesn't have the cocky unit of veterans that had spearheaded this whole assault into the Philippines up to now. They get taken from him for all the right reasons, right? Because the Japanese high command's looking at this whole first phase of the Japanese blitzkrieg and thinking, wow, this went better than expected. If victory can go to your head and you already were susceptible to it, so far things are going so great, you're already thinking, let's move up the timetable on phase 2, which is just what they do. So they're going to take this unit away from Hama more quickly than they'd expected, but he shouldn't miss it, right? I mean, the Japanese walk into the open city of Manila, which was bombed anyway, on January 2nd, I think it is, and pull down the U.S. flag and stomp on it. The poor Filipino people get to find out what life is going to be like under the East Asia Code prosperity sphere. Here are the rules. But to the Japanese high command, that unit looks like, you can afford to part with it now. We'll replace it with a bunch of guys who've been doing garrison duty on Formosa. One of the officers quoted in one of my books said that they were in no way, shape, or form ready for combat. Bunch of older guys. I can relate to them. They seem like the kind of guys who would be much happier directing traffic at a not too busy intersection in an exotic, recently captured Japanese city like Manila, and maybe sampling the nightlife from time to time. Instead, they're going to face the bitterest combat, the bitterest sustained combat that the Japanese have gotten since Pearl Harbor. And they are not expecting this. And this poor unit that certainly wasn't ready for it is going to take it on the chin. And that's going to happen when the Battle of Bataan opens up. Let me set that up a little for you, though. Because after all these rearguard actions and all these preliminary lines that General Wainwright had set and that had gotten turned or infiltrated or whatever, finally the Allied forces are at Bataan waiting in 2 battle lines for the enemy. The first battle line is across the neck of the peninsula. There's another one across the neck of the peninsula several miles behind it. So if the first one breaks, you have another one to retreat to. The first line is the one we referred to earlier, the one that has the 4,200-foot extinct volcano in the center of it. And it's more than that. It's the crags and the rocks and the cliffs and the ravines and the heavy, heavy undergrowth of jungle at the foot of this mountain, really, that makes it seem to General Wainwright, who I think it is who's laying out the troop dispositions here, that it's just impassable. That you don't have to worry about troops going through there because troops can't get through there. So instead of laying out his troops in an unbroken line across the whole neck of the peninsula, where they can have one flank guarded by the sea on one side and the other flank guarded by the sea on the other side, he decides that he could get away with just a few patrols around the mountain area. And instead of having the unbroken line, he'll have two groups of troops, one on the east side of this mountain / volcano, one on the west side of the mountain / volcano, each of them about 20 to 25,000 men thrown together in sort of an ad hoc formation that happens once you've had a defeat and everybody's trying to reorganize and get their act together to resist the next, punch. Before the Japanese arrived, there were consultations. I think even MacArthur weighed in, where they asked Wainwright, "Are you sure you don't want to put troops up in front of the mountain there just in case?" And Wainwright said, "I've toured the thing. No one can get through there." This is sort of the fatal mistake for those who are aficionados of this battle, but that doesn't preclude the heavy fighting that's going to happen, because this will be really the first time since Pearl Harbor that any Allied forces have really had a chance to stop, breathe for even 1 second, which is only 1 second, and dig in for a minute and on a wide front be ready for this. I mean, it's far from optimal. The air is still in Japanese hands. I mean, still a million disadvantages, but about half as many as normal so far in this campaign. I mean, ask the British forces in Malaya, right? And in this case, on January 9th, that poor force of garrison troops from Formosa starts approaching, almost lined up like bowling pins. And as they do, the American artillery opens up and begins to teach the Japanese what it's going to be like when you have Americans and big guns. They just handle them well and have for a very long time. People are sometimes surprised by American artillery, and I go, why would you be surprised about Americans, handling big guns with some sort of elegance? The British, though, do it very well in this war, as do the Germans. It's so scientific at this point that the farther ahead your science is, generally the better your artillery is. And American artillery will give great service in every front the United States fights on. In the Pacific, it will take a horrific toll on the Japanese and this poor unit of garrison troops who were just hoping for a nice, cushy stationing in Manila, get torn to ribbons by American artillery. And they will throw themselves against this prepared line, and you will have what historian Eric Bergerud calls the most vicious light infantry war ever carried out between industrialized nations. And by that he means this is not like the wars in Europe where the field marshals and generals will command thousands of vehicles and people across huge, wide swaths of territory, where their job is to focus the amazing killing power of modern states in specific breakpoints. I mean, it's a great science that you carry out on battlefields that look more like golf courses, because these battlefields look anything but like that in most of this theater, and the terrain inhibits everything. This is a war that is not fought mainly by field marshals and generals, but as Bergerud points out, by captains, lieutenants, and sergeants with bayonets and submachine guns, where you don't see the enemy sometimes until they're right on top of you, and you will see it in the Battle of Bataan over and over again, because the Japanese infiltrators are nightmarish. They are so bad that they will actually surprise General Wainwright, who, as we've said, amongst all the American generals, is the guy with the most experience so far fighting the Japanese, and he's the one that said, don't worry about the middle there, no one can get through there. Now, as we said earlier, this is the point where it doesn't do a whole lot of good to talk about thrusts and parries and defenses and counterattacks, because it just becomes confusing. This is small-scale jungle warfare, and if you take a snapshot of any sector at any given time, you could have one side on the attack, one side on the counterattack, another side on the defensive. One thing you start to see, though, is that the Japanese get lessons in what it's like fighting Americans, but Americans and Filipinos begin to get the real hard lessons of what it's like fighting the Japanese, and it is a unique experience that soldiers on other fronts do not get. With the Japanese, it's like we said earlier. It's the old Shakespeare line just turned in their favor. I mean, they're like everyone else, only more so. Everything else the Japanese do here that we're going to talk about, you can find examples of them doing elsewhere and other people doing on other fronts and in other theaters. There are isolated examples. The Japanese will just do this stuff sometimes as a matter of course. For example, I remember a story specifically where on the Eastern Front, the Russians charge across a wide front with bayonets, all yelling a deep-throated yell at the same time. I think it was like across the snow. And it's amazing, right? You think, who does that? Well, in the Eastern Front, it was rare. On the Western Front, it almost never happened. In the Pacific, it happened all the time. There was a name for them. The American soldiers called them bonsai charges. And for the first time in the war, the Americans get to see what those are like. And they are somewhat unnerving, even for the side that is just mowing these people down. And by the way, there are photos that do exist. They are not pretty, of the aftermath of some of these bonsai charges. It is what Eric Berger had said that we quoted earlier, where it is almost like a form of political murder carried out on the Japanese troops by their officers, because you could understand suicidal charges, which is what the bonsai charges are, suicidal charges into the teeth of modern combat. You could understand them if they achieved something practical or of value, but they almost never did. One of the first people to witness, at least in an American uniform, one of these bonsai charges is quoted in Bill Sloan's book, Undefeated. He was a battalion commander named Lieutenant Colonel Philip Fry, and he saw one of these attacks on January 10th, which is the same day that MacArthur was touring the battleground that we mentioned earlier, standing up when the planes were dropping bombs nearby. And Sloan quotes Fry as describing this first bonsai charge he witnessed, quote, "It was slaughter. All of our guns had been carefully sighted for mutual support, and the Japs were caught by terrific fire, both frontal and flanking. Even now, I can't understand why the Japs launched an attack of this kind against modern weapons. My only explanation is that they hadn't faced trained troops before and thought if enough noise were made, the opposition would simply fade away. The attack was smashed before it got underway." End quote. Sloan then adds, quote, "In future Pacific battles on other islands, many U.S. field commanders would be as puzzled as Fry by such suicidal tactics." End quote. Sloan goes on to point out what we had talked about earlier, that it is a weird combination of something that is very old and very Japanese that has then been morphed and corrupted and reimagined and propagandized by a modern 20th century regime to create this hybrid sort of thing where these Japanese soldiers think that they have to go die when they're commanded to do this, and these Japanese officers somehow think there's value in having them do it. By the way, that same source later in the work talks about the firepower of a U.S. battalion, and he is simply talking about the rifle fire alone of hundreds of men, and he says it was beyond the powers of his description. So now imagine the battalion with all its machine guns and mortars, 20 millimeter or two, 37 millimeter or two, and now think about those bonsai attacks. Well, you've got men in close order yelling and charging in the open with fixed bayonets. Again, I mean, it's unnerving for the people who have to kill them. And as Eric Berger had said, this is not something you could have Western forces reliably do regularly. Reliably. You might get them to do it once. So these bonsai charges, though, are part of what is convincing all the Allied troops that they are up against crazy fanatics here. I mean, I remember my stepdad saying, they're just crazy. And that changes the way you see them, and it's very easy to depersonalize somebody when you just write that up. Right? In other words, this is not a thinking, feeling, normal human being that I can associate with or relate to. This is a crazy person. But in a way, I mean, if this were a war game and we weren't talking about human beings and you were talking about cool things you get if you're the Japanese player, I mean, the Japanese had this psychological thing going for them I mean, I wouldn't want to lose a lot of people in fruitless charges in order to create that sort of mystique, but it was a mystique, and they maximized it in a bunch of different ways. The Japanese would use, I mean, they were really disadvantaged when you started talking about heavy industry and heavy tech, right? The Americans had so much more firepower at the unit level, but the Japanese excelled in all the little ninja type things, if you'll pardon the stereotype. I mean, for example, they scared the crap out of the people on the other side. And this is part of the vibe we talked about earlier, what the worst battlefront would be to fight on in the Second World War. And I mentioned it's an eye of the beholder thing, right? It depends on your own quirks or peculiarities, which one would bother you the most. I have to say that the vibe that you get when you read about the U.S. troops, especially in the foxholes in the Pacific, and Bataan is the first place where you really get this. The vibe that you get there is very similar to that same vibe you get when you're watching one of those slasher films. Like A Nightmare on Elm Street's a perfect analogy. Because it's one of those things, like we had said earlier, that the worst battlefield is the one where your proclivities and quirks are the most upset and affected. I couldn't handle the horror movie vibe that being in the Pacific in one of these foxholes meant. That little note that plays in the horror movie, I don't know what instrument it is, but they'll hold that note for a long time right when you're about to look behind the corner and see something awful. That's the note that's playing for all of these poor soldiers in these foxholes at night. And it is almost like the stereotypical setup for one of these horror movies where you're sending a bunch of high school kids to babysit at the old creepy house where they have a bunch of chainsaws on the wall. I mean, it's one of those things where you go, don't go there, you're so stupid, of course there's an axe murderer there. Well, in these stories, so often it's like two poor GIs, and they're usually like 18 or 19 years old, in a foxhole in a pitch black island night environment, and there's other troops all over the place, right? 20 yards to the left of you, there's a foxhole. 20 yards to the right of you, there's a foxhole. But you can just barely hear the people there, and you can't see them in the dark, and you're basically isolated, and you have to take turns sleeping. This is a horror movie setup right here, and the Japanese do the greatest job in the world of psychological torture here because, and again, they do this on every front in the war. Every side does this. The Japanese just do it so much better. First of all, they do things that you have to actually imagine happening on other fronts to properly grade. So let's calibrate this thinking for a minute. If I told you, and it's not outrageous, you'd believe it, if I told you on the Western Front, maybe in 1944 when the Germans and the Americans are facing each other in France, that there was a German unit that was there to terrorize the other side and hurt the morale and freak them out, and they would come out of their foxholes at night, sneak over no man's land, jump into an American foxhole, butcher the GIs in there, put them in obscene positions right on the side of the foxhole in blood, and then go back to their own trenches at night. And if I told you they called themselves the werewolves or the vampires, because that would freak everybody out, that's not too hard to believe, is it? You'd probably go to the movie or read the book about it, because the Second World War has all kinds of wild things like that, right? But it's crazy, right? It's different. I mean, it's freaky. You imagine that people on the ground would probably be talking about it in the sector where it happened. Did you hear what happened? The werewolves struck again, you know. But I had to think about it like that to realize how freaky it is, because in the Pacific, that happens all the time. The Japanese do this routinely. They jump into the foxholes at night and they butcher people. They disembowel them. They stuff the genitals into the mouth. I mean, the stories are all over the place. And this happens, I mean, this will happen all over the islands in the Pacific, and people will wake up. It is a not unusual occurrence. Wake up with their buddy being killed by a Japanese soldier who's jumped in the trench at night with a knife. They maximize this when the Japanese infiltrators get behind you. Sometimes they're carrying mini loudspeakers and they'll start talking to the Americans from behind you. They carry firecrackers to freak you out. They use snipers like nobody else uses snipers, and it's another way to make you feel like you're not safe anywhere, even behind the lines. And I think the reason that they use snipers differently is because they're so much more willing to put their people in suicidal situations, and being a sniper is like being an infiltrator. I mean, it is so freaking dangerous. Most people are careful. If you care about people, you know, your troops, the Japanese are much more willing to say, if this is going to pay off, I mean, you know, we have to do it. And they will often give their snipers different kinds of weapons. It's not always the super rifle scope thing. They'll give them a submachine gun, put them behind the lines, and unfortunately for all of us, we're all too familiar with how disruptive a gunman in a setting where you're not expecting them can be for a while till you take them out. And the U.S. will, by the way, have to come up with anti-sniper patrols who go out there and hunt the snipers. but it's all part of making you unsafe at all times and having a horror movie kind of vibe going on, where that one note, in the horror movie, I have no idea what instrument it is or what the note is, but it's like a violin that's just being held at one note for the longest time as the people are about to look around the dark corner where something must be. I mean, that's the note that the whole Pacific War feels like to me on the front lines. I feel like I could relax sometimes on the Western Front between encounters. I feel like in the Pacific, if you're in a foxhole and you fall asleep, I mean, God forbid you fall asleep on guard duty. It is like Freddy Krueger will be there cutting your throat. And you won't know if you're dreaming or not. I mean, it's one of those things. It's funny, when we met veterans when I was growing up, the more combat they saw traditionally, the less they would talk about it. But the vibe was different between people who fought in the Pacific and people who fought elsewhere. And the one thing that overwhelmingly was different was you could meet people who fought elsewhere that sometimes didn't like their opponents very much or sometimes hated them. But almost to a person, I didn't meet anybody who fought the Japanese who didn't harbor really still bitter feelings decades and decades later. And part of that is because at the level you fight this war, there's a lot. I mean, if you're shot by a German machine gunner 200 yards away, it's easier to say something like, hey, we were both doing our job. We're part of a killing machine. We could have drinks at the bar later, 20 years from now, as the veterans of the Second World War sometimes did later at reunions. It's different if somebody's jumping in your trench and forcing a knife into the throat of your buddy while you're trying to hit them on the back of the head with a shovel. I mean, it's as the Army psychologist we talked about earlier, I believe, had said that killing in war is a question of proximity in terms of how much trauma you have. If you kill somebody from 6 miles away with an artillery piece, it's one level of trauma. If you shoot them from 100 yards away, it's another. If you kill them with your bare hands in a foxhole, it's another. And in the Pacific, you got a lot more of that, so you got a lot more people decades later who held on to that. It's not surprising. The Japanese scared the hell out of people, though, and when those people got a chance to let the anger that they've been keeping inside them and had nothing they could do about those horrible screams that came from, multiple foxholes away the other night. It's like shark attacks, right? Every night somebody's screaming from some foxhole somewhere and you can't do anything about it. When you got your hands on the other side sometimes, well, the Japanese used to explain the way they treated the enemies that they captured sometimes as the troops getting out of hand and exploding and being angry about things. Well, you can see the Allies having plenty of reasons to be, feel, and act the same way, can't you? These are the kind of things that contribute to a war without mercy. After the first attacks are viciously repulsed by American and Filipino forces, and American artillery inflicts horrific casualties on the Japanese, MacArthur gets a notice from his counterpart, the Japanese commander. He printed it in full. It says this, quote, "Sir, you are well aware that you are doomed. The end is near. The question is, how long will you be able to resist? You have already cut rations by half. I appreciate the fighting spirit of yourself and your troops who have been fighting with courage. Your prestige and honor have been upheld. However, in order to avoid needless bloodshed and to save the remnants of your divisions and your auxiliary troops, you are advised to surrender. In the meantime, we shall continue our offensive, as I do not wish to give you time for defense. If you decide to comply with our advice, send a mission as soon as possible to our front lines. We shall then cease fire and negotiate an armistice. Failing that, our offensive will be continued with inexorable force, which will bring upon you only disaster. Hoping your wise counsel will so prevail that you will save the lives of your troops, I remain, yours very sincerely, Commander-in-Chief, the Japanese Expeditionary Force." MacArthur says that when he failed to respond to this, the Japanese showered the American lines with a leaflet that said this, quote, "The outcome of the present combat has already been decided, and you are cornered to the doom. But, however, being unable to realize the present situation, blinded General MacArthur has stupidly refused our proposal and continues futile struggle at the cost of your precious lives." Then they address a message directly to the 65,000 Filipino troops who outnumber the Americans by many times, quote, "Dear Filipino soldiers, exclamation point, there are still one way left for you. This is to give up all your weapons at once and surrender to the Japanese force before it is too late, and then we shall fully protect you. We repeat, for the last! Exclamation point. Surrender at once and build your new Philippines for and by Filipinos. End quote. MacArthur says that everyone roared with laughter in the foxholes that night, but the Japanese were putting out other notices telling the Filipino troops how to kill their American officers and come over to the Japanese side. MacArthur, all this time, by the way, as you might expect, is asking for help. And think about what you have here. I mean, let's assume the worst. Let's assume that the United States doesn't care about 65,000 Filipino troops and the refugees and everything else, which is wrong, but let's assume that. There's 15,000 American troops here. They are essentially doomed if somebody doesn't do something. And MacArthur's essentially asking Roosevelt and the generals back home, what are you going to do? And he keeps asking for things which, given the climate, are really impossible. He wants aircraft carriers. What can he expect? I mean, when is help coming is what he's basically saying. And here's the funny part about it. On one hand, you're totally with MacArthur, and the Filipinos, by the way, are incensed. The head of the Philippines is ready to call it quits. He's saying, why are my people dying? We're fighting and burning for a flag that can't protect us. And MacArthur's kind of feeling a little bit the same way. But here's the problem. This is why everybody told him this area was not defensible to begin with. He wants help, and they're saying, if we could have provided help, the area would have been defensible. So MacArthur wants to not be written off, but Franklin Roosevelt and the generals and admirals back in Washington are beginning to have some of the same ugly business, as Churchill called it, decisions to make, where they have to wonder about sending precious supplies that could be very helpful somewhere to a place that's probably already doomed, and MacArthur desperately doesn't want to be that place. Needless to say, the Filipinos don't either, and they're angry. The Filipino president will shake with rage at one point after listening to Franklin Roosevelt on the radio promising all these supplies to the battlefront in Europe, and when the United States is now all of a sudden, giving aid and support to the former not adversary, but not so friendly Soviet Union, and yet nothing for the little brothers of the Philippines, and the leader of the Philippines is shaking in his wheelchair and says to MacArthur, how like the Americans to be worried about some distant cousin distress while, their daughter is being raped in the back room. Well, this is something, once again, we get into a he said sort of debate where MacArthur says that Roosevelt's basically telling him help is on the way. I'm not so sure that's true, but MacArthur's certainly always looking to bolster spirits and always an optimist, tells everybody else that help is on the way. He tells his troops in a proclamation on January 15th, when they have been fighting this bitter fight now, and giving a great account of themselves, by the way, in really, really bitter combat, quote, help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. The exact time of arrival is unknown, as they will have to fight their way through Japanese attempts against them. It is imperative that our troops hold until these reinforcements arrive. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Bataan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attacks. It is a question now of courage and determination. Men who run will merely be destroyed, but men who fight will save themselves and their country. End quote. American troops were beginning to talk about MacArthur with derision, calling him Dugout Doug for staying on the island of Corregidor, which was no picnic, needless to say, being bombed and stuff all the time, but it was luxurious compared to the troops in the foxholes who were having, the Japanese ninja type stuffing their genitals into their mouths, Freddy Krueger style. So that was about as bad as it gets. And if MacArthur and the Filipino leader think that the United States is forsaking the Philippines, the troops in the Philippines simply think they're forsaken. Author James M. Scott, in his book Rampage, was talking about how the soldiers had white V's painted on their helmets, which were supposed to mean victory, but had come to mean victims, because they were just out there beginning to starve with the disease beginning to get to them. And nobody in the United States seemed to be making any effort to do anything about it. Was their job to just slowly wither on the vine there? An American war correspondent with the troops printed a saying, or a poem that he says was going around the soldiers. They're trying to keep their name in the news. Remember, there's a lot of things crowding out the siege in Bataan. There's a world at war now, and the United States is part of it, and there's a lot of newspaper space devoted to places less depressing than the ongoing siege of Bataan. And yet you can imagine 15,000 Americans would like to be on the agenda. And the war correspondent said that the poem said, among other things, quote, "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No pills, no planes, no artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." The Americans and Filipinos furiously tried to repulse the same things that sunk the British defense in Malaya. The constant attempts at infiltration or amphibious assaults around them. The frontal attacks are beaten off. It's the infiltrators that are the terrible problem, just like they were in Malaya. And in this case, General Wainwright, who's been so heroic in how he's conducted everything so far, turns out to have been terribly wrong with this idea that this mountain, this extinct volcano, would block the Japanese from infiltrating through the two groups of soldiers and turning their flank, because that's exactly what they do. He said they slithered like snakes through the lines at night. And to give you an idea of how crazy thick this jungle is, John Toland says at one point 1,000 of them slipped through the line in this terrain that was supposed to be impassable and were undiscovered for 3 days. Think about that for a minute. You could have 1,000 men behind your line and not even know it for 3 days. At one point, more thousands get through. And the Americans involve themselves and the Filipinos involve themselves in trying to isolate and close off these pockets of people that have penetrated the front lines. So this is not even a defensive battle per se, because at times the Americans and Filipinos have to attack the Japanese that have penetrated their lines and have formed pockets. It will take the Allied troops sometimes weeks to eliminate these pockets. Within 2 weeks of the initial Japanese assault on Bataan, the Allied commanders look at the situation, the Americans especially, and just say, this is untenable. We have to abandon this line. It's too compromised. And so I think it's January 22nd that the official notice goes out and the pullback starts. And as usual, I'm always intrigued by the last people out. And in this case, it was some U.S. soldiers who had to leapfrog their way back. 9-day growth of beard. They're described with hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, like dead men walking as they make their way backwards to the next line of defense. And the Japanese cause problems even with that retreat. But what happens now at this part in the story is the damage that the Allied troops have done to the Japanese stopped the Japanese for a while. General Halma and his troops need to, reform, refit, resupply. They need to get some new, bigger guns in here. They have to rethink this whole thing. And this is a huge personal defeat for Halma. It's embarrassing. I was reading one account that said that at one point he just passed out from the stress of all this. He kept asking for reinforcements. The headquarters denied him. And so now he basically has to, look really bad here, but say, we really need to treat this, as a heavy duty thing and finish this. So that's going to take some time. Now, normally the Allied forces would welcome this time because they'd like to refit, resupply, bring in new, fresh troops and the whole thing too. But the Japanese are the only side that can do that. Remember, that's what this whole siege thing means. So this is the period where it's not so much, other than the ninja stuff that's happening anyway, but it's not so much the enemy activity as it is just being here under these conditions that begin to kill the troops, the starvation and the disease. The Bataan Peninsula is one of the most malarial regions on the planet. And you also get beriberi, dengue fever. The number of diseases you can get from this area is, if you look at photos of frontline soldiers, you often will see them covered in all sorts of, they call it jungle rot. Another author I was reading says that the jungle was the only kind of terrain that reliably and all season long killed the people who were fighting in it. There are probably some local tribes that are from the jungle that can handle it, but Japanese and Allied troops alike started to rot, literally. There are other theaters where the climate could kill you. I mean, the Germans on the Eastern Front are finding out at the very same time this story is going on how nasty the Russian winter is and how many it will take away, kill you right on the front lines, have people frozen stiff. But, spring will come on the Russian steppe. In the jungle, you'll still be dying. Then there's the starvation part. That's hard to get your mind around because on this peninsula with all these people, and numbers are weird. I mean, I keep saying 15,000 American troops, depending on how you classify it, could be 17,000. The number of refugees is unknown. The number of Filipino soldiers that made it into Bataan specifically is unknown. But 80 to 100,000 is the number they always throw out there. 80 to 100,000 people in this particular, 25 by 20 mile area, they're going to pick it clean like locusts before too long. And they eat everything. I mean, the story is about eating snakes and geckos and all pythons, baby monkeys that look like human babies. And I only say that because the guy who told the story, the veteran who was quoted in the book I read, said he couldn't eat them as starving as he was. They would jump into the foxholes because they'd get scared of the shelling. And the soldier in the foxhole would just grab them and, lunch, finally, something to eat, protein. Author Bill Sloan in Undefeated quotes a Colonel Glenn Townsend, commander of the 11th Regiment, quote, "Rations were reduced from 16 ounces a day to 8 and then to 4. Twice a week, we got small amounts of carabao, mule, or horse meat. There was no flour, vegetables, or sugar. The quinine was exhausted, malaria rampant. Almost everyone had dysentery." Sloan then interjects that the men were hungry enough to try to devour anything that seemed remotely digestible, and then quotes Major Harold Johnson of the 57th Regiment, quote, "I saw soldiers squatting beside trails, boiling a piece of mule hide or carabao hide in a tomato can and chewing away at the hide, trying to get some nourishment. The soldiers never really complained," Johnson said, "but all the time you could see the question in their eyes. What in the world have you done to us?" End quote. As General Hama's preparing for what he figures will be the final push and bringing in new big guns and new troops and fresh units and all this stuff, the U.S. government realizes that they're going to lose this situation relatively soon. Everybody's really proud of the resistance put up here in Bataan, but at the same time, it's clear that the end is near, and the U.S. government is looking at this and going, well, we've just created this superhero in Douglas MacArthur. We can't let him fall into enemy hands, right? It's bad enough to think you might relieve him. Remember, we said the whole House of Hope that much of the policy was based on would collapse if the wild card was taken away. But what if the wild card were captured by the enemy? And it's interesting. There was one thing that I had read here that I had never heard before, but it fits so well into the story, was Douglas MacArthur was screaming and yelling so much about not getting any support. And the U.S. government's not helping him, and the Navy's not helping him, and he criticized the Navy relentlessly. He said, for example, that there wasn't a real blockade, that the Navy just said there was a blockade, and that if you just challenged it, you'd see it was a paper blockade, basically implying that they don't have the guts to challenge it. MacArthur's continual demand for more troops and how he was kind of being left in the lurch was so public and almost, so petulant, some might say, that the enemy even started mocking him for it. And I had not heard this before reading James M. Scott's book, Rampage, but he says, quote, "The Japanese and the Germans had mocked MacArthur in other shortwave broadcasts, paying tribute to his struggle as a way to embarrass the United States." Now quoting the Japanese broadcast, quote, "In the name of fair play and chivalry, the Japanese nation demands that the United States give General MacArthur the reinforcements he needs, so he will be able to wage a war that would be to his satisfaction, win or lose." End quote. Wow, that's the enemy sort of making fun of you and the country and everybody at the same time. You get a very different feel for things from MacArthur's own writings, and there's a reason I haven't been quoting them more. We had mentioned with Winston Churchill that you have to be extraordinarily careful with his work because he will shade things and slant things and spin things, but he's careful about it. He's clever, he's tricky. The facts are usually pretty reputable, and then the way he works them is it's a certain magic, right? As he said, I know history will treat me kindly because I shall write that history. Well, MacArthur's a whole different animal. First of all, I've read lots and lots and lots of generals' memoirs. I've never read one like MacArthur's. There's nothing like it. It is not like a general's point of view, whereas if you read a book by physicists, there's a certain way the mind sort of works in these people, and you expect a certain sort of an approach, and MacArthur doesn't write like a general. He writes like I do hardcore history. He's more organized too and less tangent, so maybe even a clearer version is Doug MacArthur's Hardcore History. When you read the writing, it's full of analogies and the drama is enormous. And the reason you have to be careful with him, though, is unlike Churchill, who slants things and spin things, MacArthur flat out makes stuff up. Now, I didn't say lie. Notice, his detractors call it lying. They'll call him phony and a bunch of other things, but I've read his work and I've studied this guy a long time. I truly think, and it's weird because if you believe this, it comes with other baggage. I truly think he's genuine. And if he's genuine, then you have to buy into the idea that he's a little deluded because they go together. If you think he's smart like a fox, well, then you have to sort of buy into the phony thing a little bit. I think MacArthur believes what he wrote, even if what he wrote, I mean, critics have looked at it for years and said this stuff didn't happen. He made it up. But I thought he believed it. So I can't trust him on the facts, so I didn't use him. But what you can trust him on is this. I mean, what did Eisenhower say? He studied dramatics under MacArthur for 7 years. MacArthur's memoirs are dramatic, and this is where you get to the point where MacArthur's screaming and yelling, and he's ready now to go out when the government says MacArthur maybe has to leave the Philippines. He doesn't want to go. He threatens to go resign his commission, enlist as a volunteer, and fight as a general soldier, which is a bit of bravado. One of the stories I like about him is when he's at Corregidor, he shows a Derringer pistol he has to a compatriot and says, "They'll never take me alive, Sid." Again, a little dramatic, but probably true. I still think he gives the best epitaph, though, to the whole Bataan campaign. And why not? Maybe he deserves to. It's certainly dramatic enough. But here's the way he describes it. And this is, one of these really dramatic moments in MacArthur's life. And believe me, he knows MacArthur's story that he's writing in his head. This is right before an intermission. It should also be pointed out, I think that Douglas MacArthur wrote this himself. I think no ghostwriter, no co-writer, nothing. Quote, "Our troops were now approaching exhaustion. The guerrilla movement was going well, but on Bataan and Corregidor, the clouds were growing darker. My heart ached as I saw my men slowly wasting away. Their clothes hung on them like tattered rags. Their bare feet stuck out in silent protest. Their long, bedraggled hair framed gaunt, bloodless faces. Their hoarse, wild laughter greeted the constant stream of obscene and ribald jokes issuing from their parched, dry throats. They cursed the enemy, and in the same breath, cursed and reviled the United States. They spat when they jeered at the Navy, but their eyes would light up and they would cheer when they saw my battered and much reviled in America scrambled eggs cap. They would gather round and pat me on the back and mabuhay makarsar me." It's in quotes. I have no idea what it means. "They would grin, that ghastly skeleton-like grin of the dying, as they would roar in unison. 'We are the battling bastards of Bataan. No papa, no mama, no Uncle Sam.' They asked no quarter and they gave none. They died hard, those savage men. Not gently like a stricken dove folding its wings in peaceful passing, but like a wounded wolf at bay, with lips curling back in a snarling menace, and always a nerveless hand reaching for that long, sharp machete knife, which long ago they had substituted for the bayonet. And around their necks as we buried them would be a thread of dirty string, with its dangling crucifix. They were filthy, and they were lousy, and they stank, and I loved them." End quote. By March 12th, MacArthur has to leave. He doesn't want to go, but he's convinced that he has to. He gets this harrowing escape, promises to come back, makes his way to Australia, broadcasts a radio announcement where he says the famous "I shall return" about coming back and liberating the Philippines, and of course in wonderful Douglas MacArthur fashion. And I hadn't heard that until recent research. Apparently it was suggested to him that he should say "we shall return," meaning the Allies, the Americans, whatever it might be, and chose to use the personal pronoun instead. It's just perfect. Not everybody, of course, was happy or saw MacArthur as this superhero, again, soon to get a Congressional Medal of Honor. MacArthur's action, as he might have surmised, not exactly taken well by the people who can't get away on a PT boat and make it to Australia. Ronald H. Spector in Eagle Against the Sun writes, quote, "In the Philippines, the exhausted Americans and Filipinos also took a more critical view of MacArthur's action. Quote, who had the right to say that 20,000 Americans should be sentenced without their consent and for no fault of their own to an enterprise that would involve for them endless suffering, cruel handicap, death, or a hopeless future," wrote General William E. Brewster, who commanded the 11th Division on Bataan, continuing, quote, "A foul trick of deception has been played on a large group of Americans by a commander-in-chief and a small staff who are now eating steak and eggs in Australia. God damn them," end quote. Earlier, I think we'd mentioned the Alamo as a kind of comparison with the situation, the Texans against the Mexicans in that beleaguered little mission that was doomed from the outset, commanded by guys like William Travis. What if instead of dying at the Alamo at the last minute before the big final charge, William Travis left? Very important. They need me in Washington, and listen, I shall return. Just make sure you're still here when I get here. It'd be a very weird ending to the Alamo story, wouldn't it? In this case, MacArthur claims in his memoirs, if you believe him, that he was expecting and wanted to die with the garrison, and that even his wife had been asked if she wanted to be evacuated at one of the critical times, and she said no, and his son's there too, and he told the person who said that she will share my fate. We drink from the same cup. It's very dramatic. And then he says the head of the Philippines dramatically puts his own signet ring on MacArthur's finger so that he'll be able to identify MacArthur's body. Well, now MacArthur's 4,000 miles away in Australia, but he still wants the defenders of Bataan to stick with that plan. And we're still going to die to the last man, whether I'm part of that or not, and I shall return. For this analogy to really be applicable, though, to MacArthur, you have to imagine that when William Travis got to whatever faraway location he fled to, he was still trying to control the defense of the Alamo, because that's what MacArthur's going to try to do. He's never mentally going to let go of the Philippines. And even though he had his plans to set up a direct micromanagement system from Australia, which was nixed by President Roosevelt and General Marshall, by the way, who said, you're not going to control the battle from 4,000 miles away. He managed to kind of assume control anyway. And by the end of April, it's going to be made the head of the entire theater anyway. So the writing was on the wall. So the guy who gets the job after him, the poor sap who has to be the losing pitcher of record here, who has to take the loss, is our old friend General Wainwright, who's in the very unenviable position of having Douglas MacArthur telling him one thing, which seems completely disconnected from reality, and his sub-commanders, who are in touch with the actual troops on the ground, giving him a healthy dose of, their reality. The long-awaited Japanese attempt at a knockout blow happens. Most sources say April 3rd. You run into this dateline thing again, so some will say April 2nd. The Japanese launched a big attack. Now, they have been stockpiling for this. They got more than 65,000 troops set up here. A bunch of them, 15,000, something like that, completely fresh. They have 80 to 100 aircraft they've amassed. They have between 150 and 200 artillery pieces, which, as I said, unusual for the Japanese, and some of them very heavy siege weapons. They have tanks. They're ready for this. And they start with a bombardment that is very unusual for this front. And the Filipinos, John Toland writes in The Rising Sun, have never seen anything like it. And the strong point for this battle line is another one of these extinct dormant volcano mountain places. And there's a lot of troops on it. It sort of anchors the entire front. And that's what the Japanese are going to hit. And after a preliminary bombardment of several hours, in the mid-morning hours, the attack commences. John Toland in The Rising Sun describes it, quote, "At 10 o'clock, the firing started. The Filipinos had never experienced anything so devastating. Shells seemed to explode on top of each other. It reminded American veterans of the heaviest German barrages in World War I. Bombers of the Japanese 22nd Air Brigade approached unmolested, in perfect formation, and dropped tons of explosives on the 2.5 miles in front of Mount Samat. Bamboo groves burst into flame. The phenomenon was treated lightly at first. Men lit cigarettes on the burning trees. Then brush, dry as tinder, ignited, and the heat became intolerable. Americans and Filipinos alike leaped from their foxholes and scrambled back to the second line of defense. Here, foliage had been blasted away, leaving the ground almost barren, and the defenders thought they were safe. But a wind sprang up and flames leaped over the cleared area to the lush jungle growth beyond. The men were trapped in a circle of fire. Hundreds were cremated. Those who escaped fled to the rear like frenzied animals, spreading panic. End quote. I've always found it interesting that the zoom level that you apply to historical events determines the way they sound. So that's obviously an on-the-ground level of what the troops are experiencing. If you zoom way out and you read encyclopedias of military history and whatnot, you just get the bare bones of what these major formations are doing, but you lose the sense of what's going on to the individual humans. But it helps explain sometimes the bare bones in a way that gives you a framework. For example, in the Encyclopedia of Military History, Trevor Dupuy describes the big Japanese knockout blow here at Bataan this way, quote, Hama, reinforced and refitted, attacked under cover of incessant air and artillery bombardment. Bursting through the left flank of 2nd Corps, the Japanese forced it back 10 miles in 48 hours. On the left, 1st Corps, bent back toward the sea, attempted counterattacks, but these were easily repulsed. 2nd Corps disintegrated. End quote. General Wainwright will get a note from General MacArthur telling him that when the supply situation becomes impossible, there must be no thought of surrender. You must attack. MacArthur's critics have always accused him of trying to get his name in the history books with a grander story, his own Alamo story, and that this has nothing to do with the military situation, because the military situation on the ground is something that Wainwright is hearing from his subcommanders, including General Edward King, who is the commander on Bataan, and he sends his messenger to Wainwright on April 7th, telling him that they may have to surrender. The response, the back and forth here is famous. It's heartbreaking, and it's recounted in most of the sources. But Wainwright looks up at this messenger, who's a general himself, by the way, and says, you go back and tell General King that there will be no surrender. Tell him he will attack. Those are my orders. Then there's this long silence, and then the general who delivered the message, who's been with the troops on Bataan, who knows the score, says to General Wainwright, General, you know what the situation is over there. You know what the outcome will be. And Wainwright says, I do, in a sort of a choked up voice. In other words, these men now are caught in the gears of history, and we're not really so concerned about their specific situation at the moment. This is about bigger things, and I'll leave it to you to decide which bigger things we're talking about here. But the counterattack that those troops are forced to launch in the situations where they do, because some of their commanders on the ground say, but the ones who do, it's brushed aside easily. The situation's a disaster. And General King, without telling anyone above him or below him on purpose to spare them the responsibility, surrenders. 78,000 troops, most of them Filipino, but as we said, 17,000 Americans, whichever number you want to take. It is the largest surrender. It's considered to be the largest surrender in U.S. Army history, and King thinks he's going to be court-martialed for this almost certainly. He didn't want to tar any of the other people around him with the decision. I don't know a lot about General King, so it's possible I'm misreading this whole thing. But doesn't he look kind of heroic here? Like he's going to end the suffering, finally, of these long-suffering troops who put in more than anyone should have asked them to, and have resisted longer than anyone thought they could, and it's only going to cost him his personal reputation, his career, the embarrassment and tarring and feathering of his descendants, the destroying of his family name, and he comes from a military family, and, the destruction for all history of his reputation. He's going to get into that American military history history book that every general wants to make it into, but he's going to be on the page of Biggest Losers. and he's trying to confine the damage to his shoulders alone. Like I said, maybe I don't know the whole story, but it seems pretty heroic. The very opposite of someone like MacArthur, who simply seems unable to take responsibility for failure or even admit that there might be failure. General Wainwright on the island of Corregidor, when he gets the news about King surrendering, doesn't quite see it that way. He's bone tired himself, by the way, but there's a momentary freak out. He can't do that, make him take it back and all that. But the aides inform him that it's too late, it's a done deal. And Wainwright's going to get a chance to walk a mile in General King's moccasins anyway, because within a month he's going to have to do the very same thing on the island of Corregidor. Going to have to surrender his 10,000 men, the Marines that are with him, because the Japanese will have bombed the island for like 27, 28 straight days, destroyed all the artillery pieces on the island, shattered everything above ground, and Wainwright, his staff, and these troops are living in the underground tunnel. So they finally come up, and there's a photo I recall from memory of the Japanese pointing their guns at these. They look like staff members, if I recall, from Corregidor with their hands up. And I was always taught to look at the faces of the people in those pictures. They're experiencing the most intense moment of their lives right there and then. And many of them probably figured they do not have long left to live. The general scuttlebutt amongst the American troops, if you read the primary sources, was that the Japanese didn't take prisoners. Now, we know from our story here that, well, sometimes they did and sometimes they didn't, but these people don't know which side of the coin flip they're going to be on. And I have no clue at all whether they had heard any rumors about what had happened to their compatriots who had surrendered the month before on Bataan. But if they had heard anything, it would have filled them with dread, because of the 78 to 80,000 people who surrendered at Bataan. Only about 54,000 ever made it to the final destination. The final destination was about 60 to 70 miles away. These people mostly had to do that trek on foot. You know the condition they were in when they surrendered. One of the downsides to fighting to the very nth of your strength is that when you surrender, you're a basket case in the hands of your captors. And what if your captors make you march 60 to 70 miles in 95-degree heat with 90% humidity? You're going to have a death march if there's nothing else involved at all. But there's other things involved too. Sadism, there's no other way to put it. I had a whole bunch of first-hand accounts from people from the death march. I'd actually met one once who couldn't even say the word POW or captive. He used the term guest of the emperor, and he would say, when I was the guest of the emperor. But when I looked at these accounts, it was interesting. It was actually telling. All the accounts were about individual Japanese soldiers that were just sadistic or torturous, or a better word for some of them might be more triumphal. We have an idea that troops should behave in a sort of a chivalrous fashion towards enemy troops that they capture. But that's not the norm throughout history, is it? I mean, Eric Berger was talking about how the treatment of captives and POWs developed in Europe over several centuries based on a sort of golden rule kind of idea that, you treat our captives good and we'll treat your captives well, right? So you did it for your own benefit in a way, but that wasn't the shared history everywhere. The Japanese did not sign all the same agreements on prisoner treatment, and they pointed this out sometimes. There's also some cultural questions, obviously, on Japanese thoughts on captives and honor and all that sort of stuff. But if you're trying to pin this on the same sort of thing you might see on the Western Front, or maybe over in the East, where the Germans have a homicidal program to wipe out various peoples, it's not the same here. You don't have orders from the highest up saying massacre all these people, commit all these atrocities. You have something more akin to the sort of thing that armies have done to defeated enemies forever, just acting like triumphant jerks. I mean, you can see videos sometimes or films from surrenders of troops from the 1970s, 1980s, 90s, into the 2000s in some countries, where you'll see the victors running up to the line of paraded captives and, do throat slashing gestures or throw things at them or take them out of line and steal stuff and then beat them, and all the time looking for any excuse to shoot anybody. Well, that seems to be more the norm. But to us now, and even in the mid-1940s, it looked barbaric. When General King surrendered to his counterpart, he said, "Now you're going to treat my men well?" And the counterpart said, "We are not barbarians." Well, by the standards of the British and the Americans, you might be. If you look at the number of people who died in Japanese captivity compared to the number of people who died in German or Italian captivity, it is a huge difference. Lord Russell of Liverpool was looking at the stats compiled at the Tokyo War Crimes trials and came up with a doozy. Now, this obviously doesn't include the Soviet Union or China, which would change these numbers immensely, but he said a British or American soldier who fell into captivity by the Germans or the Italians had a 4% chance of dying while in captivity. A British or American soldier who fell into Japanese hands had a 27% chance of dying before being returned home. And it's not even close. The most gentle thing you could probably say is that the Japanese had a much lower level of priority in terms of attention and resources towards POWs than the other major powers did. The truth is that guys like General Yamashita, who led the Singapore campaign, and General Hama, who led this Philippines campaign, will both be executed by the Allies after the war for war crimes. And probably neither one of them deserved that. If you examine it closely, both of those generals, I mean, Hama had it set up so that there were hospital stops and rest stops and food, but only for about 24 or 25,000 people. They have the same problems with the exposure moment and the acid tests of combat. They win, but they plan for 25,000 prisoners and they end up with 78,000. Well, that's going to be chaos anyway, isn't it? And if it's not your highest priority anyway, and if you have quite a few people amongst you that are happy, behaving the same way that Egyptian troops would with captured Hittites marched through their capital, you have a recipe made for a horrific war crime. And the stories are all heartbreaking, but they're all like, these are troops who have not had food for days, and the Japanese didn't feed them, but they'd eat in front of them, and they'd show them bowls of food, or they'd come by on their trucks, and they'd smack the line of prisoners in the head with their rifle butts. They would wait for any chance to take them out of line and beat them or kill them. Asking for water could get you killed. There's one story, and I was surprised to run into it, that involves General King himself, who just surrendered here. He gets to go on the death march too, and he doesn't get spared the indignity. This is the one remembrance I'll do from it, because it just shows you that this was about a bunch of captive soldiers that were totally in the powers of their captors, and their captors played with them, sometimes fatally. This quote originally appeared in Mario Machi's book, Under the Rising Sun, Memories of a Japanese Prisoner of War, and the survivor he quotes says this, quote, "Mile after mile, the looting and the beatings continued. They cared not who they struck. High-ranking officers were no exception. I watched one, Japanese, private, attack Major General King. The soldier was so short, he had to jump to strike the general in the face with his fist. He did it time and time again, and the general just stood there. Guards with pointed rifles waited for us to do something. Finally, the private gave up in disgust and walked away." End quote. One is tempted to give credence to the Japanese excuses about mistakes and misjudgments and these sorts of things, right? Not being intentional. But once again, even if you have these mistakes, if they happen over and over again, it becomes more like criminally negligent homicide. And Lord Russell of Liverpool in the Knights of Bushido wrote this about the Japanese tendencies, quote, "From the beginning of the Pacific War, the generally accepted regulations concerning the custody of prisoners of war and civilian internees were flagrantly disregarded. Prisoners of war were murdered by shooting, decapitation, drowning, and other methods. They died during death marches on which prisoners of war who were sick and quite unfit for any form of exertion were forced to march for long distances in conditions which even fit troops could not have been expected to stand. Many of those who fell out of the column were shot or bayoneted to death by the escort." End quote. Even reading these atrocities, when you read them back to back to back, can make you want to pick up a weapon yourself and enlist in the cause of righteousness against people that would do these kinds of things. So you can only imagine what it must have been like for the people actually living this. At the same time, I'm indebted to some of these historians and authors who made sure to find little shards of humanity in the story and use them to reflect back on the entire situation. These sorts of atrocities and these kinds of stories, even without the propaganda, can put you in a bit of a trance, right? A red mist clouds your vision, and you forget that were it not for these larger issues that human beings have always fought over, resources, ideologies, power politics, whatever it might be, these people probably aren't even in this situation, probably have no reason to hate each other, and might even be friends. And some of these stories are wonderful. One was, I forgot where I read it, but he talked about a Japanese soldier who jumped off of his tank after noticing one of the captives in the Bataan Death March was a classmate from college in the United States and embraced him. John Toland in The Rising Sun tells a story of a man, an American captive who's having his stuff stripped from him, including a ring, by a Japanese soldier. And the Japanese officer walks by, noticed that the ring is a Notre Dame class ring, strikes the soldier who took it, who looted it, in the face, gives the ring back and said, "What year did you graduate?" And the guy said, 1935. And the Japanese soldier says, Toland says with a faraway look in his eyes, said, "I graduated from Southern California in 35. And you think to yourself, why are these people hating each other again? Unfortunately for all of them, there's a massive amount of karmic debt the Japanese military here is acquiring that's going to have to be paid off at some point. An enormous amount of hate. And it's fashionable these days to castigate the Allied populations in the latter part of the Second World War for being so willing to inflict such crushing damage to the civilian populations of the Axis powers. But if Allied populations had hardened hearts by that point in the war, it's important to remember what happened in 1941 and 1942 to help harden those hearts in the first place. Saburo Ienaga described this part of the war as being on a roller coaster to disaster. So far, the Japanese have been trending upward, but what goes up must come down. The worm will turn, and all these karmic debts will be paid in full with interest. Over the last year or so, my work life seems to best resemble an Evel Knievel motorcycle jump. Now, I don't mean one of those jumps where Evel makes it to the other side and everybody's happy and we celebrate and we interview Evel afterwards. I mean one of those jumps where Evel was convinced he's going to be able to pull this off. No problem. All those buses, sure. I visualized it many times. And then Evel goes flying off that ramp at 100 miles per hour. He hits the air. He's about halfway over these buses, and you're thinking to yourself, this guy's going to make it. He's going to pull it off. He gets about 2/3 of the way over those buses, and you can see the momentum start to lag a little bit. And you go, uh-oh. A little bit farther, and your brain's doing the mental calculations, and you think he's not going to make it. And sure enough, before the other ramp, boom, onto the buses, rolls about 20 times, breaks every bone in his body. Metaphorically speaking, that's what the last year feels like for me. And I have to say metaphorically speaking because there are people out there who really got injured in the last year, and I don't want to be insensitive. But it was one of those career years where I feel like I aged in dog years or president years, and the real twist in the knife of the whole thing is that I didn't get out more podcasts because of it. I got less podcasts out, but I have an excuse, and I hope it helps at least mollify your feelings towards me. It is involved in this whole idea of thinking I can keep all these plates spinning and being wrong, but I have a problem. Dealing with outside opportunity has always been a problem for people who have really labor-intensive podcasts, so I'm not alone in that. There's not a lot of slack in most of those people's schedules, but sometimes the opportunities are too good to pass up, so you convince yourself, like Evel Knievel, that you can jump those 20 buses, and you end up breaking every metaphorical bone in your body. So the shows have been few and far between. We're going to try to change that in 2020, get back on the podcast horse and really make up for lost time. The excuse that I have hopefully mollifies all the feelings you may have about this a little bit, and that is that we do have something to show for the time that was not spent on the podcast enough. I have a book available if you want it. People have been asking for a book for a long time. They've been asking for any kind of text format for hardcore history, and they want transcripts. And I always say the only reason they want transcripts is because they've never seen transcripts. I've seen them. You don't want them. The reaction I have when I read the transcripts is, holy cow, do I really talk like that? So any text form, any translation into a foreign language, all of this stuff's going to have to be done in some sort of book form, and I have a book for you. It's called The End is Always Near, Apocalyptic Moments from the Bronze Age Collapse to Nuclear Near Misses. I wrote this over the last year and a half. It involves a lot of the same research DNA, if you will, that we use for the podcast. It's part of what made that possible, right? Not having to go and start from scratch, although to be honest, in some of these stories, the information has changed so much since we did shows on them, and it was back in the days when we did really short shows sometimes. So we have a chapter on the Bronze Age collapse, for example, and we did a show called Darkness Buries the Bronze Age years ago. There's no resemblance. I mean, so much has changed. But if you've heard all of our podcasts, some of the DNA, the research material, the narrative will be familiar. But we tie it in to this subject matter that I kind of vaguely knew I was interested in, but the editors forced me to sort of confront in the same way that I can sit there and go, sure, I have torture books on my bookshelf, but that doesn't mean anything. The editors said, why don't you sit down and assemble all your shows on the floor and look at them and find out if you can see any connecting threads, right? Some DNA that ties all of the subject matter together. And it's like doing an ink blot test for some psychologist or something. You go, wow, really? And it's all the stuff you know and love, Statue of Liberty in the sand, civilizations being knocked back to an earlier level of technology, do tough times make tough people, all the stuff that we sort of revel in. And somebody told me once when I was starting the book, gave me some good advice, said any good book should have an argument that you lay out like a hypothesis, and then you should argue it, and then at the end you should come up with a conclusion and make your point, stand by it. And I thought, oh man, then I'm in real trouble. Because you know me, I mean, that would be so foreign to the people who listen to the Hardcore History Show because, well, as a journalist, I'm more of a questions kind of person. And as a fan of history, I'm not going to be your answer kind of person. So this book focuses on all those questions that I love. And they're questions that people have been examining since ancient Greek philosophers and way before. So they're important questions, but they're not necessarily answerable ones. I mean, can mankind handle the power of their weapon system? That is both an important and unanswerable question, but it doesn't make examining it any less valuable because you don't come up with an obvious answer, right? So the book is that kind of stuff. For those who want to know if we did an audiobook version of it, we did. I recorded it, and I would be interested in hearing from those of you who hear it if you notice any difference between it and the normal podcast, because the normal podcasts are totally unscripted. When I voice the audiobook, you have to be word perfect. So it's essentially very scripted. Be curious to find out which version you prefer or if you even notice a difference. The book is available at the end of October. You can pre-order it now. As we said, The End is Always Near, Apocalyptic Moments from the Bronze Age Collapse to Nuclear Near Misses. Now the other project, just leaving Austin. I think we just wrapped up. It was the first official gig. It showed up at the Tribeca Film Festival in a stripped-down form. Then just went to Austin. I don't know where it's going next, but check worldremains.com for more info. It's our World War I immersive memory is the way we like to call it. I like to call it 15 Minutes in Hell. It's the World War I virtual reality destination experience where you go there and the whole environment is controlled by us, including the big floor speakers that Skywalker Sound put together and all those kind of things. I call it 15 Minutes in Hell because they wouldn't let me call it 3.5 hours in hell. First of all, it would cost as much as a Star Wars movie or something like that. The second thing is that we got big full-grown men tapping out sometimes at 12 minutes, which I don't understand. Bunch of wimps, but it's true. So maybe 3.5 hours in hell would be inviting some sort of post-traumatic stress problems. Nonetheless, people went. The comments are great. We really appreciate it. Go to warremains.com if you want to stay updated on where it might be appearing near you. Thank you for going, folks. Thank you for your patience in getting this out. Old Evil's going to pull himself back out of the dust, brush himself off, get right back on that motorcycle, jump a ravine, probably with a Hardcore History Addendum show real soon. Thank you, everybody. Coming up, earlier we compared the surprise attack at Pearl Harbor to one professional wrestler attacking another popular good guy wrestler while his back was turned before the bell rings. Well, the part of the story so far has been where the surprise attacker is kicking the popular wrestler senseless, but at some point, if you know that script, the popular good guy will regain their wits, stand up, and begin to issue payback. I've seen this happen in real boxing matches before, where one fighter will come out and pummel the other one mercilessly until the losing fighter will land one of those blows that completely changes the complexion of the rest of the fight, that stuns the opponent and stays with them. They never quite are the same afterwards, and it turns the entire tables and momentum and everything. Well, that's what's going to happen to the Japanese after a particularly disastrous day at sea in 1942. All that and more in part 4 of Supernova in the East.
That's a pretty good way to go. Some of the spacecraft that we launched, that are going through the deep parts of our solar system, they may launch out towards the space telescope in the right direction, but then they'll do a slingshot and come back, and then do another slingshot around Earth, and they sometimes change directions, and you can pick up a lot of speed as you come into a planet's gravity. So they're going to be doing some of that with the other students, and flying around the moon and coming back to Earth and slingshotting back. Hold on for a second, Mike. We're going to take a short break in time, but final thoughts with you in a moment. We'll see this next. What's the name of it? It's what they call moonshot. Being launched by your radio, grab your smartphone or computer and listen to every show. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app from the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com. Legislative analyst publishes most of the deficit comes from lower than expected tax revenues this year. Along with growing food retailers, the report agenda district store section of stores across the state goes into effect January 1st. Regulation applies to stores in both East and employees throughout California. It does not stand for the bill section says stores subject to the reasonable collection of employees regardless of gender. Celebrations began earlier tonight. City Hall and the city officials provide numerous demonstrations of heavy synagogue. The rallies are displayed in City Hall Plaza throughout the festival night. Governor Michael Cuomo secure skies tonight with low temperatures in the upper 40s. Here in Metro Moreno City, the valleys are around 50 along the coast. Sunday tomorrow, rain in the 70s. It's 55 in Durban. These are from the 405 24 news. I'm Sandy Young. Doing halfway around the 105 westbound of Stereo Avenue, there's a humongous dump fire off the right-hand shoulder of the freeway. That's taking it back up northward to Bridgestone Boulevard. In Santa Clarita, almost going to northbound before South Florida Canyon Road, there's a multi-class crash between left-hand lanes there off the valley. And in Boca City, on the 405 westbound of Stereo National Boulevard, there's a contact car blocking the right-hand lane. For the final sign, let's get through those faster. I'm your support. his friends went over and space test a lot of them there. So, and things that we were arguing, the guy was space test with my British working over there. So, yeah, a lot of these companies and started companies were able to get off and running with film and access for you. There's a bunch of Astron's and other companies, private producers, private astronomers, they send out a bunch of people I used to work with or over there with me as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of film and access for you, but you do have the right people and the right money, you get some things and that's the way it is. Get a chance to check in the rest of the who's that guy? Hey, this is Chris. He's actually profile. That's where he is. That's just a quality asset. It's just the best. I do a lot of and the point of reaching by the top media here is a million today with out of the outside that kind of compares that out. I'm curious about getting rejected over and over. And I have to get certified to get the powers like I think that's good. Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, I like the movie. The movie shows the journey of our friend Jose Fernandez to the exile. I was selected in 1996. Jose was in the class of 2004. So he came in 8 years after I did. And yeah, I got to know him pretty well. Very smart guy, really hard worker. Amazing story. The movie, I thought the movie was really it was a big uplifting movie. Certainly. And there were scenes in there about him and his wife with the restaurant, for example. That they said she wanted to start. I don't want to give away my movie because you haven't seen it, but I remember going to that restaurant. They started a restaurant in Houston, and as I arrived with my wife, we had a couple nights with my crewmates to with us. We went to check it out. And those of them to take care of us. It was such a good issue to be in a restaurant, and his wife pretty much had the restaurant. And we had the kids, the three kids, those four kids or so, they were working in the restaurant and took care of it. They learned how to work there, and it was good for them. And so he was a migrant worker from Mexico. He picked fruit, as part of trying to live in a way, but he was a migrant worker who picked food in California, and his family decided to stay and go to school there and stay in education and became an engineer and eventually became an astronaut. And it shows how his struggle to do that. He tried to get noticed on NASA, and he got advanced degrees, and he did a good job at launching in the lab, and he ran marathons and got a pilot's license and did all these things, and eventually was able to get selected. So he's a real good guy, a hardworking guy with a good family, and I'm really happy that that movie is. I don't know if it's how it's a box office because it was an Amazon movie, but I think it came out well. Did you think about it with Matt Damon? That was great movie. Yeah, that was a good one too. Yeah, I really like that one. Yeah, that was a pretty amazing movie as well. Because I mean, the whole thing is really it's based on a true story. Mars, we haven't gotten Mars yet, but that was a good story. Mars Impossible. Take it away, Mars. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Listen, I've been on the roster of Mr. Max Martino, and I never spoke to Alex before. Remember him? I was doing it last year. How about the late Rabbi Gilligan and Pete Germany? Make sure you still follow. Make sure you do space travel. Listen, yeah, do that with Matt Hammer. You grab your records to him. And then the other question is, if you could fly, which one to look for from the office? Sure. Yeah, Johnny I got to know really well, and you mentioned he was Big Germany was the first Germany one, and then he went to the moon twice on Apollo 10. We believe the mods were down close to the surface, but their mission wasn't to land. They were sending up to Apollo 11 to land, and Apollo 16, we walked on the moon. He was the first commander of the space shuttle was in his late 60s, but he still was flying in the front seat of the T-38. So the T-38 was like jet training aircraft, and there was a pilot in front and a co-pilot in the back. And I was trained to be the co-pilot when we would fly, but he was still a front seat pilot. And first time I met him was when I heard he used to be an astronaut. Actually, before that, I was working at the Johnson Space Center, and I met him briefly once. And then when I was interviewed to become an astronaut for the first time, he was the head of the collection board for students sitting at the front of the table, kind of overseeing all the questions. So then I got to know him there, and when he did that again the next time, when I was successful at getting in the office, but I didn't know if I got in. I remember I started going up there and saying, hey, John, if you ever look to have someone flying in your backseat, I'd love to fly with you in the T-38. He goes, you bet. And through his work, about a week later, he asked me to go down to the Kennedy Space Center with him and check out some hardware down there. And it was great. I loved hearing his stories. I got to fly him many times in the T-38 and got to know him pretty well. And he really was a great guy to have around. He had so much knowledge. And he remained in the office and went to our meetings and tried to help us wherever he could. And a true hero, great. What's it like to be a followforfollow rock? Oh, yeah, that was part B. Question here, the second question. It's a little nerve-wracking, but as I said earlier, you're trained really well to do this. And even the first time, you're so new, but you feel like you've done it before. And it almost seems normal. If you get inside the spaceship, it almost seems normal. And once it gets going, it's anything but normal. It's a lot of commotion and a lot of acceleration. Before you even clear the tower, as soon as you lift off, you're really going 100 miles an hour. And the acceleration is zero. It's 17,500 miles an hour. With a 8.5 minutes. And the G-forces start to build up. At the end of that period, you get 3 Gs for the last 2.5 minutes. So 3 Gs means you're getting 3 times your body weight, 3 times the force of gravity is getting you in the chest because you want to go. So whatever you weigh multiplied by 3, that's what you feel in your chest. And then at the end of 8.5 minutes, the engine starts with a self-replying G-force. And your arms explode up. And things just, you're still strapped in, but your arms explode up. And you made it to space. But it's quite a ride. I also had the sense of how the word came to my mind when I was going to order with a tower of speed. And I remember thinking, I can't believe people can build something like this. And everyone had you can build, people can build something so powerful. You can feel the power underneath you. You're breaking the gravity of Earth to get to where you want to go. And I had a sense, maybe about 2 minutes in of leaving home. So I was like, boy, I'm really leaving home this time. I've been on trips and vacations before season, but this one was a bit different. That's why I was leaving home for the first time. There's also a lot of this world in the world. Just go to Mike and go to Colorado. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Good. Great to be with you. Thank you for taking my call. Mike, I have to tell you, you are a star. I just wanted to tell you, thank you so much for the incredible work you've done. It is very inspiring to see you as a younger person. Myself, first of all, I want to say thank you. And my question, I wanted to ask you about John Glenn, who I think, again, was the first American to orbit the Earth right around the time that Glenn was born. It's really interesting to talk about the isolation time of space and what it was like being in that extremely small capsule, orbiting the Earth. Could you talk about, did you feel any isolation from being in space? Well, thanks for the kind words and for the question. And John Glenn, was such a guy. He came back to fly in the space shuttle in his late 70s. This was in 1998. As a fairly new astronaut, before that he started coming to the Space Center and down to Johnson Space Center to train. So I got to meet him and his wife Annie and kids as well, and his grandkids. I was asked to be his family escort for the launch, so that was for his launch into space and the landing, and just kind of checking on his family during the time he was in space. So I got to know him all very well, and he's still an American hero. like you get an accent, you could write a little blurb that'd be great. And go with White along. You know, John Glenn, he'd be great. So I reached out to John Glenn. He remembered me, and he agreed to give me an endorsement. And I'll send the book to you, Mike. I'll take a look. And a couple months went by. And, you know, this is in the summer of 2016. And John, I remember correctly, he ended up passing. He died in the winter of 26 December 2016, if I remember correctly. And but he's getting older. So at that point, I didn't know how he was doing. And I thought he was flying so high. But I wasn't hearing back from him right away on the book. So I contacted his secretary and said, her name is Kathy. I was like, Kathy, I haven't heard back from John, and I know he's busy, so it's fine. Maybe you can't do it anymore. That's fine. I know he's busy. And she said, no, Mike. She told him the senator, because he was a senator on national. She said, I really want to do this for you, but his eyesight is failing. He was trying to find someone to read the book to him. And I was like, Kathy, please don't forget it. He's not doing well. It's okay. And he did it. They found someone to read in the book. If he had said he would do that to me, and he gave me a wonderful endorsement for the book. That's the kind of guy he was. He didn't have to do that, and he did it. He's a true American hero, a great person. I was very close to get a chance to know him and his family. Then in a discussion with the isolation, it was a bit different for John and the other Mercury astronauts because they went into space by themselves. So that was it. After that, we never sent people into space alone. So you felt isolated from the planet, away from home, and you miss the family. You had your support team, you could still contact, and you had your crewmates around you. So I didn't really feel alone. I felt always had people around me, my crewmates, so that was good. But it's a really important point. Being isolated isn't good because it's not good for you mentally. It doesn't make you feel good. It's also not good for the mission. So we had done our best, and we've done, I think, a pretty good job over the years of just sending people to space for longer periods of time to try to maintain contact with the families back on Earth. So, for example, now you can get calls from the International Space Station. You can get calls from up there. You can also Skype with your family. You can keep up with what your kids are up to, watching the other hockey games on your little computer. So, and the internet now is instantaneous pretty much up there. First we didn't have the internet, and then a few years ago they started having a full internet, and now it's pretty much up to speed. You can email back and forth and send stuff along and photos and whatever else. So that contact is really important. Being isolated is not good. So even if you're a person who may not consider yourself to be an extrovert, we still need each other, and when you start feeling alone, that's not good. It's not good for your mental health. It's not good for anything. It's not good for the mission. So we try to remember people remember that there's always support from when they're in space. So that's it. So I don't want to interrupt you, my friend, but we're out of time. The name of the book, Moonshot. You can touch on us. Mike, nice to meet you.
It's And so, there could be a sense of balance in there, but Thank you.
Reach. Reach perhaps.